In the world of Naruto, to the south of the Land of Fire, lies a diminutive territory by the coast, known as the Land of Waves. Though it is designated as a nation, it bears more resemblance to a small town, with a population scarcely exceeding 10,000. For many years, this realm has existed in isolation, connected to the outside world by but a solitary bridge, rendering it one of the most inconspicuous nations in existence. Along a rather desolate street, pedestrians donning straw hats and tattered garments meander back and forth, flanked by dilapidated wooden houses that seem to have weathered the passage of time. The inhabitants, toiling tirelessly, are engaged in a relentless struggle for survival, creating a scene reminiscent of a poignant and melancholy painting. Amidst this bleakness, there exists a notable exception, at the intersection of two road stands. An unremarkable stall, where a rustic wooden table is adorned with a banner proclaiming fortune and feng shui predictions foretell wealth and prosperity. Shortly after, a youthful figure, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years of age, comes into view. His appearance starkly contrasts with the surrounding crowd clad in a dark robe. His somewhat disheveled hair is held up by a wooden hairpin. With a handsome face marked by a hint of languor and fatigue, he leans over the table, propping his head with one hand, his eyes half closed, yawning languidly. This seemingly indolent young man exudes an ineffable aura of otherworldliness, appearing utterly out of place within his surroundings. His name is Chun Feng. Through an unforeseen accident, traversed from the celestial empire into this realm, now bound by the demands of a rather troublesome system to complete. A task that Chun Feng stretches languidly, squinting slightly as he murmurs, "How boring. I wish to sleep." As he speaks, his eyelids gradually draw closer together on the verge of closing. At that moment, however, a sudden bang reverberates in his ears as a rough hand slaps the table, causing it to tremble slightly. Chun Feng lifts his gaze to find a stocky, middle-aged man with a brutish visage standing before him, a menacing expression etched across his face, a katana hanging from his waist. Behind him, a dozen ruffians exuding an air of menace, brandish knives and clubs, glaring threateningly. Observing this group, who seem to have him a villain inscribed on their faces, Chun Feng remains unfazed, his expression still one of languor as he says, "Are you all here for a fortune reading? Please form a line." Upon hearing this, the thugs burst into laughter, then began to threaten him vocally. "What fortune? I'm here to collect protection fees." "Protection fees? That term sounds rather familiar." Chun Feng replies lazily. The leader snorts derisively, stating, "I've heard you're quite wealthy, giving thousands of taels daily to the poor. As luck would have it, my brothers need some funds too. How about you share a bit with us? A mere 100,000 taels each will suffice." "Haha, apologies, but I do not support rubbish," Chun Feng replies coolly. The man let out a cold snort, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes as he spoke in a chilling tone. "Ah, you claim to possess the art of divination. Why not predict what my next move will be?" As he spoke, he drew a katana from his waist. Chun Feng glanced at him and casually remarked, "I believe your next experience will involve a beating." At this, the crowd erupted into laughter as if they had heard a great joke. "A beating? With you?" Chun Feng shot back. "Indeed, care to test that theory? You certainly have audacity." With that, the expressions of the group morphed into sinister grins, and they began to close in. Meanwhile, not far away on the street, a group of 5 happened to witness the entire scene. "What are those people doing up ahead?" A blond youth, around 12 or 13, adjusted the headband of his village and squinted through his glasses as he inquired. Despite being human, he bore several animal-like whiskers on his cheeks, giving him a rather unique appearance. Upon hearing the question, a disheveled middle-aged man wearing glasses quickly replied, "They are subordinates of Kato, who often bully the villagers. Chen Daozhong is a good person, please help him." Upon hearing this, the blonde youth's expression shifted, his eyes widening. So they are indeed Kato's minions? They dare to bully others. They must be taught a harsh lesson. With that, he rolled up his sleeves and ready to charge forward like an impulsive youth. Just as he was about to take a step, a hand landed on his shoulder from behind. "Wait, Naruto." A young man clad in green armor and a black mask stepped forward, halting the boy's advance. Naruto turned to look at the individual, asking Kakashi-sensei, I want to take down those villains. Kakashi, the young man, raised his gaze toward Chun Feng, who was encircled, and calmly responded. What would an ordinary person do in such a situation? Kakashi-sensei, is this really the time for such peculiar questions? Naruto's emotions were heightened. He had often been bullied in his youth, and now that he had finally become a ninja, he felt compelled to stand up for the oppressed. At that moment, a stoic youth clad in Uchiha attire scoffed, if you can't grasp even such a simple question, you truly are at the bottom of the class. Hearing this, Naruto flared up, turning to the boy. What are you talking about, you fool Sasuke? Sasuke, whose demeanor was marked by indifference and disdain, replied, under normal circumstances, if an ordinary person encountered Kato's subordinates causing trouble, the first instinct would be to flee. Yet this person remains unmoved, which suggests one of two possibilities. Either he is a fool, or he has some form of backing. Naruto, upon hearing this, began to comprehend the situation, yet stubbornly retorted, of course I understand. You arrogant Sasuke! All right, let's observe for now, Kakashi said, raising his eyes to continue. Watching, he felt that this youth was distinctly different from others that this moment. Chun Feng found himself ensnared within a dire predicament, yet his countenance remained utterly indifferent. Just as a steel rod was about to descend upon him, he subtly inclined his body, narrowly evading the strike. Simultaneously, he casually swept his right palm outward. This seemingly effortless gesture belied its true might, for it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, capable of shattering gold and splitting stone with a single blow. As the gust of wind descended, the first assailant who charged forward let out a piercing scream, his body sent flying into the air. Witnessing the ease with which his subordinate was dispatched, the burly middle-aged man felt a jolt of alarm, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent. Immediately, he commanded, all together now, let us bring him down. Upon his words, the others rallied, charging forth with a cacophony of shouts. With a cold snort, Chun Feng extended his arms, conjuring a dual fish diagram in midair. In a swift motion, he executed a technique reminiscent of a white crane spreading its wings, sending two of the assailants sprawling to the ground. Following this, he pivoted gracefully, employing a sweeping motion that unleashed a torrent of internal energy, propelling the approaching foes back a full yard. At that moment, a sharp warrior's blade lunged toward him, aiming for a vital spot. Chun Feng raised his left hand, flicking his fingers to produce a resounding crack, disarming the weapon with a deft maneuver. He then transitioned into a single whip push, delivering a powerful strike to the opponent's chest. The middle-aged warrior staggered, blood erupting from his mouth, as he crashed through a sturdy table before collapsing to the floor. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Feng unleashed a forceful hammering technique, executing a robust punch that resonated with a thunderous explosion of energy, shattering the ranks of the remaining assailants. Within mere moments, these fierce brutes lay defeated, groaning on the ground. Stretching languidly, Chun Feng cast a dismissive glance and remarked, a bunch of amateurs attempting to mimic the underworld. With that, he chose to disregard these ruffians entirely. Meanwhile, Kakashi and his companions were taken aback by the spectacle. Naruto, with wide eyes, exclaimed, incredible. He dispatched so many villains so effortlessly. Beside him, the pink-haired Sakura nodded in agreement, acknowledging, his martial arts are indeed impressive. Sasuke, with a glint of battle fervor in his cold gaze, sensed that this individual could prove to be a worthy adversary. Kakashi, however, pondered more deeply, recognizing that the techniques employed by Chun Feng diverged significantly from the styles of the 5 great ninja villages, silently questioning the origins of this formidable figure. At that moment, Chun Feng returned to his stall. Though the table lay in ruins, it did little to dampen his spirit of leisure. He reclined in his chair, squinting slightly in the sun's warmth. Simultaneously, a panel appeared in his mind, chronicling his personal status information. Host, Chun Feng reputation value, 124, obscure, skills, pure yang Wujigong initial insight, Tai Chi Chuan, moderate proficiency, Feng Ho Chi Min, passive skill, poverty-stricken. Gazing at the updated information on the panel, Chun Feng inwardly lamented, truly a mere pawn, with so much talent. I've only gained 2 points of reputation. At this rate, when shall I unlock the secrets of Chi Min Dunjia? As a traveler from another realm, possessing a golden finger was essential. Upon his arrival, he had awakened a Taoist ascendant system with the primary mission of elevating Taoism in this world. The various esoteric skills he had acquired were, in fact, the grand gifts bestowed upon him at the system's inception. Reputation points are an exceedingly vital resource. For only when this value accumulates to a certain degree can one unlock or upgrade those formidable secret arts. The passive skill in question is quite intriguing. The saying to be as poor as a church mouse aptly describes it, as it grants the host a substantial sum of 100 million ryo. However, this amount is not distributed in a lump sum but rather in installments, with a daily allocation of 100,000 ryo. Yet, one must fully expend this 100,000 ryo for the remaining wealth to manifest on the following day, truly embodying the phrase to be as poor as a church mouse. Furthermore, with the daily refresh of funds, the reputation points will also see a modest increase. Although the rise may be insignificant, every little bit counts. Hence, Chifeng finds himself spending considerable sums daily to aid the impoverished. This not only ensures the daily refresh of his finances but also enhances his own reputation while assisting others. Presently, the reputation points he possesses, which exceed 100, have primarily been amassed through this method. However, the population of the Land of Waves is exceedingly sparse and isolated, making it uncertain how long it would take to accumulate sufficient reputation points solely through such means. With this thought, he sighed inwardly, but soon cast aside these worries, choosing instead to embrace the natural flow of life. Rather than overthink, he resolved to savor his leisurely moments. Life is to be enjoyed to the fullest. So he mused about indulging in more afternoon naps and feasting. He murmured to himself before closing his eyes, intending to catch up on some sleep. Just then, he sensed a slight dimming in front of him, as though the sunlight had been obscured. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a group of individuals of varying ages and appearances before him, Kakashi and his companions. A flicker of interest crossed Chifeng's mind, yet he maintained a composed demeanor. Squinting slightly at the middle-aged man and greeting, "Good day, Mr. Dasna. What have you been busy with lately?" Dasna replied with a smile. "I have been occupied with bridge construction, having made a trip to the Land of Fire to enlist the help of several ninjas from Konoha." As he spoke, he introduced Chifeng to Kakashi and the others, saying, "This is Taoist Chifeng, a genuinely kind person who generously contributes to assist the poor here." "Chifeng, what a peculiar name," Sakura remarked with a slight frown. Meanwhile, Naruto, brimming with enthusiasm, introduced himself. "I am Uzumaki Naruto, destined to become Hokage." Kakashi glanced at the spirited youth and commented, "Your taijutsu is quite impressive. May I inquire about your origins?" Chifeng, well aware of the underlying inquiry regarding his background, chuckled softly and replied, Taoism. Taoism. Kakashi's eyes flickered with intrigue, as this term seemed unfamiliar to him. Chifeng elaborated, "Taoism has been in seclusion for a considerable time, so not many are aware of it." Upon hearing this, Kakashi nodded in understanding. Although the current world revolves around the 5 great ninja villages, there exist factions weary of warfare that choose to retreat into seclusion. This previously unheard of Taoist sect might very well be one of them. Just then, Naruto caught sight of the banner and exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, brother Chifeng, can you also tell fortunes?" Chifeng nodded. "I possess a modicum of knowledge in that area." Upon hearing these words, Naruto's interest was instantly piqued, and he eagerly exclaimed, "Then show me quickly. Can I really become Hokage?" Chifeng smiled in response, "Very well." As he spoke, he scrutinized Naruto's features, pretending to calculate with his fingers. A hint of melancholy appeared on his face as he remarked, "Poor child, you were orphaned at birth." At these words, the others present were taken aback, and Naruto blinked in astonishment. He then raised his thumb in admiration, saying, "Indeed, that is impressive. I truly have no relatives in this world." As he spoke, a flicker of sadness crossed his blue eyes. Since he could remember, he had never met any family, and most people around him harbored only disdain and hatred. Although he wore a smile every day, it did not mean he was devoid of sorrow. Noticing the dejection in Naruto's expression, Chifeng continued, "Though you faced misfortune in your youth, you are a fortunate individual, endowed with great destiny." Destiny? Naruto found the term somewhat unfamiliar. Chifeng explained with a smile. "Destiny can be understood as a vast fortune. As long as you sincerely wish to accomplish something, you can achieve most of it." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement shone in Naruto's eyes, and his earlier sadness vanished as he eagerly inquired, "Really? What if I want to become Hokage?" "It is not impossible," Chifeng replied nonchalantly. Well, with this affirmation, Naruto became exuberant, clenching his fists and cheering. Sakura, witnessing his exuberance, felt exasperated and smacked him on the head. "Stop acting crazy. Once you're done, go wait over there." Naruto rubbed his head in pain, but showed no intention of retaliating. He acknowledged her, and retreated to the side. Chifeng smiled gently and asked, "Does this friend have any questions?" Sakura stepped forward, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she said, "Since you are so remarkable, why not take a guess?" Chifeng, aware that she was intentionally testing him, understood their little schemes without needing to divine their fates. He replied, "Given the hint of peach blossom in your eyes, I presume you are inquiring about romantic destiny?" Sakura was taken aback, astonished at his perceptiveness, as he had seen through everything without needing to divine. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she asked, "Then do you think I can?" She discreetly glanced toward Sasuke's direction. Chifeng chuckled softly, saying, "I cannot elaborate further, but I can tell you that if all progresses normally in the future, you will marry the one you hold dear in your heart." With these words, joy illuminated Sakura's face, brimming with anticipation. Suddenly, Naruto jumped in from the side, his bluntness shining through as he declared loudly, "Sakura must like me." Sakura, lost in her daydream of a beautiful life with Sasuke, was abruptly interrupted by his statement, causing her irritation to surge. With gritted teeth, she unhesitatingly punched him. Once again receiving a beating, Naruto could only turn away in grievance. The gentle breeze stirred slightly as it offered a piece of advice. "I previously mentioned that you are indeed a fortunate individual. Yet your destined connection does not lie with her. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, you are likely to encounter a more suitable romantic fate in the future." Upon hearing this, Naruto's curiosity was piqued, and he inquired, "Is she better than Sakura?" In his heart, Sakura had already established herself as the epitome of an ideal companion. Not due to her exceptional qualities, but rather because she had been one of the few willing to forge a partnership with him over the years. To this inquiry, the breeze merely nodded, choosing to say little else. At that moment, Sakura pulled the brooding Sasuke, who had been posing nearby, into the conversation and remarked, "Sasuke-kun, the divination proved to be quite accurate. You should give it a try as well." Sasuke frowned slightly, his disinterest in matters of fortune-telling evident. Just as he was about to decline, a thought crossed his mind, and he coldly asked, "If you truly possess such abilities, then tell me, when can I rid myself of that person?" The words hung in the air, causing both Naruto and Sakura to pause in surprise, their previously bright expressions dimming. Throughout their time together, they had come to understand the tragedy that befell the Uchiha clan. However, the breeze felt no surprise at Sasuke's reaction, despite his aloof demeanor. He was not much more mature than Naruto, both still possessing a certain naivety. Assessing Sasuke for a moment, the breeze remarked, "Your fate bears some resemblance to that of Naruto. Surely, you have few relatives left in this world?" Upon hearing this, Sasuke's expression shifted, his fists clenching tightly as turmoil and resentment flickered in his eyes. The breeze spoke calmly, "Everything in life is preordained. What I can advise you is to ensure that hatred does not cloud your vision. Many matters are not as they appear." Upon hearing this, a flicker of realization crossed Sasuke's gaze as he contemplated, "Do not be deceived by appearances, but those are things I have witnessed with my own eyes. Is there perhaps more that I do not know?" Meanwhile, Kakashi, observing from the sidelines, was equally astonished. Was the divination truly so precise? What was stated seemed utterly devoid of error. How could this individual possess such familiarity with the affairs of Konoha? Could he be a spy from another nation? However, this notion was swiftly dismissed. If he were indeed a spy from another ninja village, he would not linger in such a desolate place as the Land of Waves for so long. Just as Kakashi pondered this, Naruto's voice suddenly broke through. "Kakashi-sensei, why don't you give it a try as well?" "Oh, that is not necessary." Kakashi had little interest in such matters. Come on, it's very accurate," Naruto insisted, pulling him forward. Kakashi cast a glance at the breeze, shrugging off the concern. "Well, I suppose I could take a casual look." The breeze smiled and said, "The gentleman's visage is obscured, so I cannot discern much. Only a few minor matters warranting your attention." Kakashi nodded, urging, "Please, share what you have to say." With a cheerful demeanor, the breeze advised, "Sir, you ought to exercise moderation in certain areas. Indulging excessively in such pursuits may not only hinder your chances of finding a partner, but also jeopardize your health." As the words fell, Kakashi's expression, reminiscent of a dead fish, faltered, and he instinctively retorted, "What are you babbling about? That's not true." At that moment, Naruto, as if struck by a sudden realization, exclaimed, "No wonder the teacher always enjoys sneaking glances at those peculiar books. It turns out it's that kind of thing." Sakura's cheeks flushed at his words, and she softly murmured, "Kakashi-sensei, how could you?" Even Sasuke couldn't help but twitch his lips, surprised that this seemingly stoic teacher harbored such peculiar inclinations. Sensing the odd gazes from his students, Kakashi could no longer maintain his composure and declared loudly, What do you know? That is art. After a bout of laughter, Naruto was playfully whisked away by Kakashi, with Sasuke and Sakura trailing behind. Observing the departing group, Shinfeng couldn't help but smile. Then turned his gaze back to the chair, resuming his comfortable lounging. As he basked in the sun, he reopened the system panel, only to find that the information displayed had dramatically changed. His previously recorded reputation of 124 had surged to 202. Shinfeng was taken aback, realizing that in just a quarter of an hour, his reputation had climbed by several dozen points, a feat that would have taken him a month of spending to achieve. His attention returned to the panel, where the section regarding the wind backward chi gate still displayed a series of greetings, prompting him to shake his head in mild regret. He then lightly touched the pure yang Wujigong above, and with a flash of light, his initial understanding transformed into a modest proficiency. Simultaneously, a warm current began to flow into his body, spreading through his internal organs and limbs. After a few breaths, he felt a noticeable improvement in his cultivation, comparable to 2 or 3 years of arduous training. This transformation illuminated Shinfeng's eyes, though he was not yet able to learn the Chi-Min techniques. Any enhancement in strength was welcomed. He couldn't help but click his tongue, musing, "Indeed, they are the protagonists. It seems I need to find ways to reap more benefits from them." Just then, the system's voice resonated once more. "Congratulations, host. For completing the hidden task, Fate's Convergence, you are rewarded with a character card." As the words faded, a massive wheel appeared in his mind. Shinfeng felt a surge of joy, astonished by this hidden reward. As his consciousness connected with the wheel, it began to spin rapidly, gradually slowing after 2 breaths, ultimately landing on a specific segment. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 2-star character card." Following this announcement, a flash of light illuminated his surroundings, and a cool, resonant voice echoed, "In this world, there is no me. Everywhere is me, is me, is me." A stream of pure energy materialized out of thin air, slowly coalescing into human form. In the next instant, a graceful and enchanting figure appeared before him, clad in a flowing greenish-blue gown that exuded elegance and sensuality. Her cold, proud gaze was accompanied by a radiant long sword resting at her back. Though youthful in appearance, her hair bore a striking grayish hue, emanating an ethereal presence that set her apart from the mundane. Upon encountering this individual, Shinfeng could not help but display a hint of surprise as he remarked, "Is that you, Xiao Meng?" At this moment, Naruto and his companions had safely escorted Dazuna back to his home, and a collective sigh of relief resonated among them. Inside the wooden cabin, they casually found places to sit and took a brief respite. Meanwhile, Kakashi pondered over previous events, casting a glance at Dazuna as he inquired, "What do you know about that Taoist Shinfeng?" After reflecting for a moment, Dazuna replied, "Shinfeng arrived here 2 months ago, though I am not well versed in his background. I only know that his divinations are remarkably accurate, and he has generously offered us financial assistance, for which we are all immensely grateful." At this juncture, Sakura asked, "Kakashi-sensei, is there something troubling you?" Kakashi shook his head, responding, "It's nothing, just feels a bit peculiar." Naruto, reclining in his chair with his hands clasped behind his head, squinted slightly as he remarked, "Why bother with such details? As long as he is not a bad person, that's all that matters." Kakashi nodded slightly, acknowledging that while Naruto's thoughts were simple, his words held merit. With a plethora of extraordinary talents in the world, as long as one harbored no ill intentions, it is prudent to seek their acquaintance. Contemplating this, he softly stated, "His abilities are formidable. Perhaps we could invite him to Konoha." What would he do in the village? Help the 3rd Hokage with divination? Naruto scratched his head, struggling to grasp the implication. Sasuke, after a moment's thought, seemed to realize something and said, "You mean to apply the art of divination to warfare?" Kakashi nodded in affirmation. "If we could predict the enemy's battle strategies, it would undoubtedly be advantageous for Konoha. Should war arise again, we could seize the initiative." "Oh, I see. Then we can just bring the big brother back to Konoha when we return, right? What is there to think about?" Naruto pouted. Upon hearing this, Sakura could not help but deliver a playful smack to his head, exclaiming, "You really are a fool. If it were that simple, would Kakashi-sensei need to contemplate for so long?" Naruto sulked slightly, muttering a few words but refraining from further comment. At that moment, Kakashi continued, "First, we must ascertain that he is not a spy from another nation. Secondly, we need to find a way to persuade him to agree to return with us." Hearing this, Naruto spread his hands and said, "Well, he probably isn't a spy. What sort of agent would be so bored as to investigate Kakashi-sensei's reading of inappropriate materials? Kakashi's mouth twitched beneath his mask at Naruto's remark. Indeed, he had a knack for hitting a nerve. Nevertheless, there was some truth to the statement. He then added, regarding this matter, we must consult with the village. Our current mission is to assist Dazuna in completing the bridge's construction. Kato is bound to cause trouble, so we must remain vigilant. In response, Naruto dismissed the notion, saying, that terrifying guy is already dead. Now, Kato's subordinates are merely a bunch of ordinary people. What is there to fear? This time, Sakura and Sasuke did not contradict him, sharing a similar sentiment. However, Kakashi's gaze sharpened, and he solemnly stated, perhaps, Zabuza Momochi is still alive. Upon hearing these words, several individuals exhibited expressions of astonishment, their hearts suddenly brimming with tension. Days swiftly passed, yet no significant events transpired. The lives of everyone remained as tranquil as ever. At this moment, at the familiar street corner, Chen Feng had once again set up his stall, dozing on the newly crafted table. Big brother, big brother. At that instant, a voice pierced through his semi-conscious state, drawing him back to reality. Who is it? Chen Feng replied impatiently as he straightened up, only to find Naruto's somewhat dim-witted face before him, accompanied by a graceful and beautiful figure. This individual possessed cascading black hair and donned an exquisite kimono, her face adorned with a gentle smile. She gazed at Chen Feng and spoke, good day, sir. I apologize for the intrusion. Chen Feng's expression shifted slightly as he recognized her, responding with a smile, no worries, guests are always welcome. Would you like to have your fortune told? Upon hearing the inquiry, Naruto immediately chimed in, big brother, I brought this beautiful sister along today for you to help us with some divination. Chen Feng returned a knowing nod and turned to the lady, asking, how shall I address you? Please, just call me Bai, she replied courteously. Chen Feng mused inwardly. Indeed, she is that person. It is unfortunate what Bai has endured. After confirming her identity, he pretended to scrutinize her for a moment, then furrowed his brow, remarking, this guest's fate is rather frail. You must have faced some misfortunes in your youth, correct? At this, Bai's eyes flickered with a hint of recognition, a shadow of sorrow emerging as she nodded. When I was very young, my entire family perished. As she spoke, memories of years past flooded her mind. She had been born in a small village in the land of water, a place consumed by hatred for her bloodline. Her mother was slain by the villagers due to her heritage. In the depths of grief and terror, she awakened her bloodline powers, exacting vengeance on all present. And from that moment on, she became an orphan, wandering alongside the likes of Momochi Zabuza, caught between life and death. Upon hearing this, Naruto was momentarily taken aback. Then felt a wave of empathy wash over him, realizing that this beautiful sister shared a similarly tragic past. Then, Chen Feng continued, your fate is somewhat weak, destined to encounter numerous obstacles, even peril. Naruto's heart sank at this revelation, and he anxiously pressed, big brother, do you mean that the beautiful sister will face danger? Chen Feng nodded slightly. Her energy is darkening. In the near future, she is likely to face a calamity of bloodshed. Is the calamity severe? Naruto asked, his expression fraught with urgency. Chen Feng's countenance grew somber as he replied, indeed, if not handled properly, it may very well threaten her life. How could this happen? Naruto exclaimed, filled with anxiety as he rushed to Bai's side, pleading, big brother, you are so capable. You must have a way to save the beautiful sister. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. There is indeed a solution, though it may not be within your reach. Naruto's eyes widened. What is the solution? No matter how difficult it is, I will surely help her achieve it. Upon encountering the enchanting lady for the first time, he felt an undeniable affection for her, wishing from the depths of his heart that she would encounter no misfortune. Chen Feng glanced at Bai and spoke softly. You need to find a secure place to remain undisturbed for a month, avoiding both the outside world and any form of contact with others. As long as you refrain from engaging in any unnecessary activities during this period, this calamity will resolve itself after a month. Upon hearing this, Naruto's face brightened with a smile, exclaiming, I thought it was something serious. It's so simple. Beautiful lady, why not stay at Uncle Zena's house? With Kakashi-sensei and me around, we will surely ensure your safety. However, Bai declined this suggestion, shaking his head and saying, I'm sorry, but I truly cannot do that. Why not? Your brother's divination is remarkably accurate. Naruto questioned, puzzled. Bai's face softened with a gentle smile as he replied, I have faith in your brother. However, I have pressing matters to attend to at this time. Naruto felt a surge of urgency to persuade him further, but continued, some matters must be faced. If they lead to danger, perhaps it is simply my fate. Just as Naruto was about to interject, Shinfeng interrupted, Naruto, there may be a misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? Naruto asked. Raising his gaze, Shinfeng glanced at Bai and chuckled lightly. This guest happens to be a young man, so you should refer to him as brother, not sister. Taken aback by this revelation, Naruto quickly retorted, that's impossible. This is clearly. Yet before he could finish, Bai's voice chimed in. What he says is true. With those words, Naruto froze, mechanically turning to look at Bai and asking, Sister, you really are. Bai smiled and nodded. In that instant, Naruto's expression shifted through various shades, as if he could hear the sound of his heart breaking, though it was merely a vague affection. For a young man just awakening to love, discovering that the object of his affection was, in fact, a cross-dresser was undoubtedly heart-wrenching. Observing Naruto's reaction, Shinfeng couldn't help but chuckle. Witnessing Naruto's embarrassment provided a certain amusement. Time swiftly passed, and several days flew by. One morning, Shinfeng was once again selling goods by the roadside, and while he was idly passing the time, a group of uninvited guests arrived. Looking up, he saw nearly 100 individuals approaching, each wielding sharp katana at their waists, clearly a band of warriors. It is noteworthy that in the barren land of the Land of Waves, where few ninjas reside, such a multitude of warriors represented a formidable force. Calmly observing the aggressive crowd before him, Shinfeng inquired, Gentlemen, what brings you here so early in the morning? As his words fell, a short, stout middle-aged man dressed in a suit emerged from the throng. With a brash demeanor and sunglasses obscuring his eyes, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Addressing Shinfeng, You are the one who injured my subordinates, aren't you? CHNF cast a glance at him, discerning his identity, and remarked nonchalantly, You are Kato, are you not? The middle-aged man replied, Since you are familiar with my name, you must be aware of my prowess. Having injured so many of my men, you ought to make amends. I hear you are quite wealthy. If you surrender your entire fortune, I may consider sparing your life. If you wish to rob me, do so directly. Are you unaware that villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter? You fat fool, CHNF retorted dismissively. Upon hearing this, Kato's face flushed with rage as he pointed at CHNF, exclaiming, How dare you speak to me in such a manner? You shall pay for this insolence. With that, his numerous warriors drew their weapons and charged forward with a roar. Unfazed, CHNF lazily rose to his feet, shifting the table aside to prevent further destruction. In an instant, he darted into the throng of warriors. With remarkable agility, he unleashed his mastery of Tai Chi, toppling the surrounding warriors to the ground. A cacophony of bone-crushing sounds and anguish cries filled the air. The fluidity of his movements was mesmerizing, each strike rendering several opponents incapacitated. Within a mere quarter of an hour, nearly 100 warriors lay defeated, their groans echoing throughout the street. As Kato and his band of warriors stormed into the thoroughfare, many onlookers were taken aback, hastily closing their doors to avoid trouble. Meanwhile, Kakashi and his companions received word of the commotion and hurried to the scene. However, before they could intervene, the battle had already concluded. In the span of a single tea break, nearly 100 warriors had been vanquished, writhing in agony on the ground. Witnessing such a spectacle, Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, Incredible! One person has defeated so many villains. Even Kakashi, standing nearby, was taken aback, though these were merely rogue warriors. 100 of them combined could pose a challenge even to seasoned CH-Nin. The ease with which CHNF had dispatched them was indeed impressive. At this moment, CHNF clapped his hands together, a smile gracing his face as he approached Kato. The latter was startled, his legs trembling slightly as he retreated, stammering, What do you intend to do? Did you not wish to acquire my wealth? Then come and take it. CHNF replied, advancing further. Kato, observing the encroaching figure, gritted his teeth and halted, loudly declaring, I will agree to a bounty of an additional 200,000 taels if you can eliminate this man. Just then, a cold, indifferent voice echoed, Deal. Looking up, Kato saw two figures leap gracefully from the rooftops, positioning themselves directly in front of him. The foremost figure was tall, with short black hair and an expression of icy determination. The lower half of his face and neck were wrapped in bandages, and his forehead protector bore several deep gashes. He wielded a massive beheading sword, almost as tall as himself. This was none other than the infamous rogue ninja from the Mist Village, Zabuza Momochi. Beside him stood a slender boy wearing a mask, his features concealed, the very person who had previously rescued Zabuza. Not far away, Naruto and the others were taken aback upon seeing the re-emergence of two figures. Kakashi, with a grave expression, remarked, "He truly survived." At that moment, Naruto exclaimed, "That scoundrel is part of Kato's gang. Big brother is in danger. I must assist him." Without a second thought, he charged forward. Unlike others, Naruto harbored no convoluted thoughts. He had already regarded the opponent as a friend. When a friend is in peril, one should immediately step forward, even when aware that the adversary is insurmountable. Sigh Naruto. Sakura attempted to restrain him, but it was too late. After glancing at Kakashi and hesitating for a brief moment, she resolved to follow. "This guy is truly troublesome," Sasuke muttered, shaking his head before also pursuing. Kakashi did not intervene but instead observed silently, scrutinizing the confrontation between Chinkase and Zabuza, lost in contemplation. At this juncture, Naruto had hastily arrived before Chinkase, declaring, "Big brother, I'm here to help you." Chinkase smiled upon hearing this. He was well aware that Naruto, without the aid of the Ninetales' power, was merely cannon fodder in such a level of combat, incapable of making any substantial impact. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of warmth in his heart, and should an opportunity arise in the future, he would lend a hand to Naruto. Zabuza, observing Naruto and the recently arrived Sakura and Sasuke, let out a cold laugh, saying, "Has Kakashi hidden away? How could he send you little brats to your demise?" Naruto boldly retorted, "Against you, a defeated foe, there is no need for Kakashi-sensei to intervene." Although his intellect sometimes faltered when it came to verbal sparring, few could surpass him in this world. A glint of coldness flickered in Zabuza's eyes as he turned to the young man beside him, instructing, "Eliminate these pests." Understood. The youth responded, and with a powerful leap, he soared into action. Naruto, still oblivious, charged forward, flailing his fists. The young man easily sidestepped Naruto's attack and swiftly knocked him to the ground. In the blink of an eye, he was beside Sakura. Sakura, possessing combat abilities akin to Naruto's, was also subdued within moments. Sasuke, witnessing this, felt a tightening in his chest. Taken aback by the prowess of this youth who appeared only slightly older than them. Realizing this, he hastily formed hand seals: snake, horse, monkey, pig, horse, tiger. Fire style, great fireball technique. As the seals were completed, chakra rapidly coalesced in his throat, and a scorching flame erupted forth. The flames coalesced into a fireball, hurtling towards the opponent. Seeing this, the young man quickly formed his own seals. As a chilling aura enveloped the scene, several ice spikes materialized, launching directly at the approaching fireball. The two forces clashed, continuously eroding one another until they transformed into a thick mist that dissipated. In that instant, the young man had already reached Sasuke's side, delivering a fierce whip kick. Sasuke attempted to defend himself, but was still sent flying 2 yards away. Immediately, the youth swung his hand fiercely, unleashing a barrage of sharp ice needles that pierced directly into his opponent's body. As the attack struck, Sasuke involuntarily let out a muffled groan, his body racked with excruciating pain, as if all the blood within him was on the verge of freezing, rendering him temporarily incapable of retaliation. After dispatching several foes, the youth charged towards Dust Wind, simultaneously launching another flurry of ice needles from his hand. Seeing this, Dust Wind took a step back to create distance. Then, with a flourish of his wide sleeves, he utilized the soft force of Tai Chi to deflect the concentrated assault. With a swift flick of his arm, the ice needles fell harmlessly to the ground. As the former pressed forward once more, Dust Wind did not flinch, delivering a decisive palm strike. When their fists met, the pure yang energy erupted, creating a shockwave that sent both combatants staggering backward. Regaining his footing, Dust Wind gazed at his adversary and remarked, "While one's visage can be concealed, one's fate cannot be hidden. Would you not agree, Bai?" Upon hearing this, Naruto was momentarily taken aback and quickly interjected, "Big brother, you must be mistaken. How could he possibly be?" Before he could finish, the youth hesitated briefly. Then a gentle voice emerged, "Indeed, you are quite formidable, sir." As he spoke, he raised his hand to remove the mask from his face, revealing a handsome countenance adorned with a soft smile. Witnessing this revelation, Naruto stood in stunned silence, never having imagined that the gentle and beautiful older sister was, in fact, the villain who had rescued Zabuza. Observing the surprise and sorrow in Naruto's eyes, Bai let out a quiet sigh and softly said, "I apologize, Naruto. Perhaps this is simply destiny." Upon hearing these words, Naruto did not react as one might expect. Instead, he clenched his fists and fell into silence. After a few moments, he lifted his gaze to Bai, his eyes reflecting not only sorrow but also a profound determination. He assumed a ninja stance and declared, "I refuse to believe in fate. If you insist on aiding these villains, then I shall have no choice but to defeat you." At this proclamation, Dustwind's expression shifted slightly. Although Naruto had endured considerable hardships, his resolve remained unwavering. He often appeared carefree, yet in critical moments, he consistently made the right choices. At that moment, Zabuza, growing impatient, instructed by, "Leave these brats to you. I shall take care of the other one myself." With that, he drew the large beheading sword from his back and began to advance toward Dustwind. Bai nodded, not wasting any time. He swiftly formed hand seals, and with a surge of potent chakra, he unleashed his bloodline limit. Ice release, crystal mirror. With a low incantation, an overwhelming wave of bone-chilling cold surged forth, and soon, hundreds of ice mirrors materialized out of thin air, enclosing Naruto and his companions within. Each mirror reflected Bai's figure, leaving them bewildered. As they had never encountered such an enigmatic ninjutsu, they could not discern which was the true body. Just then, Bai within the ice mirrors began to move again, rapidly shifting hand seals, water release, 1,000 killing water feathers. As the voice faded, a vast quantity of water vapor surged forth, transforming into countless sharp sunbon that rained down upon the trapped individuals like a torrential downpour. Sasuke and his companions hastily drew their kunai to defend themselves. Yet the sheer volume of relentless assaults left them bewildered, with attacks coming from every direction, rendering them unable to respond adequately. In a matter of moments, the three were left battered and bruised. Meanwhile, Zabuza launched an assault on Chikong, leaping high into the air, firmly gripping his beheading sword, and delivering a powerful downward slash. However, Chikong anticipated the strike and deftly evaded it. In an instant, debris flew as the ground was marred by a deep, menacing fissure. Before the dust could settle, Zabuza charged again, his sword slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh. Faced with such ferocious onslaughts, Chikong dared not meet them head-on, and instead relied on his agility to evade. When a horizontal slash came barreling towards him, he concentrated his inner energy and struck the sword's back with a palm, diverting its trajectory just enough to narrowly escape. Zabuza's eyes gleamed with intensity as he unleashed a merciless whip kick. Chikong raised his arms to block, yet the immense force sent him staggering back several paces. Even after utilizing Taoist techniques to dissipate a significant portion of the impact, his arms still ached, leaving clear imprints of his feet on the hard ground. Shaking off his arms, Chikong exhaled deeply, recognizing that his current strength was akin to that of a Chunin, and he was at a considerable disadvantage against such an experienced elite jonin. With this realization, he lost the desire to continue the struggle and said, "I am no match for this guy. It is best if you take over." Upon hearing this, Zabuza immediately became vigilant, scanning the surroundings but finding no hidden ambush. He then sneered, "Enough of your tricks. You need not struggle. You shall become yet another soul beneath the blade." With that, he charged forward once more. Nearby, Kakashi observed the escalating danger of the battle and began to gather his chakra to launch a surprise attack. Just as he was about to strike, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. A razor-sharp azure sword energy materialized out of thin air, darting towards Zabuza like a bolt of lightning. Sensing the impending danger, Zabuza quickly shifted his stance and retreated. Almost simultaneously, a deep sword mark appeared on the ground beneath him. Just as he steadied himself, an unusual wave of energy rippled through the air. Wherever this strange energy spread, everything was rendered in stark black and white, as if all color had drained away in an instant, reverting to a primordial state. An enigmatic resonance filled the entire space, freezing everything within a 100-foot radius. Flora, fauna, and even the swirling dust suspended in the air became a still image. Naruto and his companions found themselves similarly immobilized, while the white-haired figure, engaged in his secret technique, was also ensnared within the icy mirror, unable to continue his assault. Even the sunbon that were poised to fall were halted midair. As for Kakashi and Zabuza, two formidable jonin, they recognized the impending crisis in an instant and responded promptly. A surge of potent chakra erupted forth, repelling the encroaching black and white energy, allowing them to maintain their mobility unlike the others who had succumbed to paralysis. Nevertheless, they still felt an overwhelming pressure. They could distinctly perceive that their speed, strength, and even the flow of their chakra were significantly suppressed. In this circumstance, The power at their disposal was reduced to approximately 70% of their peak condition. Kakashi hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding to observe the situation unfold. Meanwhile, Zabuza felt a tightening in his chest and exclaimed, "Who goes there?" At that moment, a voice, ethereal and chilling, resonated. "Chisel the discord, unravel the chaos, harmonize the light, and merge with the dust. The pure and serene shall emerge." As the words faded, a refreshing aura ascended from several paces away, gradually coalescing into a graceful figure. Soon, a beautiful maiden appeared before the assembly. She stood elegantly, exuding an air of aloofness. Although she seemed youthful, her silver-white hair radiated an ethereal presence, suggesting a transcendence beyond the mundane world. Observing this figure, Zabuza's expression shifted slightly. He sensed the peculiar nature of the young woman before him, an enigma that eluded his understanding, and her attire did not resemble that of a ninja. He then coldly inquired, "Who are you?" The maiden cast a fleeting glance at him, her demeanor serene as she replied, "Taoist Heavenly Sect, Xiao Meng." "Taoist?" Zabuza furrowed his brow at her words. Despite his years of experience traveling through various nations, he had never encountered the name of the Taoist Sect. Could it be a new force? Sensing her considerable strength, he preferred to avoid further complications and stated, "The one I intend to kill is this man. It has nothing to do with you." Upon hearing this, a flicker of coldness flashed in Xiao Meng's silver eyes as she retorted icily, "Do you comprehend how to write the word death when you dare to disrespect a disciple of my Taoist sect?" Disciple? Both Zabuza and Kakashi exchanged puzzled glances at this title, having never heard of such an individual before. However, piecing together her earlier remarks, they surmised that this so-called disciple likely held a high position within the Taoist sect. Xiao Meng, uninterested in further dialogue, let the ethereal energy swirl beneath her feet, transforming into a blur that swiftly approached Zabuza. With a resonating sound of a sword song, her renowned blade, Xiao Li, was unsheathed in an instant, aimed directly at her opponent's vital points. Zabuza's expression tightened, inwardly lamenting such swift body technique. He quickly positioned his decapitating blade to intercept her strike. Yet, Xiao Meng's wrist flicked slightly, and a wisp of sword energy penetrated through his weapon, slicing his attire and leaving a gash upon his chest. Startled, Zabuza hastily swung his great sword, forcing her to retreat. Xiao Meng once again employed her agile techniques to pursue, while Xiao Li's moves continuously shifted, with streaks of sword light flashing through the air, sharp and fierce, possessing the might to sever gold and break stone. Zai Bujan wielded his decapitating blade, persistently fending off the assaults of the sword energy. The two figures intertwined, and after a few breaths, several crimson wounds appeared anew upon his body. Observing the intense battle, Chinfeng watched with utmost seriousness. In his perspective, Xiao Meng and Zai Bujan were likely of comparable strength. However, the differences in their cultivation systems resulted in varying focuses. For instance, both chakra and ninjutsu exhibited significant explosive power, enabling them to unleash formidable destructive capabilities in an instant. In contrast, Taoist techniques were more enduring and profound, allowing for greater mastery and control over details. When the disparity in strength was minimal, the crucial factor became who could seize the initiative, a principle Zai Bujan evidently understood. After a brief exchange, he swiftly formed a single-handed seal, ninjutsu, hidden mist technique. With a surge of chakra energy, thick white mist rapidly spread, enveloping a vast area of dozens of feet. As far as the eye could see, everything was shrouded in a blanket of white. This was his signature skill, utilizing mist to obscure visibility, thereby achieving the effect of stealthy assassination. Observing the surrounding changes, Xiao Meng scoffed and remarked, "Such underhanded tactics, to employ illusions within a realm where the heavens lose their color, is truly laughable." As her words fell, she stepped forward lightly, and a pattern of the yin-yang fish rippled to life. Simultaneously, the power of the world losing its color intensified once more. The swirling, dense white mist appeared to be momentarily frozen, and the atmosphere fell silent. Xiao Meng then ceased all movement, her sword radiating a brilliant light as pure internal energy continuously flowed into it. After several breaths, a glint of cold light flashed in her silver eyes, followed by a swift turn as she slashed fiercely with her sword. Accompanied by the sound of the air being sliced, a powerful wave of sword energy swept through, instantly dispersing the surrounding mist. It then aimed directly at Zai Bujan, who was preparing to launch a surprise attack. Zai Bujan was taken aback, astonished that his unique ninjutsu was so effortlessly countered. Sensing the terrifying aura of the sword energy, he hesitated not a moment. Gripping his decapitating blade tightly and delivering a full-force strike, a surge of kinetic energy erupted, causing him to feel the overwhelming sword intent pierce through his body, forcing him to retreat, leaving deep gouges in the ground beneath him. With a single strike, he was repelled, and Xiao Meng's internal energy surged mightily, manifesting as azure light that coalesced into arcane symbols, aligning neatly before her. These symbols gradually converged, transforming into points of light, which coalesced into a yellow yin-yang diagram formed of pure energy. As her immense internal power surged, her sword naturally floated before her, emanating a mysterious glow, the blade softly humming as the surrounding air vibrated with a unique frequency. The sound of divine music filled the air. As the voice faded, a wondrous rhythm began to ripple through the air, filling the entire space with an unprecedented tranquility and serenity. Shortly thereafter, a faint sound emerged from the void, seemingly close yet distant as if echoing from afar. Although barely audible, it possessed a profound power capable of penetrating the human heart, as if it could dissolve all conflicts in the world. Witnessing this scene, Chen Feng could not help but be moved. As the saying goes, great music is often silent, and great forms are formless. He sensed that the technique employed by Xiao Meng was a remarkably powerful Taoist secret art. However, due to insufficient mastery, its true potency was challenging to unleash. Had her strength been greater, she could have evoked a resonance with the heavens and the earth. With a flick of her finger, the weapon brimming with formidable energy shot forth at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, radiating brilliant light as it surged towards her opponent. Zai Buzhan, unable to remain passive, invoked his own ultimate technique. He released his decapitating blade and immediately formed hand seals, invoking the water release, water dragon bullet technique. With the explosive emergence of dense chakra, torrents of water surged forth, morphing into a dragon shape that dove headlong, colliding with the preceding sword energy. A tumultuous wave of air erupted, as the two forces incessantly eroded and wore each other down, unleashing terrifying energy in all directions. As the Taoist rhythm reverberated, it directly shattered the water dragon, transforming it into a mist that blanketed the sky. Simultaneously, Xiao Meng brandished the Qiu Li sword, her figure darting like a flash of lightning. And in the blink of an eye, she appeared before Zai Buzhan, thrusting her sword. At this moment, Zai Buzhan had no time to change his tactics. In a desperate situation, he resorted to grasping the razor-sharp blade with his bare hands. Yet, how could flesh and blood withstand such a keen edge? In an instant, his hands were drenched in blood as the sword tip mercilessly pierced his chest, inflicting severe damage with the onslaught of sword energy. He could not suppress a groan. His chest stained crimson. Zai Buzhan gritted his teeth and, with all his might, unleashed a punch that forced Xiao Meng back. He then swiftly drew his decapitating blade, executing the water clone technique, and charged in another direction. However, before he could escape the street, a blinding flash of lightning struck, dispersing the clone, and his true self was also repelled. Looking up, he beheld a white-haired youth clad in a green vest blocking his path. It was Kakashi, concealed in the shadows. He had been nearby, waiting to observe Xiao Meng's approach and to intervene at a crucial moment to eliminate Zai Buzhan completely. Gazing at the youth obstructing his way, Zai Buzhan's expression darkened as he spoke. "Kakashi, you have finally shown yourself." Kakashi calmly regarded him and replied, "You cannot escape today, surrender." Sensing Xiao Meng's presence behind him and glancing at Kakashi, Zai Buzhan's countenance grew grim. Now sandwiched between two formidable opponents, even in his prime, it would have been difficult to find an opportunity to flee, let alone in his current severely injured state. However, he was indeed a person of stubborn character, unwilling to bend the knee and beg for mercy, even in dire straits. Clenching the weapon in his grasp, he coldly remarked, "Surely, you do not intend to offer me a chance to start anew? How laughable. I require no one's pity. The conflict between ninjas is one of life and death." Upon hearing these words, Kakashi's expression shifted slightly. He then raised his hand to adjust his tilted forehead protector, revealing his concealed left eye. As he opened his gaze, 3 crimson tomo emerged within his pupil. This was the unique bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan. Zabuza, upon witnessing this, tightened his grip on his weapon and declared, "The Sharingan, is it? Very well. Allow me to witness your most formidable technique." Kakashi replied with an air of indifference, "As you wish." At that moment, a powerful surge of chakra erupted, coalescing in his right hand, transforming into a dazzling silver lightning. Thus it was Death alone was the destiny of a ninja. Zabuza's eyes ignited with fierce battle intent, and he charged forward, wielding his executioner's blade in a horizontal slash toward Kakashi's position. Meanwhile, Kakashi had already prepared himself, slightly bending his body to maintain a forward-leaning stance, his left hand gripping his right wrist to control the fierce flow of chakra. As Zabuza lunged with his weapon, Kakashi propelled himself forward with explosive force, his entire body shooting forth like a sharp arrow. The air resonated with the sound of countless birds taking flight, and in an instant, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene. This was his singular self-created technique. The lightning release, lightning cutter. In a heartbeat, their figures intersected mid-air, and with a spray of crimson blood, they swiftly descended to the ground. Kakashi bore a wound on his arm, neither deep nor shallow, evidently inflicted by Zabuza's executioner-esque blade, from which blood flowed in rivulets. Conversely, Zabuza was in a far more dire state. His complexion was pale, his chest charred from the lightning that had pierced through, leaving him gravely injured. Already severely wounded, he now suffered further harm and could no longer endure. A mouthful of blood spewed forth as he collapsed heavily to the ground, his breath growing ever weaker, and his vitality waning. Upon witnessing the battle's conclusion, Akatsuki's leader showed no desire to continue the fray. With a mere wave of his hand, the autumn leaves dissipated, restoring the world to its original hues and releasing Sasuke and the others from their immobilization. The water mirror technique shattered, and the figure of white dashed forward to Zabuza's side, urgently calling out, "Zabuza-sama! Zabuza-sama!" His eyes brimmed with anxiety and fear. To him, Zabuza had become the singular essence of his existence. Should Zabuza perish, everything would lose its meaning. Sensing the fading life force, White was engulfed in terror. Yet no matter how fervently he tried, he could not halt the inevitable decline of his companion's life. Observing Zabuza's feeble state, White's body trembled, his eyes reddening, as tears streamed down his cheeks. Since the passing of his parents, he had not shed a single tear, yet now, tears uncontrollably fell to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Naruto felt a pang of sorrow in his heart and wished to offer comfort, though he was at a loss for words. Chiffon shook his head and exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Meng. Understanding the unspoken message, Xiao Meng elegantly stepped forward, casting a glance at the severely weakened Momochi Zabuza. Then extended her palm. The Taoist technique of Changchun slowly commenced, and wisps of verdant energy emanated from her palm, gradually enveloping and seeping into Zabuza's battle-scarred body. The Taoist arts were profound and enduring, possessing formidable healing properties. As the energy worked its magic, the wounds on Zabuza's chest visibly began to ease. A faint, almost imperceptible breath gradually stabilized, and the fading vitality seemed to awaken slightly. Observing this, everyone present was taken aback. Some were puzzled by Qinfeng's decision to save an enemy, while others marveled at Xiao Meng's remarkable abilities. Bai's eyes widened with an indescribable joy and excitement, leading him to kneel on the ground, bowing respectfully to Qinfeng and Xiao Meng. Expressing profound gratitude, "Thank you both for saving his life." Xiao Meng withdrew her energy, her tone cool and clear. "His injuries are too severe. I cannot restore him to full health. For now, he merely clings to life, and whether he survives further depends on fate. Even if he regains a semblance of life, the damage to his organs means he will undoubtedly be incapacitated for life." Upon hearing this, a shadow of concern crossed Bai's face. Nonetheless, he remained deeply grateful. Even if Zabuza was rendered a shell of his former self, the mere prospect of him remaining by Bai's side was more than enough. After bowing once more, Bai gently lifted Zabuza and silently departed from the scene. Kakashi made no attempt to stop them. As previously stated, even if Zabuza survived, he would be no threat, and there was no need for total annihilation. Watching the two leave, Naruto felt a tinge of melancholy arise within him, but as the eternal optimist, he quickly adjusted his demeanor. He jumped to Kakashi's side, curiosity etched on his face as he inquired, "Sensei, what ninjutsu did you use earlier? It looked incredibly powerful." At his words, Sasuke and Sakura turned their attention as well, clearly intrigued. Kakashi revealed no secrets, responding, "That was a jutsu of my own creation, known as Raikiri." "Is that the legendary A-rank ninjutsu? Raikiri? How cool." The group felt a surge of admiration, yearning for the day they could wield such power themselves. At that moment, Kakashi glanced at the aloof Xiao Meng and remarked, "It was also thanks to this Taoist practitioner who severely injured Momochi Zabuza. Otherwise, even with Raikiri, I may not have been able to defeat him." Hearing this, Naruto and the others looked over, their eyes filled with curiosity. They would naturally not forget the fierce battle that had just transpired. Nor would they overlook the astonishing spectacle that accompanied the execution of the technique known as heaven and earth losing color. The mere recollection of that moment stirred something within them, as they had never encountered a ninjutsu capable of such extraordinary control, enveloping an area of over 100 paces. One could only imagine the scene that would unfold on the battlefield if such a maneuver were employed. Although elite jonin can rely on their formidable strength to resist the immobilization effect, the majority of combatants in large-scale warfare are typically the ordinary chunin and genin. In the heat of close combat, even a fleeting moment of hesitation could alter the tide of battle. Thus, this peculiar skill could undoubtedly be classified as a strategic asset. Reflecting on this, Kakashi's expression turned grave as he contemplated the implications. At that moment, Qinfeng addressed his companion, Xiao Meng, stating that after the skirmish, they were feeling somewhat fatigued and suggested they return. As they prepared to depart, Kakashi's demeanor shifted, prompting him to hastily pursue them. The two individuals from the Taoist sect were not only adept in divination but also possessed remarkable prowess, capable of wielding techniques that could alter the very essence of the world. From a strategic perspective, their contributions were likely on par with that of a Kaga-level powerhouse. Although Konoha remained the foremost among the 5 great shinobi villages, the departure of the legendary Sannin had left the village's strength diminished. Relying heavily on its aging Hokage for stature, it was indeed a time when the village required formidable allies. Thus, encountering these two was an opportunity that could not be allowed to slip away. With that in mind, he inquired, with the recent events surrounding Zabuza's demise, "What are your plans moving forward?" Qinfeng casually replied, "My elders have advised me to experience the world, so I have no immediate intentions beyond that. I shall follow my heart." Kakashi nodded slightly, and then turned his gaze to Xiao Meng, seeking clarification. "I am bound by my master's command to protect the Taoist." Xiao Meng replied succinctly, "Is Daozi a title within the Taoist hierarchy?" Kakashi probed, evidently intrigued by the matter. Xiao Meng elucidated, "Since the founding of our sect by the Tao ancestor, over thousands of years, the Taoist tradition has evolved into numerous schools. Each sect possesses formidable strength and unique practices, yet due to differing philosophies, they often clash. The Daozi is the successor of our sect, recognized unanimously by our esteemed elders as the future leader of the Tao. Only he can unify these various factions and elevate the Taoist tradition to a higher plane." Upon hearing this, Kakashi was taken aback, gleaning 2 significant insights from her words. First, the influence of the Taoist sect appeared to be immensely vast and steeped in history. It was worth noting that even the 5 great shinobi villages had only been established for a few decades to reach such a scale. What might the strength of a power that had persisted for millennia be? Furthermore, Qinfeng's standing was evidently higher than he had initially presumed. According to Xiao Meng, even a single faction within the Taoist tradition was a considerable force, and yet the future Qinfeng was destined to lead the entirety of the Taoist sect. Such heights, I fear, may rival those of the legendary ninja deity of yore. As this thought crossed his mind, Kakashi felt a surge of fervor within. The Hidden Leaf village now stood at a pivotal juncture, beset by numerous external pressures. Should they secure the assistance of this enigmatic Taoist, or even forge an alliance? It would undoubtedly provide them with a formidable ally. Contemplating this, Kakashi spoke, "Mr. Qinfeng, since your esteemed elder has sent you forth for training, it is surely to broaden your horizons and hone your skills. The land of waves is rather remote, often devoid of even the presence of ninjas, and must indeed be quite dull. In my view, it would be far more beneficial to depart from here and explore other realms." Upon hearing this, Qinfeng nodded in agreement. "Your words hold merit. Might I inquire what suggestions you have, Mr. Kakashi?" Kakashi, uncharacteristically smiling, replied, "The Kato group has been dealt with, and our mission is effectively complete. In a couple of days, we shall return to the Land of Fire. If you two have yet to decide on your next destination, why not accompany me to the Hidden Leaf village?" At this, Qinfeng's eyes glimmered momentarily, and he feigned ignorance. "Is that the Hidden Leaf among the 5 great ninja villages?" Kakashi affirmed, "Indeed, the Hidden Leaf is the most formidable of the current ninja villages, a stark contrast to this modest land of waves. I assure you, there you shall encounter an entirely new experience. Yet, would it not be inappropriate for 2 outsiders to intrude?" Qinfeng hesitated to express. Kakashi reassured him, "Not at all. The villagers of the Hidden Leaf are kind-hearted and unpretentious, and the Hokage is exceptionally hospitable. I am certain you would receive a warm welcome." At this juncture, Naruto eagerly chimed in, "Yes, the village elder is a wonderful person, and he has never lost his temper with me. Chen Feng chuckled at this and nodded. Very well. If it is no trouble, I would be inclined to visit. I'm quite curious about the renowned Hidden Leaf Village. In truth, even without an invitation, he would have sought an opportunity to go, for he needed substantial renown to unlock further abilities. Remaining in such a desolate place would likely hinder his ascent to true strength. Kakashi's initiative provided a timely opportunity, thus proving advantageous for both parties. Seeing Chen Feng's acceptance, Kakashi felt a flicker of joy within and stated, "Then it is settled. Let us rest for a while before we make our way back to the village." "Indeed," responded Sasuke and the others in unison. 2 days later, the group departed from the Land of Waves, journeying towards the Hidden Leaf Village, and after several days, they entered the territory of the Land of Fire. That night, the group took a temporary respite in a wooded area. Kakashi reclined upon a tree branch, perusing a rather risque book, while the 3 younger ones gathered around a campfire. Naruto animatedly recounted awkward jokes to a nearby girl, while Sakura's gaze remained fixed upon Sasuke. As for Sasuke, he maintained his customary aloof demeanor, his expression inscrutable as he observed Chen Feng and the other individual meditating nearby. Reflecting on the battle from a few days prior, he finally inquired, "Master Xiao Meng, are you considered quite powerful within the Taoist tradition?" Upon hearing the inquiry, Xiao Meng slowly opened her eyes and replied with a hint of indifference, "Among my peers, few can surpass me. However, the Taoist Sect possesses a profound foundation, enriched by many venerable predecessors whose cultivation is unparalleled and beyond the reach of ordinary individuals." Sasuke nodded thoughtfully, observing the 2 individuals meditating in silence, and remarked, "Your method of cultivation seems quite distinct from ours." At this moment, Chen Feng responded, "What the Taoists cultivate is true qi, which differs significantly from the chakra within a ninja's body." Upon hearing this, Sasuke's expression shifted, pondering inwardly. "I wonder which is stronger, this so-called true qi or chakra." After some contemplation, he turned his gaze towards Chen Feng and approached, stating, "Taoist Chun, I would like to spar with you." To this, Chen Feng smiled gently and replied, "With your current strength, you are likely not my match." Sasuke countered, "I merely wish to understand the differences between Taoist techniques and ninjutsu, and to gauge the gap between myself and the finest inheritor of the Taoist tradition." Chen Feng, not one to refuse such a request, nodded lightly and said, "Since you have this desire, let us engage in a friendly exchange." As he spoke, he gradually stood up. "Spar?" Sakura and her companions were momentarily taken aback, soon becoming intrigued, especially Naruto, who appeared visibly excited, eager to stretch his limbs as well. Even Kakashi, lounging against a tree, set aside his book, turning his gaze with a hint of curiosity. At this juncture, Chen Feng and Sasuke had arrived at a spacious clearing, distancing themselves from one another while locking eyes. The former smiled slightly, placing one hand behind him and extending his left hand, evidently in a gesture of humility. Observing this, Sasuke's eyes flickered, and without further ado, he launched his attack, his foot striking the ground with force as he propelled himself forward, delivering a decisive punch. Chen Feng remained unfazed, effortlessly blocking Sasuke's fist with his hand. Undeterred by this initial setback, Sasuke swiftly bent his right knee and unleashed a powerful kick, his movements sharp and decisive, devoid of hesitation. In response to this close-range assault, Chen Feng made minimal effort, simply using one arm to stabilize his defense. In an instant, Sasuke shifted to Chen Feng's right side, renewing his offensive. Following another swift kick that was deflected, he quickly twisted his body, executing a somersault, and aimed a kick towards Chen Feng's head. Chen Feng, however, swiftly reached out with his right hand, seizing Sasuke's ankle and, with a surge of strength, flung him aside. The relentless series of high-intensity attacks caused Sasuke's chest to rise and fall rapidly, his expression grave as he mused inwardly, such formidable martial arts. He understood that mere punches and kicks would not suffice to breach Chen Feng's defenses. Consequently, he retrieved a handful of shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and swiftly hurled them towards Chen Feng. Immediately thereafter, he formed hand seals with remarkable speed. Snake, horse, monkey, pig. Horse, tiger. Fire release, great fireball technique. In an instant, dense chakra coalesced in his throat, swelling his cheeks as a torrent of searing flames erupted from his mouth. In an instant, the blazing flames transformed into a colossal fireball, hurtling towards the opponent. With a swift motion, Chen Feng evaded the shurikens. And as he beheld the fire release ninjutsu before him, a serene smile graced his lips. He then raised both hands, tracing a dual fish trajectory in front of him. In that moment, an ethereal yin-yang taiji diagram materialized. As the fireball made contact with the spectral representation of the taiji, an invisible wave rippled outward, instantly diminishing the former's formidable power. Chanfeng gently waved his palm before him, and the formless ripples intertwined in layers, suppressing the violent energy of the fireball, which visibly shrank at an astonishing rate. Feeling the searing heat of the fireball, Chanfeng employed the soft power of taiji for counter-control, directly blocking its impact with his palm. Following this, he stepped back, executing a graceful movement that drew the fireball in, which had now diminished to the size of a basketball, swirling around his waist with the flow of his energy. Suddenly, Chanfeng thrust his hand forward, launching the fireball back towards Sasuke's position at an accelerated speed. Witnessing this, Sasuke was taken aback, astonished that his opponent not only caught the great fireball technique with ease, but also returned it with greater ferocity. Lacking such prowess himself, he swiftly bent backward to narrowly avoid the incoming strike, feeling the scorching flames pass perilously close. With a fierce whoosh, the terrifying fireball soared past his face, crashing into the trees behind him. A resounding explosion echoed as the thick trunk splintered, reduced to splinters, while a tree over 10 meters tall was cleaved in two. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Even Sasuke swallowed hard, acutely aware that his own great fireball lacked such devastating power, while the fireball returned by Chanfeng had shrunk significantly. Its explosive force was even more pronounced, nearing the level of a high-grade ninjutsu in terms of destructive capability. Kakashi, equally astonished, noted the underlying principles at play. Being a seasoned genin, he discerned that although the great fireball had diminished in size after passing through Chanfeng's hands, it was, in fact, a compression of energy, which accounted for the remarkable power it unleashed upon release. It was evident that the method of cultivation from the Taoist arts possessed extraordinary attributes. Recognizing the futility of continuing their bout, especially after having one's signature move countered, Kakashi descended from the tree and remarked, "We must continue our journey tomorrow. Let us all retire early." Chanfeng nodded and returned to his original position, resuming his meditation. For him, this skirmish was merely a warm-up, hardly worthy of concern. Meanwhile, after casting a glance at the charred tree, Sasuke clenched his fists, a glint of urgency in his eyes, and sought a place to train. As the night passed, the group continued their journey, and after several days, they finally arrived at their destination, the village hidden in the leaves of the Fire Country. Upon traversing a dense thicket, they caught their first glimpse of the outline of Konoha, simultaneously entering a security zone. Dustwind surveyed the surroundings and noticed at least 3 distinct groups, likely the patrols stationed around the village. Had it not been for Kakashi's guidance, they might have encountered considerable difficulties. Moments later, they stood before the grand entrance of the village, where a tall and sturdy circular wall enveloped the entire settlement, with vigilant ninjas stationed at intervals. Kakashi greeted the guards as he led the group into the village. Entering through the west gate, they were met with another layer of tight security. On the left lay the gathering point for the Chunin forces, while the right housed repositories for documents and materials. Passing by the quiet Uchiha district, they soon stepped onto the bustling streets of Konoha. Dustwind, accompanying Kakashi and the others, looked around with keen interest. The place was much like he had envisioned, not overly prosperous, yet lively enough. The streets thrummed with activity, lined with various shops catering to all needs, including a few adult establishments. Upon their return to the village, the spirits of the trio visibly lifted. Naruto, with his hands clasped behind his head, squinted at the familiar surroundings, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he noticed some unfamiliar faces on the street. He inquired, "Kakashi-sensei, why are there so many strangers in the village today? Is something happening?" Kakashi raised an eyebrow, seemingly recalling something, and replied, "Those are individuals from other ninja villages. They must be here for the Chunin exams." "The Chunin exams?" The 3 reacted with evident curiosity. "Yes, in a few days the exams will commence. If you pass, you can be promoted to Chunin. Did I not mention this before?" Kakashi responded somewhat lazily. "Of course not, sensei. How could you wait until now to tell us something so significant?" Naruto exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Kakashi shrugged. "It's not too late to find out now. Can we participate in this exam?" Sakura asked with eager anticipation. Kakashi nodded. "Yes, I've already signed you up." Naruto clenched his fists in exhilaration, exclaiming, "This is amazing. We're about to become Chunin." Observing Naruto's exuberance, Kakashi cautioned, "Don't celebrate too soon. The exams are quite challenging, and each year, many genin lose their lives. You must consider carefully, Anyone who wishes to withdraw their application may do so. No worries. With me around, we'll definitely succeed. Naruto declared with an air of misplaced confidence. He then turned to Sakura, assuring her, "Don't be afraid. I will protect you." Sakura rolled her eyes at him before directing her gaze towards Sasuke, softly asking, "Sasuke-kun, will you participate?" Sasuke, with a cold expression, remarked, "Of course. If one cannot even pass the mere CHNIN exam, how can one hope to defeat that man?" As he spoke, he unconsciously tightened his fists. He vividly recalled that the man in question had become a CHNIN at the tender age of 7 and had already held a significant position in the Umbu by the time he was of Sasuke's age. Sakura nodded in agreement, saying, "If that's the case, then I shall join as well. How wonderful it is that we can ascend to CHNIN together." Naruto, beaming with enthusiasm, chimed in and then turned to Kakashi, who was walking ahead, curiously inquiring, "Sensei, when did you become a CHNIN? Was it also at 12? Upon hearing the question, Kakashi pondered briefly before responding, "I believe it was at 6. I was promoted to J-nin when I turned 12. At this revelation, Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed, "As expected of you, sensei. That's truly impressive." Sasuke, too, was taken aback. He had thought his brother was remarkable. Yet the seemingly casual teacher proved to be even more of a prodigy. Becoming a J-nin at 12 years old was likely unprecedented. Beside them, Shinfin's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. It was undeniable that Kakashi had been a genuine genius in his youth, but after the Third Great Ninja War, that extraordinary talent seemed to have vanished into thin air. Years passed, and he remained merely a J-nin, while Uchiha Itachi, another prodigy from Konoha, had ascended to the ranks of a formidable leader. However, this was understandable, after all. He had witnessed the death of White Fang and had personally taken the life of Rin, who had always cherished him. Such experiences were unbearable for anyone to endure. Moreover, having witnessed the demise of his close friends Obito and Minato, it was only natural for him to be emotionally shattered. Family, companions, and mentors, those he held dear, had all departed one by one, leading to a despondency that gradually consumed him. Thus, it was no wonder he appeared listless day in and day out, resorting to trivial distractions to fill the void within. What a pity. With this thought, Chiffon gently shook his head. At that moment, Kakashi addressed his 3 students, saying, "You should return and rest for now. I must first report to Lord Hokage regarding this mission." The trio naturally had no objections, responding in unison before departing. Kakashi then turned to Shinfeng and his companion, suggesting, "Why not accompany me to meet Lord Hokage?" Shinfeng nodded. "As it is my first visit to this esteemed land, I shall pay my respects." As they spoke, the 3 continued onward, and shortly thereafter, the imposing Hokage office building came into view. Upon reaching the entrance, they informed the guards of their arrival and subsequently entered the building. Under Kakashi's guidance, they navigated several corridors until they arrived at the Hokage's exclusive office. Knock, knock, knock. Kakashi raised his hand to rap on the door, announcing, "Lord Hokage, I have arrived." Almost immediately, an aged voice resonated from within, "Come in." With that, Kakashi pushed the door open, followed closely by Shinfeng and his companion. Upon entering, they beheld a figure seated at the desk. This individual was lean, with hair and beard as white as snow, and his face was etched with the marks of time. Draped in the iconic white Hokage robes and adorned with a straw hat, he held a pipe delicately between his lips. The wisps of smoke danced through the air, the acrid scent slightly stinging the nostrils. Xiao Meng furrowed her brow, then gently swept the dust from the handle of her Chioli sword, instantly dissipating the pervasive odor. The elder before her was none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage. Upon noticing his visitor, he offered a slight smile, setting down his pipe, and remarked, "Kakashi has arrived." He then took a moment to appraise Shinfeng and his companion, his expression softening as he continued, "I presume these 2 are guests from the Taoist Sect?" Kakashi nodded and introduced, "This is Taoist Shinfeng, an expert in divination. The other is Master Xiao Meng. Though young, her prowess rivals that of elite J-nin." Hearing this, Sarutobi nodded thoughtfully. "I am Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage of Konoha. Welcome to our village. If you have any needs, please do not hesitate to express them." Chiffon offered a slight bow. "Thank you, esteemed Sarutobi." Sarutobi added, "I must apologize, as I will be preoccupied with the CHNIN exams in the coming days. If my hospitality falls short, I hope you will forgive me." Shinfeng replied, "There is no need for such modesty, esteemed elder. However, The CHNIN exam seemed quite intriguing. Might I observe? Saratobi nodded gently. Of course, it would be my pleasure. Should you wish, I can arrange for you to participate in the assessments as well. Upon hearing this, Chenfeng's expression shifted slightly, and he smiled. Since you extend such an invitation, I would be honored to join and spar with the talented youths from various villages. Saratobi chuckled and nodded. Very well. I shall inform the necessary parties to add another slot, and you will be notified in due course. That would be much appreciated, Chenfeng replied politely. Turning to Kakashi, Saratobi instructed, please escort our guests to their quarters. The Saratobi clan's residence has several vacant rooms. Arrange accommodations there. Understood, Kakashi affirmed, leading Chenfeng and Xiao Meng away from the office. As they departed, Saratobi resumed his pipe, mumbling to himself, Taoist. Once outside the Hokage's office, the trio followed Saratobi's suggestion and sought out a residence within the compound, establishing a temporary haven. Kakashi stated, you may stay here for the time being. Other necessities will be delivered shortly. Chenfeng nodded, thank you. Kakashi continued, I have matters to attend to. If there are no further inquiries, I shall take my leave. I will discuss the CHNIN exams in detail with you in a few days. Please do, Chenfeng replied casually. Kakashi inclined his head, exchanged a brief farewell, and exited the courtyard. Once alone, Chenfeng and Xiao Meng entered the house, casually surveying their surroundings before selecting separate bedrooms. At that moment, Xiao Meng's gaze sharpened as she spoke. There are eyes upon us, and not just one. It appears to be Konoha's Umbu. It would be odd for two unfamiliar outsiders to arrive without being monitored. As long as they do not provoke us, we need not concern ourselves with them. Chenfeng responded calmly, indeed. Xiao Meng nodded lightly, her expression indifferent as she remarked, do as you wish. I shall cultivate in the side chamber. Should any unforeseen events arise, simply call out loudly. As her words faded, a wave of ethereal energy enveloped her, and her figure vanished from sight. Chenfeng chuckled softly, finding her demeanor rather aloof. Although Xiao Meng was the chosen protector, it did not imply that she was merely a puppet to follow commands. Quite the opposite. Xiao Meng possessed a wealth of thoughts and individuality. She was a living being, experiencing joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness in abundance. However, in most instances, these emotions remained concealed beneath her cool facade. Yet, while emotions may be masked, the heart remains true. As the host of the system, Chenfeng understood her circumstances with utmost clarity. With a thought, a blue panel materialized in his mind, displaying various information about her. Name, Xiao Meng Summoner. Chenfeng cultivation level, innate eightfold techniques, harmonizing light and dust, minor achievement. 10,000 rivers and autumn waters, major achievement. Heart like still water, major achievement. Skills, colors of heaven and earth, minor achievement. Ninefold heavenly music, fifth realm, loyalty value. 65. As he scrutinized this information, Chenfeng silently contemplated. The innate realm indicated on the panel corresponded to the elite ninja rank within this world. The array of esoteric techniques she mastered was also evident. However, the loyalty value was particularly intriguing. This metric indicated Xiao Meng's fidelity towards him. He recalled that upon summoning her, the number was 60, and now it had risen to 65, marking a notable progression. Should the loyalty value reach 80, he would randomly gain access to one of her unique techniques. If it were to hit 100, it would signify absolute affection and trust. Even if he were to present her with 18 different forms, she would not resist. However, given Xiao Meng's cold nature, achieving this goal would likely prove challenging. 2 days swiftly passed, and Kakashi arrived as anticipated, briefly outlining the general process of the upcoming examination. The Chunin exams were divided into 3 stages. The first round was a written test, primarily assessing the fundamental knowledge a ninja must possess. As Chenfeng was a Taoist, he was exempt from this stage. The second round would unfold within the Forest of Death, where only those who completed designated tasks would successfully advance. These ordinary tasks were inevitably fraught with peril, and historically, this segment had the highest casualty rate among all assessments. Following 2 rounds of selection, the remaining participants would predominantly be elite genin. The final stage would involve fair one-on-one battles to select the most outstanding candidates, who would then earn the title of Chunin. Chenfeng was well aware of these circumstances, even possessing detailed knowledge of the specific assessment contents, yet he listened attentively to Kakashi's explanation. Another 2 days later, the first round of the Chunin exams concluded, resulting in the elimination of half the participants. Originally over 150 contestants, fewer than 80 remained, with Konoha's participants outnumbering the rest. In the early morning, Kakashi once again arrived, accompanied by the 3 members of Team 7, who, blessed by the halo of protagonists, had effortlessly passed the first round. Upon meeting, Naruto, with a proud expression, exclaimed, "Brother Chun, we've all passed the first round of the exam." Shinfeng nodded and smiled, replying, "Congratulations." Naruto squinted his eyes in a grin and then inquired, "I heard from the teacher that you're also participating in the Chunin exam, right?" Shinfeng replied, "I'm merely observing. Whether I pass is left to fate." At that moment, Kakashi produced a scroll and handed it to him, saying, "This is for the second round of the exam. I'll give it to you now." "Hey, why does Brother Chin get to have it first?" Naruto pouted slightly in complaint. Kakashi glanced at him and cryptically remarked, "If I truly gave it to you, I fear you'd only end up in tears later." "What do you mean by that?" Naruto frowned, feeling perplexed. Kakashi chose not to elaborate, glancing at the sun and stating, "It's getting late. Let us hurry along." Shinfeng had no objections and agreed to leave together. At that moment, as a refreshing aura rose, the figure of Xiao Meng emerged, declaring, "I am the guardian of the Tao, and I must accompany you." Hearing this, Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, displaying a look of dilemma. Principally, allowing Shinfeng to join the examination was already an exception, permitting Xiao Meng, who could rival elite Jonin, to participate as well would complicate matters for the other candidates. However, with special instructions from the third Hokage, he found it difficult to refuse outright. Noticing Kakashi's hesitation, Shinfeng suggested, "How about this? Let Xiao Meng follow us in secret. As long as she doesn't intervene easily, it shouldn't violate the rules, right?" Kakashi pondered briefly and ultimately nodded in agreement. The group then proceeded under his guidance to the next examination site, the Forest of Death. After a brief incense's time, they arrived within the ominous woods, where the second phase of the examination would take place. In the expansive outer area, dozens of individuals had gathered, primarily candidates from various ninja villages, with half being students from Konoha. A young woman clad in a ninja outfit stood before the crowd, wearing a smile and holding a skewer of sweet dumplings. She was the chief examiner for this round, the special jonin from Konoha, Mitarashi Anko. After surveying the surroundings, she approached Kakashi with a beaming smile, teasing, "You're as unpunctual as ever. I trust you didn't get caught in traffic on your journey through life again?" Taking her jest in stride, Kakashi pointed to his companions and said, "They are here to participate in the exam as well. Please make the necessary arrangements." Upon hearing this, Anko's gaze swept over Naruto and his friends, ultimately resting on Shinfeng. She spoke, "I presume this gentleman is the esteemed guest from the Tao? The Hokage has specifically mentioned you." As her words fell, the surrounding crowd turned their attention to Shinfeng. Their curiosity piqued about the extraordinary individual who had garnered the Hokage's exception to directly enter the second round of the examination. As everyone gathered, Hondo began to elucidate the rules of the second round of the examination. In this round, all candidates would be divided into groups of 3, with each group receiving a scroll. The scrolls were categorized into 2 types, heaven and earth. Only by collecting both distinct scrolls and successfully delivering them to the designated location within 5 days could one secure victory and advance to the next round. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of many candidates darkened, as it was evident that this round was designed for them to engage in fierce competition, battling to seize the scrolls of other teams. However, due to the limited number of scrolls, even in the absence of unforeseen circumstances, each team could obtain only their requisite share, allowing at most half of the participants to progress. In the midst of such intense confrontations, casualties were undoubtedly inevitable, for there were no restrictions against killing in this round. At this moment, a sense of tension enveloped the majority, as they all recognized the perilous nature of the second round. Yet, amidst this environment, a few individuals remained exceptions. Among the Sand Ninja team, a red-haired youth burdened with a massive gourd bore a cold gaze, his face betraying an air of indifference. To him, death was but a commonplace occurrence. Without the embellishment of bloodshed, would this assessment not be exceedingly dull? Meanwhile, within an inconspicuous ninja team, a pallid, effeminate man clad in a conical hat slightly lowered his eyes, a chilling glint flickering in his pupils. He cast a fleeting glance toward Sasuke's position, his long tongue licking his lips, revealing an inexplicable excitement. At this juncture, Hondo turned to Chinkase and remarked, "Your situation is rather unique. And since the number of other teams is just right, it appears you will be placed in a group of your own." Upon hearing this, Naruto slightly smirked and interjected, "That's quite unfair to Chinkase, isn't it?" Hondo chuckled lightly, Indeed, it is somewhat inappropriate. Which is why I have arranged a small benefit for this friend from the Taoist faction. A benefit? Naruto's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Hongdo then addressed Chenkei's. Kakashi should have already provided you with the scroll in advance, correct? Chenkei's nodded and subsequently produced a conspicuously red scroll. Hongdo continued. This is the only universal scroll in this test. It can substitute for any scroll. Simply put, as long as you acquire any scroll during the forthcoming assessment and make your way to the designated location, you will successfully pass this round. As these words fell, Naruto's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed with a smile, "What a splendid benefit! Now that feels fair." Yet, Chenkei's felt no joy in his heart. This was evidently a trap. While the universal scroll was indeed advantageous, it had not been clarified that it was exclusively his. This meant that if others obtained this item, they too could use it to replace any scroll. Such circumstances would undoubtedly attract numerous covetous glances. As anticipated, upon hearing this revelation, those around them turned their attention. Their eyes fixated on the red scroll in his hand. Initially, as an outsider participating in the ninja examination, he was bound to encounter hostility. The allure of the all-purpose scroll only compounded this challenge. Were it not for the presence of the examiners, they would undoubtedly have seized the opportunity to snatch it away. The most critical factor was that he stood alone, rendering him the most vulnerable target in the eyes of the crowd. In an instant, he became the focal point of their attention, a veritable target for scorn. Sensing the multitude of gazes upon him, Chen Feng could only shake his head in resignation. It was evident that this was likely a scheme orchestrated by the third Hokage, perhaps intended to establish an initial intimidation or simply to test him. Who knows? That old man might be lurking somewhere, peering through a crystal ball. However, having arrived at this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. If they wished to play, then he would indulge them. As the crowd readied themselves, Hongdo gave a slight nod and proceeded to distribute the map. She then announced, "This examination will span 5 days. Only by completing the tasks within this time frame and reaching the tower at the center of the map will you pass the test. Is that understood?" Understood. The group responded in unison, and as the iron gate swung open, all candidates followed the leader through various entrances into the forest of death. After walking a short distance, the guide arranged by Konoha departed, leaving Chen Feng to wander alone at his leisure. With the all-purpose scroll in hand, he felt no need to seek out other teams. They would inevitably come to him, guided by their own trajectories. His sole focus was to rest and prepare for the forthcoming battles. Contemplating this, the long-accumulated laziness resurfaced, and after stretching, he found a flat stone nearby to recline upon. With his eyes half closed, he basked comfortably in the sunlight. This was the essence of life. He sighed contentedly and then reopened the system panel. Host, Chen Feng reputation points, 634. Notable skills, Pure Yang Wujigong slightly accomplished, Tai Chi slightly accomplished. Wind Rear Chi Min. Passive skill, poverty of wealth. The Wind Rear Chi Min remained shrouded in a series of question marks. Yet through this period of accumulation, his reputation had significantly increased. When his consciousness lightly brushed the panel, he noticed the slightly accomplished status of Tai Chi gradually blurring, swiftly transforming into entering the hall. A smile graced Chen Feng's face as he observed the transformation of the previously ambiguous phrase. He soon felt a deeper understanding of Tai Chi, and the previously perplexing aspects became clear. With further practice, he could master it seamlessly. Although his cultivation level had not fluctuated dramatically, his strength had evidently improved. Meanwhile, his reputation points had diminished to 276, as this enhancement had cost him over 300 points. He recalled that the last time he had upgraded Tai Chi, it had only required a little over 100 points. Nevertheless, feeling the surge of power within him, he deemed this expenditure worthwhile. Among those participating in the Chunin exam, there were indeed a few formidable contenders. Enhancing his Tai Chi skills would undoubtedly increase his chances of triumph in the forthcoming battles. With this thought in mind, Chen Feng ceased his ruminations, closed the system panel, and surrendered himself to the enjoyment of the splendid weather. Unbeknownst to him, he gradually drifted into slumber. When he opened his eyes again, 2 hours had swiftly passed. Chen Feng, sensing an unusual presence, stirred from his dreams. Rising from the stone on which he had reclined, he stretched lazily and then turned his gaze towards the thicket on his right, chuckling lightly. "Since you have arrived, there is no need to hide. Come forth." As his words echoed, several figures darted out with agility, appearing directly before Chen Feng. 2 men and 1 woman. Unfamiliar yet recognizable by the sand ninja insignia upon their foreheads. Ah, quite alert, aren't you? Aware of our presence, yet still lingering here. One of the men scoffed. Chen Feng regarded them coolly. There is no need for idle chatter. You seek to snatch the scroll, do you not? If you possess the capability, then come and take it. Since that is the case, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. With that, they charged forward. Convinced that even if their opponent possessed some skill, he could not possibly match their combined strength. However, after a few exchanges, the trio lay on the ground, bruised and unconscious. Chen Feng shook his head. They are remarkably fragile. Collectively, they are not even a match for Sasuke. As he spoke, he rifled through their belongings and retrieved their scroll. With the universal scroll in his possession, the only remaining objective was to reach the towering edifice at the center of the Forest of Death. Accomplishing this would signify success. Yet, Chen Feng did not rush towards his destination. According to the map, he was merely 10 kilometers away, a distance easily traversed within a day. Given that the allotted time for this assessment was 5 days, he had ample time at his disposal. After following the mapped route for a while, he began to feel a pang of hunger. He managed to catch a wild hare to satiate his appetite. After preparing the rabbit, he ignited a small fire and embarked on a simple outdoor barbecue. Before long, the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, with succulent rabbit meat sizzling enticingly over the flames. As the savory scent permeated the surroundings, it naturally attracted the attention of several passers-by. Moments later, just as Chen Feng finished devouring the roasted rabbit, more individuals approached, fellow ninjas participating in the exam. However, this time, it was not a single team that arrived. Perhaps by chance or sheer fortune, 2 teams coincidentally crossed paths. Initially, they intended to engage in a contest of strength, but upon noticing Chen Feng, their plans swiftly altered. The 6 pairs of eyes fixated on the red scroll at Chen Feng's waist, clearly coveting it. They were not foolish. They understood the need for cooperation before attempting to seize the prize. After exchanging meaningful glances, they quickly reached a consensus. Without a word, both teams launched an assault on Chen Feng. Faced with 2 opposing teams, Chen Feng adopted a serious demeanor. As he initiated his Tai Chi techniques, his form flickered as he advanced to meet them head-on. The fierce battle raged for a quarter of an hour, and as the lingering smoke dissipated, the figure of Chen Feng emerged. He appeared far less composed than before, with a few strands of hair askew and his robe torn in 2 places. Yet his body bore no visible wounds. In stark contrast, the 6 opponents lay sprawled on the ground, rendered unconscious. With a long sigh, he retrieved the scrolls carried by both teams and, channeling his inner strength, shattered them. Having chosen to strike against him, he resolved to obliterate their hopes of passing the assessment, serving as a fitting punishment. He extinguished the remaining embers on the ground and prepared to depart, but then paused, as if struck by a thought. Turning his gaze towards the Hokage building, he spoke, "Thank you, Lord Sarutobi, for your particular attention." With that, he turned and walked away. Meanwhile, within the tightly shut doors of the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, pipe in mouth, was momentarily taken aback. Gazing at the crystal ball before him, he expressed his surprise. "Has this young man discovered me?" He furrowed his brow. "No, that can't be right. If it were that girl, perhaps. But his strength is at most that of a chunin. It doesn't add up." As Sarutobi pondered this enigma, Chen Feng had already departed, making his way towards the central tower. He lacked the ability to detect the presence of a shadow-level expert. His earlier words were merely a test. If his opponent had indeed been watching, they would likely harbor some caution, making it less likely for them to spring a trap in the future. Even if not, it mattered little, for he had already incapacitated the others, and calling out would not induce any embarrassment. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a series of anguished cries faintly reached his ears. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow and proceeded in the direction of the sound. Soon, he arrived at a sparse thicket, where a grim scene unfolded before him. The vibrant green grass was stained with bright red blood, and several corpses of lower ninjas, who had participated in the assessment, lay on the ground, their faces contorted in terror at the moment of their demise. In front of these grotesque bodies stood a young boy, his back adorned with a conspicuously large gourd, none other than Gaara from the Sand Ninja team. His expression was cold as he surveyed the lifeless forms, his eyes devoid of emotion. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he whipped around to gaze at the rustling bushes nearby, barking, "Who is there?" At that moment, a cloud of yellow sand erupted from his gourd, swirling protectively around him. Just as he was about to take action, a voice emerged from the other side. TSK, you're rather ruthless, aren't you, young brother?" Upon hearing this, Gaara pivoted to see Chen Feng, who had mysteriously appeared before him. Observing Qin Feng's approach, Gaara's expression turned icy as he remarked, "You must be that Taoist individual. You seem more intriguing than those weaklings." Qin Feng replied calmly, "At such a young age, you should temper your temperament. Otherwise, even with immense power, you remain but a puppet governed by your emotions. Enough with the trivialities. Before you cast blame upon me, consider whether you possess the merit to do so." Gaara spoke coldly, then raised his hand, directing an invisible force toward his opponent, Sand Shuriken. In an instant, a torrent of massive yellow sand surged forth, coalescing into hundreds of razor-sharp shurikens that shot forth with remarkable speed. Dustwind, sensing this, deftly maneuvered, his footwork erratic and unpredictable, evading the majority of the onslaught with an astonishing grace. The multitude of lethal sand shurikens grazed perilously close to his form. Noticing this, Gaara summoned even greater power, unleashing hundreds more shurikens in rapid succession. Yet Dustwind remained composed, executing the Tai Chi movements, which, despite their seemingly languid pace, miraculously deflected the dense barrage of attacks. It was only after ascending to a higher realm of mastery that the true potency of this ancient art was revealed. Observing this spectacle, Gaara's eyes flickered with intrigue, a cold smile gracing his lips. How interesting. At that moment, a subtle tremor emanated from the gourd upon his back, and a chilling torrent of sand erupted forth, transforming into golden ribbons that enveloped the area ahead. Sand-binding coffin. This technique ensnares the enemy's body in a tight embrace of sand, rendering them unable to escape. Coupled with the sand funeral, it could crush the opponent under immense pressure in an instant. The air was soon filled with a swirling tempest of sand, engulfing the entire area. Gaara's gaze hardened, and he clenched his fist tightly. Sand funeral. Just as he was poised to execute his lethal maneuver, the image of the Tai Chi yin-yang symbol suddenly materialized, and to his astonishment, he felt the sand he had unleashed becoming uncontrollable, as if influenced by an extraordinary force. Meanwhile, upon contact with the Tai Chi symbol, the vast expanse of yellow sand was unexpectedly halted. Dustwind traced circles in the air with his palms, astonishingly softening the once violent grains of sand. The sand that had surrounded him gradually converged, coalescing into a massive sphere as it rotated with the yin-yang symbol. With a powerful thrust of his palm, Dustwind propelled the gigantic sand sphere like a cannonball, hurtling it toward Gaara with tremendous force. Gaara's expression darkened, and he quickly summoned several thick whips of sand, striking down upon the sand sphere with considerable force. As a wave of energy erupted, the sphere shattered, scattering sand like rain in all directions. At that moment, Dustwind vanished, reappearing before Gaara in the blink of an eye, delivering a fierce punch. Just as his fist was about to collide with Gaara's body, a barrier formed of sand materialized without warning, perfectly intercepting the blow. "Even if you have breached the sand-binding coffin, you still cannot harm me," Gaara remarked with a chilling smile. Dustwind raised an eyebrow slightly. "Is that so?" As he spoke, he transformed his fist into an open palm, striking the sand barrier with great force, exclaiming internally, "Hidden strength." Simultaneously, an invisible force broke through the barrier's defenses, directly impacting Gaara's chest. In an instant, Gaara let out a muffled grunt, feeling as though a colossal hammer had struck him, the intense pain surging through his mind. His body was violently thrust backward, landing several meters away. Steadying his stance, Gaara gasped lightly, clutching his pained chest, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon the person before him. He spoke, "Very well, you are quite formidable. Next, I shall unleash my full power and rend you to shreds." As his words fell, a terrifying aura began to emanate from him, wild and domineering. Seeing this, Shikaz couldn't help but furrow his brow, silently contemplating. Is this the energy of a tailed beast? While the strength of Shikaku, the one tail, may not rival that of the 9 tails, it certainly stands strong against those of the shadow level. If it were merely a matter of borrowing the tailed beast's chakra, he might have a chance. However, if it were in its complete form, his only option would be to flee. With this thought, his expression grew serious. Just as that dreadful power was on the cusp of being unleashed, Gaara suddenly cried out, clutching his head in agony, his face contorted in pain. Damn it! Of all times. Shikaz observed this scene, his eyes flickering as he pondered. Although Gaara was a Jinchuriki of the one tail, his youth rendered him incapable of fully mastering this power. The use of tailed beast chakra carried a certain risk of backlash, and it seemed this was precisely the predicament he now faced. Gaara let out a yell, desperately suppressing the agony within him, realizing he could no longer continue the fight. Then, he lifted his eyes towards his opponent and coldly declared, "I shall let you go today. You had better pray that we do not cross paths again." With that, he surged forward, his legs propelling him like an arrow as he swiftly departed from the scene. Watching the retreating figure, Chakaz let out a slow breath. If that fellow were to go berserk, it would indeed be a troublesome matter. At that moment, he heard a faint rustling from the nearby bushes, and turning his head, he spoke. "The man has left, you may come out now." Yet, there was no movement in response. With a smile, Chakaz added, "Must I call you by name?" "Konoha's little ninjas?" 2 breaths later, 3 small heads cautiously emerged from the foliage. Among them was one holding a small, snow-white dog. Another clad in heavy coverings with sunglasses obscuring his eyes, and the last was a charming little girl with short hair and beautiful, shy eyes. It was evident they were the ninjas of Konoha's Team 8. Inazuka Kiba, Yamanaka Ino, and Hyuga Hinata. Rising from their hiding spot, they gazed at Chakaz with wary eyes, filled with trepidation. They had watched as Gaara dispatched several ninjas, trembling in fear. Initially, they had thought him to be the ultimate monster, only to find that this individual before them could repel such a creature. Had he any malicious intent, there would likely stand no chance against him as a group. Noticing their fearful demeanor, Chakaz smiled and remarked, "At the very least, I saved your lives. Should you not express your gratitude?" Upon hearing this, Kiba and the others shifted their expressions, realizing that had it not been for his timely intervention, they might very well have met their demise at Gaara's hands. However, since the other party had come to their rescue, it was unlikely that they harbored any ill intentions. In response, Inazuka Kiba smiled and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for saving us." Beside him, the stoic oil girl Shino also offered her thanks with a composed demeanor. As for the shy little girl Hinata, she lowered her head bashfully and murmured, "Thank you very much." Within the confines of the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the battle between Chenkei's and Gaara through the crystal ball, becoming lost in contemplation. He couldn't help but reflect on the remarkable capabilities of the younger generation. The Jinchuriki of the Sand Ninja had already surpassed many Chunin, and now, a Taoist had suddenly emerged. How intriguing! Yet, the individual's martial arts bore a striking resemblance to the Hyuga clan's unique techniques. However, as he witnessed Chenkei's utilizing dark energy to repel Gaara, his expression shifted subtly, and he privately mused, "No, it is more accurate to say that the Hyuga's gentle fist is similar to the methods he employs." As a clan renowned for their mastery of martial arts, the Hyuga family had always demonstrated an exquisite control over chakra. Nonetheless, even they could not directly inflict harm through the barrier of sand. This indicated that this so-called Taoist must possess exceptional skill in this regard and likely had a formidable lineage. After all, such specific cultivation methods cannot be created in a short span like some ninjutsu. As he pondered quietly, he absent-mindedly tapped his pipe, then softly murmured to himself, "This is quite intriguing. Let us arrange the next matches accordingly." Days swiftly passed, and the second round of assessments concluded in no time, following an intense struggle for scrolls. The number of surviving ninja from nearly 80 had dwindled to just over 40 who managed to emerge from the forest of death. Among them, only 20 genin, including Chenkei's, had completed their tasks and qualified for the subsequent trials, making a total of merely 21 individuals. During this trial, everyone truly experienced the harsh realities of the ninja world. The next step was to conduct the third round of matches. However, before this could commence, a preliminary round was necessary. The rules of the preliminary round were straightforward. One-on-one battles would take place in a designated arena, with the victors advancing to the official matches. At this moment, 21 participants remained, which would necessitate one bye. However, a certain medic ninja voluntarily withdrew to conceal their true abilities. Thus, 20 individuals remained, perfectly dividing into 10 pairs. Due to the pressing timeline, there was no time for rest after this round. Having just exited the forest of death, all participants were ushered into a spacious indoor arena. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, awaited their arrival and, after exchanging a few pleasantries, officially commenced the preliminary matches. The first to battle was Uchiha Sasuke, who faced an opponent from the Sound Ninja village. Both entered the arena simultaneously, while the others were arranged above to observe. Chenkei's glanced down and noted Sasuke clutching his shoulder in pain, indicating that he had likely been cursed by Orochimaru. Though the adaptation to the cursed seal would undoubtedly enhance one's power, the integration with the body would invoke significant reactions, affecting one's overall state. Nevertheless, contending with a mere cannon fodder ninja posed no challenge. After an intense skirmish, Sasuke ultimately emerged victorious. Soon, the 3 rounds of combat had concluded. and the monitor flickered back to life, prominently displaying the name of Qinfeng. His opponent in this bout was none other than the prodigy of this examination, Hyuga Niji. A genius of the Hyuga clan, Niji not only adeptly wielded the Byakugan, but also mastered the formidable gentle fist technique. Among all the candidates, he consistently ranked among the top 3. As the pivotal match commenced, the audience was captivated, eager to witness the prowess of the Hyuga clan's genius, while speculating on how this Taoist individual would respond. Meanwhile, the two combatants had arrived at the arena. Qinfeng scrutinized his opponent, harboring a degree of curiosity about the so-called gentle fist technique. At that moment, his reputation points had surged once more, exceeding 500. It seemed that Sarutobi Hiruzen had indeed taken notice. Otherwise, such a rapid increase in value would be inexplicable. The rise in reputation points stemmed from the influence exerted on the external world, closely tied to the number and stature of those impacted. As the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's own prestige was immense, and the numerical values generated during this influence were substantial. Reflecting on this, Qinfeng smiled slightly, realizing that participating in this Chunin exam was indeed a judicious decision. According to the current pace, after a few more matches, it would be time to unlock the wind's secret gates. In the arena, the two locked eyes. Niji opened his arms, adopting a stance for the gentle fist. Simultaneously, the areas around his eyes and cheeks swelled, resembling fascia, a clear indication of the Byakugan's activation. Hyuga Niji, I humbly request your guidance. Qinfeng raised a hand, a smile gracing his visage. Taoist Qinfeng. Niji's expression turned grave. Despite never having fought before, he sensed that this opponent would prove exceptionally challenging. An inexplicable apprehension surged within him. Resolutely, he decided to strike first. With a powerful push against the ground, he launched himself forward, delivering a palm strike toward Qinfeng. In response, Qinfeng raised his hand, executing the wild horse splitting maneuver to deflect the blow. He then transitioned into the white crane spreads its wings technique, forcing Niji back a step. In the next instant, both combatants moved simultaneously. Niji continued with the gentle fist, while Qinfeng transformed defense into offense, unleashing the diamond drill technique with precision. Their fists met, generating a gust of wind. In a heartbeat, Qinfeng morphed his fist into a palm, unleashing hidden energy from his palm. Niji let out a muffled grunt, feeling an internal force penetrate his body, bypassing the chakra defenses and injuring his meridians. At that moment, Qinfeng swiftly shifted his stance, executing the Azure Dragon emerges from water, delivering a rising right punch. Hinata Niji hurriedly defended himself. Yet the hidden force within his opponent's strikes left him feeling quite uncomfortable. In the past, it was the adversaries of the Hyuga clan who had to tread carefully, fearing the gentle punches that could graze them. Now, however, the roles were reversed. Despite successfully parrying the attack, he still sustained injuries. This sensation was akin to an upgraded version of gentle fist techniques, while his own seemed a mere imitation. The moment this thought arose, it was swiftly banished. After all, the Hyuga clan was the foremost family in Konoha, and their heritage could not be flawed. With renewed determination, he intensified his assault, unleashing his full strength with every strike. Yet no matter how fiercely he exerted himself, he remained suppressed by the Tai Chi techniques, as if he had encountered his natural nemesis. On the high platform, the onlookers were deeply engrossed in the unfolding battle. Before the confrontation commenced, nearly everyone believed Niji would emerge victorious. To their astonishment, this suddenly appearing disciple of Taoism proved to be remarkably formidable, capable of overpowering the Byakugan genius from the esteemed Konoha clan with pure martial arts. Intriguingly, the renowned gentle fist was now confronted by an even more graceful style. If the Hyuga's gentle fist was a peculiar form of soft power, the opponent's advanced techniques exuded a fluidity akin to water, each movement imbued with a unique aesthetic. As the intensity of their battle escalated, Niji, feeling the overwhelming strength of the Tai Chi techniques, could not help but grow increasingly anxious. If he remained suppressed, defeat was merely a matter of time. With this thought, Niji's expression darkened, prompting him to shift his strategy. He spread his arms wide, unleashing a surge of chakra that erupted from his body. In an extraordinary display, his form began to spin rapidly like a top. In an instant, the powerful wind pressure combined with the emanating chakra, forming a hemispherical energy shield that repelled everything in the vicinity. This was the Hyuga clan's unique ninjutsu, Hakshkaten, renowned for its comprehensive defense, nearly impervious to attacks of equal rank. The dust and wind were pushed back several meters, and just as he regained his footing, Niji surged forward with remarkable speed. His palm struck out in a unique manner, targeting two vital points of his opponent, the 8 trigrams double palm. The opponent, Chen Feng, reacted with a slight change in expression, employing Tai Chi to deflect the incoming assault. Yet Niji's strikes intensified, each one faster than the last. 8 trigrams 4 palms. 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms. His hands appeared to leave behind a trail of afterimages, rendering them nearly invisible to the untrained eye, making it nearly impossible to defend against. Should he land a hit, the chakra embedded within his palms would injure the opponent's chakra pathways. Showcasing the advanced gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan, Haksh-K-Kan. However, despite the ferocity of Niji's onslaught, Chen Feng remained composed, demonstrating the fluidity of Tai Chi at a level of mastery, executing moves that embodied the principle of using softness to overcome hardness, effortlessly deflecting powerful strikes with grace and poise. The entire exchange, even in its intensity, was a sight to behold, devoid of any chaotic fervor. As the stalemate persisted, Hyuga Niji felt a tightening in his chest. With a resounding roar, he unleashed his ultimate technique, the 8 trigrams 64 palms. An ethereal shadow of the 8 trigrams flickered beneath his feet, and simultaneously, the ferocity of his palms intensified. Both his strength and speed surged once more, rendering even elite shinobi unable to withstand such an onslaught. Yet, Dustwind remained steadfast, seemingly impervious to any assault, as if all fervor against him would dissipate into nothingness. At the moment Niji's final palm struck, Dustwind transitioned from defense to offense, executing a powerful move known as the mountain blocking hammer. A wave of energy erupted as their forces collided, causing Dustwind to be pushed back half a step, while Niji staggered several meters before regaining his footing. Beads of sweat formed on Niji's brow, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath, clearly drained from exertion. Observing Dustwind's unflinching demeanor, a sense of helplessness washed over him. He could not fathom why the opponent's technique was so elusive. It was deceptively gentle yet unleashed a force surpassing that of steel fists. In that moment, Dustwind spoke with an air of indifference. The 8 trigrams, indeed commendable. However, it lacks a certain essence. Allow me to reveal to you the true nature of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. Immediately, to Niji's astonishment, Dustwind assumed a similar stance and declared softly, 8 trigrams. As his words fell, an intricate yin-yang diagram of the 8 trigrams materialized beneath him, radiating an enigmatic aura. Witnessing this spectacle, Niji's astonishment surged uncontrollably, prompting him to exclaim, "You, how can you also wield this?" Dustwind smiled faintly. "This art of the 8 trigrams is not exclusive to your Hyuga clan. The 8 trigrams palm is a complementary martial art of the pure yang ultimate skill, which I have refrained from showcasing until now." With that, he adopted an offensive stance, advancing swiftly to Niji's front. His palm struck with force, executing the techniques of inquiring the path on horseback, hiding flowers in the armpit, and wild goose soaring high. Each movement was a seamless blend of 3 techniques, unpredictable yet measured, concealing the principles of the 8 trigrams rotation. Niji fought valiantly to defend himself, yet after the previous exertion, both his stamina and chakra were critically low. Faced with such an aggressive assault, he found himself continuously retreating. Dustwind's onslaught grew increasingly rapid, employing successive techniques of the 8 trigrams. Viewing the moon through the window, purple wild goose releasing the scissors, swallows skimming the water, and heavenly horse soaring. Every angle was astutely crafted, each strike more formidable than the last, rendering him defenseless. As the saying goes, prolonged defense inevitably leads to loss. It wasn't long before Niji could no longer endure, enduring multiple strikes to his chest. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating internal injury. At that moment, Dustwind executed the technique pushing the mountain into the sea, slamming both hands against Niji's arms. Instantly, Niji felt a numbness in his limbs, rendering him powerless. Simultaneously, Dustwind unleashed a forceful fierce tiger emerging from its shell, striking Niji's chest. The intense hidden force penetrated through flesh and directly invaded his organs. A sharp pain surged in Niji's chest, causing him to spew forth blood, his body staggering backward uncontrollably. Coughing violently while clutching his chest, he raised his gaze toward the opponent, his eyes brimming with helplessness and trepidation. The adversary's martial prowess had effectively subdued him. Chiffon withdrew his babwa palm and declared, "Cease your efforts. You are no match for me. Furthermore, your inner strength is rather peculiar. Should this continue, your body may suffer irreparable harm." However, upon hearing this counsel, Niji harbored no intentions of conceding. At that moment, he was deep in thought, contemplating how to reverse his misfortune. The opponent's strength and technique were undeniably superior, and his only opportunity for triumph lay in the art of acupuncture. If he could strike his foe, victory would be within reach. With this thought in mind, Niji clenched his fists, enduring the pain coursing through his body as he charged forward once more, executing the technique known as Kaiten. Xiao was forced back a couple of steps, momentarily exposing a vulnerability in his defense. An opportunity. Niji's expression shifted, and with a mighty shout, he concentrated the last remnants of his chakra at his fingertips, launching a swift and decisive thrust. Yet, astonishingly, Xiao chose not to evade. His gaze flickered, and he raised his right hand, extending his fingers like a sword, and in a flash, both their fingertips collided with each other's bodies almost simultaneously. With a surge of energy, Niji could not help but smile. At last, I have emerged victorious. Just then, a soft voice emanated from Xiao. Is that so? Upon hearing these words, Niji's expression faltered, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. In an instant, he felt as though an invisible force bound his body tightly, rendering him completely immobile regardless of how fervently he struggled. What is happening? Why can't I move? Xiao spoke. Surely, you didn't believe that the art of acupuncture could only be wielded by your Hyuga clan? Taken aback by this revelation, Niji exclaimed, but you lack the Byakugan. Without it, how can you perceive the locations of the body's meridians and acupoints? With a slight arch of his brow, Xiao replied, is it necessary to see the distribution of meridians and bones? What do you mean? Niji was filled with confusion. Xiao nodded toward his own head and elaborated. The locations of the body's 8 extraordinary meridians and the 365 acupoints are all contained within here. Even with my eyes closed, I could strike accurately. Niji was momentarily stunned. This was the first time he had ever encountered such a notion. He had not anticipated that his opponent was also proficient in the art of acupuncture, and to such a remarkable degree. Xiao continued. Your Hyuga clan's acupuncture technique relies on striking the meridians to impede the flow of energy within the body, thereby achieving a disabling effect on the enemy. However, this method is dreadfully inefficient. It is crucial to understand that the effects of hundreds of acupoints differ. There are points for weeping, for laughter, and even for death. For instance, the reason you cannot move now is that I have struck the Juk acupoint beneath your ribs. Had I struck the Yujin acupoint instead, you would likely not be standing here to continue this conversation. Hearing this, Niji felt his mind whirl, as if a new door had been opened before him. However, just then, as if struck by a sudden realization, he spoke up. Wait, I distinctly struck your acupoint moments ago. How is it that you remain unscathed? He had targeted a crucial point on the body, and logically, the opponent should have collapsed in agony. Xiao smiled slightly at this remark and replied, indeed. I was struck at that moment, but such techniques are not without remedy. Did the elders of the Hyuga clan not teach you the methods of unblocking acupoints? Upon hearing this, Hyuga Niji was momentarily taken aback. Despite years of practicing the gentle fist, he had never heard of any method to counteract acupoint strikes. Could it be a secret technique passed down from the main family? Yet, even so, he felt it should not be something entirely unheard of. In an instant, he found himself engulfed in profound confusion. Another individual shared in this bewilderment. At that moment, a middle-aged man with flowing hair was seated high in the stance. He possessed the same peculiar white pupils as Niji, yet his strength was considerably greater. This man was none other than Hyuga Hizashi, the current head of the foremost clan in Konoha. As the leader of the Hyuga clan, he was well aware that no techniques for unblocking acupoints existed within the main family, and if they did, they had long since been lost to time. Throughout the match, the astonishment he felt surpassed that of anyone else. From start to finish, Niji had been thoroughly subdued by his opponent, or rather, the gentle fist was being suppressed by the martial arts employed by the other. Whether it was the 8 trigrams or acupoint strikes, everything was being comprehensively countered, akin to a counterfeit confronting its authentic counterpart. At this moment, Hyuga Hizashi's heart was filled not only with surprise but also with trepidation and concern. As the leader of the main family, he understood that the outcome of this battle was not solely a matter of Niji's personal victory or defeat, but posed a threat to the entire clan. The Hyuga clan had risen to prominence through the reputation of their Byakugan and gentle fist, yet now, their techniques had been entirely unraveled. If Chun Feng's form of training were to spread, how would the Hyuga clan maintain its standing in the world of shinobi? With this thought, Hyuga Hizashi couldn't help but take a deep breath, his expression growing slightly grave. Below, the outcome was already clear. Niji had collapsed onto the ground after having his acupoints unblocked. This battle had utterly drained his spirit and stamina. However, what weighed more heavily on his heart was confusion. His years of diligent practice had been so thoroughly countered. What did all his efforts amount to? After several more matches, this urgent preliminary round came to a close, leaving only 10 contenders. They would participate in the third round of the official competition a month later to determine who would be promoted to the rank of Chunin. With the conclusion of this battle, Qin Feng intended to depart. He felt quite fatigued after so many days of exertion and was eager to return home for a good night's sleep while also tallying his gains. Just as he was about to leave, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, called out to him, "Young friend Qin Feng, please wait a moment." Qin Feng turned to see the elder approaching and inquired, "What guidance do you have for me, Sarutobi-sensei?" Sarutobi smiled and said, "I wonder if you have some time to spare. The old man wishes to have a chat with you." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's expression shifted slightly, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he agreed. Before long, the two individuals arrived at the esteemed office of the Hokage. Seated at his desk, Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe and remarked, "My young friend, your performance today truly astonishes me." Qin Feng found a seat and responded, "You flatter me, esteemed Sarutobi. My humble abilities are insignificant. There are countless individuals within the Taoist sect who surpass me, not to mention the exceptional talents among them." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi's eyes flickered slightly as he chuckled, "I am quite curious about the Taoist sect. Might you share more details?" Qin Feng nodded, "Since you are interested, I shall provide a brief overview." "Please, do enlighten me," Sarutobi said, adopting an attentive posture. Qin Feng continued, "The Taoist sect serves as an umbrella term for various cultivation forces, with the 9 major sects holding the most prestige. Each sect possesses its own lineage, somewhat akin to the 5 great ninja villages in the shinobi world. For instance, the Tai Chi and Bagua styles I employed today belong to the Wudong sect, while my protector is affiliated with the Tianzong." Wudong and Tianzong were unfamiliar names to Sarutobi, who responded, "The fact that you mention them suggests these sects must possess remarkable qualities." Qin Feng nodded and elaborated, "Both sects are orthodox Taoist traditions. The founder of Wudong is the legendary Zhang Sanfeng, an extraordinary figure who is said to have ascended hundreds of years ago. The most powerful figure within Tianzong is Master Baiming, who is also the mentor of Xiao Meng, and his depth of knowledge is unfathomable. There are even rumors that his cultivation has transcended the realm of harmony between heaven and man. One can only wonder what level he has attained now." Listening to this, Sarutobi took a couple of contemplative puffs from his pipe, pondering deeply. From Kakashi, he had already learned of Xiao Meng's prowess, which was at least that of an elite genin. The Master Baiming mentioned evidently possessed strength far surpassing hers, leading to the conclusion that he was likely a figure of considerable power, perhaps even at the level of a Kage. If this was the case, it was likely that the Taoist Tianzong was a formidable force rivaling the 5 great ninja villages. Moreover, there were 9 such influential sects within the Taoist realm. If united, they could potentially challenge the entirety of the shinobi world. Most critically, the young man before him was recognized as the Taoist heir, implying that he would soon become the leader of the entire sect. Such a status had never been reached even by the legendary ninja god of yore. Contemplating this, Sarutobi felt a shiver of excitement and subsequently inquired, "Among the 9 great powers, which is the strongest?" Qin Feng replied, "If we exclude the reclusive Kunlun, the mightiest would be the Ichi-Dao Alliance." The Ichi-Dao Alliance? Sarutobi's curiosity was piqued. "Indeed," Qin Feng affirmed. "The Ichi-Dao Alliance boasts the largest number of disciples among the 9 sections. It is said that this generation has produced a remarkably talented Taoist warrior, though young. His strength surpasses that of many seasoned veterans." As the words fell, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into deep contemplation. The formidable hidden sects hinted at by the previous speaker emerged vividly in his mind. After taking a deep breath and choosing not to linger on the topic any longer, he acknowledged that he needed some time to digest the information. He then returned to the main subject, stating, "Now that the preliminary rounds have concluded, we shall proceed to the official matches of the third round. However, this time, Konoha will invite guests from other ninja villages to observe, which necessitates a postponement until a month later." Chakufeng nodded in agreement, saying, "I have taken note of this. If there is nothing else, I shall not impose further." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in response, and then, as if struck by a thought, continued, "I have heard that you are quite adept in the art of divination, young friend. I am quite curious. Would you be willing to offer your insights?" Chakufeng did not refuse this request and began to scrutinize Sarutobi carefully, methodically performing his calculations. After a few moments of silence, he furrowed his brow slightly and said, Elder Sarutobi, a calamity lies in your fate. You are likely to encounter a bloodshed disaster soon. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he inquired, a bloodshed disaster? When is it expected to occur? In less than 40 days, Chakyufeng replied decisively. At this revelation, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, for he found it difficult to believe this outcome. After all, as the illustrious third Hokage, few in the ninja world posed a threat to him. He had always remained within Konoha, and even if someone wished to assassinate him, they would likely find it challenging to approach. Unless there were a large-scale invasion, even other powerful figures would struggle to harm him. Nevertheless, Sarutobi chose not to elaborate on these thoughts, merely smiling and nodding as he said, Thank you for your concern, young friend. I shall remain vigilant. Then I shall take my leave, Chakyufeng stated before turning to depart, having noticed that Sarutobi did not seem to take his words to heart. However, the elder's fate bore little significance to him. When Orochimaru's invasion occurred, he would merely take a seat nearby to watch the spectacle unfold. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a pipe in his mouth, appeared pensive, lost in thought. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he spoke, How long do you intend to hide? Come out. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. This was an elderly man, his forehead and right cheek heavily bandaged, leaning on a wooden staff, with one arm concealed within his robes. His demeanor was grim, exuding an unsettling aura that warned others to keep their distance. This individual was none other than Danzo Shimura, the leader of the Root organization and the second most powerful figure in Konoha. Approaching Sarutobi, he spoke in a dispassionate tone. This individual's origins are extraordinary. If we could uncover the secrets he possesses, Konoha would undoubtedly grow even stronger. In response, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated firmly, We cannot move against him for the time being. Danzo furrowed his brow, questioning, Why not? Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly replied, You must have heard it as well. Behind him stands a force not inferior to the 5 great ninja villages, namely the 9 sects of the Tao. Should we take action against him? It could provoke the wrath of the entire Taoist community. Currently, Konoha's situation is precarious, and we cannot afford to create more enemies. Danzo's expression shifted slightly as he spoke in a low voice. I have traversed the ninja world for decades and have never heard of this so-called Tao. Perhaps this young man is merely deceiving us. Sarutobi Hiruzen countered, Words can be misleading, but skills cannot be fabricated. His unique martial arts heritage must have been refined over a long period to reach such a level. Danzo, displeased by this response, insisted, This is a rare opportunity that should not be easily dismissed. We must at least ascertain his true background. In his view, any power that could not be controlled was a threat that needed to be eliminated. Otherwise, he would find no peace of mind. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen firmly rejected this notion, stating, What Konoha requires most at present is stability. We should avoid unnecessary trouble. Before Danzo could voice further objections, Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted, I will handle this matter personally. So you need not involve yourself. He then raised his gaze, hinting at deeper implications. As for other issues, there will be others to investigate them. At that moment, Chenkase had returned to his residence. Upon entering, he was greeted by a middle-aged man sitting solemnly in the hall. The man bore an austere demeanor and possessed a pair of unique white pupils, clearly indicating his affiliation with the Hyuga clan. Chenkase's expression shifted, and he approached, inquiring, May I ask how you are addressed? The man looked up and replied, I am Hyuga Hizashi, the head of the Hyuga clan. Understanding the significance of this, Chenkase took a seat opposite him and asked, What brings you to visit today, esteemed Hyuga elder? Without preamble, Hyuga Hizashi stated, I witnessed your recent match with Niji. Your martial arts exhibit unique qualities compared to the gentle fist. Therefore, I hope you will share your previously employed techniques and acupoint unlocking methods with the Hyuga clan. In return, you may propose any condition. We will not refuse as long as it is within our capability. Chenkase raised an eyebrow at this proposition. He had anticipated such a scenario, given that the emergence of Tai Chi and Bagua had, to some extent, threatened the Hyuga clan's standing. However, the existence of their needs did not obligate him to comply. He had no intention of disseminating the Taoist secrets on a large scale. And thus he gently shook his head. Hyuga Hizashi frowned and continued, I, Hyuga Hizashi, am a man of my word. Should you agree to this? The entire Hyuga clan will stand as your support. Chenkase looked at him and replied, I appreciate the sincerity of your offer, esteemed Hyuga elder. But I am not inclined to entertain such thoughts at this moment. My apologies. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Hizashi's expression darkened as he pressed. So, you truly intend to refuse? Chenkase, maintaining his composure, nodded affirmatively. Indeed, esteemed Hyuga elder, it seems your visit today may be in vain. At these words, Hyuga Hizashi's white eyes flared with intensity, a formidable aura emanating from him as he fixed his gaze unyieldingly upon Chenkase. As the dust and wind quietly locked gazes, the air fell into a profound stillness. In that moment, an enigmatic force shattered the standoff between the two, and with a ripple of energy, the entire living room transformed into a palette of black and white. Sensing the suppression of his chakra, Hyuga Hizashi's expression shifted slightly as he turned his gaze to one side. There, a graceful and enchanting figure slowly materialized. Xiao Meng, with a swift motion, appeared beside Qinyun, casting a cold stare at the person across from them. Hyuga Hizashi regarded her for a moment, fell into a brief silence, and then addressed Qinyun. I implore you to contemplate this matter carefully. I shall await your response. With that, he rose and departed from the scene. Watching him leave, a serious expression flickered in Xiao Meng's beautiful eyes. She seated herself at the table and remarked, this individual possesses considerable strength, perhaps even surpassing my own. Be cautious in your future encounters with him. Qinyun nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. I am grateful for your timely intervention. Otherwise, the situation could have become quite troublesome. Now, let us set these matters aside. I must return to my training. Do not disturb me unless it is urgent. With that, Xiao Meng, exuding an air of aloofness, prepared to leave. Wait a moment, Qinyun interjected. Is there something you wish to discuss? Xiao Meng inquired. At that moment, Qinyun retrieved a modest wooden box from his satchel and placed it before her. This is a small gift for you. Please, open it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Meng's expression shifted slightly. She gently lifted the lid of the box to reveal a cluster of bright red candied hawthorn skewers nestled within. Curiously, she asked, what is this? In her era, sweet treats were exceedingly rare, and she had never encountered anything like candied hawthorn. I made it myself. Do give it a try, Qinyun urged. Xiao Meng, maintaining her composure, replied, a cultivator should cultivate tranquility and not indulge in earthly desires. However, as it is your thoughtful gesture, I shall indulge you this once. With that, she picked up a skewer and took a delicate bite. The moment it touched her lips, her beautiful eyes sparkled slightly, yet she maintained her haughty demeanor. Glancing at him and remarking, is this something meant to amuse children? Qinyun raised an eyebrow. What, do you not enjoy this flavor? Xiao Meng let out a soft huff but chose not to elaborate further, her form fading into ethereal mist and vanishing from sight. Along with her disappearance, the partially bitten candied hawthorn also vanished from the table. Witnessing this, Qinyun chuckled softly, shaking his head. Though Xiao Meng was formidable in her cultivation, at heart, she remained a girl with a youthful spirit. She feigned disinterest, yet her honesty shone through. Reflecting on this, he recalled her attributes, and the loyalty value in his mind subtly shifted, now displaying a figure of 70. He inwardly teased, indeed, a true tsundere. As a month swiftly passed, the time for the third round of the CHNIN exams approached, where this competition would ultimately determine the candidates for promotion. On that day, under the radiant sun, Qinyun and 9 other youths who had passed the preliminaries arrived at a vast circular arena. At this moment, the elevated platforms surrounding the arena were filled with spectators. In addition to the ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village, numerous invited guests were present, including the Kazakage of the Sand Village, who had come in person to witness the event. At the highest point of the viewing platform, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat alongside the distant Kazakage. This competition bore similarities to the preliminary rounds, as it would also feature participants divided into 5 groups, with each pair engaging in combat. The victors would earn the chance to ascend to the rank of Chunin. However, Chenkase was not included in this count, as he merely wished to partake in the experience, with the outcome bearing no consequence for him. Nonetheless, he harbored hopes of achieving victory, for only through such triumphs could his prestige within the system elevate more rapidly. As the third Hokage concluded his opening remarks, the competition commenced. Unfortunately, Chenkase drew the first match, facing none other than the tournament's standout contender, Rock Lee. Known for his formidable prowess, clad in a tight-fitting green combat suit, adorned with thick, dark eyebrows and a distinctive watermelon hairstyle, he was a sight to behold. Although he lacked proficiency in ninjutsu and jinjutsu, his exceptional hand-to-hand combat skills were formidable, rivaling even those of Hyuga Niji in terms of physical prowess. Most importantly, he had inherited the unique forbidden technique of Might Guy, the 8 gates, which could unleash a power exponentially greater than his own when fully activated. Among all the ninja candidates, he undoubtedly ranked among the top 3, presenting a considerable challenge. At this moment, Li wore a serious expression. Having witnessed Chen Kei's strength a month prior, he understood the gravity of the challenge before him and dared not underestimate his opponent. He removed the weight strapped to his legs and cast them aside, causing a thunderous crash as they struck the ground, creating 2 deep fissures in the earth. He then flexed his fists and declared, "You are strong. I will fight with all my might." Observing the unwavering determination of this resilient youth, Chen Kei raised his palm and smiled, replying, "Please." He held a certain admiration for Li's tenacious and diligent character. With a focused expression, Li clenched his fists, thrusting his foot forcefully against the ground, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, executing a leaf whirlwind with remarkable swiftness. In response, Chen Kei employed Tai Chi, his palms moving in a unique rhythm that emanated a mysterious energy, dissipating Li's fierce assault into nothingness. Subsequently, he pivoted smoothly, using push hands to repel Li, showcasing a masterful interplay of strength and grace. Within the arena, their battle resembled a dance of opposing forces, one side fierce and unyielding, the other gentle and fluid, akin to the intertwining of water and flame. With each punch and kick, Li shattered the hard ground beneath him. Yet his strikes felt as if they were landing upon cotton, as a peculiar energy absorbed much of the impact. Observers atop the platform watched in awe as Li's movements became increasingly rapid, while Chen Kei's remained poised in place, his palms tracing a peculiar rhythm through the air, conjuring afterimages in his wake. Yet, it is this seemingly slow and gentle technique that effectively counters all of the former's assaults, rendering it quite hard to believe. Chen Feng observed the incoming attack from Xiao Li with unruffled composure, as he deftly maneuvered his hands. He had truly reached the realm of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. He remained steadfast amidst the overwhelming force, like a gentle breeze caressing the mountains. Even when faced with Xiao Li's full display of physical prowess, he could not breach the defenses of Tai Chi, and instead was repelled by the returning dark energy, sustaining injury in the process. His expression darkened as he realized that relying solely on his own strength would not secure victory. To defeat his opponent, he would need to transcend his own limits. With this thought, he clenched his fist tightly, firmly grounding himself upon the earth. Turning to his adversary with a serious demeanor, he declared, "You are indeed formidable. Therefore, I shall now employ a hidden forbidden technique. Once unleashed, even I will struggle to maintain control, so you must exercise caution." As his voice echoed, he let out a fierce shout, and a terrifying wave of energy erupted from within him, shattering the ground beneath. With the surge of power, Xiao Li's veins bulged, his expression contorted in pain, as though he had unlocked a dreadfully potent restraint. Witnessing this scene, Chen Feng felt a stir within, silently contemplating. So, he truly intends to use that technique. The 8 gates of Duanjia. Open the first gate. At the utterance of these words, Xiao Li's aura surged instantaneously, propelling him forward with a fearsome, high-pressure blast, launching another attack. Chen Feng, in response, executed the intricacies of Tai Chi, taking a slight step back as he intercepted the flying kick, transforming the force into a swirling vortex that dissipated the explosive energy. Subsequently, he unleashed his own dark energy, redirecting the ferocious assault back at Xiao Li. Noticing that even after opening the first gate he could not claim victory, Xiao Li swiftly opened 2 more gates, shouting, "The rest gate, the life gate, open." As these 2 gates swung open, a torrent of power surged forth from within him, his body becoming flushed with crimson, and a pale green energy oozing from his pores. Simultaneously, the might of his physical technique escalated once more, as the inner lotus bloomed forth. Empowered by the 8 gates of Duanjia, Xiao Li's speed became astonishingly rapid, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Even some elite shinobi would struggle to keep pace. With this newfound velocity, he leapt upon the air, launching a series of relentless and fierce strikes. Faced with such an onslaught, Chen Feng felt the weight of pressure escalate. Although Tai Chi excels at overcoming brute force with gentleness, every technique has its limits. In this state of forbidden technique, Xiao Li's offensive power soared to several times its previous strength. If this continued, it would be challenging to withstand for long. However, the 8 gates of Duanjia is a forbidden technique that, at his current strength, could only be sustained for a few minutes. Once the enhancement period elapsed, he would fall into profound weakness. Thus, a swift resolution was imperative. With this in mind, Xiao Li steeled himself, his face contorted in pain as he bellowed, "The injury gate, Open. The door of stagnation. Open. In an instant, his entire being was enveloped in a radiant green luminescence. The surging currents of energy causing his hair to stand on end, while his skin glowed a fiery red, akin to a branding iron. The immense agony he endured, however, granted him strength that transcended his own capabilities by several-fold, even by a dozen times. In the next moment, Xiao surged forth like a cannonball. And faced with such a terrifying assault, Chen Feng dared not confront it head-on, swiftly sidestepping to the side. The ground trembled and a crater formed where he had just been, dust swirling in the aftermath. Observing this, Chen Feng couldn't help but smirk. Inwardly noting, this is a humanoid artillery. Sensing the almost elite-level ferocity emanating from Xiao, he understood that he had to take matters seriously. With a resolute expression, the system interface materialized in his mind once more. After a period of accumulation, his reputation points had already surpassed the milestone of 1,000. The series of question marks under the wind after Xiao Meng category vanished, transforming into a state awaiting unlocking. As his consciousness grazed the panel, his previously abundant reputation points plummeted swiftly, leaving him with just over 100. Concurrently, the unlocking notation dissipated into nothingness, replaced by the phrase initial insight. In that moment, a vast surge of power welled within him, and an overwhelming influx of information flooded into his mind. Just then, Xiao assault reappeared before him. Yet this time, Chen Feng did not evade. Instead, he slightly raised his hand and softly intoned. DUI character, Chaos Gold Strike. As his words fell, an invisible wave rippled outward, affecting the space within several feet around him. Simultaneously, Xiao's power seemed to be ensnared by an unseen law, his movements visibly slowing, his speed diminishing by several dozen times in the blink of an eye. Chen Feng smiled faintly at this. The Chaos Gold Strike was a technique from the wind after Xiao Meng, capable of altering the rate of change of surrounding phenomena for a limited time. If mastered to perfection, it could even fundamentally alter the flow of time itself. This spectacle astonished the onlookers above. Initially captivated by Xiao's 8 gates of Duanjia, they were now left bewildered by the unfolding scene. Even Mike Guy, a seasoned practitioner of the 8 gates, had never encountered such a phenomenon. While Xiao was affected by the Chaos Gold Strike, Chen Feng seized the opportunity to act once more. His gaze flickered, and he swiftly advanced a step, unleashing a dazzling silver lightning that erupted without warning, coiling around his palm. Jin character, Thunder Palm. His right hand struck forcefully against Xiao's chest. Instantly, the power of lightning coursed through his torso and radiated to his limbs, inducing a profound numbness throughout his body, as if a peculiar counteraction negated the strength gained from opening the 5th gate. Even his arms momentarily felt powerless. In that instant, Chen Feng formed his fingers like a sword and executed a pressure point technique, striking with the swiftness of lightning at several vital points on Xiao's body. Du, Shang Xiao Kai. The final strike landed upon his brow, and with a commanding voice, he declared, "Close." 8 gates sealed. As the final strike landed, lightning and potent energy intertwined and erupted, causing Xiao's body to be forcefully repelled, crashing against the wall at the boundary. Simultaneously, the energy storm unleashed by the activation of the 8 gates of Duanjia rapidly dissipated, rendering him as if reverted to his original form, his once crimson complexion gradually paling. Xiao cried out in pain, attempting to rise and continue the battle. However, just as he managed to get back on his feet, he felt the power within him swiftly vanishing, that fierce and dominant energy completely absent. Following this, a wave of intense soreness and fatigue washed over him, causing his legs to buckle, and he collapsed back to the ground. What is happening? A sudden shock coursed through his mind. He was acutely aware of his own strength, and under normal circumstances, he should have been able to sustain the 5th gate for nearly 2 minutes. Yet this time, he had reverted to his original state in less than a minute, which was indeed peculiar. Previously, he would only be forced to exit the battle state after exhausting his energy, but now it felt as if an external force had forcibly stripped away the energy of the 8 gates of Duanjia. On the observation platform, Mike Guy also noticed this issue. Without a moment's delay, he leaped down to Xiao's side, concern etched on his face as he asked, "Li, are you all right?" Xiao shook his head. "I'm fine, just unsure why my strength suddenly vanished." Hearing this, Guy promptly checked his body, only to be slightly taken aback. His beloved disciple appeared not only unscathed, but in a better physical state than anticipated. Logically, after employing the 8 gates of Duanjia, both body and spirit should succumb to extreme fatigue, and each use was a significant drain on life itself. Yet, although Xiao Li felt utterly drained, he was still able to stand, and the toll on his body was far less than expected. Why is this so? With this thought, Guy's gaze turned towards Qin Feng across from them, his mind swirling with contemplation, before he strode directly over. The onlookers assumed Guy was ready to personally avenge his studentess defeat, but to their surprise, upon reaching Qin Feng, he solemnly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you." Witnessing this scene, the others were momentarily stunned, perplexed by the unfolding events. Could it be that he is thanking someone for beating his disciple? Meanwhile, Guy was oblivious to the opinions of others, as a multitude of thoughts blossomed in his mind. The unexpected changes in Xiao Li's condition must surely be attributed to the individual before him. If his conjecture held true, it would mean that this Taoist youth possessed the means to eliminate the side effects of the 8 gates of Duanjia. His intuition was indeed correct. Qin Feng possessed such capabilities. The so-called 8 gates of Duanjia had, in fact, evolved from the mysterious techniques of the Taoist school. The ideal of Taoism embodies the unity of heaven and humanity, seeking to assimilate the essence of the universe to enrich one's own existence. The pursuit lies in the metamorphosis of one's own life essence, while the miraculous techniques and arts are mere accessories. Yet, it is perplexing to consider which lunatic dared to reverse these 8 arts, sacrificing their life force to forcibly unlock the 8 gates of the human body, in exchange for power far exceeding their own. In a moment of fleeting strength, they wagered their very essence, for no matter how great the might, it ultimately strays from the righteous path. What he had just accomplished was employing the power of the wind posture of the 8 gates to assist in the acupoint sealing technique, thereby sealing several major acupoints within Xiao Li's body to close the already open 5 gates. This approach, while hastening the conclusion of the 8 gates of dimensional escape state, significantly mitigated the damage inflicted upon his body. It was for this reason that Might Guy expressed his gratitude. After thanking him, Guy refrained from further inquiries, quietly supporting Xiao Li as they departed, respecting the confidentiality of his companion's secret. Subsequently, the referee announced Qin Feng as the victor, marking the conclusion of the first match of the 3rd round. Following this, several more matches ensued, and after half a day, the final 5 victors emerged. They were Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha from Konoha, Gaara and Temari from Sunagakure, and Qin Feng from Taoism. Except for Qin Feng, the remaining 4 were to be awarded the title of Chunin, conferred by the 3rd Hokage and the Kazekage. At that moment, Gaara interjected, "Wait a moment. Is there an issue?" Inquired a Jonin from Konoha. Gaara turned his gaze coldly towards Qin Feng, stating, "I wish to face him again." He had not forgotten the events that transpired in the Forest of Death, where the turmoil of the tailed beast within him had led to an unfavorable outcome during their previous encounter, leaving him quite displeased. Originally, he hoped to redeem himself in subsequent matches, but fate had not aligned for them to face each other in either the preliminaries or the official competition, thus prompting him to voice his desire now. Upon hearing this request, the enforcers of order were uncertain how to respond and turned their attention toward the 3rd Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked to the Kazekage beside him, asking, "Kazekage, what is your opinion?" In response, the man clad in the Kazekage's robes nodded in agreement, as he had come to stir the pot, and a chaotic scene would only serve his purpose. Seeing no objections, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared, "Very well. If young Qin Feng is agreeable, we shall arrange an additional match." In previous contests, Qin Feng had elicited considerable astonishment. The Hokage was eager to witness what surprises this disciple of Taoism would unveil when faced with an even more formidable adversary. Qin Feng did not decline, recognizing that an extra match would garner him further prestige. With each party harboring their own intentions, an attention-grabbing additional match commenced. Qin Feng and Gaara stood once more upon the arena, exchanging glances, and Gaara coldly proclaimed, "I previously warned you that if we met again, I would tear you to shreds." The dust-laden wind remained serene and composed as he uttered, "Then let us see." A flicker of coldness passed through Gaara's eyes as he raised his palm, causing torrents of yellow sand to erupt from the gourd behind him, transforming into lethal streams aimed at the former. In response, the dust-laden wind formed a sword-like gesture with his fingers and softly declared, "Dry character." A myriad of blossoms in chaos. As his words fell, his figure briefly flickered and then multiplied, revealing a dozen identical silhouettes to the astonished gaze of the onlookers. A wave of surprise rippled through the crowd as they recognized this phenomenon, multiple shadow clones. This advanced version of the shadow clone technique belonged to a higher echelon of ninjutsu, typically accessible only to those who had attained the rank of Jonin. The fact that such a technique could manifest in a Jinin's match was astounding. What was even more remarkable was that the dust-laden wind executed this technique seemingly without any hand seals. In principle, even a true master of shadows would find such a feat challenging, yet it was now unfolding at the hands of a mere youth. The spectators felt an intense curiosity towards this Taoist boy. However, they would soon realize that their astonishment was merely the beginning. At this moment, the dust-laden wind's myriad of clones had surrounded Gaara from all directions, advancing toward him with unyielding intent. Gaara, witnessing this, let out a disdainful snort, asserting, "Such tactics are futile against me." As his words echoed, torrents of quicksand transformed into elongated whips, striking out rapidly in all directions. Within mere moments, the majority of the clones vanished. Yet, at that instant, with a mere flick of his finger, the dust-laden wind conjured forth dozens more clones, who swiftly traversed obstacles and closed in on Gaara. Gaara's expression shifted as he let out a sharp exclamation, unleashing a surge of chakra that sent a tempest of sand swirling outward in a carpet-like assault. Observing the destruction of the clones, he couldn't help but smirk with derision. However, just as he was about to taunt, over 100 clones of the dust-laden wind appeared before him. His expression darkened, frustration igniting within him. Why do they keep multiplying? His dwindling patience was nearly depleted, and with the surge of anger, a massive amount of yellow sand transformed into shurikens, shooting forth indiscriminately. The clones proved unexpectedly fragile, dissipating like mere illusions upon contact with the shurikens. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they reappeared. And their numbers had doubled, exacerbating Gaara's irritation. The spectators above, witnessing this spectacle, could only express their bewilderment. They struggled to comprehend how the dust-laden wind possessed such a vast reserve of chakra, capable of enduring this relentless expenditure, even if the energy of each clone was minimal. The sheer volume of clones being dispelled repeatedly was an extravagance that even a shadow-level ninja would hesitate to indulge. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow slightly. Having initially believed the dust-laden wind specialized merely in physical techniques, only to discover that he was equally proficient in ninjutsu. The ability to utilize multiple shadow clones without hand seals is not something an ordinary individual can achieve. However, even the most talented adversary could not possibly disperse shadow clones as one would scatter beans. Not only a mere youth, but even I myself find such a feat unattainable. If these are not mere shadow clones, then there exists only one other possibility. A thought crossed his mind, and he murmured to himself, could it be? Indeed. It is an illusion technique. At that moment, Kakashi, who had raised his forehead protector to reveal his left Sharingan, spoke up. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in understanding. No wonder. But this illusion is so lifelike that, unless one possesses the Sharingan or is well-versed in such arts, it is quite difficult to see through. Kakashi nodded slightly in agreement. What they said was undeniably accurate. The technique known as floral chaos within the wind's secret arts is indeed a form of misdirection. Yet the illusions it conjures are not merely aimed at a single individual but instead affect an entire space. In other words, anyone present in that vicinity would be influenced. Unless they are a formidable figure like Sarutobi Hiruzen or possess extraordinary abilities to pierce through the deception. Gaara, however, was clearly not among them. On the contrary, due to the tailed beast within him, his temperament was volatile and chaotic, rendering him even more susceptible to the illusion. At that moment, he yearned to shred all the loathsome figures before him. As yet another wave of illusions dissipated, Gaara breathed heavily, appearing somewhat fatigued. Just then, the figure of Dust Wind swiftly dashed forward, launching a fierce attack with a raised fist. Gaara, on the verge of countering, was suddenly encircled by a dozen identical figures. Simultaneous punches descended upon him from all angles, leaving no room for evasion. Gaara's expression shifted as he swiftly activated his sand armor, enveloping himself in a layer of solid granules, impervious to blades and bullets. Yet, at that moment, the multitude of phantoms vanished, leaving him in an expanse of emptiness. Just as Gaara was taken aback, a searing pain surged through his back, as if a force had penetrated his sand armor and rent through his flesh. Crying out in agony, he was sent flying. Regaining his footing, he glared at the still composed Dust Wind across from him. A tempest of rage and hatred swelling within his heart as he bellowed, "Die!" As his words echoed, he unleashed his full power, and in an instant, the swirling sands transformed into a colossal tidal wave, surging towards his opponent. Within a heartbeat, Dust Wind's figure was engulfed. Gaara's face broke into a cold smile. But before he could revel in his triumph, he sensed an immense energy radiating forth. Wind style, tornado. As Dust Wind's voice rang out, a massive tornado materialized from thin air, tearing through the sand's cover and coming into view. Simultaneously, boundless yellow sands were swept up by the tempest, swiftly coalescing into a fearsome sandstorm. With a thrust of dust wind's palm, the tornado barreled forward, crushing everything in its path. Witnessing this scene, Gaara's heart jolted, prompting him to instinctively attempt to evade in another direction. Yet, at that moment, the voice of Dustwind resonated, and with a subtle command, he declared, "Disarray." The illusion once more unfolded, and in an instant, the tempest divided into four, sealing every direction, intertwining and spinning without a trace of a gap. Trapped within, Gaara's expression grew grave. He sensed something awry. However, despite recognizing the illusion, he remained unable to discern the reality concealed within. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he coldly proclaimed, "Do you think this can defeat me?" Immediately, he raised both hands, and a surge of chakra surged within him, layers of sand rising from below to coalesce into a spherical form resembling a colossal eggshell. This was Gaara's most formidable defense. The sand shield. This highly compressed sand was more resilient than steel. Even as the ferocious tempest swept by, it merely left traces upon the surface, failing to breach it. At that moment, Dustwind's voice echoed once more. "Ku in character, Earth River Chariot." Observing the formidable sand shield that Gaara had erected, Dustwind arched an eyebrow and remarked, "Hiding in your shell, do you think this will impede me?" He then lowered his stance, delivering a powerful strike upon the ground while exclaiming, "Ku in character, Earth River Chariot." With his words, the earth trembled violently beneath his feet, fissures tearing open as rocks erupted. In an instant, massive boulders surged forth from the ground, colliding and merging into a colossal entity, stretching several dozen meters in length. It resembled an indomitable war chariot, or perhaps a fearsome stone serpent roaring mercilessly. With a flick of Dustwind's finger, it charged violently toward the steadfast sand shield. A thunderous crash resounded as dust and debris filled the arena, the two forces engaging in an intimate confrontation of sheer brutality. Struck with tremendous force, the eggshell-like sand shield instantly became riddled with cracks, shattering moments later. Gaara, caught within, emitted a pained cry as his entire body was hurled away, crashing heavily against the boundary wall, leaving a significant dent. A mound of rubble buried him, crimson blood dripping onto the shattered stones, this blow evidently inflicting considerable harm. Witnessing this, Temari and Kankuro were taken aback, their hearts heavy with concern. They had not anticipated that even Gaara, with his prowess, would suffer such injuries. The onlookers were equally stunned. The intensity of the battle had surpassed the limits of a genin, and even the majority of chunin could not reach such a level. Particularly, the earlier Earth release technique, in terms of sheer power, was at least on par with that of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, whose eyes revealed an unmistakable astonishment. His focus was not solely on the technique's might, but also on the fact that all the techniques employed by his opponent were without hand seals. Whether it is the initially vivid illusion, the tempestuous whirlwind, or the current Earth escape technique, all have been executed without the necessity of forming any hand seals. At most merely a gesture of the sword finger. Such prowess evokes memories of the legendary god of ninjas, Hashirama Senju, who, in the majority of his jutsu, also required no seals. Simply bringing his palms together would manifest whatever he desired. As a renowned master of ninjutsu, Hiruzen Sarutobi possesses an understanding of techniques that far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. He is acutely aware that, theoretically, forming hand seals is not a prerequisite for casting ninjutsu. The so-called hand seals merely assist the practitioner in channeling chakra. In other words, if an individual possesses an immense reservoir of chakra and can control it flawlessly, a mere thought could suffice to execute a technique. Of course, this remains an ideal scenario, one that perhaps no one in the entire ninja realm can achieve. Even if it were feasible, it would certainly not be something a mere youth like Chenkei's could accomplish. Thus, only one explanation remains. The legacy he has inherited is vastly different from that of the contemporary ninja world. This legacy compensates for the deficiencies inherent in ninjutsu, allowing the user to unleash techniques instantaneously without the need for seals. Contemplating this, a fervent glimmer ignited in his gaze, should his suspicions prove true. The entire ninja realm might soon undergo a transformation. He resolved that once the Chunin exam concluded, he must engage Chenkei's in a thorough conversation, doing everything possible to acquire the essence of his legacy. At this moment, Gaara remains trapped beneath a pile of rubble. He is bloodied and battered, his body broken in several places, and his pallid face is marked by a grotesque blend of fear and madness. Blood, my blood, it hurts. The madness in his eyes intensifies, and a ferocious, violent aura begins to emanate from him. With a primal roar, his body quakes violently. His right arm is continuously shifting and transforming, becoming even more grotesquely distorted. His arm, now resembling a mound of yellowing sand, bulges ominously, and in his agonized struggle, half of his face and his entire arm morph into the visage of a ferocious beast. Simultaneously, a powerful and domineering force erupts forth, effortlessly dislodging the heavy stones that had pinned him down. With a sudden burst of strength, he leaps from the debris. Emerging from his restraints, Gaara hunches slightly. Exuding a feral aura, his eyes now consumed by madness. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers are struck with astonishment, exclaiming, "Is that a tailed beast?" Indeed. Gaara has begun his transformation into a tailed beast, entering a state that can be described as half-tailed beast transformation, or reliance on the beast. In this state, although he may lose much of his rationality, his power is significantly amplified. As the strength of the tailed beast continues to surge forth, he has truly ascended to the level of a Jonin, perhaps even surpassing the likes of Li when he opens the fifth gate. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that, if left unchecked, the influence of the tailed beast on the opponent would only intensify over time, augmenting their power incessantly. Thus, a strategy to counter this threat must be devised. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Gaara launched an assault. His form transforming into a fleeting shadow as he surged forward, his tailed beast transformed right arm descending with tremendous force. Faced with such an onslaught, Chiffon could only evade while meticulously observing the trajectory of the impending attack. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen, having witnessed Gaara's transformation, recognized it as a manifestation of the tailed beast. However, he refrained from intervening immediately. He wished to see how this Taoist youth would respond to such a formidable embodiment of power. At that moment, Chiffon deftly dodged Gaara's ferocious strike, yet Gaara's wrath remained unchecked, his gaze growing increasingly frenzied. He quickly commanded a torrent of sand to encircle Chiffon, effectively sealing his escape routes. Then, with an impressive leap, he gathered energy within him and brought it crashing down. In response, Chiffon invoked the technique from the mysterious arts, DUI, the disruption of gold. As the spell initiated, an invisible wave radiated outward, significantly hampering Gaara's speed, rendering him seemingly suspended in midair. Chiffon then deftly gestured, "Sown, the virtue of sandalwood." In an instant, robust and resilient vines and roots burst forth from the earth, shooting toward Gaara with astonishing swiftness. In the blink of an eye, they ensnared him tightly, immobilizing his form. Upon witnessing Gaara's entrapment, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer remain composed. Exclaiming in astonishment, "This is Wood Release." Wood Release is the unique technique of the ninja deity, Hashirama Senju, who wielded this extraordinary skill to subdue countless tailed beasts. For many years, Konoha had sought to resurrect this art, yet to no avail, having only managed to produce a mere half-baked version. To his surprise, he now beheld this technique in action once more. Although the Wood Release displayed by Chiffon paled in comparison to Hashirama's prowess, the essence was unmistakably the same. He could ascertain that this was indeed genuine Wood Release. Had it not been for the congregation of onlookers, he would have eagerly entered the fray himself. Now, despite the urgency of his heart, he resolved to wait until the conclusion of the contest. With this thought, Sarutobi took a deep breath, suppressing his restless emotions, and patiently continued to observe the duel. At that moment, the bound Gaara began to struggle violently, the immense force causing the vines to loosen slightly. Yet he remained unable to break free. Meanwhile, Chinfeng's gaze sharpened as he concentrated his energy, softly commanding, "Jin, the heavenly thunder strike." As his words fell, a mass of thunderclouds materialized above, with brilliant lightning flashing amidst the dense fog, gathering formidable energy. Even Gaara, stripped of his senses, felt an intense trepidation rising from within in response to the encroaching aura of electricity. The struggle intensified as the transformation into a tailed beast deepened, with most of his body undergoing a profound change and his chakra growing increasingly volatile. At that moment, accompanied by a low shout from Dustwind, a brilliant flash of lightning erupted from the sky, coalescing into a silver lightning pillar as thick as a barrel, crashing down with ferocity. The lightning tore through the air, mercilessly striking the opponent, and with a resounding thunderclap, Gaara let out a pained cry. Witnessing such a spectacle, the spectators felt an involuntary chill run down their spines. The sensation of being struck by 5 thundering bolts was undoubtedly excruciating. They could not help but exclaim, "What an impressive lightning technique!" Simultaneously, they were astonished and intrigued. pondering just how many more abilities Dustwind had concealed. From the initial physical techniques to the subsequent illusionary arts, and now the use of wind, earth, and lightning techniques. This individual was truly a jack of all trades. At that moment, Gaara's roar grew even more intense, seemingly intertwined with a piercing beastly growl. I am in immense pain. Following this, a violent howl reverberated throughout the arena, unleashing a terrifying aura that was anything but human. Upon witnessing this scene, Temari was equally alarmed. This is not good. That creature is about to break free. Almost simultaneously, a powerful wave of energy erupted, sweeping outward and dispersing the storm clouds above. The resilient vines shattered under the pressure. As a brilliant yellow light burst forth, a massive and fearsome silhouette materialized before everyone's eyes. This was a colossal beast, towering several meters high. Resembling a giant raccoon or a massive tanuki. Its rotund body was predominantly yellow, adorned with peculiar dark curved seal patterns. A ferocious and tempestuous aura surged forth, presenting a truly terrifying sight. It was none other than Shikaku, the one-tailed beast. At the sight of this, all present were struck with shock, unable to fathom that this tailed beast had broken free from its seal. Such creatures were harbingers of calamity within the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen also displayed an expression of astonishment, his heart heavy with concern. It was clear that the match could no longer continue. If the tailed beast were to rampage, it could inflict catastrophic damage upon Konoha. At this juncture, it was imperative to rally all available forces to subdue Shikaku swiftly. With this thought in mind, he immediately stood to issue commands, but at that moment, a dense white mist suddenly enveloped the area, obscuring all visibility. Following this, he felt a chill at his neck, a sharp kunai pressed against his vital point. The one responsible for this was none other than the figure standing beside him, the Wind Shadow. Hiruzen's heart skipped a beat as he glanced at the individual, asking, "Wind Shadow, what are you doing?" In response, the man clad in the Wind Shadow's ceremonial garb chuckled darkly. "Teacher Sarutobi, do you not recognize me?" His voice was chilling and icy, instilling a sense of dread. Hearing this, Hiruzen's expression shifted slightly as he uttered, "You are Orochimaru." As the words fell, the figure behind him removed the veil from his face, subsequently tearing away his disguise, revealing a pallid visage. It was Orochimaru, once a direct disciple of the third Hokage and one of the renowned Sannin. He had become a rogue ninja after being wanted by Konoha for unlawfully capturing villagers for his inhumane experiments. For years, he had remained elusive, but unexpectedly resurfaced today, masquerading as the Kazekage. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly steadied his emotions and inquired, "What do you intend to do?" "What I wish to accomplish will soon be apparent to you, Sensei," Orochimaru replied, "but for now, I must ask you to accompany me to a different location." With that, he leapt onto a more spacious rooftop, taking the Hokage with him. Witnessing this, the Konoha ninjas were struck with astonishment. None had anticipated that their Hokage would be taken hostage, and they were poised to act. However, Orochimaru, emboldened by a meticulous plan, had his hidden allies initiate a grand genjutsu, ensnaring the majority of the Nin and Genin present. Concurrently, the perimeter of Konoha, upon receiving the signal, mobilized, summoning a massive serpentine summoning beast that forcefully breached Konoha's defenses, launching a widespread invasion. As Orochimaru made his move, 4 of his subordinates, who had infiltrated disguised as sand ninjas, shed their disguises and leaped onto the rooftop, positioning themselves at the 4 corners. They swiftly formed hand seals, invoking the ninjutsu, 4 purple flames formation. Instantly, a translucent purple rectangular barrier emerged, enveloping the surrounding space. The arriving Umbu, intent on breaking through the barrier to rescue their leader, found themselves seared by the purple flames upon contact, suffering grievous injuries. Chaos engulfed the entire village. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chenkeis faced the wrath of the rampaging tailed beast. Observing the frenzied Shikaku, he dared not engage and focused solely on retreating. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Hidden Quest King of Beasts completed. Reward, 1 beast summoning card. The achievement of King of Beasts granted him the summoning card of the Amethyst Winged Lion King. Taken aback, Chenkeis realized that by an unforeseen twist of fate, he had inadvertently released the One Tail and completed a hidden task. This was akin to winning the lottery. The Amethyst Winged Lion King, a creation of a fantastical realm, possessed terrifying strength, capable of shattering mountains with a mere gesture, an entity far beyond human capability. It was undoubtedly the most formidable talisman of protection. With this thought, he felt compelled to use the summoning card. In an instant, a dazzling violet light erupted, expanding rapidly, accompanied by a terrifying pressure and an immensely hot aura. As a colossal figure gradually descended, this transformation astonished everyone, even causing Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who were locked in confrontation, to instinctively cast their gazes toward the spectacle. Soon after, a terrifying behemoth emerged within the sight of all present. This creature, reminiscent of a lion, bore a hue of deep violet and blue, its enormous blood-red eyes glimmering with bizarre purple light. Upon its fearsome head rested a sharply pointed, fiery red spiral horn, entwined with clusters of ominous purple flames that seemed to distort the very fabric of space. To its side, a pair of indomitable purple wings unfurled, each powerful flap sending forth waves of purple fire that cascaded outward. Its 4 robust claws were enveloped in a layer of mystical purple crystal, each step causing the void to tremble in response. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were gripped by terror, while Qin Feng stood momentarily stunned, internally exclaiming, "Is this not that creature?" Shortly thereafter, the attributes of the entity materialized in his mind. Name: Amethyst Winged Lion King level. 6th tier beast remaining summoning attempts. 2. If the host can subjugate it, or it willingly acknowledges a master, the summoned beast may remain in this realm for an extended duration. Glancing at the information displayed, Qin Feng mused, "As expected, it is the Lion King. I never anticipated such a bountiful reward from the system. With it by my side, I need not fear that large cat anymore." The only regret lies in the fact that such a formidable beast has merely 3 summoning opportunities, and after this one, only 2 remain. Nevertheless, this reward is indeed extraordinarily generous. At that moment, the amethyst-winged Lion King spoke in a voice that resonated like thunder, commanding and awe-inspiring. "What summons forth this king?" As it turned its lantern-like purple-red eyes toward him, Qin Feng gestured toward a guardian crane nearby. The Lion King's intellect rivaled that of humans, and it swiftly understood his intent. With a slight flap of its wings, it materialized before the guardian crane. The 2 colossal beings locked eyes, each sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from the other. The guardian crane's gaze reflected deep apprehension, and it bared its teeth in a growl. The amethyst-winged Lion King, perceiving the crane's actions as a provocation, felt its regal authority challenged. Such defiance was intolerable. With a disdainful snort, it flapped its wings, unleashing a torrent of searing purple flames that surged forth like a deluge. In the blink of an eye, the guardian crane was engulfed, and the entire arena was shrouded in terrifying purple fire. Witnessing the inferno erupting like a tempest, the crowd fled in panic, desperate to escape any potential harm. This level of confrontation was far beyond their capacity to engage. Qin Feng, too, swiftly retreated to a place of safety, observing the ensuing battle in silence. At that moment, amidst the sea of flames, a sharp, furious roar pierced the air. What creature dares to scorch this lord? The guardian crane's form was ablaze with purple fire, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames by unleashing its chakra. However, this beastly fire proved to be more formidable than anticipated. Not only was its temperature exceedingly high, but it also had the capacity to incinerate chakra. Even the tenacious life force of the tailed beasts would find itself in dire straits if touched by it. Shikaka gritted its teeth, transforming the outer layer of its body into flowing sand that cascaded downward, extinguishing the flames. Following this, a tremendous surge of chakra erupted forth, morphing into a terrifying whirlwind that spun rapidly, creating a vacuum around itself, effectively repelling the oncoming inferno. After enduring the harshness of the encounter, Shikaka gazed upward at the amethyst-winged Lion King, its eyes ablaze with fury. It then witnessed the creature open its massive maw, high concentrations of chakra coalescing within, intertwining with the howling winds to form numerous spheres of wind that were violently propelled forward like a hail of cannonballs towards its adversary. The Lion King, however, evaded this assault with a mere flicker of its form. As a flying beast, it possessed a natural advantage over the cumbersome one-tailed creature. With a roar that echoed through the heavens, the lion's thunderous cry resonated, causing the dazzling amethyst crystals adorning its body to shine with renewed brilliance. A torrent of purple flames erupted fiercely from within, surging forth like a tsunami, coalescing into a colossal pillar of violet fire aimed directly at the one-tailed beast below. Shikaku, taken aback, swiftly manipulated the surrounding sand, coalescing it into a massive spherical shield that enveloped its entire form in an attempt to withstand the assault. This maneuver bore resemblance to Gaara's sand shield, yet its defensive capabilities were substantially superior. Even an elite ninja would find it laborious to breach. with a resounding crash. The terrifying fire pillar collided with the sand shield, instantly flattening the expansive circular arena and shattering the surrounding walls. The cataclysmic flames and shock waves swept across a distance of over 1,000 meters, causing nearby structures to collapse into heaps of rubble and debris. Witnessing this spectacle, Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Sarutobi Hiruzen and remarking, "I did not anticipate that you still had such aces up your sleeve. This giant beast's power is likely on par with that of a tailed beast." Sarutobi frowned, his demeanor cold as he replied, "I too am uncertain of what this entity is and why it has suddenly manifested within the village." "Now, this is intriguing," Orochimaru chuckled, his mind racing with the possibility that others might also be harboring intentions against Konoha. Just then, a wave of searing, terrifying energy swept through, causing the very ground beneath them to crumble. The four hidden figures found their footing compromised, plummeting downward, while the previously supportive four purple flames formation faltered and ceased to function. As the fire pillar descended, it seemed to make the entire village of Konoha tremble. When the smoke cleared, the arena had transformed into a vast hemispherical crater, with a protruding area at its center where Shikaku remained. At that moment, Shikaku was charred and disheveled, its protective sand shield utterly shattered, clearly having failed to completely deflect the earlier strike. However, the intense and excruciating pain coursing through his body significantly ignited his ferocity. A vast surge of chakra surged forth, transforming into a roaring tide that surged toward the airborne amethyst-winged Lion King, intent on annihilating it. The Lion King, with a fearsome roar, unleashed a terrifying violet flame from within, his entire form resembling a colossal fireball, boldly confronting the onslaught without retreat. The swirling yellow sands clashed with the blazing inferno. Yet beneath the dreadful heat of the purple flames, the hardened grains of sand melted away in an instant, unable to withstand the onslaught. Upon breaching the quicksand barrier, the Amethyst Lion King crashed down upon the guardian crane like a meteor, causing a cataclysmic shockwave that reverberated through the battlefield. Witnessing this spectacle, Orochimaru, accompanied by Sarutobi Hiruzen, swiftly retreated, relocating the battleground to another area. As the four purple flames formation dissipated, the surrounding Umbu members surged forward, encircling Orochimaru, and the impending battle loomed large. Orochimaru, however, merely smirked coldly, remarking on the unexpected turn of events, yet expressing confidence in his preparations for such an encounter. With that, he swiftly formed hand seals, and an aura of chilling dread emanated from him, spreading like a shroud of darkness. Soon, ethereal blue light began to illuminate the ground, and several massive coffins erupted from the earth, rising in succession. Summoning technique, impure world reincarnation. At this sight, Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback, hastily attempting to intervene, but ultimately, two corpses were summoned forth. As the coffins opened, within lay none other than the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Both were formidable ninjas, with the first Hokage, renowned as the god of ninjas, having dominated his era, truly an unrivaled force. Although in this reincarnated state they could only wield a fraction of their former power, they still possessed a level on par with Kage. With the impure world reincarnation activated, the two figures stirred to life, fully aware of their current state. They gazed upon Sarutobi Hiruzen, with the first Hokage saying, "Little monkey, it has been a long time. You must give it your all to defeat us." Upon hearing this, Hiruzen's expression became grave. He promptly shed his Hokage robes, revealing a form-fitting black combat suit, while the Rui Jingu Bang, transformed from the Monkey King, appeared in his grasp. In an instant, he charged forward, determined to confront the first and second Hokage single-handedly. Observing their Hokage's advance, the surrounding Umbu ninjas also launched an assault against Orochimaru. In an instant, chaos ensued, with dazzling ninjutsu erupting across the battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen struggled mightily against two opponents, while the Umbu, despite their numerical superiority, found themselves unable to subdue Orochimaru. Moments later, the area lay in ruins, with numerous casualties among the Umbu, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, panting heavily, bore many wounds upon his body. At that moment, a deafening explosion erupted, causing the ground beneath to tremble and interrupting the fierce battle between the two factions. Everyone turned to see, not far away, two colossal beasts clashing violently, the shockwaves affecting an area spanning thousands of meters. Witnessing this spectacle, the summoned Hashirama's expression shifted as he remarked, "Has the tailed beast stirred up trouble again? The one being attacked must be Shikaku, but what about the other? That appears to be a lion. Its power is likely comparable to the Nine Tails." Beside him, Tobarama spoke with a grave demeanor. As if to validate their words, the struggling Shikaku was struck down by a powerful claw. Its right arm was already torn apart, and numerous wounds adorned its body. Were it not for the tailed beast's formidable vitality, it would have been unable to rise again. Damn it, that hurts. Shikaku grimaced in pain. Although the body of a tailed beast is composed of chakra and can regenerate severed limbs after some time, the process incurs significant energy expenditure. At this moment, it was teetering on the brink of fury and no longer held back. It opened its massive jaws, drawing upon an immense reservoir of chakra that rapidly converged within, intertwining in a precise ratio, ultimately transforming into a colossal purple orb of energy. This technique was the tailed beast's ultimate move, the tailed beast ball. Once unleashed, it could bring about cataclysmic destruction with a fearsome roar. Shikaka hurled the terrifying tailed beast ball into the sky, the overwhelming energy producing a piercing sound as it ruptured the air. The amethyst-winged Lion King remained undaunted, its own formidable energy surging within, letting out a roar. Amethyst seal. In an instant, clusters of menacing purple light converged upon the singular horn on its forehead, bursting forth with tremendous force. The sky was enveloped in a cascade of purple radiance, and as the energy continued to compress, it transformed into a deep violet beam, shooting forth like lightning. In the blink of an eye, it collided fiercely with the incoming tailed beast ball. In that moment, accompanied by the eruption of invisible energy waves, a terrifying energy storm swept across the landscape, resembling a natural disaster. Everything in the vicinity was obliterated by the force of the shockwave. The two formidable powers clashed for 2 breaths, but ultimately, the tailed beast ball could not withstand the onslaught and was shattered by the beam of light. Following this, the violet radiance, in an overwhelming display of strength, pierced through several sand shields that Shikaku had erected before it, directly penetrating its chest. With a cry of agony, Shikaku felt a peculiar and terrifying energy erupt within. It soon realized, in sheer terror, that its power was swiftly dissipating. Within mere moments, 99% of its chakra had been sealed, rendering it unable to mobilize its strength again. An overwhelming sense of weakness washed over it, fatigue and drowsiness engulfing its entire being. Simultaneously, its massive form began to shrink at a visible rate, ultimately transforming into a fleeting shadow that vanished. Returning to the Jinchuriki's body, all that remained was Gaara, utterly exhausted, lying unconscious in a deep pit. The amethyst-winged Lion King roared towards the heavens, scattering the clouds with its formidable presence. Its piercing lion eyes surveyed the earth beneath, as if proclaiming the majesty of a victor. Just as one foe was once again sealed away, the battle on the other side was drawing to a close. The ground was strewn with blood and corpses, comprising both the Leaf Village's Umbu and intruders from the Sound Village. At this moment, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, enacted the forbidden technique, the Reaper Death Seal, sacrificing his life to seal away the first and second Hokages, resurrected through impure reincarnation. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's soul was cleaved by the Shinigami, rendering his arms utterly useless, and he would never again wield ninjutsu. In this fierce confrontation, both sides suffered grievous losses, truly a case of mutual destruction, particularly for the third Hokage, who paid the ultimate price. This ninja, who had governed the Leaf for decades, fell forever, marking the conclusion of his grand and tumultuous life. At that moment, Kakashi and Might Guy, along with other ninjas, arrived. Upon seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen lying on the ground, they were taken aback. They had not anticipated that the longest-serving Hokage would meet such an end. Observing the continuous arrival of Leaf ninjas, Orochimaru realized he could no longer remain. Feeling the numbness in his arms, he gritted his teeth and departed. Although his soul was damaged and his power significantly diminished, as a shadow-level formidable ninja, escaping was not an arduous task. With a leap, he transformed into dozens of white snakes, slithering into the forest and vanishing from sight. Just as the others were about to pursue, a colossal figure enveloped in violet flames swooped down from a distance. It was the amethyst-winged lion. The Leaf ninjas were startled and instinctively moved to attack, but Kakashi intervened just in time. Looking up, they saw a handsome young man standing atop the lion's back. It was Chenkei's. The lion gracefully landed on the ground, its overwhelming aura flattening a wide expanse of trees, instilling a sense of dread in all present. Chenkei spoke, "There is no need for alarm. I have merely come to observe." Hearing this, Kakashi glanced at the terrifying beast and inquired, "Might I ask what this is?" "This is the amethyst-winged lion, the guardian spirit of my Taoist sect," Chenkei replied casually. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expression shifted, Possessing such a formidable spirit beast, the Taoist sect was evidently more powerful than they had imagined. Just then, a booming voice echoed unexpectedly. Who dares to cause havoc in the leaf? The toad sage has arrived. Following this proclamation, a massive red toad leapt high, charging towards the amethyst-winged lion. The lion, undeterred, roared in response, unleashing its violet flames which surged forth like terrifying waves. The toad expelled massive water spheres, colliding directly with the fiery onslaught. Normally, water extinguishes fire, yet upon contacting the violet flames, the water spheres evaporated instantly, unable to withstand the assault. Witnessing this, a white-haired middle-aged man atop the toad was taken aback momentarily, then formed hand seals, fire release, toad oil flame bullet. The powerful fire technique was unleashed, merging with the toad oil to create an even more potent skill. The fiery orbs collided violently with the violet flames, unleashing a surge of terrifying energy that swept through the air. Just as the confrontation was about to escalate, Kakashi hurriedly intervened, saying, "Lord Jiraiya, please cease hostilities. This individual is not our adversary." Jiraiya, taken aback by this revelation, inquired, "Isn't he the one causing chaos in Konoha?" Kakashi explained, "It was Orochimaru who invaded the village. This gentleman is a friend of the Taoist sect. It was indeed this Lion King who thwarted the rampaging One-Tail." Realizing his misunderstanding, Jiraiya sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled. "My apologies, I failed to see clearly just now." Chifeng, understanding the nature of the situation, waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to dwell on the matter. At that moment, Jiraiya noticed the lifeless form of the third Hokage on the ground, and a wave of shock washed over him. He swiftly leaped down from the giant toad to the side of his fallen mentor. Sensing the once vibrant aura that had now faded, he clenched his fists and sighed, lamenting that he had arrived too late. Observing his silent despair, the Konoha ninjas bowed their heads in sorrow, not wishing to share in the collective grief. Chifeng bid farewell and departed, returning to his abode. Upon his return, the crystalline-winged Lion King vanished, as per the system's stipulations, which allowed for a single summoning to last only half an hour. Having already summoned it once, he had 2 opportunities left, necessitating careful consideration in their use. Time slipped away, and half a month passed. During this period, Konoha was preoccupied with the arduous task of reconstruction, as Orochimaru's invasion had wreaked considerable havoc, resulting in numerous casualties that required meticulous handling. Additionally, an exceedingly crucial matter loomed: the selection of the next Hokage. The passing of the third Hokage not only deprived Konoha of a powerful leader, but also dealt a significant blow to the morale and spirit of the populace. It was imperative to appoint a new leader swiftly to restore stability to the village. Within a heavily guarded office, 3 figures convened around a table, deliberating on forthcoming plans. The administrative department of Konoha serves as an auxiliary body to assist the Hokage in managing the village's affairs. It communicates information from the nation and receives financial allocations while also relaying the village's conditions to the daimyo. In essence, it acts as the bridge between the land of fire and Konoha. The highest-ranking officials of this department were Elder Mito Gateflame and Elder T-Ka Shiranui, both of whom served as advisors to the third Hokage. The third individual in the room, shrouded in shadows, was Danzo Shimura, the leader of the Root. Following the passing of Sarutobi Hiruzen, these 3 had effectively become the power brokers of Konoha. At this juncture, Danzo, with an expression of indifference, remarked, "The circumstances surrounding Sarutobi's death were unforeseen. As a longtime comrade, I too mourn his loss." Following this sentiment, he asserted with unwavering conviction, "The pressing priority now is to swiftly select the 5th Hokage, allowing a new leader to guide the village forward. In terms of qualifications and capabilities, there is but one individual in Konoha suited for this monumental responsibility." Upon hearing this, Mito Minyin and T-Ka Shrin exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, we share the same sentiment," they affirmed. Observing their concurrence, Danzo's lips curled slightly in a smirk, secretly thinking, "I did not expect these 2 old fellows to possess such discernment." He then rose, smiling, and proclaimed, "Since both of you harbor no objections, the position of Hokage shall be." At that moment, however, Mito Minyin interrupted with a cheerful demeanor, stating, "Let Jiraiya take the helm." Upon hearing this, Danzo was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "You propose Jiraiya?" Mito Minyin nodded, asserting, "Jiraiya is not only the disciple of the third Hokage, but he has also trained the 4th. His prowess and reputation are equally formidable, making him the most suitable candidate within Konoha today." Hearing this, Danzo's expression darkened, and he replied coldly, "Yet Jiraiya is notoriously carefree. I doubt he is capable of shouldering such a significant responsibility." Tksh Rin responded, "There is no need for concern. Once he ascends to the position, we will provide our unwavering support. What Konoha desperately requires now is a leader of immense authority, one who embodies the will of fire to stabilize the situation." Danzo's gaze flickered. The position of Hokage had been his lifelong aspiration, a rivalry he had engaged in since youth against the third Hokage. Now that he had outlasted Sarutobi, it seemed only logical for him to take the mantle. Yet, these two had audaciously nominated Jiraiya instead. He sought to rally support for himself, but after careful contemplation, he realized he held no advantage. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, seemed superior in both strength and renown. Ultimately, he coldly remarked, "Do as you see fit," before turning to leave. Once he had departed, Tksh Rin remarked, "It appears this fellow is still unwilling to relinquish his ambitions for the Hokage position." Mito Minion scoffed lightly. Danzo's lust for power is far too intense, and his methods excessively ruthless. Should he become Hokage, we may find ourselves in dire straits. Their choice of Jiraiya as Hokage not only stemmed from his qualifications and capabilities, but also from his carefree disposition, which made him indifferent to power. This way, they could maintain a firm grip on Konoha's governance. With this thought, they exchanged knowing smiles. Meanwhile, Danzo returned to the roots of his organization, seething with anger as he exclaimed, "Those two old relics." As he vented his frustrations, a tall man approached, kneeling respectfully before him. "Lord Danzo." The man was clad in a sleeveless brown garment, wielding a sharp katana on his back, his orange hair tied into a short ponytail, exuding an air of competence. This individual was one of Danzo's most trusted subordinates, F of the Yamashiro clan. Seeing his arrival, Danzo inquired, "How goes the investigation?" F responded, "I led the root members to gather intelligence on the dust wind, only to discover that his initial appearance was in the land of waves. Prior to this, there was no trace of him anywhere, as if he had materialized out of thin air." Materialized out of thin air? Danzo pondered. Tuanzong furrowed his brow slightly, feeling an odd aura emanating from this enigmatic disciple of Taoism. His demeanor, speech, and the heritage of his techniques starkly contrasted with those of the shinobi world. He contemplated, aware that this individual harbored significant secrets that must be unearthed. Shan Zhongfeng remarked that Qin Feng was under the protection of a formidable expert, making it difficult even for him to approach. Furthermore, it was rumored that this individual possessed a spirit beast rivaling the tailed beasts. Although there were skilled individuals among the roots, confronting such a powerful being would be a daunting task. Upon hearing this, Tuanzang's aged eyes glinted with a chilling light, and he coldly stated, "That expert named Xiao Meng can be restrained with the deployment of 2 Nin. As for the spirit beast, while its strength is formidable and cannot be confronted directly, other methods can be employed to thwart its summoning." Shan Zhongfeng's expression shifted as he inquired about Tuanzang's intentions. Tuanzang continued, "I am aware of a formation that can nullify summoning techniques within a certain range, though it requires prior setup." He then produced a scroll and handed it to his companion. "You shall oversee this matter. Additionally, ensure that the shinobi in proximity to Qin Feng are relocated to avoid detection." He was determined to keep Qin Feng's secrets under his control. Thus this plan needed to be executed with utmost discretion. "Understood," Shan Zhongfeng affirmed before taking his leave to fulfill the task. Days swiftly passed. And just 2 days prior, Mito Min Yin and Zhuan Qi Shaochun approached Jiraiya, urging him to assume the position of Hokage. However, he resolutely rejected their proposal. Upon learning this news, Tuanzang could hardly contain his joy and hurried over, eager to present his own candidacy once more. Yet, as he approached, he was met with another piece of information. Jiraiya had nominated Tsunade Senju, another of the legendary Sannin, to succeed the Hokage position, having already obtained the approval of 2 advisors and numerous high-ranking officials. Fuming with rage, Tuanzang nearly overturned the table but managed to restrain himself. After all, Tsunade was not only one of the illustrious Sannin, but also the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. In terms of both experience and lineage, she was undoubtedly the most qualified candidate for the role. However, Tsunade had departed from Konoha many years ago, and to endorse her as the new Hokage, she would first need to be located. This task naturally fell to Jiraiya. Though he was reluctant to involve himself in such troublesome affairs, he had no choice. If Tsunade could not be found, the burden of Hokage would inevitably fall upon him. After making some preparations, Jiraiya set forth on a journey to locate the elusive big prize, accompanied by his young apprentice, Naruto Uzumaki. Meanwhile, Chenfeng lay in the courtyard, basking in the warm sunlight, relishing the sense of tranquility enveloping him. He then opened the system panel in his mind, eager to assess his recent gains. Host, Dustwind reputation, 1998, unknown. Skills, pure young Wujigong slightly accomplished, Tai Chi proficient. Wind after Chi Min, beginning to understand, passive skill. Destitute as the sea observing the rapid increase in his reputation, Dustwind felt a surge of joy within. The recent Chunin exam had indeed garnered him a substantial amount of reputation points. A considerable portion of this was undoubtedly due to the presence of the amethyst-winged Lion King. However, that mattered little, as long as the ultimate benefits reached him. He was content. Now that he had accrued a fair amount of wealth, it was time to enhance his skills once more. Just as he contemplated this, he noticed the number in the reputation column continuing to rise slowly, eventually reaching 1999. After a few breaths, it broke through the 2000 mark. Concurrently, the title following the number transformed from unknown to noteworthy. Shortly thereafter, the system's distinctive voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a new title. And a random character card has been awarded. With the system's announcement, a grand will appeared in his mind's eye. Dustwind's expression shifted slightly. He was quite familiar with this process, as the outcome of the draw depended entirely on luck. With exceptional fortune, he might even summon a figure as illustrious as the three pure ones. Just as he was about to make a move, two figures entered through the door. Both were clad in black, form-fitting combat attire, their expressions cold and resolute, clearly identifying them as ninjas from Konoha. Raising an eyebrow, Dustwind inquired, "Do you two have business with me?" One of them replied coldly, "Lord Danzo requests your presence." Upon hearing this, Dustwind's heart stirred. Sensing that their intentions were likely nefarious, he stretched languidly and responded, "I have no desire to move right now. If someone wishes to see me, let him come himself." In response, the two ninjas' expressions turned icy. "This is Lord Danzo's command." Dustwind chuckled, "That may be true for your superior, but I am not a ninja of Konoha. Why should I heed his orders?" As his words fell, a glint of cold light flashed in the eyes of the two ninjas, who no longer engaged in further conversation but began to approach him slowly. In that moment, a wave of pure energy surged forth, and Xiao Meng's figure suddenly materialized. With an impassive expression, she regarded the two men. Should they take another step forward, she would not hesitate to act. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from Xiao Meng, the two root ninjas exchanged glances, their expression shifting slightly as they dared not make any rash moves. The atmosphere grew tense as both sides entered a standoff. Breaking the silence, Dustwind smiled and declared, "Very well, since Lord Danzo has requested my presence, I shall oblige." Rising from his reclined position, he turned to the two ninjas and said, "Stop dawdling, lead the way." Upon hearing this, the two ninjas offered no further words, promptly turning to guide him. Thus, Dustwind and Xiao Meng followed suit, departing the courtyard. He could surmise what tricks Danzo was plotting, but it mattered little. If worse came to worst, he could always summon the amethyst-winged Lion King for a grand display of power. As the group departed, two uninvited guests silently infiltrated Konoha. They were both clad in black trench coats, adorned with peculiar red cloud patterns, their forms largely obscured by the voluminous fabric, exuding an air of mystery. One among them had a strikingly handsome yet aloof visage, his eyes possessing three blood-red tomo. Any Konoha ninja who dared to meet his gaze inexplicably collapsed to the ground. The other bore a somewhat terrifying countenance, with a shark-like, menacing blue face and sharp teeth concealed within his maw. He carried an unusual and massive weapon on his back. Unlike any common blade, the duo swaggered into Konoha, and all who attempted to obstruct their passage fell lifeless to the earth, unable even to utter a cry for help. The man with the shark face spoke, "Itachi, this is where you once resided, is it not? It seems rather pleasant. Had it not been for this mission, I would not return," replied the youth known as Itachi coldly. The shark-faced man chuckled, "In truth, I have little interest in this place. But since the leader has sent us, we might as well investigate." He then remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "I never imagined the illustrious third Hokage would meet his end so easily. It seems that age renders one ineffective. Kai, there is no need for idle chatter. Let us proceed with the task," Itachi stated, his expression betraying no emotion, concealing his thoughts. Kai smiled and said nothing further. Soon, they arrived at the heart of Konoha, where two figures suddenly emerged, blocking their path. It was none other than the elite jonin of Konoha, Kurenai Yuhi, and Asuma Saratobi. Upon seeing the two men, Kurenai felt a surge of alarm. As a Jonin, she recognized their identities. With the third Hokage slain, and Jiraiya recently departed from the village, Konoha was at its most vulnerable, and she had not anticipated encountering such formidable adversaries at this time. After regaining her composure, she looked up at Itachi and remarked, "I never expected you to dare return to Konoha." Itachi replied, "If it were possible, I too would prefer not to be here. We do not wish to shed blood today. I kindly ask you to step aside." Kurenai scoffed, "You are both infamous fugitives. How dare you brazenly invade Konoha?" With that, she was the first to strike, employing her signature genjutsu. Asuma charged towards Kaigai, initiating an assault. However, the disparity in their strengths was too vast, and within mere moments, Kurenai and Asuma found themselves overwhelmed. Just as Kaigai was about to deliver a lethal blow, Kakashi intervened just in time to rescue the two. Seeing this, Itachi's gaze flickered slightly before he addressed Kaigai. "You may continue with the mission. I will handle this." Kaigai nodded, sheathing his formidable weapon, the Kubikirib Ch, before departing leisurely. Kakashi and his companions were about to pursue, but Itachi stopped them. "Your opponent is me," Asuma retorted. "Do you believe you can hold off all three of us alone? How arrogant." Yet, Itachi offered no defense against such taunts. His intention to divert Kisame was not born of arrogance, but rather stemmed from the necessity of restraint in the presence of the other party. Meanwhile, Shinfeng and his companion were escorted into a secluded grove within the village. Soon, they encountered an elderly man leaning on a cane. Shinfeng's expression shifted as he spoke. "You must be Danzo. Let us dispense with pleasantries. What is it that you require of me?" Upon hearing this, Danzo did not mince words. He addressed the matter directly. "Your performance during the Chunin exams was indeed remarkable, and I find myself quite curious about those extraordinary techniques. I have come today to deepen my understanding of the Taoist legacy. If you could fulfill this desire, I would be more than willing to offer my protection in Konoha." At this declaration, a flicker of disdain crossed Shinfeng's eyes. Indeed, this old man was coveting the teachings of the Tao. His words were eloquent, yet they concealed an ulterior motive akin to a mere promissory note to ensnare him. It was far less sincere than the previous overtures from Hinata Hizashi. He promptly replied, "I'm afraid that the Tao has its own principles. Without the approval of my master, I cannot share such knowledge with outsiders." Hearing this, Danzo's demeanor turned frosty as he replied, "So, you are choosing to refuse?" Chiffon nodded affirmatively. "No need for subterfuge. If you wish to engage in combat, do so directly." Danzo responded, "Very well, then I shall uncover your secrets myself." As he spoke, dozens of figures surged forth from the dense forest surrounding them. With a command from Danzo, a cadre of elite ninjas sprang into action, encircling Chiffon and his companion. Indeed, an ambush had been anticipated, Chiffon mused, raising an eyebrow. Danzo, with an expression of icy indifference, stated, "I grant you one final opportunity to surrender the techniques of the legacy. Otherwise, you shall face severe consequences. If you desire them, come and take them yourself," Shinfeng retorted calmly. In response, Danzo ceased any further conversation, coldly instructing, "Capture them alive." With that command, the surrounding root ninjas charged forward without hesitation, launching their assault. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Meng unleashed her domain, enveloping an extensive area around them. In an instant, everyone felt their footing grow heavy, their movements slightly impeded, and their chakra flow stifled. However, prior to the operation's commencement, Danzo had made meticulous preparations immediately. Two Jonin and several Chunin advanced towards Xiao Meng's position, ensnaring her tightly. Meanwhile, the rest converged on Chiffon with relentless fervor. To ensure the mission's absolute success, only the most elite of the root were dispatched. Aside from a few Jonin, the remainder consisted of seasoned Chunin. Faced with this onslaught, Chiffon could only evade while contending with his assailants. Yet, the disparity in numbers proved overwhelming, and after several exchanges, he found himself struggling to withstand their assault. Even so, he refrained from summoning the amethyst-winged Lion King immediately. While perilous, this battle also presented a valuable opportunity for self-improvement. He lightly touched the system panel, prompting the wind backward chi gate to ascend once more, progressing from a nascent understanding to a modest accomplishment. Meanwhile, the hard-earned reputation points, exceeding 2,000, had been significantly depleted. Suddenly, a surge of immense energy erupted from within, transforming into a torrent of force that spread outward. His power escalated to a new echelon, reaching the true level of a high-ranking ninja. Observing the relentless onslaught of the root members, Shinfeng's eyes gleamed with a hint of combat fervor. He was now ready for a proper battle. With this thought, he deftly moved his hand in a swift gesture, exclaiming, "The character, firefly flowing light." In an instant, a cluster of concentrated sparks erupted, swelling in the wind into searing fireballs that hurtled forward, injuring two middle-ranking ninjas. At that moment, enemies emerged from the side, their sharp kunai glinting ominously under the sunlight. Qinfeng's expression shifted, his body swayed slightly, and a peculiar metallic sheen flickered across him. Jin character, Kunlun. Instantaneously, a marvelous transformation overtook him. His bones and muscles hardened to the resilience of rock and steel, impervious to ordinary weapons. The sharp kunai struck his skin as if it had hit solid iron, failing to penetrate, even slightly. With a powerful punch, Qinfeng sent several ninjas crashing to the ground. Witnessing his formidable physical prowess, the root ninjas resorted to ninjutsu, invoking the fire release, Phoenix fire technique. They swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a barrage of fireballs aimed directly at him. Qinfeng, however, swiftly raised his left hand, murmuring, "Can character, water mirror." As his inner energy surged, a stream of crystal-clear water materialized, forming a transparent mirror that shielded him. The fireballs collided with the mirror, creating ripples, and suddenly, the water mirror shattered, sending the ferocious fireballs ricocheting back. Astonished, the onlookers gasped. They had never witnessed a technique capable of reflecting ninjutsu. Seizing the moment of their astonishment, Qinfeng launched a counterattack, activating the Qi Min technique, swirling a whirlwind around his legs. Sun character, swift wind. In the blink of an eye, his speed surged, propelling him forward. The root ninjas, regaining their composure, prepared to advance once more. Just then, Qinfeng gestured with his finger and commanded, "Dui character, chaotic golden bell." An invisible energy rippled outward, and the air within several meters of Qinfeng fell into an eerie stillness, slowing everyone's movements to a crawl. Jin character, thunderstorm. A dazzling bolt of lightning coalesced between his palms, then erupted violently, sending arcs of electricity crashing in all directions, severely wounding the surrounding ninjas. In mere moments, the number of root ninjas felled by his hand had exceeded 10. This sight instilled panic among the remaining ninjas, causing their assault to falter. Observing from the sidelines, Danzo could not suppress a derisive snort. What utter incompetence! With so many of you, you cannot even capture a single boy. It's an utter disgrace. If this stalemate continued, allowing the enemy to find an opportunity to escape would spell disaster. With this thought, he could no longer contain his impatience and resolved to take matters into his own hands. Suddenly, his figure flickered and vanished from sight, only to reappear before Qinfeng's, a shuriken in hand, aimed directly at his vital points. Qinfeng's expression shifted as he narrowly evaded the lethal strike. He subsequently raised both arms to block a fierce kick from his opponent, the immense force causing him to stagger back several steps before he could dissipate the impact. Gazing at the formidable Danzo before him, Qinfeng's countenance grew grave as he remarked, "You truly live up to your notorious reputation as the leader of the root. Not only have you dispatched numerous minions to set an ambush, but you also deign to attack me personally." In response to this taunt, Danzo merely replied coldly, "Everything I do is for the sake of Konoha." Qinfeng couldn't help but scoff at his words. This old man, who incessantly claimed to act for Konoha, was, in truth, a consummate opportunist, willing to do anything to maintain his power and ascend to the position of Hokage. Perhaps in his mind, Konoha and his own self were synonymous. He believed only he could truly represent the village. To disobey his orders was akin to treason. Danzo advanced step by step, declaring, "Today, I shall personally ensure that you cannot escape." He harbored great confidence in his abilities. Although he could not rival the likes of Hiruzen Sarutobi, he was undoubtedly at the level of a Kage. In the world of shinobi, a Kage represented the pinnacle of strength, and even the most ordinary Kage surpassed elite jonin by far. "Let us test that theory," Qinfeng replied, his demeanor unwavering. Danzo continued, "You believe you can rely on that summoning beast. Do not struggle. I have set a formation here, rendering all summoning techniques ineffective." Qinfeng raised an eyebrow, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Old man, your preparations are quite thorough, but do you think you have me cornered? Do not forget, I still have one lottery chance left." In his mind, a colossal wheel began to spin rapidly, finally coming to rest on a small area. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained a permanent character card, Zhang Jiwei, Tiansher of Longhushan." "Congratulations, host. You have obtained a character card, the old Tiansher of Longhushan." Qinfeng was momentarily taken aback, only to be overtaken by a wave of elation. He had unexpectedly drawn such a remarkable figure. His luck was truly extraordinary. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted, intertwining a terrifying aura with profound mystical rhythms, stirring the hearts of those who beheld it. Danzo, sensing this, felt an ominous chill creep into his heart. Within the yet unrealized radiance, he discerned a formidable threat. Without hesitation, he dashed forward at utmost speed, channeling chakra into his shuriken. Wind release, vacuum blade. This was his signature technique, enhancing his weapon with chakra to achieve the power to cleave through gold and stone. The shuriken lunged towards Chen Feng, but at the crucial moment, it was intercepted by that golden light. No matter how fiercely he exerted himself, he could not budge it an inch. In his astonished gaze, the golden brilliance gradually coalesced, revealing a figure. As I focused my gaze, I beheld an elderly gentleman of remarkable stature, his long white beard and eyebrows framing a countenance of serene detachment, exuding an ethereal tranquility akin to still waters. Clad in a simple Taoist robe, he appeared, despite his advanced years, to possess a deep, restrained brilliance in his eyes, resembling an ancient well unruffled by the winds of time. At that moment, he radiated a resplendent golden aura, as though enveloped in a thick layer of golden armor. A sharp kunai pierced his chest, yet not a trace of blood was to be found. Feeling the subtle yet palpable pressure emanating from this individual, Tuanzong was momentarily taken aback, having not even perceived how the man had materialized before him. The old master remained unfazed, lifting his hand to strike with a palm that carried no hint of mundane energy. Tuanzong hastily attempted to defend himself, only to be forcefully repelled several paces back by the overwhelming might of the strike. Steadying himself, Tuanzang's expression grew grave. He realized he had encountered a genuine master. With no path of retreat available, he resolutely commanded, "Advance, eliminate him." Upon his command, the Roots ninjas surged forward, with Yamashiro Kaze, Tuanzang's trusted aide, leading the charge. He leaped into the air, gripping his razor-sharp katana, unrelenting as he aimed for the old master's neck. Yet, the old master remained unmoved, casually extending 2 fingers to effortlessly clamp down on the blade. With a slight exertion, a sharp crack echoed as the sword shattered into pieces. Yamashiro Kaze, taken aback, attempted to retreat, but before he could make a move, the old master's fingers struck his chest. In a flash of golden light, a terrifying energy crushed his heart, erupting from his back in a gory explosion. With a cry of pain, Yamashiro Kaze collapsed to the ground, lifeless in an instant. Witnessing this scene, all present were left in stunned silence, for Yamashiro Kaze had been Tuanzang's personal bodyguard, a formidable elite of the root. Though not on par with Kakashi or Might Guy, he was nonetheless a bona fide jonin. The fact that he had perished without enduring even a single blow was astonishing. Cheng Feng's eyes gleamed with realization. He had known the old master was powerful, but witnessing his prowess firsthand was still astonishing. To eliminate a jonin with a mere fingertip strike was a feat that even many Kaga-level warriors might struggle to achieve. Immediately thereafter, a blue panel unfurled in his mind, revealing lines of information. Identity: Zhang Jiwei, Master of Longhu Mountain Summoner. Chengfeng Cultivation, Grandmaster, 3.5 stars. Technique: Taching Longhu Ju, Great Accomplishment. Skills: 8 Great Mantras, Perfection. Thunder Magic, Perfection. Beta Great Mantra, Great Accomplishment. Loyalty value: 60. Upon seeing this information, Cheng Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, internally exclaiming, "Truly, the Master of Longhu Mountain possesses remarkable attributes." His Grandmaster level of cultivation far surpasses that of Xiao Meng. According to his speculation, the Taoist's innate abilities are roughly equivalent to the ranks of elite ninja, ranging from Jonin to Quasi-Kage, while a Grandmaster is akin to a true Kage. The current cultivation level of the Grandmaster is at the pinnacle of this Grandmaster realm, which translates to at least the peak Kage level. Excluding the Tsutsuki clan and its descendants, this represents the utmost limit achievable by individuals within the ninja world. Furthermore, the various extraordinary techniques are undeniably magnificent, either reaching completion or perfection. This clearly illustrates the profound depth of his cultivation. To label him as the pinnacle of humanity would not be an exaggeration, should he manage to break through the shackles and advance further. He might even ascend to the legendary status of an earthly immortal. The recent lottery draw was indeed a tremendous surprise. Although the previous purple crystal wing Lion King was formidable, it could only be summoned thrice. This time, however, the prize was a permanent character card, signifying that the Grandmaster could remain by his side as a guardian. Consequently, he now possesses the means to venture into the ninja world with confidence. At this moment, The members of the root organization regained their composure and, witnessing the Grand Master's formidable power, dared not act individually. Instead, they surged forward, launching attacks from all directions. The golden light spell shimmered brilliantly. With a mere gesture, he sent 2 adjacent ninjas sprawling to the ground. Then, with a sweep of his right hand, a golden palm imprint surged forth, obliterating the ninjas in front of him. Under the enhancement of the golden light spell, even seemingly ordinary movements erupted with terrifying might. His fists and feet transformed into lethal weapons, inflicting death with contact and injury with mere proximity. No one, whether a Jonin or a Chunin, could endure a single exchange against him. Despite the desperate onslaught from the crowd, their attacks were utterly ineffective. Even shurikens and kunai, when striking his form, failed to inflict any damage, not even tearing the fabric of his attire. In the span of a single cup of tea, the root ninjas suffered heavy casualties, leaving only a handful still standing. This person's martial arts are too formidable. Do not engage in close combat. As they spoke, the ninjas hastily formed hand seals, unleashing a barrage of ninjutsu with reckless abandon. In the face of such dazzling techniques, the Grand Master maintained a serene demeanor. A flash of brilliance enveloped him, and the golden light emanated from his hands, transforming into a golden whip. With a single crack of the whip, various fireballs, water projectiles, and wind blades detonated, rendering any attempt at close proximity futile. Every attack was effortlessly neutralized. Witnessing this spectacle, Chinkase felt a stirring within. He finally comprehended the terrifying nature of the perfected golden light spell. The golden divine incantation was both impervious and invulnerable. The myriad of ninjutsu appeared futile against the golden light spell, lacking any deterrent power. Then, for the first time, the Grand Master made a move. A flash of lightning flickered in his eyes, and his body transformed into a brilliant silver lightning bolt, shooting forth like a flash of light, elusive and beyond reach. The lightning surged forth at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, striking fiercely against the bodies of numerous ninjas, whose anguished cries echoed in the air as they collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. In mere moments, a dozen elite ninjas lay incapacitated, either dead or severely injured. Witnessing this scene, Chun Feng's eyes sparkled with astonishment. The Five Thunder technique had indeed been wielded to perfection by the old master. If the golden light spell was a divine skill embodying both offense and defense, then the thunder technique represented the flawless amalgamation of speed and power, leaving ordinary individuals no time to react before meeting their demise, let alone mount any form of resistance. After vanquishing these minor adversaries, the old master turned his gaze once more towards Danzo, advancing slowly. His expression remained serene, his eyes exuding an extraordinary calmness, as if nothing in this world could truly disturb him. When Shimura Danzo met his gaze, his heart involuntarily skipped a beat, prompting him to instinctively retreat a few steps. In the depths of the old man's eyes, he discerned not a trace of hatred, anger, or coldness. Instead, there was only a pure and unwavering resolve. Glancing at the fallen bodies surrounding him, Danzo clenched his fists, never having anticipated such a turn of events today. How had such a formidable figure appeared in Konoha without anyone noticing? This seemingly unremarkable old man had shattered his entire plan, instilling a sense of lethal crisis within him. However, Danzo was not one to passively await his fate. Resolutely, he decided to take the initiative. Wind release, shuriken. With a swift motion, he hurled several shurikens, infusing them with a dense chakra that rendered them extraordinarily sharp and powerful. Yet, in the face of such an assault, the old master merely waved his sleeve, effortlessly deflecting the projectiles. The perfected golden light spell was not something that could be breached by such means. Seeing this, Danzo's expression darkened slightly, and he promptly formed hand seals with one hand, unleashing a fierce and piercing gust of energy from his mouth. Wind release, vacuum wave. Instantly, a razor-sharp blade of air swept through the space. Following this, he stomped the ground forcefully, propelling himself forward. The old master continued his unhurried stride, observing the incoming energy. With a casual flick of his golden whip, he dissipated the attack. At the same time, Danzo's assault reached him. He sidestepped and delivered a powerful kick. The old master merely raised his arm to block it with unwavering steadiness. Undeterred by his initial failure, Danzo's feet moved with agility, launching a rapid series of attacks from various angles with lightning speed. However, the old master remained unshaken, each punch and palm strike precisely intercepting Danzo's onslaught. Frustrated, Danzo drew a kunai and thrust it forward with all his might. The old master, maintaining his calm demeanor, lifted his hand to grasp the kunai. and with a firm grip, he effortlessly snapped it in two. In swift succession, the golden whip in his hand lashed out, striking Danzo's body with force. With a pained cry, Danzo was violently propelled away, crashing against a massive tree several meters distant with a resounding thud. A spurt of fresh blood erupted from his mouth as he clutched his chest, experiencing an agonizing, tearing pain that left his complexion twisted and pallid. The opponent's strength was clearly beyond his expectations. If he did not summon all his power, he would likely meet his demise here. Immediately, his gaze hardened with ferocity. Summoning his strength, he shattered the white bandages tightly wrapped around his right arm. Subsequently, the secret he had concealed was unveiled. His entire arm shimmered with an eerie white hue, appearing somewhat distorted, and most horrifyingly, embedded within it were numerous blood-red eyeballs. These were none other than the coveted Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Years ago, during the night of the Uchiha massacre, he had orchestrated the event. After the slaughter of his kin, their eyes were extracted and transplanted into Danzo. With Orochimaru's assistance, he could wield the powers of the Sharingan to a certain extent. Observing this scene, the old master could not help but furrow his brow, muttering, "Truly, this is a path of heresy, far from the righteous way." Danzo, however, sneered, "For the sake of Konoha, I am willing to do anything. Now, allow me to demonstrate what true power entails." Upon uttering these words, he forcefully slammed his right arm onto the ground, bellowing, "Would release, tree root explosion." In the blink of an eye, his arm grotesquely transformed into thick, winding roots that rapidly grew into a towering tree, its menacing trunk and branches sprawling outward, engulfing both himself and his adversary in a matter of moments. Seeing this, Shinfeng was startled, recognizing that this was the unrivaled would-release technique of the shinobi world. Over the years, Danzo had tirelessly sought to integrate the cells of Hashirama Senju into his own body, and after countless experiments, he had achieved some degree of success. Although the strength of his would-release was vastly inferior to that of the first Hokage, it remained formidable nonetheless. Gazing at the silhouette consumed by the colossal tree, Shinfeng felt a swell of concern. At that moment, Danzo experienced a moment of disorientation, breaking free from the tree's grasp. While one of the Sharingan in his arm closed, lacking the sage body, he could not manipulate the would-release freely, which also left him vulnerable to counterattacks. However, he could utilize the Sharingan to perform the Izanagi technique. When on the brink of death, it would trigger Izanagi's protection, allowing him to shift between reality and illusion, thus escaping death. Of course, the cost of this technique was immense, requiring the sacrifice of one Sharingan, yet eliminating the formidable foe before him made it worthwhile. With this thought, he raised his gaze toward the towering tree, panting, and revealed a cold smirk. Just then, the massive tree began to tremble violently, as if quaking in distress. Following this, beams of golden light erupted, tearing through the trunk from within. Under the terrified gaze of Danzo, the colossal tree formed by would-release unexpectedly shattered under the impact of brilliant golden light, scattering into fragments. A terrifying figure, enveloped in a dense aura of golden radiance, slowly emerged. At this moment, the old celestial master was completely bathed in dazzling golden light, with a sacred atmosphere permeating the area within 100 meters. Behind him, a majestic golden phantom resembling a divine being materialized, exuding a celestial authority that instilled fear in the hearts of onlookers. Witnessing this spectacle, Qin Feng's expression shifted, and he murmured, "This is the true golden light divine spell." The old celestial master's gaze was piercing, his eyes flickering with an alarming golden glow. He raised his palm and struck forward with great force. In an instant, a golden palm print, measuring several zhang in size, surged forth. Danzo was taken aback, never anticipating that his opponent could surpass the power of would-release. Without a moment's hesitation, he disregarded the backlash from his bloodline and unleashed a powerful ninjutsu, would-release, violent gun tree. In that moment, a gigantic tree erupted from the ground, standing as a barrier in front of him. Almost simultaneously, the golden palm print crashed into the sturdy trunk. A deafening roar echoed as the tree's branches shattered violently, the fierce force sweeping through and sending Danzo flying several zhang away. Before he could regain his footing, he saw the old celestial master slice through the air with a pointed finger, unleashing a razor-sharp beam of golden light that pierced through the atmosphere, hurtling towards him like a sword strike. Danzo was startled and attempted to evade, but he was a moment too late, though he narrowly avoided a fatal blow. His mutated right arm was severed cleanly. Ah! A cry of anguish erupted as crimson blood gushed forth, staining his garments and the ground. Severely wounded, Danzo lost all will to fight. Without uttering a word, he swiftly fled into the depths of the forest. Seeing his attempt to escape, the old celestial master leisurely raised his arm and pointed into the air. In an instant, a brilliant flash erupted, transforming into a terrifying pillar of thunder that descended from the heavens, striking Danzo, who was racing away with uncanny precision. Observing the lightning strike, Chen Feng's expression changed as he hurried to join the old celestial master, with the bystander Xiao Meng trailing behind. The ground where the lightning had struck was left with a charred pit, yet Danzo's body was nowhere to be found. Could he have been reduced to ashes? Chen Feng murmured, somewhat perplexed. The old celestial master shook his head slightly, responding, "This man should still be alive. I can sense that he must have employed some method to escape at the critical moment." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's expression shifted as he smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "I almost forgot, he possesses a Sharingan." After the Uchiha clan's massacre, Danzo had implanted all the eyes he collected into his arm, with only Shirsue's Sharingan transferring to his right eye. That fellow must have invoked the power of his Anaji once more to evade the lethal strike. Nevertheless, even so, he shouldn't be able to get far. He then instructed, "Xiao Meng, go deal with the remaining root ninjas who are not entirely dead. The celestial master and I will pursue him." He was acutely aware of the principle of eliminating threats at their roots. Leaving Danzo alive could eventually lead to a fatal betrayal. Thus, it was imperative to annihilate him at this moment. The old master, fully cognizant of the situation, uttered no further words. He merely raised his hand and gently rested it upon the shoulder of his companion. In the next instant, a flash of lightning enveloped them, and their figures vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, several miles away, on a patch of grass, a distorted figure emerged from the air, revealing the battered form of Shimura Danzo. His chest was charred, his complexion pale, and he coughed violently, spewing blood, clearly on the brink of collapse. Yet, at this critical juncture, he could not afford to pause. Death awaited him should he falter. With this thought in mind, he sprinted forward with all his might. However, after running nearly a few hundred meters, he encountered a figure clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds, whose face bore a grotesque expression and who carried an enormous weapon on his back. The man's visage seemed vaguely familiar, yet there was no time to ponder such matters in this life-or-death moment. The figure bellowed, "Get out of my way." On the other hand, the ever-watchful Kisame Hashigaki was momentarily taken aback by the arrival of this old man and unsheathed his large sword, Samahata, showing no inclination to yield. The distance between them closed rapidly, and as they were about to collide, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Danzo's eyes. He swiftly formed a hand seal, exclaiming, "Wind release, vacuum wave." In an instant, a surge of chakra gathered in his mouth, and with a powerful exhale, air bullets shot forth, hurtling towards his adversary like bullets. Kisame, astonished that the old man dared to launch an attack, raised his sword defensively to intercept the onslaught. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, swinging Samahata at Danzo. Caught off guard by Kisame's formidable strength, Danzo realized he had no choice but to fight back as the attack closed in. He sidestepped the strike and swiftly produced a kunai, aiming it at his opponent. Kisame, with a chilling smirk, gripped Samahata tightly and swung it with brutal efficiency, colliding with Danzo's kunai. Given Danzo's severe injuries and the loss of an arm, he was no match for Kisame. With a resounding thud, the kunai was knocked from his grasp, and the force of the blow pushed him backward. Kisame stepped forward, swiftly pivoting to deliver a horizontal slash, which mercilessly tore into Danzo's abdomen. Ack! The searing pain forced a cry from Danzo's lips. Yet before he could react, Kisame thrust the sword into his chest with ruthless precision, driving it deep and piercing through his torso. Danzo struggled feebly, but having sustained such devastating injuries, he was utterly spent, collapsing to the ground. In mere moments, his life force extinguished, leaving behind a heart full of rage and regret as his spirit departed for the afterlife. With a swift motion, Kisame retracted his sword, revealing a sinister smile upon his azure visage. Just as Danzo fell, two groups of individuals swiftly arrived on the scene. One led by the pursuing Chikaz and the Old Master, while the other comprised Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai, and Itachi Uchiha. The recent demise of the third Hokage and the absence of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, left the village in a vulnerable state. Fearing that Kisame might seize this opportunity to wreak havoc, they had followed Itachi's deliberate leniency to this location. Upon witnessing Danzo's lifeless body, the group was taken aback, immediately turning their furious gazes toward Kisame, demanding, "You are the one who killed Elder Danzo." The Konoha ninjas glared at him with indignation, their hearts ablaze with anger. The third Hokage had only recently perished, and now the second-in-command had met the same fate. Such consecutive calamities were undoubtedly devastating strikes against the village. Feeling the weight of their ire, Kisame smirked disdainfully, remarking, "Ah, so this is the esteemed elder of your leaf village? Pathetically weak. He couldn't withstand even 3 of my strikes." His taunts ignited further fury within Kakashi and his companions. Asuma and Kurenai, unable to contain their rage, charged forward. Kisame, undeterred, wielded his massive sword with ferocity, each slash generating powerful gusts of wind, showcasing his formidable strength. Even in a 1 versus 2 scenario, he maintained a significant advantage. Observing this, Kakashi attempted to intervene, but was swiftly halted by Itachi, who, despite his divided loyalties, understood the importance of maintaining appearances as a member of Akatsuki. Engaged in a half-hearted skirmish with Kakashi, Itachi feigned engagement while the others spectated quietly, choosing not to interfere. While Itachi's side appeared lackluster, Kisame exerted himself vigorously. His sword, Samahata, sliced through the air with tremendous force, each blow resonating with the sound of shattering stone. Despite their combined efforts, Asuma and Kurenai found themselves overpowered, ultimately being knocked to the ground by a powerful strike. Kisame, relishing the moment, derided, "Is this truly the elite of Konoha? Pathetic. You bastard." Kurenai gritted her teeth, her face a mask of fury, yet she felt utterly powerless against such overwhelming strength. A menacing glint appeared in Kisame's eyes as he began to gather his immense chakra, clearly prepared to escalate the confrontation. However, Itachi raised an eyebrow, forcefully pushing Kakashi back, and cautioned, "This is Konoha. Let's avoid creating too much of a disturbance. Our mission is merely reconnaissance." Kisame, acknowledging the wisdom of his words, nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well. Engaging with an opponent of this caliber is indeed a bit tedious." Observing his nonchalant demeanor, the members of Konoha gritted their teeth in frustration. This individual was not only unsightly, but also exceptionally skilled at inciting animosity. Just as the battle seemed to be drawing to a close, a youth clad in Uchiha attire abruptly intruded upon the battlefield. This location was not far from the Uchiha clan's stronghold, and Uchiha Sasuke had been practicing ninjutsu in the woods when he heard the sounds of conflict nearby, prompting him to investigate. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. However, when that familiar figure came into view, he froze, his eyes widening in shock as if struck by a sudden paralysis. His body began to tremble violently, his eyes reddening as he clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. The nightmarish memories surged forth once more. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi's gaze fell upon his brother, a flicker of surprise crossing his mind at the unexpected reunion under such circumstances. His eyes shimmered with a complex array of emotions: gentleness, compassion, nostalgia, and joy, yet these sentiments were swiftly overshadowed by pride and indifference. With an expressionless countenance, he remarked, "It appears you are still alive." As these words hung in the air, Sasuke could no longer contain himself. A furious roar erupted from him as he charged toward the one who evoked both love and hatred within him. He unleashed all his strength, employing the lightning release technique, Chidori, taught to him by Kakashi. The silver lightning crackled in his right palm, emitting a sound akin to the chorus of 1,000 birds as he sprinted forward, reaching Itachi in an instant, his right hand thrusting forward with merciless intent. However, Itachi paid no heed to Sasuke's desperate assault. He simply extended his hand, firmly grasping Sasuke's wrist. With a sudden surge of strength, he dissipated the electric energy surrounding Sasuke's hand. Coldly, he declared, "My foolish little brother, I never imagined that after all this time, you would remain so weak." As he spoke, Itachi delivered a powerful kick, sending Sasuke hurtling away. With a pained cry, Sasuke clutched his chest and struggled to rise, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Itachi, filled with fury and hatred. Observing this exchange, Kisame remarked with interest, "So this is your brother?" With a disdainful expression, Itachi replied, "He is merely a worthless child." Kisame chuckled, "Indeed, he pales in comparison to your former self." At Sasuke's age, Itachi had already achieved the infamous feat of annihilating his clan, earning a notorious reputation as a rogue ninja. Itachi lowered his gaze slightly, letting out a faint sigh. After casting a deep look at Sasuke, he turned to Kisame and said, "This place holds little interest. Let us depart." Kisame nodded in agreement and prepared to leave alongside him. Just then, a voice rang out from behind, "Stop." The two turned to see Sasuke rising from the ground, roaring as he charged once more. Kisame furrowed his brow and remarked, "This little brat is truly bothersome. It would be best to eliminate him." As he spoke, he stepped forward, wielding his sword, Samahata, with unrestrained ferocity towards his opponent. Itachi's expression shifted as he prepared to intervene, but at that moment, a brilliant golden light suddenly flashed, positioning itself directly between Kisame and Sasuke. When Kisame's blade came crashing down, it collided fiercely with the golden radiance, sending a powerful shockwave rippling through the air. To Kisame's astonishment, his strike felt as though it had struck an unyielding diamond, rendering it utterly ineffective. Simultaneously, an overwhelming force surged forth, causing him to stagger backward. Regaining his footing, Kisame looked up in surprise, only to see the golden light converge, revealing the figure of an elderly man, the old Taoist master. His eyes glimmered momentarily, and a grin revealed his sharp teeth as he commented, "Old fellow, quite impressive, aren't you?" The old Taoist master smiled gently, his demeanor calm as he replied, "You flatter me. Merely an ordinary mortal, not worth mentioning." As his words settled, Kakashi and the others turned their attention to the old Taoist master, their minds filled with curiosity. They were unaware of when Konoha had acquired such a noteworthy figure. Chifeng elucidated, "This is the Grandmaster of Longhu Mountain from Taoism. You may refer to him as the old Taoist master." Old Taoist master? Kakashi's expression shifted, although he had little knowledge of Taoism. One could assume that a person bestowed with such a title was extraordinary. Moreover, despite his apparent age, the fact that he could save Sasuke from the onslaught of Samahata indicated his formidable prowess. On the opposing side, Kisame remarked, "I've never heard of Longhu Mountain, but to withstand a blow from Samahata is no small feat. Allow me to see just how capable this Grandmaster truly is." With that, he charged forward once more, swinging his massive blade down with enough force to shatter boulders. The old Taoist master remained unfazed, extending his palm as if to meet the attack with bare flesh. However, to the astonishment of the onlookers, the anticipated scene of bloodshed and broken bones did not unfold. With a flash of golden light, the old Taoist master's hand transformed into an indomitable weapon, successfully blocking the strike. Witnessing this, Kisame's expression shifted, and he remarked with surprise, "This old man possesses some skill. Too bad you are yet unaware of Samahata's might." As he spoke, the sword in his hand seemed to come alive, its myriad of sharp barbs rising ominously and ensnaring the old Taoist master's arm. The purple barbs writhed, as if ravenously consuming something. Sensing the energy seeping from his body, the old Taoist master raised an eyebrow. "So, you can absorb others' strength for your own use. Intriguing." With that, a blinding flash of lightning erupted from his palm, and the terrifying current instantly paralyzed Samahata, which in turn coursed through its wielder. The intense pain caused both Samahata and Kisame to tremble involuntarily. Guo Jiao was taken aback, his arms exerting tremendous force to finally break free from the constraints of the lightning, his feet involuntarily retreating. What a formidable lightning technique! As he felt a continuous stinging pain within him, a grave expression emerged on his fierce visage. However, a surge of intense battle spirit soon welled up in his heart, and he grinned. "How intriguing! There exists someone capable of withstanding the Xiao skin with bare hands. Let us engage in a proper contest." As his words fell, the great blade, Xiao skin, transformed into a living entity, slowly coiling around his arm, its sharp barbs embedding deeply into his flesh. Astonishingly, no wounds marred Guo Jiao's body. In fact, a look of enjoyment appeared upon his fearsome countenance during this process. The Xiao skin grew increasingly supple, resembling streams of water as it merged with his very being. Within the span of 2 breaths, the two entities had completely fused into one. Simultaneously, Guo Jiao's form underwent a dramatic transformation, becoming a grotesque hybrid of man and shark, instilling greater terror in onlookers. This fusion technique was his ultimate secret skill. Uniting with the Xiao skin dramatically enhanced his strength, speed, and physique, rendering him a veritable human-tailed beast. Feeling the explosive power within him, Guo Jiao clenched his fists, now adorned with razor-sharp claws, and grinned wickedly. "Excellent. This is the sensation I sought." With newfound confidence from the fusion, he launched another attack without hesitation. His shark-like body surged forward at breakneck speed, his claws slashing through the air with a thunderous roar. Such force could surely rend steel asunder. In response to this onslaught, the old master executed a simple yet effective palm strike, and in an instant, their claws clashed violently. With a brilliant flash of golden light, an intense shockwave erupted, and Guo Jiao was once again propelled backward. At that moment, the old master's gaze flickered, and he remarked coolly, "Your brute strength is indeed notable." As he spoke, a flash of lightning enveloped his feet, and he vanished from sight, reappearing behind Guijiao. Observing this scene, Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief, even with his Sharingan activated. He could barely catch a glimpse of the blurred lightning afterimage. Such astonishing speed reminded him of a long-lost powerful figure, his mentor, the fourth Hokage, known as the Yellow Flash. Minato Namikaze. Kakashi had not anticipated that, aside from the legendary Flying Thunder God technique, other jutsu could unleash such terrifying velocity. In that moment, the old master swung his sleeve forcefully, golden light striking Guijiao's back. Instantly, Guijiao cried out in pain, as if struck by a massive hammer, and was sent flying through the air. Before he could regain his balance, a flash of lightning appeared, and the old master was once again before him. A radiant golden palm descended upon his chest, and at the same instant, a more dazzling bolt of lightning erupted forth. Lightning palm. The blinding electricity burst from his hand, crashing heavily against Guijiao's chest. With a piercing scream, Kisame's body was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a cannonball, transforming into a fleeting shadow. His shark-like form crashed through several sturdy tree trunks before finally shattering a massive boulder several meters high, coming to rest on the ground. This devastating blow had forcibly ejected him from his merged state, reverting him to his human form. Kisame spat out a mouthful of blood, trembling as he struggled to rise, revealing a charred patch on his chest, as though his internal organs had been crushed. Fortunately, his physique was extraordinary. Had it been a common person, they would have likely collapsed and remained incapacitated after such a strike. Witnessing this scene, both the members of Konoha and Uchiha Itachi were visibly astonished. They were well aware of Kisame's formidable strength, which had undoubtedly reached the threshold of shadow-level power. Yet, such a fierce warrior had been so severely injured in mere moments at the hands of this Taoist elder, which was truly terrifying. The old master maintained his nonchalant demeanor, calmly commenting, "Tough skin and dense flesh." Upon hearing this remark, the onlookers could only exchange glances, rendered speechless. Just then, Uchiha Itachi stepped forward, a rare glimmer of battle intent gracing his face, and politely stated, "Your strength is remarkable, esteemed elder. I would be honored to learn from you." As he spoke, he advanced a step and raised his gaze toward the elder. Simultaneously, the crimson tomo in his eyes flickered and began to spin rapidly, morphing into a beautiful yet eerie pattern. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, activate. Upon witnessing the emergence of the kaleidoscope, Kakashi's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly cautioned, "Elder, do not look into those eyes." As a user of the Sharingan, he was acutely aware of the horrors the kaleidoscope could unleash, once ensnared in its illusion. Even shadow-level warriors would find it difficult to escape. However, the old master merely smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed, and raised his gaze to meet Itachi's. At that moment, as their eyes locked, he felt an unusual force infiltrate his consciousness, swiftly manipulating his five senses: sight, hearing, touch, and more. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and everything around him underwent a dramatic transformation, as if he had fallen into a peculiar dimension. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, as if sunlight could not penetrate, with a blood-red hue saturating the air, filled with death and silence. He found himself immobilized on a cross exuding a miasma of decay. The old master raised an eyebrow slightly and remarked, "Is this the illusion you conjured? It appears quite realistic." As he spoke, Uchiha Itachi's figure materialized slowly, approaching him to declare, "In this realm, everything shall be under my control, even the passage of time." The old master replied, "Is that so? It bears some resemblance to the inner landscapes of sorcerers, albeit appears to be somewhat more domineering." At this juncture, he paused slightly, gazing at the other, and remarked, "The visage reflects the heart. Though this realm is but an illusion, it is, in truth, the most authentic reflection of your innermost self." Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Itachi's expression shifted subtly, and he coldly retorted, "What are you implying?" The old master continued, "This place is frigid, shrouded in darkness and bloodshed, mirroring the repression and insanity within your heart. Yet amidst this profound blackness, a glimmer of light persists, symbolizing an emotion deep within that you find difficult to relinquish. What you are unable to let go of must surely be that youth. Am I correct?" As the final syllable fell, a tremor coursed through Uchiha Itachi's heart. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though this individual before him could see through his very essence. He then bellowed, "Enough with the trivialities. In my world, you are merely a lamb awaiting slaughter." As he spoke, A kunai materialized in his hand, plunging it towards the former. However, the anticipated scene of despair did not unfold. The other's countenance remained devoid of any emotion, as if he had merely pierced through thin air. The old master stated calmly, "Do you wish to judge others? Oh, this cross, in certain beliefs, symbolizes the salvation of the sinful, and its presence here signifies that the truly guilty, yearning for redemption, is none other than yourself." With these words, Uchiha Itachi's expression altered, and as he gazed into the other's seemingly all-seeing eyes, his mind momentarily faltered. When his awareness returned, the old master had already freed himself from his restraints, while Itachi found himself firmly bound to the cross. What is happening? A surge of alarm struck him. Since awakening the Meijiki Sharingan, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Tsukuyomi had failed. The old master maintained his calm demeanor and softly remarked, "As I stated earlier, the visage reflects the heart. If one's heart is untainted, then all malevolent spirits shall have no place to hide. And since you believe yourself to be burdened with sin, this very shackle will naturally manifest upon you." Uchiha Itachi exerted all his strength to struggle violently, yet he remained ensnared. The old master shook his head slightly. "Even if you were to escape from here, as long as the shackles remain within your heart, you shall never attain liberation." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi clenched his fists and coldly addressed the elder. "You truly are a formidable recluse, capable of turning Tsukuyomi against its caster. Why do you not understand? The only person who can truly harm you is yourself." The old master sighed softly. Uchiha Itachi continued to struggle with all his might, but even when he invoked the power of the Meijiki, he could not break free from the control. Observing this, the old master said, "Very well, if you wish to leave this place, then so be it." Lowering his gaze, he began to chant softly. The celestial star of the highest order transforms without cease, driving away evil spirits and binding malevolent beings to safeguard life and protect the self. Clarity of wisdom brings tranquility to the heart, ensuring the three souls and the eternal spirit shall not falter. As the calming incantation resonated, invisible waves of spiritual essence rippled through the air, instantly dispelling the blood-red clouds and banishing the darkness. The myriad of fissures tore through the realm of Tsukuyomi, and in but a fleeting breath, the immense crevice began to spread. With a series of sharp cracks, the entire environment shattered like a fragile mirror, and everything returned to the realm of reality. Within the forest, Uchiha Itachi let out a cry of pain, his body trembling involuntarily, his complexion as pale as death. A stream of crimson blood flowed from his left eye socket, clearly indicating a grievous injury. It is well known that utilizing the Meijiki Sharingan places tremendous strain on one's vision, and having forcibly shattered the Tsukuyomi space with the Calm Spirit spell, he suffered a backlash. The combination of these two factors resulted in even greater harm, rendering him incapable of employing ocular techniques in the near future. Witnessing this scene, those present were struck with shock. They were acutely aware of Uchiha Itachi's prowess and the terrifying nature of the Meijiki Sharingan. Yet, despite this, he was defeated. And the defeat was shockingly swift. At that moment, Sasuke stood frozen, bewildered by the concepts of Meijiki and Tsukuyomi. From his perspective, he merely saw the two exchange a glance, followed by Itachi's devastating loss. In his mind, Itachi, capable of annihilating the entire Uchiha clan, was already immensely powerful. Yet he had not anticipated the existence of such a formidable being, one whose mere gaze could vanquish his brother. A flicker of realization ignited within him, and he clenched his fists, resolutely determined. Meanwhile, the dust wind smiled faintly. The power structure of this world was peculiar. Although the might of various ninjutsu was immense, and formidable taijutsu could shatter mountains, the spiritual realm was notably fragile. This very aspect allowed illusionary techniques to flourish, rendering the Sharingan exceptionally potent. In contrast, Taoism emphasizes the dual cultivation of life and spirit, seeking a fundamental elevation rather than mere techniques of slaughter, thus fostering exceptional resilience and mental awareness. The venerable celestial master, having cultivated for a century, possessed a spiritual strength far exceeding that of ordinary mortals, and his will was as solid as rock. Attempting to breach his mental defenses with illusionary techniques was utterly futile. Advanced illusions like Tsukuyomi, while drawing another's consciousness into one's own spiritual domain, also entailed an intangible clash between both parties. As long as one's spirit is sufficiently robust, one could reverse the tide of battle, even on the opponent's home ground. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi's chest heaved rhythmically as he gradually regulated his state. When his gaze once more fell upon the celestial master, it was filled with trepidation. Though he still harbored some trump cards, continuing the fight in such circumstances was no longer feasible. Otherwise, he might very well meet his end here today. He then turned to Kisame and said, "We must leave." As his words echoed, the two figures flickered and vanished from sight. Asuma, witnessing this, prepared to pursue, but was halted by Kakashi. "Let it be. None of us can detain them." He understood well that their departure was prompted by the celestial master's presence. Those were two shadow-level powerhouses. Even wounded, they were not foes that he and his companions could contend with. To rashly pursue would only lead to their own demise. Regardless, the departure of Itachi and Kisame brought a sigh of relief among them. Fortunately, the Taoist master was present. Otherwise, they could have stirred up unforeseen troubles. With this thought in mind, the group intended to express their gratitude. At that moment, they witnessed Sasuke kneeling before the old master, humbly bowing and declaring, "I am Uchiha Sasuke, wishing to join the Taoist Sect. I beseech you, esteemed master, to take me in." This scene left everyone momentarily stunned, particularly Kakashi, who was utterly astonished. How could it be that after just a few days, this young man sought to change his allegiances? However, he soon realized that the Uchiha clan, known for their pride, would find it difficult to adopt such a humble stance in seeking guidance. The only reason for such an act must be revenge. Sasuke was undoubtedly awed by the formidable presence of this Taoist elder and sought to learn profound techniques to exact vengeance on Itachi Uchiha. Indeed, upon witnessing the seemingly insurmountable power of Itachi being effortlessly subdued by the elder, Sasuke's aspirations were ignited. He believed that if he could acquire sufficient strength for revenge, he would pay any price, even if it meant lowering the proud head of the Uchiha clan. Observing Sasuke kneeling before him, the old master slightly shifted his expression and inquired, "Why do you wish to join the Taoist sect?" After a moment of contemplation, Sasuke looked up and replied, "I admire your grace, master, and wish to cultivate under your guidance. I implore you to grant me this opportunity." The old master regarded him and replied coolly, "What I see in your eyes is more hatred than reverence. You seek the path to kill, do you not?" Confronted with this revelation, Sasuke did not deny it and boldly stated, "Indeed, I would sacrifice my life to ensure that person meets his end." As he spoke, his eyes glimmered with a crimson hue and his nails dug into his palm. The old master responded, "The Tao is not meant for the purpose of killing, nor for revenge." Upon hearing this, Sasuke's expression shifted and he questioned, "Have you never taken a life?" The old master smiled softly and replied, "I have, and indeed, I have taken many. Yet, I do not pursue the Tao for the sake of killing. On the contrary, the greatest hindrance for a seeker of the Tao is the malice within their heart." Sasuke, struggling to comprehend this perspective, retorted, "If you do not wish to accept me, simply say so. There is no need for such elaborate excuses." The old master chuckled, "Very well, I truly do not wish to accept you." Taken aback by this candid response, Sasuke hesitated for a moment, then clenched his teeth and left without looking back. As he departed, the old master shook his head slightly. This young man possesses some talent, but his temperament is lacking. Until he overcomes his inner demons, he will find it difficult to walk the righteous path. Hearing this, Chiffong nodded in agreement. The old master's words rang true. Sasuke's heart was shrouded in hatred. If he were to pursue the Taoist teachings, he risked falling into madness. While practitioners need not entirely forsake their emotions, they must not allow their feelings to dominate their hearts. Otherwise, even if they enter the Tao, it would merely be a diversion from the true path. At this moment, Kakashi and his companions approached, bowing respectfully to the venerable master. "Thank you for your timely assistance, esteemed elder." The old master smiled gently and replied, "It was merely a casual act. There is no need for formality. If there is nothing pressing, my disciple and I shall take our leave." Kakashi nodded and said, "Please, go ahead. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask." The old master gave a slight nod, then placed his hand on Chinfeng's shoulder. In a flash of lightning, their figures vanished. Kakashi, witnessing this, clicked his tongue and remarked, "The strength of this venerable master is truly unfathomable. If those esteemed elders within the Taoist sect are all similarly formidable, it would indeed be quite terrifying." Upon hearing this, Yugao's expression changed to one of astonishment as she exclaimed, "This cannot be possible." Kakashi sighed and explained, "According to previous introductions, this individual is the leader of Longhu Mountain. In the realm of Taoism, there are a total of 9 such forces akin to Longhu Mountain." At this revelation, Both Yu Gao and Asuma were taken aback, struggling to comprehend the sheer magnitude of such a powerful sect. Kakashi inhaled deeply and stated calmly, "Currently, Konoha is in a period of decline. We can only seek to befriend such powerful entities. If we can avoid it, we must not provoke them lightly." In response, Yu Gao and Asuma nodded in agreement, expressing their understanding. Meanwhile, Chenfeng and his companion returned to the courtyard, where Xiao Meng had arrived ahead of them and was waiting inside. Chenfeng approached with a light smile, saying, "Since when have you become so courteous, coming to greet me?" Xiao Meng, however, merely glanced at him, brushed past, and bowed slightly before the old master, saying, "I am Xiao Meng from the Taoist Sect, honored to meet you, master." The old master returned the courtesy with a polite bow, smiling as he remarked, "Young friend, you possess considerable insight. Your future is boundless." Xiao Meng, rarely displaying a smile, continued, "Your profound cultivation is admirable. I hope to receive your guidance." Despite her proud nature, she held deep respect for such an exalted elder whose mastery surpassed her own. The old master, eager to mentor the younger generation, readily agreed. Over the following month, the two devoted a significant amount of time each day to discussing the Tao. The old master generously shared his accumulated experiences and insights over the years. Under his guidance, Xiao Meng's cultivation progressed significantly, reaching the pinnacle of innate perfection. In terms of the ninja world's hierarchy, this was akin to attaining the level of a quasi-kage, armed with various Taoist techniques. She was well equipped to contend with true kage-level opponents. Chenfeng, through occasional attendance in these lessons, also derived substantial benefits, particularly gaining new insights into the wind and later mysteries. Within the elegant courtyard, Chenfeng sat beside a stone table, seeking the old master's wisdom concerning cultivation. The old master sipped his tea thoughtfully and replied, "The 8 extraordinary techniques are imbued with boundless mysteries. If the Qi body source is the foundation of Qi, then the wind and later mysteries represent the pinnacle of technique. Once a certain level is attained, various arts can be mastered intuitively, effortlessly manifesting as the heart desires and the technique arises." Upon hearing this, Chenfeng's expression shifted. "I wonder, if one were to master this extraordinary technique to perfection, how many skills could it yield?" The old master smiled faintly and replied, "Infinite." "Infinite?" A flicker of astonishment crossed Chenfeng's eyes. The old master nodded and said, "First and foremost, you must understand the true essence of the wind-back Qi men." Upon hearing this, Chenfeng responded, "The wind-back, a descendant of Fuxi, bears the surname Feng. It served as a crucial ally to Emperor Xianyuan during ancient times, being one of the 3 dukes. Its cultivation is unfathomable, having developed the 9 palaces based on Fuxi's 8 trigrams. It amalgamates the 5 elemental pathways into a consummate form, thus creating the current wind-back Qi men." The old master nodded. "The realm of ancient sages is naturally beyond the reach of us mere mortals. However, regardless of any technique, its origin lies in the Tao. Heaven and earth are divided into yin and yang. The 4 symbols give rise to the 8 trigrams, and the 5 elements establish the universe. It is precisely because of these principles that numerous extraordinary skills have emerged, allowing sages of old to devise methods suitable for human cultivation." Upon hearing this, Chenfeng fell into contemplation, and soon his expression changed as he spoke. "What you mean, esteemed elder, is that the so-called techniques are essentially just interpretations of the principles of heaven and earth?" The master replied, "You may understand it this way. To put it simply, it is a form of simulation. Various spells are, in fact, simulations of the trajectories of yin, yang, and the 5 elements. However, the universe is vast. The cycle of yin and yang is ceaseless and ever-changing, so where can one find an end? As long as you desire, all techniques are merely a thought away." As these words fell, Chenfeng experienced an epiphany, as if a divine insight had washed over him, instantly resolving many of his previous confusions. He then stood up. Gazing at a tree in the courtyard, the thickness of a bowl, raised his hand and gently pressed, softly uttering, "What generates fire?" As he spoke, it seemed as though his words invoked the law, and the once sturdy tree was suddenly engulfed in a wave of intense flames. With his current strength, igniting a fire was exceedingly simple, yet this flame was not imposed from without, but rather generated from within the tree itself. He then spoke again, "Fire generates earth." In an instant, all the flames dissipated, and the charred tree transformed into a handful of black soil, cascading to the ground. "Earth generates metal." As soon as he spoke, the soil coalesced into stone, which then shattered, revealing a glimmer of metallic luster. Observing this scene, the old master smiled gently and remarked, "Gold resides within stone, nourished by the heart. When gathered, it forms mountains. From mountains, stones emerge, and within stones, gold is concealed." At that moment, the gold within the stone seemed to soften, transforming into droplets akin to dew, seeping into the earth. Shortly thereafter, the ground trembled slightly as a seedling broke through the surface, growing at an astonishing rate visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, it had transformed into a tall tree, identical to the one before. Witnessing this spectacle, Qin Feng could only sigh softly. The Tao follows nature. The old master smiled faintly, proclaiming, "The way of the Tao is in accordance with nature." To the northwest lies an inconspicuous small nation, nestled at the confluence of the land of fire, the land of wind, and the land of earth. Due to the incessant rainfall throughout the years, it is aptly named the land of rain. Here exists a village hidden in the rain, once governed by the demigod known as Hanzo the Salamander. However, it is now under the control of a mysterious organization known as Akatsuki. Within a concealed cavern, several figures clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds gathered around a table. At the head of the assembly sat a rather peculiar man. He possessed vibrant orange hair, a cold demeanor, and violet eyes with strange circular patterns swirling within them, as if they contained boundless magical power. This man is none other than Pain, the leader of Akatsuki. Very few are privy to his origins, even among the members present. All they know is that he wields tremendous strength and possesses a pair of enigmatic and fearsome eyes akin to those of a deity. Pain turned to the individual on his left and inquired, "How did the mission proceed?" Upon hearing the question, a man slightly lifted his head, revealing a handsome yet indifferent face. The blood-red tomo in his eyes flickered ominously. He was none other than Itachi Uchiha, who had infiltrated Konoha. With an expression of apathy, he replied, "I, along with South, scouted Konoha. The third Hokage is deceased, and the morale within the village is disheartened, their strength greatly diminished compared to the past." Upon joining Akatsuki, each member was bestowed with a unique ring inscribed with a code that symbolizes their identity: 0, blue, white, red, black, void, south, north, 3, and jade. Pain's code is 0, while south refers to Kisame. Hearing this, Kisame chuckled. "Indeed, Konoha is not as formidable as the legends portray. I even took the liberty of eliminating one of their elders, a fellow named Danzo." Pain cast a glance at him, his extraordinary eyes seemingly capable of piercing through all, and asked, "Were you injured?" In response, Kisame replied, "During the mission, I encountered an old man of remarkable prowess. Even Red was unable to subdue him." The Red he mentioned referred to Itachi Uchiha. "Neither of you could best him?" Pain appeared somewhat surprised, though his expression remained as stoic as a puppet. Kisame responded, "That old man's strength is astonishing, particularly in physical combat and lightning techniques." As he spoke, he recalled the old master's palm lightning technique, which still caused pain in his chest. A master of physical combat and lightning techniques. Could he be from the village hidden in the lightning? Pain speculated. Itachi shook his head. "That man hails from the Taoist Sect, specifically from Mount Longhu." The Taoist Sect, Mount Longhu? Pain expressed confusion, having never heard of such figures within the ninja world. Could there be forces unknown to us lurking in the shadows? At this moment, a middle-aged man with a fierce countenance interjected from the opposite side of the table. "A hidden world powerhouse? I would relish the opportunity to encounter him and see how he compares to the invincible first Hokage of yore." A glimmer of pride flickered in his eyes as he spoke. Once upon a time, he was a man who dared to challenge the god of ninjas. Reflecting on the tumultuous tales of his youth, Kakuzu could not help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Decades ago, during the era of war, he was an elite within the village of Takigakure, tasked with the assassination of the first Hokage by the higher-ups. Upon infiltrating the land of fire, he encountered Senju Hashirama, leading to a cataclysmic battle, where he narrowly lost to the legendary ninja by a hair's breadth. Of course, this is merely the embellished version that circulates in the world of shinobi. The truth is that in his youthful arrogance, he foolishly sought to confront Senju Hashirama. However, upon witnessing the might of wood release, he instantly quailed, hurling a shuriken from 800 miles away before fleeing under the cover of night. Nevertheless, in his view, this was an astonishing feat worthy of a lifetime of boasting. After all, regardless of the outcome, he had indeed crossed blades with the first Hokage and emerged unscathed. In the entire shinobi realm, how many could claim such an accomplishment? As for any skepticism from others, there was no need for concern, as most of those from that era had long since passed away. I may possess no other talents, but I am still alive. Presently, The only peer remaining in the shinobi world is the old and decrepit Noki. Despite his bluster and the impression that he is the most formidable of all, he is, in reality, no different from Kakuzu himself. When he once encountered Uchiha Madara, he too was left trembling with fear, a shared embarrassment that they both understood without needing to articulate. As for Kakuzu's grandiose claims, the others had grown accustomed to them and paid little mind. Pain then spoke. Regardless of the origins of this new faction, the presence of a powerful force necessitates investigation. Most importantly, we must ascertain whether this emergence will disrupt our plans. Upon hearing this, Itachi Uchiha nodded and inquired, who should undertake this task? At this, the assembled individuals exchanged glances, seemingly reluctant to accept the assignment. Noticing this hesitation, Pain furrowed his brow. He understood well that the members of the organization were each calculating their own interests. Although these individuals were renowned figures, they all harbored a profound fear of death. For instance, the recently boastful Kakuzu was so concerned about his mortality that he had procured several hearts. Meanwhile, Haydn, seated nearby, had devoted himself to a dark deity in pursuit of greater vitality. Then there was Orochimaru, who had abandoned the Akatsuki, foolishly aspiring for immortality. Among this group, the previously dispatched Itachi and the dim-witted Kisame were considered quite brave. Contemplating this, Pain felt a headache coming on. Managing this team was no simple task. After a moment's reflection, Pain, or rather Nagato who orchestrated him, made a decision. He spoke, Haydn, you shall handle this matter. As his words fell, a flurry of vividly crafted paper butterflies appeared, flying in a unique pattern before converging and transforming into a beautiful young woman. She donned a black trench coat, adorned with a pattern of red clouds bordered in white, reminiscent of her companions. Her lower attire consisted of form-fitting lavender trousers. Cascading locks of pale blue-violet hair were elegantly styled into a bun, complemented by a delicate light blue paper flower perched on the right side of her head. Her light apricot-hued eyes, paired with a delicate visage and subtle lavender eyeshadow, exuded a pure beauty, imbued with a decisive and sharp personality. She was none other than Konan, one of the original founders of the Akatsuki organization. Possessing a unique paper-based ninjutsu, she currently served as Nagato's assistant and partner, managing the internal affairs of the Akatsuki. She exhibited no resistance to the tasks assigned by Pain, merely nodding in agreement before her figure transformed into paper and vanished. Meanwhile, within the confines of Konoha village, Shinfeng opened the system panel once more, surveying the gains of recent days. Host, Shinfeng, reputation value, 3,534, somewhat renowned. Skills, Puryong Wuji Gong, slightly accomplished. Tai Chi, proficient. Feng Ho Chimen, slightly accomplished. Passive skill, destitute as dust. Observing the over 3,000 reputation points, a subtle smile graced Shinfeng's lips, for he intended to continue upgrading his skills. He lightly tapped on the Feng Ho Chimen section, elevating his proficiency to a proficient level. Simultaneously, his reputation value plummeted to 3 digits, settling at 534. A pang of regret tugged at Shinfeng's heart as he realized the cost had consumed a substantial 3,000 points, an exorbitant expenditure indeed. Taking a deep breath, he decided that since he had already spent the bulk, it was unnecessary to retain the remaining 500. He would indulge himself today. With this thought, he proceeded to elevate his Puryong Wuji Gong to a proficient level as well, expending 500 reputation points. The modest fortune he had painstakingly amassed had now dwindled to nothing. Gazing at the dwindling 2-digit reputation value, a wave of pressure surged within Shinfeng. The system proved to be remarkably effective, allowing direct upgrades for all skills. However, the demands were indeed steep. Even a single upgrade required thousands of reputation points. He dared not ponder the stringent conditions that future upgrades would entail. No, he must incite some change. As he contemplated this, a crisp knocking echoed at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Shinfeng's expression shifted, and he rose to open the courtyard door. There stood Hinata Hayashi, his demeanor serious, accompanied by a bashful young girl, none other than Hinata Hyuga, the heiress of the Hyuga clan. After assessing the two, he adhered to the principles of hospitality and invited them inside. He inquired, "Might I ask what brings the Hyuga clan leader here? Are you perhaps seeking training methods once more?" Upon hearing this, Hayashi bowed respectfully and, with earnestness, replied, "I sincerely apologize for my earlier indiscretion. I wish to extend my apologies for my previous recklessness." Observing the other party's unexpected initiative to apologize, Shinfeng felt a flicker of surprise within. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "It is of no consequence, as long as the Hyuga clan leader understands. There is no need for a personal apology." Hyuga Hizashi replied, "I have come not only to express my apologies, but also for the sake of my daughter." At this, Qinfeng raised an eyebrow slightly and remarked, "Please, Hyuga clan leader, speak your mind." Hyuga Hizashi, not one to beat around the bush, straightforwardly declared, "I hope you will accept my daughter as your disciple, allowing Hinata to study by your side." Upon hearing this, Qinfeng's eyes flickered with surprise. This request was unexpected. However, upon further reflection, it was not difficult to comprehend. Previously, Hyuga Hizashi had visited, employing both soft and hard tactics to persuade Qinfeng to impart the Taoist teachings, only to be met with refusal and returned empty-handed. The Hyuga clan evidently had not relinquished their objective. They simply refrained from being overly aggressive due to the presence of the Grandmaster. Thus, they adopted a different approach, seeking to have their daughter become a disciple and learn openly. Although Qinfeng was acutely aware of the ulterior motives behind this proposition, he did not refuse outright. Instead, he regarded Hinata with a calm demeanor. It was important to recognize that Hinata was not only the esteemed daughter of the clan, but also the future head of the family, playing a significant role in this world. To have her as a disciple would undoubtedly enhance his repute and serve as a conduit to swiftly extend the influence of the Taoist teachings throughout the Hyuga family. While he had no immediate plans to disseminate the Taoist arts on a grand scale, establishing a foothold here would be advantageous for his future endeavors. Nevertheless, he realized that he needed to assess her suitability first. With this in mind, Qinfeng stated, "I can consider this matter. If the Hyuga clan leader is amenable, Hinata may stay here for a while. I wish to ascertain whether she meets the requirements for cultivation." Hearing this, Hyuga Hizashi smiled faintly and nodded, "That is only fitting." He then turned to his daughter, earnestly advising, "You should stay here for a few days. Remember to listen to your teacher." Hinata obediently nodded in response, "Yes, father. Thank you for your consideration." With that, Hyuga Hizashi took his leave. Once he departed, Qinfeng's gaze focused on Hinata, his mind contemplating deeply. The young girl appeared somewhat anxious, her head bowed, cheeks flushed, unsure of what to say. At this moment, Qinfeng took the initiative to speak. "Why do you wish to become my disciple?" Upon hearing this, little Hinata became even more flustered, stammering, I. Noticing her distress, Qinfeng chuckled gently, "Is this your father's wish?" "Yes," Hinata replied, her head still lowered. "Do not be anxious," Qinfeng reassured her. "I harbor no resentment. I simply wish to understand your true thoughts. The path of seeking the Tao cannot be forced. It must be a sincere desire from within your heart." Upon hearing these words, Hinata's expression subtly shifted. Ever since she became aware, the elders of her clan had incessantly urged her to become sufficiently powerful to inherit the position of head of the clan. Regardless of the difficulties faced or her own inclinations, she was expected to comply with these demands, and no one ever considered her feelings. After all these years, it was the first time someone had actively sought her opinion, causing a warm surge to blossom within her heart. Gaining courage, she looked at the man before her and asked, "Sir, what exactly is the Tao?" Qinfeng smiled gently, in simple terms. The Tao represents the laws governing the operation of heaven and earth, the origin and endpoint of all things, the myriad affairs of the world. The cycle of existence and destruction, the transformation of seas into mulberry fields, are merely variations of the Tao. Hinata listened, feeling a profound sense of awe. Yet her current understanding was insufficient to grasp such a profound concept. She hesitantly inquired, "How does one cultivate the Tao?" Recognizing her confusion, Qinfeng opted for a different explanation. Each person's Tao is unique. This question can only be answered by one's own heart. Where the heart dwells is where the Tao resides. Hinata placed her hand upon her chest, feeling the rhythm of her heartbeat. Qinfeng continued, "In truth, the chaotic state of a person during infancy, characterized by a pure and untainted mind, is the most conducive time for cultivation. As one grows and learns more, various thoughts and ideas infiltrate the mind. Although one may comprehend many truths, this often leads to an inner tumult. To cultivate the Tao, one must clarify their true heart. In essence, seeking the Tao is also a quest for the heart." As his words settled in, a glimmer of understanding illuminated Hinata's eyes. Qinfeng then queried, "Do you have any hobbies you enjoy?" Upon hearing the question, Hinata instinctively began to respond but hesitated, appearing somewhat shy. "Feel free to speak. I will not fault you," Qinfeng reassured her. Encouraged by his words, Hinata finally replied, I enjoy pressing flowers. With that, she lowered her head in embarrassment. She had once gifted her father a pressed flower she had made herself, only to receive a stern reprimand, being told it was a frivolous pursuit and scolded harshly. Since then, she had concealed this passion deep within her heart, only daring to indulge in it when alone, just as anxiety filled her heart. A warm hand gently ruffled her hair, and a soft voice said, "Pressing flowers? Huh? That sounds lovely." At these words, Hinata lifted her head, her large eyes sparkling with hope. "Really? Is that true?" Chiffon nodded affirmatively. "Of course it is. It's quite normal for a person to have certain hobbies. For instance, I enjoy lounging in a chair, basking in the sun, reluctant to turn for hours. Since you love pressing flowers, pursue it wholeheartedly." Hinata's eyes sparkled with anticipation, though they soon dimmed slightly as she murmured, "But my father wants me to focus on my training." Qingfeng smiled. Returning to one's true heart is the very first lesson in cultivation. Upon hearing this, a newfound brilliance radiated from Hinata's eyes, and she nodded emphatically, "Yes." A sweet smile blossomed upon the delicate cheeks of Hinata, a sentiment universally acknowledged as delightful, as she joyfully engaged in her playful endeavors. A group of figures raced towards the village of Konoha from the border of the Land of Fire. Comprising 3 men and 1 woman, their physiques and appearances varied, yet each emanated a chilling and ruthless aura of similarity. They were none other than the quartet of sound ninja who had once infiltrated Konoha alongside Orochimaru, orchestrating the 4 purple flames formation. The leader, Kid Maru, spoke. "This mission is urgent. We must return with the vessel designated by Lord Orochimaru within 3 days. The red-haired boy interjected, "Is that Uchiha brat truly so remarkable that he warrants such attention from our master?" Kid Maru replied, "That is not for us to question. Our task is to execute." Zoken added, "The matter of reincarnation is of utmost importance. To be prudent, I propose we select an additional backup vessel." Upon hearing this, Kid Maru contemplated briefly before responding. "Very well, since we must make the journey regardless, let us bring back any suitable candidates." In the tranquil courtyard of Chenkei's, Hinata sat attentively at a stone table, earnestly commencing her pressed flower art. To her left lay a piece of cardboard, while to her right were various petals and leaves she had gathered. The art of pressing flowers involves utilizing plant materials, including roots, stems, leaves, flowers, fruits, and bark as raw materials. After undergoing processes such as dehydration, preservation, pressing, and drying, these flat botanical materials can be intricately enhanced to create exquisite decorative artworks. Naturally, this represents a more complex method. A simpler approach would entail placing beautiful petals and leaves between the pages of a book, whereupon retrieval after some time would signify completion. Observing Hinata's earnest demeanor, Chenkei smiled gently. One can discern much about an individual from their habits and preferences. This little girl, who delights in pressing flowers, undoubtedly possesses a delicate and tender heart, coupled with a profound affinity for nature. Such a disposition is well suited for the path of cultivation. Her innate talent is commendable, though she lacks a certain audacity, her character leaning towards timidity. If she could open her heart and forge ahead bravely, she would undoubtedly be a promising prospect. At that moment, accompanied by a wafting aura, a graceful and aloof figure emerged, Xiao Meng. In recent days, she had been diligently seeking guidance from the old master and had spent the last few days in seclusion to digest her insights. Now, having re-emerged, it was evident she had made progress. Chenkei assessed her with a light chuckle. "By your appearance, it seems your cultivation has advanced, has it not?" In response, Xiao Meng, with an air of aloofness, replied, "I have gleaned some insights. Should I face that old man again now, I would not necessarily be defeated." Hearing this, Chenkei raised an eyebrow. The old man she referred to was undoubtedly Shimura Danzo. Although that individual ranked at the bottom among the Kage, even the weakest of Kage is not to be compared with a mere jonin. The fact that Xiao Meng, with her perfect innate cultivation, could stand on equal footing with him was indeed impressive. At that moment, Xiao Meng noticed Hinata, who was pressing flowers nearby. In a flash, she arrived at the stone table. Hinata, slightly startled, quickly rose to her feet, feeling an involuntary surge of nervousness. Prior to her arrival, her father had cautioned her about the presence of 2 formidable experts here. Besides a remarkably powerful elderly gentleman, there was also a younger sister. She had to be cautious in her interactions and could not afford to offend them. Naturally timid, her anxiety escalated upon sensing Xiao Meng's aloof aura. Xiao Meng glanced at the flowers and leaves on the table and asked indifferently, "What are you doing?" "I'm pressing flowers," Hinata replied cautiously. Xiao Meng's expression shifted. She had never encountered such a thing before, and her curiosity piqued. She wished to try it herself. Hinata promptly cleared her space. Xiao Meng picked up a leaf and placed it on the board. Then, a wisp of true energy emanated from her fingertips, swiftly evaporating the moisture within the leaf, transforming it into a specimen. Simultaneously, a beautiful emerald imprint emerged on the board. Observing the somewhat indistinct patterns, Xiao Meng furrowed her brow, feeling dissatisfied and inclined to discard it. However, Hinata praised, "How beautiful!" Seeing the genuine admiration in Hinata's eyes, Xiao Meng understood it was not mere flattery but sincere appreciation. She remarked casually, "If you like it, take it." Hinata's eyes sparkled with surprise as she exclaimed, "Really? Is it okay?" "It's just a leaf," Xiao Meng replied nonchalantly. Delighted, Hinata accepted the gift and then presented her own pressed flower to Xiao Meng, saying, "Sister, this is the best one I've made." Observing this exchange, Chenfeng smiled. He found Hinata quite endearing, yet based on his understanding of Xiao Meng, he knew she would not easily accept gifts. To his surprise, Xiao Meng merely examined it for a moment before accepting it, and a rare gentle smile graced her face. Watching this scene, Chenfeng was slightly astonished. One was socially anxious while the other exuded social confidence, yet they managed to interact so harmoniously. Could this be what is known as complementarity? Nevertheless, the combination of the aloof goddess and the adorable little girl seemed rather delightful. Time flew by, and soon a day had passed. On the following morning, Chenfeng sat in his dwelling while Hinata stood across from him. Unlike the previous day, she appeared less reserved, her shyness having considerably diminished, although a hint of nervousness still lingered within her. Chenfeng spoke, "Do you wish to sincerely cultivate with me?" Hinata nodded in response. He continued, "Since you have this intention, there is something you must understand. As the saying goes, the teachings should not be disseminated lightly. To follow my path, you must enter my sect." Upon hearing this, Hinata's expression changed slightly. "If I enter the sect, what will happen to my family and father?" Chenfeng reassured her, "If you are reluctant to part with your clan, you may become a registered disciple, still retaining your status as a member of the Hyuga family." Upon hearing these words, Hinata Hyuga could not help but exhale in relief. At that moment, Chenfeng continued, stating that there were two conditions that must be adhered to. The first was that, without the consent of the master, one must not divulge the teachings imparted to others. Hinata nodded in agreement. Chenfeng slightly inclined his head and added, "The second condition is that the pursuit of ninjutsu is primarily geared towards inflicting maximum damage. It would not be an exaggeration to label it merely as a technique for killing. Conversely, the practice of the Tao is aimed at transcending from within, wherein power is merely a byproduct. The disparity between the two is vast." At this point, he raised his gaze to meet hers and declared, thus, "If you genuinely wish to embark on the path of the Tao, the first step you must take is to relinquish your identity as a ninja, including your original methods of cultivation." Upon hearing this, Hinata felt a jolt of shock. Ever since she became aware of her surroundings, her father and everyone else had urged her to strive to become an exceptional ninja. She had dedicated herself to this as a lifelong goal, unrelenting in her efforts over the past decade. However, the prospect of abandoning her identity as a ninja now posed an extraordinarily difficult decision. After contemplating for a moment, Hinata spoke, "I would like to seek my father's opinion on this matter." To this request, Chenfeng did not acquiesce, his expression grave as he replied, "The path of cultivation is far more arduous than you can imagine. Beyond diligence and talent, it requires an indomitable spirit and courage. If you lack the bravery to take the first step, then it would be better for you to return and continue as a ninja." Chenfeng's demeanor was exceedingly serious. This was a non-negotiable condition. To join the Tao, one must relinquish their identity as a ninja. The two cannot coexist. The rationale behind this choice was not merely to test the steadfastness of Hinata's resolve towards the Tao, but also a significant struggle for belief. According to the system's directive, his ultimate goal should be to elevate the Tao within this world. Yet, this realm belonged to ninjas. And if the Tao were to genuinely rise, it would require more than simply establishing a formidable force. It necessitated a fundamental dismantling of the existing structure. In other words, it meant replacing ninjutsu with Taoist principles as the prevailing power in this world. To realize this ambition, the teachings must extend beyond mere techniques. The dissemination of faith is paramount. Not only Hinata, but anyone aspiring to join the Tao must face such a choice. Only through this can the Tao be truly propagated. Thus, Chenfeng's trial for Hinata was not a mere competition with the Hyuga clan or Konoha for followers, but rather an attempt to undermine the entire ninja world. Observing Hinata's profound inner turmoil, Shinfeng said, "You have one day to contemplate this. Provide your answer by tomorrow. Should you find it unacceptable, you may return at any time." As he spoke, he began to turn away. Just then, Hinata suddenly called out to him, "Sir?" Shinfeng turned back, inquiring, "Is there anything else?" Hinata clenched her fists, a fleeting look of struggle crossing her eyes, before her expression solidified with determination. With a slow, deliberate motion, she raised her hand to remove the ninja headband from around her neck and placed it on the ground. She then lifted her gaze, looking earnestly at the figure before her, her youthful face radiating resoluteness. The choice she made was unmistakable. Seeing this, Shinfeng smiled slightly and inquired, "What has prompted you to make this decision?" Hinata replied, I do not enjoy being a ninja." Although she had exerted every effort since her childhood to become an exemplary ninja, deep within her heart, she found the lifestyle unappealing. To her, a life defined by violence for the sake of violence was exceedingly cruel. The world, in her view, ought to be more harmonious and beautiful. This sentiment had been buried within her for many years, and only now did she dare to voice it, feeling a considerable sense of relief in doing so. Hinata was acutely aware of what relinquishing her identity as a ninja entailed: the disappointment of her father, the responsibilities of her clan, elements she was reluctant to confront. Yet, she resolutely made this choice, understanding that this was perhaps her singular opportunity to alter her fate. If she were to forsake it, she might never have another chance in her lifetime. Reflecting on her recent decision, she realized it was indeed audacious. Upon hearing her response, Shinfeng nodded in approval. "Excellent. To follow one's heart signifies that you have embarked on the path of seeking enlightenment. If you wish, you may take me as your master now." At these words, Hinata's heart soared with joy, and without a moment's hesitation, she knelt on the ground, bowing deeply with utmost respect. "Disciple Hinata Hyuga pays her respects to her master." "Rise." Shinfeng replied, "From this moment forth, you shall be my first disciple." As he spoke, he lifted his hand slightly, an intangible force assisting her to her feet. Hinata, now successfully accepted as a disciple, beamed with joy, clearly elated. She then asked, "Master, what shall we learn today?" Her eagerness to delve into the mysteries of Taoism was palpable. Shinfeng gently ruffled her hair and smiled. "Do not rush. Today, you shall have a day of rest. Tomorrow, we will commence your training. Is that truly acceptable?" Hinata blinked in surprise, astonished that her first day would be a holiday. During her time as a ninja, she rarely had opportunities for respite. "It is as I say. Go and enjoy yourself. Pursue what you desire," Shinfeng replied kindly. "Yes." Hinata nodded enthusiastically, politely clasping her hands in gratitude before dashing out the door. In the blink of an eye, half the day had passed. As evening approached and the sky darkened, Hinata had yet to return. Xiao Meng appeared, a frown creasing her brow. "That child is not one to linger and play. Her absence at this hour is concerning." "Could something have happened?" Shinfeng responded. "Could she have gone home?" Xiao Meng replied, "Given her disposition, even if she did return home, she would have surely informed us beforehand. She would never leave without a word." Shinfeng nodded slightly. "Your reasoning is sound. I shall go search for her." "I shall accompany you," Xiao Meng offered. As they spoke, Xiao Meng followed closely behind. Shinfeng nodded. It was rare for someone to show such proactive concern for another, and he naturally would not refuse. The two left the courtyard and ventured outside, only to discover a torn piece of fabric on a patch of grass, evidently belonging to Hinata. It was clear that she had met with an unfortunate incident. Upon seeing this, Xiao Meng's expression shifted dramatically, a chill of foreboding spreading through her. Shinfeng observed, "There are no signs of blood or struggle here. This item must have been intentionally torn away to leave a clue. It seems likely that Hinata has been abducted, but she should be safe for the time being." Hearing this, Xiao Meng's demeanor softened slightly, though the coldness in her gaze remained. Despite their brief acquaintance, she felt a strong affinity for Hinata, and the thought of the young girl being taken stirred a murderous intent within her. In an instant, a jade talisman appeared in her hand, and with a surge of energy, she shattered it. Simultaneously, a streak of azure light shot forth, heading directly northward. Xiao Meng remarked, "I left a mark on the girl earlier. It has now come in handy." Shinfeng's expression shifted as he mentally noted, "Northward leads to the Sound Ninja Village." Could it be? A hypothesis formed in his mind, and he quickly stated, "Hinata is temporarily safe. We must pursue her immediately." With that, the two activated their movement techniques, becoming mere shadows as they sped northward. Unbeknownst to them, The sky darkened, and nightfall crept in. Several dozen miles away from Konoha, within a dense forest, a few figures were swiftly dashing through the trees, two of whom carried wooden barrels inscribed with runes. Xiao Meng spoke up. This operation has gone even more smoothly than anticipated. Not only did we successfully retrieve Sasuke, but we also conveniently captured a Byakugan. Moyo chuckled. And they call Konoha the foremost ninja village. It seems they are not as formidable as they claim, especially since we faced no pursuers. The others echoed his jeers with laughter. At that moment, a cold voice unexpectedly pierced the air. Where do you intend to take my apprentice? The sound startled the four members of the Sound Ninja team, and they quickly looked up. Unbeknownst to them, a striking figure had appeared before them, blocking their path. Who are you? Xiao Meng demanded, his expression grave. The ability to catch up to them without their notice indicated formidable strength. Chiffon replied coldly. You plan to simply leave after abducting my apprentice? Apprentice? The four paused, momentarily puzzled as they failed to grasp whom he referred to. Chiffon pointed at the barrel in their possession. It's that adorable little girl with the Byakugan. The Sound Ninja members exchanged glances. Though they were unclear about the meaning of adorable, they understood that this individual had come for Hinata. Subsequently, Moyo smirked while patting the barrel. No matter who you are, she is our prey now. If you do not wish to meet your end, I suggest you leave at once. Upon hearing those words, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. This is your final opportunity. Surrender the person, or you shall remain here together. If you wish to keep us, let us see if you possess such capability. Among them, the tallest of the group, Xiao Meng, let out a disdainful snort, and with a sudden movement, charged forward. His massive fist swung with tremendous force. Yet, Qin Feng remained unfazed, slightly sidestepping to evade the oncoming attack, while simultaneously unleashing a surge of silver lightning from his palm. Jun, he declared, thunderclap palm. With a swift strike to Xiao Meng's chest, the powerful lightning erupted instantaneously. A cry of agony echoed as Xiao Meng spewed blood. Sent flying backward, crashing heavily against a sturdy tree trunk, his chest now charred. Xiao Meng. The remaining three were taken aback. They had not anticipated that he could be so formidable, incapacitating their comrade with a single blow. Although Xiao Meng was the weakest among them, he still possessed the strength of an elite Chunin. The ability to injure him with one strike indicated that Qin Feng was at least a Jonin-level expert. Coughing and clutching his chest, Xiao Meng struggled to rise from the ground. That previous blow was indeed powerful, had it not been for his robust physique. He might not have been able to stand again. Observing this, Qin Feng coolly remarked, quite resilient, aren't you? Hearing such mockery, the four felt a surge of indignation. With Kidomaru bellowing, if you seek death, then let us oblige. As the words left his lips, the group unleashed a battle cry. Channeling the power of their curse seals, strange black patterns began to spread across their bodies, and their chakra surged dramatically. Yet, this was not the end. As the cursed power continued to invade, their forms underwent a profound transformation, their features becoming grotesque, their skin turning a deep crimson, resembling demons of the netherworld. Sensing the might of their adversary, they activated the second state of their cursed seals, unleashing their most potent strength from the very outset. Leading the charge, Kidomaru transformed into a fearsome apparition, sprouting additional sharp appendages along his 6 arms, while a single eye emerged upon his forehead. Without hesitation, he initiated an offensive, employing the secret technique, Spider's Nest. Instantly, a torrent of white chakra-infused goo erupted forth, weaving into resilient webs that spread ominously ahead. Undeterred, Qin Feng pointed his fingers like a sword, lightly tapping the air. Li, he commanded, flowing fire. As these words resonated, scorching fire shadows burst forth, the intense heat incinerating the webs into ash. He then chuckled lightly. Show me all you are capable of. Such trivial tricks hold no weight against me. The 4 Sound Ninjas appeared solemn, aware they were facing a true master, and resolved to engage with all their might. At that moment, a peculiar, formless wave rippled through the air. With the profound resonance of mystical rhythms, the entire forest was suddenly enveloped in contrasting shades of black and white. Everything fell silent in an instant, as if reverting to its primordial state. Meanwhile, the 4 members of the Sound Ninja felt an overwhelming surge of energy pressing upon them, as if their very bodies were about to be crushed beneath an immense burden. The chakra within them, bubbling violently due to the curse seal, was suppressed to the point of stagnation. Their limbs felt as if they were bound, and even the slightest movement became an arduous task. What is happening? There is a formidable presence. A sense of terror gripped their hearts, for they had already ascended to the rank of special Jonin after fully liberating their cursed seals. United, they could contend with even elite Jonin. Yet this individual, without even revealing themselves, rendered them nearly immobile, undoubtedly a frightful entity. If such a powerful being were to strike, they would scarcely possess the ability to resist. At that moment, Chen Feng spoke, "You need not intervene. Allow me to handle this." As his words fell, the enigmatic force gradually dissipated, restoring the world to its original hues. With the terrifying pressure lifted, the Sound Ninja Quartet felt their strength returning. However, before they could exhale in relief, a low voice echoed nearby. Kuan character, Earth River Chariot. With this proclamation, the ground beneath them trembled violently, and enormous fissures began to spread. Subsequently, a colossal rock serpent, nearly 100 meters long, surged forth, hurtling down upon them with ferocity. Not good, quickly evade. Yet as they prepared to dodge, Chen Feng raised his hand and declared, "DUI character, chaotic golden hammer." Almost simultaneously, a mysterious force descended, freezing everything within several zhang in a state of immobility, while the 4S movements slowed to a crawl. In the blink of an eye, the rock serpent crashed down from the sky, forcefully creating a terrifying pit in the ground. Instantly, earth and stone shattered, and dust filled the air. With a wave of his sleeve, Chen Feng dispersed the residual chaos, revealing the ravaged terrain before them. Within the pit, the figures of the Sound Ninja Quartet emerged. Among them, Kiyotaka managed to withstand the assault with the help of his sticky gold armor, albeit sustaining injuries from the tremendous force. Meanwhile, Doyu summoned 3 giant spirits, shielding himself from the onslaught and narrowly escaping disaster. However, those 3 giants collapsed after enduring a heavy blow, rendered utterly incapacitated. In a critical moment, Zuojin summoned the Rashomon to block an attack, emerging unscathed. As for the weakest among them, Sarubo, lacking any special abilities, had no choice but to rely on brute strength to absorb the impact, ultimately sacrificing an arm to preserve his life. After enduring the assault, the quartet's murderous intent surged, and without hesitation, they unleashed their respective trump cards. A fierce battle erupted. The Sound Ninja Quartet leapt from the pit, with the hot-headed Sarubo charging in first, swinging his fists. Empowered by the dual cursed seals, his strength grew even more formidable, and the air crackled with the sound of his fists and feet. Yet, for this brute force assault devoid of finesse, Chen Feng remained unfazed. He gracefully unleashed the flowing movements of Tai Chi, and as the seemingly mighty fists made contact with his body, a significant portion of the force dissipated instantly. Following this, he executed a technique akin to a sword with his fingers, striking the vital points of his opponent with lightning speed. Subsequently, he unleashed a powerful strike that resounded against his adversary's chest, sending him hurtling away. Zirong Fong coughed up blood, yet rose to continue his onslaught. With the enhancement of the cursed seal, not only had his strength significantly increased, but his physical constitution had also improved dramatically. He believed he could withstand several more assaults of this magnitude. However, at that moment, an indescribable agony struck him, as a chaotic surge of chakra wreaked havoc within, violently impacting his meridians and organs. Zirong Fong clutched his chest in excruciating pain, the uncontrolled energy bursting forth through his channels, resulting in blood streaming from his 7 orifices, staining his entire body crimson. He resembled a deflated balloon, collapsing to the ground, barely clinging to life. Zirong Fong. The other 3 were taken aback, bewildered as to why their comrade had suddenly sustained such grievous injuries. Chen Feng, however, merely smirked, aware that although the enemy had gained additional power through the cursed seal, it was inherently a ticking time bomb. The more the cursed seal was activated, the more volatile the chakra within became. At this juncture, by stimulating the numerous chakra points where the opponent's energy was accumulated, he could incite uncontrollable turmoil within their body. The more ferocious the eruption of power, the greater the bodily harm sustained, potentially culminating in fatality. In simpler terms, it was akin to succumbing to madness. As he observed Zirong Fong's breath growing weaker, the leader, Kaio Tamaru, revealed a sinister expression. With a sudden flurry of his 6 arms, hundreds of shurikens were launched at an astonishing frequency from every conceivable angle. Yet, Chen Feng remained calm. With a pointed finger, he conjured a terrifyingly immense storm. Sun character, tornado. The whirlwind enveloped his form, and as the shurikens met the raging winds, they were effortlessly thwarted, cascading harmlessly to the ground. Kaio Tamaru's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly resorted to another tactic, slapping his palm to summon forth the summoning jutsu. Secret technique: summoning great spider. In an instant, a colossal black spider materialized before him. As the spider's abdomen split open, countless tiny spiders cascaded down, gently floating into the swirling tempest. As the furious winds whirled at high speed, they penetrated deeper into the maelstrom. Qin Feng's expression changed as he called out, "Above soon, below Li, fire tornado." As the words left his lips, a searing fire dragon surged from below, merging with the tornado. The flames, propelled by the wind's force, rapidly expanded, and the terrifying fiery vortex instantly reduced the countless tiny spiders to ash. This was the innovative transformation brought forth by the upgraded wind and Xiao Meng, illustrating the dynamic interplay of the 5 elements in the trigrams, which were not fixed in nature. The fire tornado represented the harmonious coexistence of wood and fire. Upon witnessing the small spiders transform into charred remnants, the fierce spirit known as Gautama felt a surge of anger within. Without hesitation, he unleashed his most formidable technique. His mouth twisted as he expelled a mass of high-density golden adhesive, which, with a mere tug, morphed into a bow and arrow. With the combined strength of his feet and 4 arms, he drew the bowstring taut, aiming the razor-sharp arrow at the eye of the storm. The secret technique. The spider battle bow boasted a staggering accuracy of 102%. He was utterly confident that this arrow possessed the power to pierce through the fire tornado, with spider silk connecting the arrowhead, allowing for a fluid change in attack direction. It was akin to a powerful tracking feature. Once locked on, escape became nearly impossible. With a sinister grin, he released the arrow, which shot forth with tremendous force, generating explosive bursts of air that could easily penetrate stone. Sensing the imminent threat, Qin Feng raised an eyebrow and became more vigilant. He clenched his fist, causing the roaring fire tornado to converge and condense into a spear. Gripping the spear firmly, he hurled it towards the incoming arrow, exclaiming, "Go!" In an instant, the fiery spear, laden with terrifying heat, tore through the air. The collision with the arrow was fierce, resulting in a shockwave as both erupted simultaneously. The arrow shattered, while the spear transformed into a cascade of flowing flames, scattering ahead. Gautama barely dodged, narrowly escaping the onslaught. But the nearby large spider was not as fortunate, its cumbersome body engulfed by flames, reduced to a pile of ashes in mere moments. Damn it! Observing the successive failures, the nearby Duoyu gritted her teeth and drew a flute from her waist, beginning to play. The enchanted flute of dreamlike melodies. This was her unique skill, capable of disrupting her opponent's mental faculties through the haunting melodies, creating an inescapable illusion akin to Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi. While both were forms of illusion, their potency was not to be compared. As the eerie notes resonated, Qin Feng felt dizzy, the world around him warping into distortion. His gaze sharpened, and he raised his sword, invoking tremor, tiger, and leopard thunder sound. A mighty roar erupted, unleashing a colossal wave of sound that resonated like a cacophony of beasts or the descent of divine thunder, instilling dread in the hearts of all who heard it, rendering evil nowhere to hide. The 2 waves of sound clashed violently, tearing apart the flute's melody. With a resounding crack, Duodo's flute shattered in her hands. Simultaneously, her vision was filled with horrifying imagery, causing her spirit to tremble violently, and she collapsed to the ground, her consciousness severely shaken. Observing this, Qin Feng exhaled deeply, clearing his throat. The sound wave technique was indeed formidable, albeit slightly harsh on the vocal cords. At this moment, nearby, the left side had transformed into a twin state, launching a simultaneous barrage of rapid punches alongside Yujin. Qin Feng merely smiled. Perhaps such tactics posed a threat to an ordinary person, but before him, they were hardly worth consideration. He raised his palm once more, invoking the mysterious art of Xiao Meng. Instantly, the multitude of trees in the forest began to stir, vines and branches extended outward, surging forth like a tidal wave from all directions. In a matter of moments, these 2 individuals were ensnared tightly, rendered immobile. Despite their frantic struggles, they found themselves utterly bound. With a swift gesture of his finger, Qin Feng softly intoned, "What ignites fire?" No sooner had the words left his lips than fierce flames erupted, coursing along the branches and engulfing the figures entirely. Amidst the searing inferno, anguish cries echoed, gradually fading into silence after several breaths. Once this matter was resolved, Qin Feng turned his gaze to another area, where an unhandled adversary awaited. Watching his companions fall, some dead and others grievously wounded, the ghost child Maru felt a surge of trepidation. He had not anticipated such formidable prowess from this individual. Within moments, 3 of his comrades had been defeated. He understood that fleeing from such an expert would prove futile. Thus, he resolved to fight with all his might. With this thought, he steeled himself and summoned the sticky gold armor once more. Streams of yellow viscous liquid oozed from his pores, rapidly solidifying into a protective layer that enveloped his entire being. This substance possessed remarkable hardness, having previously allowed him to withstand the attacks of the Earth River cart. Simultaneously, he gripped a kunai in each of his 6 hands and launched himself forward with a powerful thrust. Qin Feng remained unfazed, murmuring, Jin character, Kunlun. Instantly, a metallic sheen enveloped his body, rendering his bones and flesh extraordinarily resilient. Ghost Child Maru attacked with his sharpened blades, yet the kunai struck as if against steel, failing to inflict any harm upon Qin Feng. With a glimmer in his eyes, Qin Feng unleashed the Bagua palm in retaliation. Utilizing exquisite techniques, such as leaning horse asking the way, flower hidden in the armpit, wild goose breaking from the flock, pushing open the window to gaze at the moon, purple goose casting aside the scissors, and great pink spreading its wings, each strike concealed a hidden force that penetrated through the sticky gold armor, directly assaulting the internal organs and meridians. With each successive surge of this hidden energy, Ghost Child Maru could no longer withstand the onslaught, and he spewed forth a mouthful of blood. His body was hurled backward, crashing violently into a sturdy tree trunk, which splintered upon impact before he fell heavily to the ground, consciousness lost. After dispatching the troublesome foes, Qin Feng stretched languidly, gaining a clearer understanding of his own capabilities through this battle. In a one-on-one confrontation, he believed he could contend with an elite jonin or 2 to 3 ordinary jonin without much difficulty, and he felt evenly matched against Kakashi. He recalled arriving in Konoha at merely the level of an elite shunin, yet in just a few short months, he had ascended an entire tier, an astonishing leap forward. At that moment, the figure of Xiao Meng materialized, raising her palm to strike the air, shattering the rune-inscribed wooden barrel. The 2 figures trapped within were revealed to be Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Hinata. Xiao Meng helped Hinata to her feet, delicately extending her fair and slender finger to gently tap her forehead. The flow of azure energy soon awakened Hinata. As she opened her eyes and beheld Xiao Meng before her, she could not help but exclaim in delight, "Sister Meng." Qin Feng approached, expressing concern, "Are you all right?" Hinata shook her head, replying, "I'm fine. Thank you for your trouble." "Teacher." Qin Feng chuckled lightly, "It's no trouble at all. However, the audacity of Orochimaru to extend his reach here shall not go unanswered." Although young Hinata was still somewhat oblivious to who Orochimaru was, the warmth in her heart swelled at her master's concern for her. At that moment, Sasuke also regained consciousness. After surveying his surroundings, he was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the 4 sound ninja, who seemed oblivious to their peril. Then, noticing Qin Feng and Xiao Meng, he quickly grasped the situation. Rising to his feet, he regarded them with indifference, stating coldly, "I did not require your assistance. This was entirely unnecessary." Qin Feng cast him a glance, retorting, "Do not flatter yourself. I came to rescue my little apprentice, and you are of no consequence." As she spoke, she affectionately ruffled Hinata's hair. Hearing this, Sasuke felt a twinge of embarrassment, but then he registered the implication, exclaiming in astonishment, "You have taken her as your disciple?" Qin Feng nodded affirmatively. With this confirmation, an unnamed fury ignited within Sasuke, prompting him to protest. "Why was I denied entry into the sect when I sought it?" "Yet she is accepted?" Qin Feng replied, "The elder master advised that you are too impulsive, easily swayed by emotions, rendering you unsuitable for cultivation. Those are mere excuses. How could she possibly surpass me?" Sasuke's agitation began to escalate. Qin Feng regarded him coolly, remarking, "You cannot genuinely believe yourself to be exceptional, can you?" Sasuke faltered momentarily. Though he did not respond directly, he harbored a conviction that he was among the most gifted. Surely, he was far superior to a timid girl like Hinata. Observing his demeanor, Qin Feng continued, "If we exclude the Chidori that Kakashi taught you, there are countless lower ninjas among your peers who surpass you, such as Lee, Niji, Gaara, and even Naruto. If you cannot best them, I fail to comprehend the source of your arrogance. Is it merely because of the Uchiha name?" As her words lingered, fury ignited in Sasuke's eyes, and he shouted, "Bastard." Immediately, he clenched his fists and launched an attack. For such a feeble strike, Qin Feng did not flinch, allowing Sasuke's punch to land squarely upon his chest. His body remained as unyielding as steel. Sasuke felt as if he had struck an unbreakable iron pillar. His knuckles jolted with pain. "Twice I saved you, and you offer no gratitude, instead returning kindness with malice. Truly, your Uchiha clan is a pack of ingrates," Qin Feng declared. With that, He balled his fist and delivered a straightforward blow to Sasuke's cheek, sending him sprawling backward. With a sickening sound, half of Sasuke's face swelled. Blood mingled with shattered teeth spilling forth. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he rose to his feet and roared, "You understand nothing. Even without relying on the Taoist Sect, I can become a formidable force." Resolute in his decision, he turned and made his way towards the direction of the Sound Ninja Village. Shenkei shook his head slightly and murmured, "Let us return." As he spoke, he intended to lead Hinata away from the scene. At that moment, however, Xiao Meng's expression shifted, and he suddenly shouted, "Who goes there?" As his words echoed, the Chioli sword in his hand was swiftly unsheathed, and a razor-sharp azure sword energy sliced through the air to the right, cleaving a massive boulder and several trees in two. Shenkei, sensing a disturbance, turned to investigate. Before long, his gaze fell upon a flurry of pristine white papers that, through a process of overlapping and merging, transformed into a graceful silhouette. It was none other than Konan of the Akatsuki. Observing the figure before him, Shenkei's expression shifted, and after a moment's contemplation, he quickly deduced her identity. However, he refrained from directly addressing it, instead adopting a serious demeanor as he spoke. "Given your attire, you must be affiliated with those two individuals we encountered earlier, correct?" Konan replied coldly, "If you are referring to Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki, then yes." Shenkei raised an eyebrow. "What brings you here today? Are you perhaps seeking a place for your companions? They suffered injuries while on a mission, which could only be attributed to their lack of skill. They have no one to blame but themselves. Once one joins the Akatsuki, they must be prepared for death at any moment." After saying this, he glanced at the two and remarked, "You bear no Konoha headbands, which indicates that you are likely members of that so-called Taoist sect. Am I correct?" Shenkei did not deny it, nodding as he replied, "Indeed." "You traveled quite a distance just to ask such a question?" Konan looked at him, her gaze flickering slightly as she inquired, "Where do you hail from? If you wish to know, you should investigate it yourself." "I have no obligation to clarify anyone's doubts," Shenkei replied nonchalantly. Konan's expression shifted. "If you are unwilling to divulge, then I shall have no choice but to take you back." As she spoke, she slowly raised her palm, and a multitude of paper fragments began to scatter, enveloping Shenkei and Xiao Meng. Paper shuriken. With the infusion of chakra, countless paper pieces transformed into razor-sharp shuriken, flying down from all directions. This was the first ninjutsu she had mastered. Although its rank was not particularly high, it proved exceedingly practical. With her current strength, she could unleash it in a manner that allowed for 360-degree attacks, making it difficult even for elite shinobi to evade. Faced with this onslaught of thousands of concentrated attacks, Xiao Meng's expression shifted, yet he exhibited no fear. Energy surged within him, the world around him dimming as he unleashed his own technique. As the forces of yin and yang intertwined, countless shuriken appeared to be halted by an unseen force, suspended in midair. Under the influence of this ethereal energy, everything reverted to its original state, with the sharp shuriken once again becoming unremarkable sheets of paper. Observing this, Shenkei also provided assistance, exclaiming, "Leave it to me." Fire release, fireball jutsu. In an instant, searing pillars of fire erupted from the ground, engulfing countless sheets of paper and reducing them to blackened ashes. Meanwhile, Xiao Meng flickered and appeared behind Xiao Nan, her sword gleaming with a sharp radiance as she executed a sweeping strike with her blade. Chioli. However, at the very moment the sword was about to descend, Xiao Nan's form suddenly disintegrated into countless fragments of paper. This technique of creating paper clones was one of her unique skills, allowing her to evade most attacks. Almost simultaneously, the scattered remnants swiftly converged in another direction, reassembling into her original form. With a flick of her sleeve, Xiao Nan sent forth dozens of folded paper shurikens, hurtling towards her opponent's position. Xiao Meng, keenly aware of the impending threat, pivoted and unleashed a powerful palm strike, shattering the shurikens into mere paper flakes that rained down to the ground. Following this, she wielded Chioli with a fierce arc, the dazzling sword light tearing through the air as it sliced towards Xiao Nan, who slightly raised her hand. A dense array of paper materialized before her, coalescing into a sturdy circular shield that perfectly deflected the blow. Observing the fierce clash between the two, Shinfeng intently analyzed the situation, noting that the opponent's ninjutsu was rather peculiar, reminiscent of the techniques employed by Gaara he had encountered earlier. One wielded sand, while the other manipulated paper, both exhibiting remarkable versatility. However, Xiao Nan's prowess was evidently superior to the still youthful Gaara. and defeating her would necessitate identifying the opportune moment. At that moment, Xiao Meng's offensive grew increasingly relentless, yet at every critical juncture, Xiaonan's paper clones allowed her to narrowly evade capture. Likewise, Xiaonan's assaults either met with a decisive sword slash or fell short of their mark. After all, with the enhancement of light and dust, Xiao Meng's speed was equally formidable. Thus, the scene unfolded into a series of afterimages pursuing a paper figure, interspersed with the onslaught of sword energy and explosive tags. From a tactical perspective, the two were evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, Qinfeng refrained from intervening, not only to protect Hinata but also to bide his time for the perfect opportunity to strike decisively. After a brief interval, the battle escalated to a fever pitch, with Xiaonan recklessly scattering paper as weapons for relentless assaults. In contrast, Xiao Meng harnessed the essence of the world to its utmost, immobilizing any ordinary attacks before they could reach her. However, as the struggle progressed, a sense of urgency crept into Xiaonan's heart. They were in Konoha, and if the fight continued, it would surely attract more ninjas to the scene. That would undoubtedly lead to complications. As she contemplated her next move, her gaze fell upon Qinfeng, and a spark of inspiration ignited within her. Realizing that a swift resolution was unlikely, she decided to capture the young man, believing he might yield valuable information. With this thought in mind, Xiaonan's figure shimmered once again, transforming into paper and reappearing right before Qinfeng. Raising her hand, a multitude of papers intertwined, forming resilient chains that bound his body, ensnaring him tightly. As Xiao Meng beheld this scene, a glint of cold light flickered in her eyes, and her long sword thrust forward with precision. In an instant, an extraordinarily sharp sword aura erupted, aiming directly at the opponent's vital points. Xiaonan furrowed her brow slightly. A profound sense of danger startled her, prompting her to prepare to utilize her paper clone technique to evade the impending attack. However, at that moment, Qinfeng uttered a soft command, and a searing flame burst forth from within him, shattering the white paper chains that bound him. He then raised his sword, invoking a peculiar technique, the word DUI, the chaotic golden drum. At that instant, a strange force was imposed upon his opponent's body, drastically slowing both her movements and chakra flow by several dozen times. Xiaonan was greatly alarmed. In such a state, she had no time to employ her paper clone again and could only desperately shift her body to narrowly avoid the fatal strike. Nonetheless, the fierce sword aura still pierced through the inner side of her shoulder, causing crimson blood to spatter and stain her dark attire. Xiaonan let out a muffled groan as the chakra within her surged forth violently, breaking free from the influence of the chaotic golden drum. Without hesitation, she retreated several paces away. Almost simultaneously, a blue sword aura struck where she had previously stood, rending the ground with a long fissure. Having narrowly escaped disaster, a trickle of blood escaped from Xiaonan's lips, clearly indicating her severe injury. Observing her evasion of the attack, Xiao Meng snorted coldly and brandished her sword, unleashing a series of sword auras. Intertwined, they formed a net of blades that enveloped the area. Xiaonan's expression shifted, even in peak condition. She had little confidence in defeating her opponent. Now, injured as she was, she could no longer afford to engage in such a confrontation. She once again utilized her paper clone technique to evade the onslaught of sword auras. Subsequently, she unleashed a ninja technique, the dance of paper. In an instant, her form disintegrated into countless paper fragments, which fluttered about before transforming into a swarm of agile butterflies, swiftly ascending into the sky. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Xiao Meng discerned that her opponent was attempting to flee. She promptly infused her long sword with true energy and executed a fierce horizontal slash. A blue wave of energy, stretching several yards, surged forth, tearing apart a significant portion of the paper butterflies, although a small fraction managed to escape. She then observed the remaining butterflies in the air coalescing once more into a humanoid shape. At this moment, Xiaonan's complexion had grown even paler. As her chakra surged, a pair of angelic white paper wings unfurled from her back. With a powerful flap, the wings propelled her forward, enhancing her speed. She soared gracefully like a celestial crane, swiftly covering a distance of 100 meters, appearing to be on the verge of escape. However, just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a sudden flash of golden light appeared before her. In the next moment, a massive golden hand descended with terrifying force, striking down with a swiftness that was nearly imperceptible. Alarmed, she quickly invoked her ninja technique, channeling all her strength to conjure two thick paper shields before her. Yet, Those sturdy shields appeared exceedingly fragile under the might of the golden hand's imprint. In the midst of the collision, within the briefest moment of days, the paper shield shattered into fragments, scattering like powder in the air. Observing this, Conan swiftly folded her wings, encasing her body in an attempt to mitigate the damage. Almost immediately, a resounding crash echoed as a palm strike forcefully impacted her form. The paper wings, unable to endure for long, were similarly obliterated, and a mouthful of blood erupted from Conan, indicating she had sustained severe injuries. Her body was hurled to the ground, enveloped in a cloud of dust. Stunned by the grievous blow, Conan was further astonished. She had not even glimpsed the assailant before being sent flying. This signified that the individual possessed terrifying strength, far surpassing her own. Within the entirety of the Akatsuki, perhaps only Nagato, when exerting his full might, could stand a chance against such an opponent. They had gravely underestimated their adversary's power, a potentially fatal oversight for their future plans. With this thought in mind, Conan steeled herself against her injuries, striving to escape. However, at that moment, a low, melodic voice resonated in her ear, Thunder Prison. It was the voice of the elder, calm yet profoundly clear. As the words fell, brilliant arcs of lightning erupted from the ground, instantaneously forming a series of silver thunder barriers, ensnaring her like a cage. Conan's expression shifted as she hastily employed her ninjutsu in an attempt to break free. Yet, regardless of her methods, the moment they made contact with the fearsome electricity, they disintegrated into nothingness. No matter the nature of her assault, it was utterly ineffectual. "Little girl, be reasonable," the figure intoned again. Conan lifted her gaze to see an elder in a Taoist robe, with long white hair and a flowing beard. Indeed, it was the old master, though he exuded little aura. Upon seeing him, Conan realized she was unequivocally trapped with no hope of escape. Observing the old master's serene demeanor, she quickly concluded that both Uchiha Itachi and Kisame had likely fallen before him as well. "Speak, why have you come here?" the old master inquired. To this question, Conan did not conceal her intentions, replying, "Nothing much, merely investigating your true nature." "Did you uncover anything?" the old master asked once more. Conan shook her head. "No, but I sense you do not belong to the world of shinobi, nor even to this realm." Upon hearing this, the old master chuckled softly. "That is not entirely incorrect. As the saying goes, there are heavens beyond the heavens. The world perceived by us mortals is but a drop in the ocean." Conan lifted her eyes slightly, gazing into the restrained brilliance and boundless depth within his gaze, and could not help but sigh, realizing that she might never reach such heights in her lifetime. She then spoke, "Though your cultivation is profound, we too harbor our own ideals. There is no need for further inquiries, senior. I shall not elaborate. If you wish to kill me, then do so." As she uttered these words, she closed her eyes, resigning herself to her fate. The old master replied with a light chuckle, "I was merely asking out of curiosity. Since you choose not to speak, so be it. How to handle you will depend on the will of Daozi." Subsequently, with a gentle flick of his hand above the prison cell, a dazzling bolt of lightning surged forth, and an intense wave of energy struck Little Nan's head with a jolt, as if her very consciousness had been forcefully assaulted. Almost immediately, her vision plunged into darkness, and she lost consciousness. After an indeterminate period, her awareness gradually began to return, and upon opening her eyes, she surveyed her surroundings. To her astonishment, she found herself lying within a modest chamber, resting upon a bed. As she swiftly rose, a searing pain coursed through her, a remnant of the injuries sustained in the previous battle. At that moment, a voice resonated. "In such a hurry to leave?" Startled, Little Nan turned to see Chen Feng emerging from the adjoining room, slowly approaching. A sense of caution surged within her, prompting her to prepare for action. However, she soon realized that her chakra felt as though it had been frozen, rendering her unable to summon even the slightest bit of power. Chen Feng ambled closer, leisurely stating, "Your strength has been sealed by the old master. Not even I can unlock it." Upon hearing these words, Little Nan's heart sank, and she retorted coldly, "What do you want? Just say it plainly." Chen Feng raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips as he scrutinized her from head to toe. He then leaned in closer, his voice laced with ambiguity. "So, what do you think I desire?" The flirtation in his gaze caused Little Nan's heart to race, and instinctively, she recoiled slightly. Observing the tension in her eyes, Chen Feng sidestepped, chuckling softly. "Clearly, you still can't let go. There's no need to act as if you've seen through the world and lost interest. It's rather dull." Recognizing that she had been toyed with, A flicker of anger ignited within little Nan, and she demanded, "What do you truly want?" With a slight smirk, Chen Feng replied, "Nothing much, just to inform you. From this moment on, you are my captive." At this proclamation, little Nan scoffed coldly, defeated in skill, nothing more to say. Chen Feng grinned, "Since you have no objections, from now on, you shall be my maid." Little Nan gasped in surprise, "Maid?" Raising an eyebrow, Chen Feng clarified, "Do you not understand? I mean a servant who fetches tea, serves water, makes beds, and endures without retaliation or rebuttal." "Impossible!" Little Nan vehemently refused, anger flashing in her eyes. It was evident that he sought to humiliate her in this manner. Even if it meant her demise, she would never accept such indignity. Yet, Chen Feng appeared to have anticipated her reaction, and he did not press the matter further, merely stating, "If you refuse, then I will have no choice but to hand you over." If the 5 great ninja villages learn of this hidden Akatsuki organization seeking to capture Jinchuriki and extract tailed beasts, what do you suppose they would do? As his words settled in, little Nan's heart raced with alarm. How could you possibly know? The plan to capture tailed beasts was a closely guarded secret of the Akatsuki, which was still in its preliminary stages. However, how did the other party obtain this information? Could it be that someone has leaked intelligence? Chen Feng seemed to penetrate the thoughts of his counterpart, smiling as he said, "No one has betrayed our trust, but I possess a wealth of knowledge, such as the fact that pain is merely a puppet, with the true mastermind being the enigmatic Nagato concealed in the shadows." Upon hearing this, Conan was profoundly astonished. This was confidential information even the Akatsuki members were unaware of. Under the gaze of disbelief, Chen Feng leaned slightly closer, whispering, "Moreover, I am also aware of Nagato's true hiding place." At these words, Conan's heart skipped a beat, her delicate frame trembling slightly. Compared to the secrets of the Akatsuki, her foremost concern was the safety of her dear friend. Although Nagato had acquired immense power through the Rinnegan, his body had suffered tremendous damage, rendering movement exceedingly difficult. If he were to be discovered by other powerful entities, or even be besieged by the elite of the 5 great shinobi countries, the consequences would be unimaginable. Contemplating this, Conan clenched her fists, her expression heavy with gravity, and her gaze towards Chen Feng edged with a hint of fear. She had never encountered such a fearsome individual. Before him, she felt utterly exposed, as if stripped bare without a single secret to conceal. Chen Feng maintained a gentle smile, inquiring, "So, have you come to a decision?" Observing his demeanor, Conan felt an overwhelming urge to pin him to the ground, yet she quickly dismissed the thought. Not only was her power currently restrained, even if she regained her strength, she would hesitate to strike at him. Drawing a deep breath, filled with resignation, she murmured, "Very well, I agree." In that moment, she had steeled herself to endure potential suffering and even humiliation, yet for the sake of the Akatsuki and Nagato, she resolved to bear it all. However, what transpired next was entirely different from her expectations. Lifting her gaze, she saw Chen Feng approaching with a broad smile, holding 2 outfits. One was an adorably charming maid costume, while the other was a sensually elegant dress, each distinctly characterized. "These shall be your work uniforms. Choose one," he declared. Faced with such a scene, Conan could only manage a slight tug at her lips, her mind swirling with bafflement, unsure of what to articulate. Chen Feng, still beaming with delight, awaited her choice. As a traveler from another world, along with the memories of his past life, some of his peculiar tastes had also crossed over, leading to the creation of these garments. Originally intended for Akatsuki's dream, he had refrained from expressing this due to her fiery temperament, knowing it would likely earn him a swift reprimand. Now, presented with a maid of such exquisite figure, it was only natural to make the most of the opportunity. Noticing Conan's silence, Chen Feng took the initiative to select for her. Casually tossing both outfits in her direction, he remarked, "Take a day off to try on the clothes. If they do not fit, feel free to make adjustments. Tomorrow, you will officially commence work with a 007 schedule, year-round without a break. Do remember not to be late." As he spoke, he exited with a bright smile, leaving Xiaonan in a state of disarray. Chen Feng stepped outside, only to find Xiao Meng's figure flickering before him. "Do you intend to keep her?" Upon hearing the question, Chen Feng nodded. The Akatsuki organization is composed of lunatics. She is the only one who can be considered somewhat normal. As a traveler, he was well aware of the nature of these tasks. Xiaonan and Nagato were not inherently malicious. In fact, they could be deemed quite benevolent. However, the death of Yahiko had led to their disillusionment with the world, coupled with the provocation of a certain underachiever, resulting in numerous complications. Yet, Nagato's mindset had become so warped that rectifying it would prove to be an arduous task, especially since he lacked Naruto's persuasive talents. In contrast, Xiaonan still possessed some rationality, perhaps leaving room for redemption. It was for this reason that he chose to keep her, intending to guide her transformation, not for any frivolous reasons such as a maid outfit. Time passed swiftly, and the dawn of the following day arrived. As the first light of morning broke, Chenfeng awoke from his slumber, slowly opening his eyes to behold a stunning figure before him. Her graceful silhouette was captivating, her smooth, flowing blue hair cascading down, complemented by a seductive purple-blue gown that accentuated her allure. Observing Xiaonan's fresh appearance, Chenfeng felt a flicker of surprise. Xiaonan slightly bowed her head and softly spoke, "Master, I have prepared your toiletries." Chenfeng blinked, scrutinizing her closely, and inquired, "What has come over you? You seem like a different person." Xiaonan smiled, responding, "Since I am now your servant, it is only natural that I adhere to the rules and attend to your needs." Upon hearing this, Chenfeng raised an eyebrow, taken aback by her transformation. After being captured, one would expect her to be resentful and scheming, yet here she was, so gentle and obedient. Rising from his seat, he circled her and playfully pinched Xiaonan's fair cheek, chuckling, "Now this is more like it. A maid should be well behaved." Xiaonan clenched her fists, her face still respectful. But internally her fury churned. "I must endure. I will bide my time until I uncover the secrets of the Taoist Sect, and then I shall deal with you." Sensing the barely concealed anger in her eyes, Chenfeng surmised her thoughts and decided to indulge in the moment. Assuming the demeanor of a wealthy landowner, he boasted, "Come, Xiaonan. Assist your master in changing." In the courtyard, Chenfeng reclined languidly in a wicker chair, while Xiaonan stood dutifully by his side. Dressed in a maid's long gown, her flowing hair cascading down, she appeared less cold than before, now imbued with a touch of charm. Skillfully wielding a paper knife to slice fruit, she maintained an air of utmost respect, as if she had truly embraced the role of a servant. Throughout these days, Xiaonan had remained diligent and obedient, aiming to lower his guard and facilitate the execution of her mission. Indeed, after accepting the fate of her captivity, she did not succumb to despair. Instead, she resolved to undertake a significant mission to uncover the secrets concealed by the Taoist Sect. Faced with the impossibility of escape, she deemed it more prudent to infiltrate their ranks and gather as much intelligence as possible. In her heart, she silently vowed that should an opportunity arise in the future, she would undoubtedly retaliate against her captors. Unperturbed by her inner thoughts, Chenfeng gazed lazily ahead. In the courtyard, two figures sat cross-legged upon the verdant grass, Xiao Meng and Hinata. Now that Hinata had officially entered the sect, it was only fitting that she be taught the Taoist cultivation techniques. However, given that the young girl had previously studied ninjutsu, the first step was to transform her chakra into true qi. This crucial task was entrusted to Xiao Meng, who, due to her upbringing in the orthodox Taoist tradition, possessed greater expertise in this area. With her assistance, it was likely that this young apprentice would soon embark on her path of cultivation. With this thought in mind, Xiao Meng gently closed her eyes, basking in the warm sunlight while slowly raising her hand. Observing this, Xiaonan cut fresh fruit into pieces and arranged them on a plate, then politely presented it to her. Chenfeng reached for the fruit with a fork, savoring the delightful taste. Witnessing his pleased expression, Xiaonan felt a surge of frustration, tempted to cover his face with the plate, but ultimately she restrained herself, calming her inner turmoil through self-reassurance. At that moment, a figure entered from outside. It was Hyuga Hizashi. Upon seeing Hinata seated on the ground, practicing with Xiao Meng, a smile graced his face. He chose not to disturb them and approached Chenfeng instead, greeting him with a respectful nod. "Good day, sir," he said. Chenfeng rose from his lounge chair, returning the smile. "Ah, the head of the Hyuga clan has arrived." Hyuga Hizashi nodded and then turned to Xiaonan, inquiring, "And who might this be?" "Oh, she is my newly appointed maid. Nothing to concern yourself with," Chenfeng replied casually. Taking his cue, Hizashi did not press further and continued, "I came today to check on Hinata. I trust she has passed her test?" Chenfeng nodded, affirming, "Hinata is now my disciple, a member of the Taoist Sect." Upon hearing this, Hyuga Hizashi's heart soared with joy. The fact that Chenfeng was willing to accept Hinata meant that his daughter would soon gain access to the sect's profound techniques. Once she had completed her training, she could even bring various skills back to their clan. This would undoubtedly strengthen the Hyuga family. With a beaming smile, Hyuga Hizashi expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your efforts, sir. With your guidance, Hinata will shine in the upcoming Chunin exams and become an exceptional ninja." Qin Feng's expression shifted slightly as he responded, regarding this matter. I fear I may disappoint you, head Hyuga. Upon hearing these words, Hinata Hizashi was momentarily taken aback, an unsettling feeling suddenly arising within him. He inquired, what do you mean by that, sir? Shinkong directly addressed the matter. In the realm of Taoism, there are certain rules. Disciples must not be indecisive. Those who pursue the path of cultivation must remain single-minded, for the identity of a ninja will only serve as her shackles. As these words fell, a shock coursed through Hizashi's heart. Are you suggesting that to pursue the path of cultivation, she must relinquish her identity as a ninja? Shinkong nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the current Hinata is no longer a ninja, and thus there is no necessity for her to participate in the Chunin exams. Of course, if the intent is merely to allow her some training, that could be arranged. Upon hearing this, Hizashi's temperament erupted. He exclaimed vehemently, nonsense. The Hyuga clan is a prestigious family within the ninja world. How can Hinata, as the heir of the main house, abandon her identity as a ninja? His chest heaved with anger, and to him, such a notion was akin to asking a prince to renounce his nationality, utterly absurd. Shinkong replied calmly, this is Hinata's own choice. As her father, you ought to respect her decision. Hizashi retorted, preposterous. I will never agree to such a thing. Although he struggled to contain his fury, he restrained it. Cognizant of the Taoist's formidable strength, he regarded Shinkong and stated, I appreciate your goodwill, but Hinata bears the family's mission. Such conditions are entirely unacceptable. I bid you farewell. With that, he swiftly approached his daughter and instructed, let us return. Hearing this, Hinata's eyes flickered with a hint of inner conflict, yet she resolutely replied, Father, I do not wish to be a ninja. Upon hearing this, Hizashi's expression faltered, and he sternly admonished, do you understand what you are saying? I no longer want to tread the path of a ninja. The Taoist way is where I truly belong, Hinata asserted. Lifting her gaze to meet his directly, this was the first time she had openly defied her father's will. Seeing his once obedient daughter so brazenly resist him ignited a greater fury within him, prompting him to physically take her away. At that moment, a swift and menacing flash of sword light passed by. Startled, Hizashi quickly dodged. Almost simultaneously, a terrifying sword aura tore through the ground, leaving a deep fissure, and a portion of his sleeve fell to the ground. Had he delayed even a moment longer, he might have lost an arm. Xiao Meng cast a cold glance at him and remarked, if you dare to act recklessly again, you may not be so fortunate next time. Feeling the piercing intent of the sword, Hizashi's heart raced. He recalled their first encounter, where they had engaged in a covert confrontation back then. The opponent's strength was not nearly as formidable. In such a short span of time, they had evidently reached an extraordinary level, and he realized that he was likely no longer a match. In a state of shock, he turned to Shinkong and asked, what does this mean? Hinata is my daughter. Shinkong responded, she is indeed your daughter, but she is also my disciple. Having entered the Taoist path, it is my duty as her mentor to protect her. If anyone dares to forcibly deprive her of her opportunity for cultivation, they shall not blame me for being ungracious. As these words fell, Hyuga Hizashi felt a slight heaviness in his heart, perceiving the chilling aura emanating from Xiao Meng, causing him to furrow his brow. Should the other party truly oppose him, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to take Hinata away given his own strength. The atmosphere grew tense, with both parties locked in a silent standoff. After a few moments, Hyuga Hizashi broke the silence, stepping forward and addressing Qin Feng. Since we both hold differing views on this matter, let us engage in a contest. Should I lose, Hinata shall be at your disposal. However, if fortune favors me and I emerge victorious, I kindly ask that you cease your obstruction. Upon hearing this, Xiao Meng's brow furrowed slightly, and she swiftly appeared in front of him, coldly stating, if a battle is to ensue, I shall take it on. Yet, Hyuga Hizashi seemed to disregard her words, maintaining a serious gaze on Qin Feng and pressing, what say you? He was resolute in his decision to compel Qin Feng to engage. Should he defeat him, it was certain that Qin Feng would have no face left to retain Hinata. As for losing, that was simply out of the question. He was the clan leader of the Hyuga family, a paragon among elite jonin, and could never be bested by a mere youth. In response to the challenge, Qin Feng did not flinch, arching an eyebrow and affirming, very well, it is settled. Seeing his agreement, a faint smile crept upon Hyuga Hizashi's lips. His proposal for this contest was not merely to intimidate his opponent, but also to demonstrate his prowess to Hinata, ensuring she understood that her father was indeed formidable, and that the Hyuga legacy was robust, thus she need not cling so desperately to the path of cultivation. Subsequently, the two moved to a clear space within the courtyard. positioning themselves on opposite sides. After a brief exchange of glances, Hyuga Hizashi assumed his stance first, launching an attack with the gentle fist technique. Chun Feng countered with Tai Chi, as their fists and feet clashed, unleashing waves of energy. Yet, as their duel commenced, Hyuga Hizashi's expression shifted slightly. He had witnessed this technique before and was aware of its suppressive nature against his gentle fist. However, only in the throes of combat did he truly grasp the extent of its targeted counter. The gentle fist, which the Hyuga clan had painstakingly honed, appeared exceedingly frail in the face of Chun Feng's dark energy, showing no advantage whatsoever. With his expression darkening, he unleashed his full power, his chakra emanating a faint glow, having undergone a substantial transformation. With each move, his force grew increasingly formidable. Nonetheless, Chun Feng remained unperturbed, holding his ground. As the relentless dark energy surged forth, Hyuga Hizashi's astonishment grew. Compared to their encounter during the Chunin exams, Chun Feng's strength had indeed surged significantly, reaching a level where they could stand toe-to-toe. The pressure mounted within him, and he resolved to hold nothing back, rapidly gathering chakra to his palms, exclaiming, 8 trigrams air palm. Simultaneously, a powerful shockwave erupted from his palms, the intense pressure tearing through the air with a resounding blast. As Chun Feng observed, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. He had not anticipated that the opponent's 8 trigrams empty palm could unleash a ranged attack, far surpassing that of Hyuga Niji. However, undeterred, he responded with his own 8 trigrams palm. With a surge of true energy, a series of palm strikes erupted violently, colliding with the shockwave in a thunderous clash. Both formidable energies simultaneously extinguishing each other. Hyuga Hizashi witnessed this and swiftly unleashed his palms in a simultaneous aerial strike. 8 trigrams empty wall palm. With the convergence of his palms, an overwhelming torrent of energy surged forth, akin to a tsunami, shattering the ground beneath him. Sensing the immense pressure bearing down, a fierce resolve ignited in Chun Feng's eyes. His palms moved with a peculiar rhythm before him, as if the yin-yang fish leaped from the void, transforming into a slowly rotating shadow of Tai Chi. The moment their powers met, the ferocious impact appeared to soften, losing its original ferocity, gradually absorbed by the Tai Chi diagram. Subsequently, the yin-yang fish dispersed, swirling around Chun Feng's palms, and with a graceful motion, they dissipated into nothingness. Such a formidable strike was effortlessly neutralized, exemplifying the principle of yielding to overcome rigidity to its fullest. Now it was his turn to strike. With fingers poised like a sword, he unleashed his arcane techniques. Sun, he intoned, Windblade. Instantly, invisible blades of wind solidified, darting forth in an instant towards his adversary. Hyuga Hizashi hastily evaded, narrowly escaping the attack. At that moment, Chun Feng's finger twitched as he exclaimed, Li, blazing flame. In an instant, 7 or 8 fireballs materialized, encircling his opponent and trapping him. As his words fell, the searing fireballs rained down simultaneously, sealing off all avenues of escape. Hyuga Hizashi's expression hardened as he immediately invoked his clan's ultimate technique, Reversal of Heaven. His body spun at an extraordinary speed, a vast amount of chakra surged forth, merging with the air to form a hemispherical shield. The fireballs crashed down but were repelled in succession, failing to inflict any harm. Although this technique was immensely taxing, its defensive capabilities were formidable, and Hyuga Hizashi had honed it to perfection. Even shadow-level adversaries would find it challenging to break through. Seeing this, Chun Feng offered a slight smile, lightly tapping the air with his finger. Kuin, Earth River Car. In an instant, the ground fractured, and Hyuga Hizashi felt a violent tremor beneath him, followed by a colossal stone serpent lifting him off the ground. He stumbled, his execution of Reversal of Heaven disrupted. Almost immediately, the rock serpent lashed its tail, sending him flying. Hyuga Hizashi let out a muffled grunt as he crashed back to the ground. Yet, before he could regain his footing, thick roots burst from the earth, swiftly wrapping around him and binding him tightly. Alarmed, Hyuga Hizashi's heart raced, his chakra erupted within, transforming into blades that relentlessly tore at the roots. However, Chun Feng's movements were even swifter, almost simultaneously with his breaking free from his restraints. The opponent had already arrived before him, the sword-like fingers infused with vital energy poised at his brow. With a mere pulse of energy from his fingertip, he could inflict a devastating blow. Feeling the sharp sting on his forehead, Hinata Hizashi's heart quivered slightly, and a profound astonishment shone in his eyes. Clenching his fists tightly, He felt a sense of unwillingness, but ultimately lowered his gaze and sighed softly. I have lost. Indeed, the new generation replaces the old. It seems I have truly aged. Hinata Hizashi cast a glance downward, his heart filled with helplessness. Qinfeng retracted his finger and smiled, saying, there is no need for the Hyuga clan leader to feel this way. Were it not for the Taoist art's restraint on gentle fists, it would not have been so easy for me to claim victory. Shaking his head slightly, Hinata Hizashi turned to the apprehensive Hinata and inquired, do you truly wish to pursue the path of cultivation? Upon hearing the question, Hinata nodded resolutely. Yes. Observing his daughter's determination, Hinata Hizashi sighed. Very well. I must admit that I have been overly demanding of you in recent years. Since you wish to enter the Taoist path, then go ahead. I shall explain to the clan. However, once you make this choice, it signifies a relinquishment of your right to inherit the clan. You must consider this carefully. Hinata continued to nod firmly, clearly resolved in her decision. Qinfeng chuckled lightly. Do not worry, senior. Perhaps in the future, the Hyuga clan will even beseech her to return to take her rightful place. Hinata Hizashi gently shook his head. The traditions of the Hyuga clan will not be altered for the sake of one individual. Upon hearing this, Qinfeng said nothing further, merely smiling. Indeed, the long-standing traditions of the Hyuga clan would not easily be overturned for one person, but what if the entire ninja world were to change? At that moment, Hinata Hizashi turned to Hinata and said with utmost seriousness, you must diligently cultivate. The path ahead is yours to tread alone. By choosing to forsake her identity as a ninja, his daughter, from a certain perspective, severed a layer of connection with the clan. This also meant that henceforth, she would no longer receive the clan's assistance. Even as the clan leader, he could not openly violate the rules. Rest assured, I will ensure her safety, Qinfeng reassured. And then, as if recalling something, added, by the way, we may not stay in Konoha for long. We will take Hinata with us when we leave. It's possible we won't return for a long time, so you should spend more time with her during this period. Upon hearing this, Hinata Hizashi's expression shifted slightly, a hint of reluctance flickering in his eyes before it quickly vanished. He then spoke earnestly. Only through greater trials can one truly grow. It is indeed beneficial to venture out for experiences. However, I will be quite busy during this time and may not have the opportunity to visit often. So I entrust Hinata to you, sir. With that, he bowed slightly to Qinfeng and turned to depart. Father, watching his retreating figure, Hinata's small face displayed a trace of disappointment. She still hoped her father could spend more time with her. Qinfeng gently ruffled her hair, offering a soft word of comfort. He could naturally discern that the other still harbored feelings for Hinata. The cold demeanor was merely a refusal to become an emotional burden to his daughter. At that moment, Xiao Meng inquired, are we leaving this place? Qinfeng nodded. I had been contemplating this for some time. Konoha is merely a temporary refuge. If the Taoist Sect wishes to truly flourish in this world, it must establish its roots. Have you decided on a destination? Xiao Meng asked further. Qinfeng replied, aside from Konoha, there are the 4 great ninja villages. Sunagakure, situated in a desolate desert, offers a harsh living environment. Humogakure is populated by individuals with brawn over brains, making communication difficult. As for Awagakure, it is relatively decent. Yet the stubborn and arrogant Inoki poses significant challenges for our development there. Hearing this, Conan interjected, it seems there is only one choice left. Qinfeng nodded, indeed. It is Kirigakure. Xiao Meng remarked, what is special about this village? Qinfeng responded, the village hidden in the mist belongs to the Land of Water, an independent island nation. But in scale, it ranks just below Konoha and Sunagakure. Surrounded by the sea and perpetually shrouded in thick fog, it rarely interacts with the outside world. Such a secluded place, abundant in population and resources, presents a fine opportunity. Xiao Meng nodded slightly. That makes sense. Qinfeng continued, moreover, Kirigakure has suffered immensely from the blood mist policy for over a decade, leaving its citizens in dire straits. It is precisely the moment for our sect to intervene. Upon hearing this, Hinata curiously asked, Master, what is the blood mist policy? Qinfeng patiently explained, as far as I know, the blood mist policy began during the reign of the third Mizukage. It was characterized by harsh decrees and widespread slaughter of those possessing bloodline limits, plunging the entire village and the Land of Water into chaos. How frightening, Hinata said timidly. Qinfeng continued, after the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, took office. He may have intended to abolish it, but at that time, he was controlled by a masked individual with unique abilities. Under this manipulation, the blood mist policy grew even more brutal, and has yet to abate. Upon hearing the mention of the masked man, Conan's eyes flickered with surprise. I didn't realize you were aware of this. While many had some understanding of the blood mist policy, very few knew of the fourth Mizuki's control by the Sharingan. What puzzled her was why he referred to the one controlling Yagura as a mere puppet. However, Chanfeng's next words left her in shock. You should be the most aware of this, considering you were one of the parties involved, standing right there at the time, were you not? As the implication settled. Conan gasped in astonishment. How do you know? She truly could not comprehend how Chen Feng possessed such intricate knowledge, as if he had witnessed the events firsthand. Yet, there had only been 4 individuals present at the time. Aside from the controlled Shueying, the remaining 3 were members of the Akatsuki, and there was no reason for them to be informed about it. Observing her astonished expression, Chen Feng remarked nonchalantly, "Would you believe me if I claimed to have the gift of foresight?" Upon hearing this response, Xiao Nan was momentarily taken aback. Deep down, she believed such a capability was impossible, but recalling his previous statements, she found herself wavering. Could it truly be possible to foresee everything? If that were the case, it would explain why he was aware of the tailed beast collection plan, and even the whereabouts of Nagato. However, if this were indeed true, what significance would remain for the Akatsuki's schemes over the years? Days swiftly passed, and just 2 days prior, through the tireless efforts of Jiraiya and Naruto, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Tsunade Senju, finally returned to the village, assuming the role of the 5th Hokage. The return of these 2 formidable figures eased the hearts of the villagers of Konoha. As the most resource-rich of the 5 great shinobi villages, Konoha would soon be divided among other powers if it lacked the presence of elite leaders. Yet, for Chen Feng, none of this bore any impact. For he was wholeheartedly devoted to instructing his young disciple. To pursue the path of cultivation, one must first understand the structure of the human body. Everything from the internal organs to the extraordinary meridians and hundreds of acupoints must be thoroughly comprehended. To facilitate Hinata's understanding, he even crafted a life-sized wooden sculpture of the human body, meticulously labeling each organ, acupoint, and the distribution of meridians. Only by memorizing these details could one gain precise control over the flow of internal energy. Hinata, too, was a diligent learner, quickly mastering these foundational concepts. Now, even without relying on her Byakugan, she could swiftly target the hidden acupoints beneath the flesh. Observing her rapid progress, Chen Feng felt a sense of gratification. At that moment, Xiao Nan approached, holding a palm-sized origami crane, and inquired, "Could you assist me with something? What is it that you need?" Chen Feng asked, delivering a message. Xiao Nan succinctly replied, "To Nagato?" Chen Feng inquired. Xiao Nan nodded gently. Having been away for so long, he must be worried. "I want to assure him of my safety." Chen Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. "Very well." As he spoke, he lifted his hand and infused a thread of true energy into the paper crane. Instantly, the crane seemed to come alive with vigor. Surprised by his swift agreement, Xiao Nan asked, "Aren't you going to check the message within the crane?" Chen Feng chuckled lightly. "There is no need. You know what can be said and what cannot." Upon hearing this, Xiao Nan's expression shifted. She indeed had no intention of revealing their current situation, for if Nagato learned that she had been captured, he would undoubtedly come to her aid. If that were to happen, a confrontation between the Akatsuki and the Taoist sect would become inevitable. During this time, she had gained some understanding of this mysterious Taoist sect. Beyond the presence of Dust Wind, Xiao Meng, and the venerable Taoist master, there emerged a formidable beast that sealed away the rampaging tale. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the power of the Taoist sect seems to extend far beyond what is currently visible. What has been revealed is merely the tip of the iceberg. In the face of such a terrifying force, even if the Akatsuki were to mobilize their entire ranks, they might still find themselves outmatched. Until the situation is fully understood, she hopes to avoid further conflict between the 2 parties. Thus, the message within the paper crane is quite straightforward, merely informing Nagato that she is safe but must attend to certain matters and will not be returning for an extended period. She refrains from divulging too much about the Taoist sect, only remarking on its strength and the necessity for caution. It is not that she wishes to be vague, but elaborating too much may lead to discovery. After all, her powers have been constrained, and to use the paper crane for communication necessitates Dustwind's assistance. It is highly likely that the moment the other party exerts their power, they will have already gleaned the information contained within. Subsequently, Xiao Nan traced her finger to create a small incision, allowing a drop of crimson blood to fall upon the paper crane, which instantly absorbed the color. Simultaneously, the paper crane appeared to come to life, flapping its wings and swiftly flying in the indicated direction. Watching the crane depart, Xiao Meng exhaled deeply and turned to Dust Wind, her beautiful eyes shimmering slightly. After a moment's hesitation, she posed a question that had long been buried in her heart. What exactly do you intend to do? Upon hearing the inquiry, Dust Wind's expression shifted, revealing a faint smile, and he replied with utmost seriousness, for the sake of peace. Peace. Xiao Meng was momentarily taken aback, as this seemed to be her line to deliver. Noting her skepticism, Dust Wind continued. Why do you think the ninja world is in such disarray? Why are there so many wars and invasions? Greed consumes the human heart, rendering it insatiable and ignorant of the preciousness of peace. Thus resorting to war to fulfill their selfish desires, Xiao Meng retorted. Dust Wind then inquired, how do you think this issue should be resolved? Xiao Meng felt a stir within her, contemplating for a moment before countering with another question. Human nature is thus difficult to change. Do you possess a solution? Dust Wind responded. The Tao distinguishes between yin and yang. Within human nature, there exists both good and evil. By guiding the good to suppress the evil, harmony among individuals can be achieved, which is the very aim of our Taoist sect. Upon hearing this, Xiao Meng's expression shifted, pondering. Is this your understanding of peace? Dust Wind raised an eyebrow slightly. What else would it be? Should one act like a fool, incessantly calling for the world to suffer? At this, Xiao Meng couldn't help but smirk, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the fool he mentioned. Shaking her head, she continued, while the aspiration is noble, accomplishing this seems implausible. Dust Wind smiled. Whether it is possible or not, one must attempt it to find out. As she gazed upon the confident smile adorning his face, Xiao Meng found herself momentarily lost in thought. If what he spoke of could indeed materialize, perhaps that plan need not continue any further. Days slipped by, and soon, Chen Feng and his companions were prepared. After exchanging farewells with Tsunade, they departed from Konoha, embarking on their journey toward the hidden mist village. Simultaneously, deep within a concealed cavern in the land of rain, a paper crane landed in the hands of Pain. After carefully perusing the information it contained, he proceeded to destroy it. At that moment, the space before him began to warp slightly, and a figure clad in a black robe and wearing a mask materialized before him. What information? Pain inquired as he nodded. The influence of the Taoist Sect is far greater than we had anticipated. She will find a way to infiltrate and gather intelligence. The masked man replied. Then it shall be as you say. However, we must also expedite our own efforts. What news of the Three Tails? Pain questioned. The masked man responded. The fourth Mizukage has only a few days left to live. Once the Jinchuriki perishes, the tailed beast will temporarily vanish, with its next emergence expected in 1 to 2 years. Pain remarked, to avoid unforeseen complications, we must hasten our plans. There is no need to keep the Yagura alive any longer. Given that Akatsuki is currently unable to mobilize personnel, I must trouble you with this matter. Understood. The masked man acknowledged, and then, his form distorted as he was drawn into a swirling vortex, vanishing from sight. Time passed swiftly, and after nearly half a month of travel, Chen Feng and his companions had departed the Land of Fire, crossing the strait and nearing their destination. The Land of Water is an island nation, situated directly to the east of the Land of Fire, and reaching it requires traversing a strait. Geographically unique. The Land of Water is surrounded by mountains, creating a complex environment. Throughout the year, a thick fog envelopes the nation, shrouding it in mist. Should an unfamiliar soul dare to intrude, they would likely become lost, a significant reason why the hidden mist village rarely engages with the outside world. At that moment, a sturdy wooden vessel glided leisurely across the water's surface. After several days of drifting, it had finally arrived at the outskirts of the island. Here, the fog was at its densest, visibility reduced to less than 5 meters. Even the locals would hesitate to tread here. Standing at the bow, Chen Feng surveyed his surroundings, sensing a stifling atmosphere that unsettled the heart. Turning to his companion, Xiao Meng, he said, I must trouble you. With an air of aloofness, Xiao Meng stepped forward, and the world dimmed as she unleashed her power. As the ethereal rhythm of the Tao spread, black and white hues enveloped the area, causing the thick fog within a 1,000-meter radius to dissipate instantaneously, restoring clarity to the vision. The vessel continued its journey, officially entering the borders of the Land of Water. A few hours later, they made landfall. One by one, they stepped onto the shore, following the desolate path that lay before them. As dusk descended, the absence of habitation forced the group to seek refuge in a nearby thicket, improvising a place to spend the night. As the campfire flickered to life, Dustwind sat in meditation alongside Dawn Dream, while Hinata curled up beside him, striving to drift into slumber. Conan leaned against a tree trunk, struggling to find sleep. Seemingly lost in contemplation, the old sage lay upon a bed of grass, hands tucked within his sleeves, resting like any ordinary elder. Yet, amidst the tranquil night, a roar akin to the growl of a ferocious beast echoed from afar, faint yet palpable. Dustwind's demeanor shifted, and he cast a glance towards the source of the sound. The terrifying roar exuded an aura of intimidation that could be felt even from several miles away, unmistakably not of a common beast. Simultaneously, both Dawn Dream and Conan sensed the unease, their expressions adopting a hint of seriousness. With a furious bellow, the roar reverberated once more, seemingly drawing nearer. At that moment, the old sage straightened up and stretched, commenting nonchalantly, "Even at this late hour, we find no peace." As his words lingered in the air, the group felt the tempestuous force approaching, the darkness revealing glimmers of light akin to chakra bursts not far off. It was evident that ninjutsu was being wielded, and judging by the intensity, it was not the work of just one or two individuals. A multitude of ninjas appeared to be engaged in a fierce battle. Dustwind raised an eyebrow and remarked, "I did not anticipate encountering such turmoil upon our arrival. Let us go and witness the spectacle." With that, he rose to his feet, directing his gaze toward the front. Meanwhile, in the nearby woods, dozens had gathered, forming a formidable encirclement. Clutching various weapons and adorned with forehead protectors bearing the Mist Village insignia, they were unmistakably ninjas. The group of ninjas wore expressions of grave concern, encircling a peculiar figure at their center. This was a youth-like man, his cherubic face untouched by the passage of time, with green hair and violet eyes. A scar resembling a stitch beneath his left eye. His gaze was filled with a savage ferocity, and an almost tangible gray chakra radiated from his body, coalescing into the faint outline of a colossal beast. He was none other than the fourth Mizukage of the Mist Village, Kagaya Yagura. Years prior, Yagura had fallen under the control of the Sharingan, leading to a drastic transformation in his demeanor. The previously oppressive blood mist policy escalated, and he would often succumb to fits of madness, wreaking havoc indiscriminately. Just days ago, Yagura had once again spiraled into uncontrollable fury, causing widespread chaos. This latest outburst was more intense than before. Even the collective efforts of numerous ninjas had failed to subdue him, resulting in significant casualties. Observing this scene, the leading middle-aged ninja's expression shifted dramatically. Dressed in azure attire, with a black eye patch covering his right eye, his left eye remained fixed on the Mizukage, wary of any lapse in vigilance. His name was Ao, a jonin of the Mist Village. Upon learning of the Mizukage's latest upheaval, he had promptly rallied a contingent to pursue and apprehend him, tracking him to this very location. Sensing the intensifying chakra of the tailed beast emanating from Yagura, a decisive command was issued to initiate an assault. In a dazzling display of brilliance, dozens of ninjas simultaneously unleashed their jutsu, striving with utmost exertion to restrain their adversary. A few elite jonin seized the opportunity, producing pre-prepared chains to bind the Mizukage tightly. This unique apparatus possessed the remarkable ability to suppress tailed beast chakra, specifically crafted for this purpose. However, Yagura's tumult was unprecedentedly fierce. With a ferocious roar, he exerted tremendous force, causing the chains to crack ominously, indicating they would not hold for long. Witnessing this scene, Ao wasted no time and swiftly approached Yagura. Observing the glimmer of confusion deep within his eyes, he silently concluded, "It is indeed an illusion." The Mizukage's behavior over the years had been exceptionally erratic, and after continuous observation and analysis, Ao surmised that he might be ensnared in a genjutsu. Now it appeared that his suspicions were confirmed. Resolute, Ao lifted his hand to remove his eye patch, revealing a peculiar white pupil in his right eye. This Byakugan had been a prize obtained during the Third Great Ninja War, subsequently transplanted into himself. And now it was finally to be utilized to dispel the illusion afflicting the Mizukage. Yet, just as he was about to activate the Byakugan, he was oblivious to a shadow lurking in the branches nearby, concealed by the night, none other than the masked figure of Akatsuki. Observing Ao's intention to use the Byakugan to free Yagura from the genjutsu, a cold smirk crept beneath the mask. The three tomo in his right eye flashed crimson, releasing a formidable ocular power. Almost simultaneously, Yagura, who had momentarily calmed, erupted into a violent frenzy, as if provoked by an immense stimulus. The tailed beast's power within him surged forth, ignited by the influence of the Sharingan. Yagura transformed into a fearsome entity, his gray chakra exploding forth, rendering half of his body grotesquely beast-like. With an instantaneous release of power, he shattered the chains binding him, freeing himself from restraint. Witnessing this, Ao, who was in the midst of activating the Byakugan, was taken aback and instinctively attempted to retreat. However, his movements were a beat too slow, with a thunderous roar. The frenzied Yagura lunged forward, driving his tailed beast-like claws deep into Ao's chest. An excruciating pain surged throughout Ao's body. His chest torn open as torrents of blood gushed forth. With a cry of agony, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless in an instant. The surrounding mist ninjas were struck with horror and grief at the sight. Captain Senior Ao, a young boy, bearing curious dual blades and sporting glasses, was visibly distraught. His name was Chojuro, accompanying Ao on this mission. Though still young, he had already achieved near Jonin prowess, renowned as a prodigy of the Mist Village. A roar abruptly interrupted the sorrow, as Chojuro clenched his fists, staring at the increasingly tailed beast like Mizukichi. In the present moment, the situation has exceeded all expectations. Under such circumstances, not only is it impossible to subdue the opponent and bring them back to the village, but even preserving one's own life has become a daunting challenge. With another deafening roar, Yagura, consumed by fury, lunges towards the crowd, his formidable strength toppling several ninjas with ease. Without Ao's commanding presence, even a multitude of ninjas struggles to withstand such a ferocious onslaught. Witnessing this scene, Jur grits his teeth, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Drawing his twin blades, he fixates intently on the approaching Yagura, prepared to fight to the death. As the attack nears, a colossal golden palm print suddenly appears from an unknown source, crashing directly into the tailed beast-formed Yagura. With a resounding thud, Yagura is sent flying, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater amidst a cloud of dust. The onlookers are momentarily stunned, turning to see an elderly man clad in a robe, radiating a golden aura, slowly approaching. It is the venerable Taoist master. Just as they are about to inquire, the battered Yagura reappears, snarling as he launches an assault towards the Taoist master. Be careful, Jur urgently warns. Yet, the Taoist master remains unfazed, raising his hand slightly to block the attack, the sharp claws failing to breach the protective barrier of golden light. Following this, he delivers a powerful strike to Yagura's chest, forcing him back once more, his feet sinking into the ground, leaving behind deep furrows. Although Yagura's body has sustained significant injuries, the influence of the tailed beast and the stimulation from the Sharingan push him to further drain his life force in exchange for even greater combat prowess. Observing Yagura's irrational persistence, the Taoist master is enveloped in shimmering golden light, which extends and transforms into golden chains that bind Yagura securely. Yagura roars and struggles fiercely against the chains, yet they prove to be more resilient than anticipated, rendering any escape attempts futile for the time being. The Taoist master then steps forward, scrutinizing Yagura before narrowing his eyes slightly and softly murmuring, "Another illusion, I see." As he speaks, his expression shifts, and he begins to chant a calming incantation. The supreme stars respond without pause, exorcising evil and binding malevolent spirits for protection. Wisdom brings clarity, ensuring the tranquility of the mind, allowing the three souls to remain intact. Swiftly, as commanded, upon finishing, he raises a finger, lightly touching Yagura's brow, while exclaiming, "Break." Simultaneously, an enigmatic force radiates outward, seemingly capable of cleansing all impurities and dispelling all illusions. In an instant, Yagura's eyes reveal intense turmoil, as if numerous thoughts clash within his mind. However, within a mere breath, all malevolent influences dissipate, and his expression returns to clarity. As his consciousness awakens, an overwhelming fatigue washes over him, and he promptly loses consciousness. The wild-tailed beast chakra retracts within him, and the turmoil of the three tails subsides. Lord Mizukichi. As Yagura lay unconscious on the ground, the surrounding ninjas hurriedly gathered around him, only releasing a sigh of relief upon realizing that he was not in mortal danger. Meanwhile, perched atop a nearby treetop, the masked man let out a muffled groan, his complexion slightly pale. It was evident that the dispelling of the illusion had inflicted a backlash upon him. At that moment, the old master's expression shifted, as if he sensed something amiss. He abruptly waved his sleeve, and a brilliant beam of golden light shot forth. The golden radiance pierced through the darkness, swiftly advancing towards its target. The masked man, startled, hastily employed his divine prowess to render his body ethereal, narrowly evading the oncoming strike. Observing his opponent's disappearance, the old master raised an eyebrow, pondering whether he had fled. At this juncture, Nagutsukuro approached, deeply bowing in gratitude. I sincerely appreciate your assistance. The old master smiled, replying, it was merely a casual act. There is no need for excessive formality. Were it not for your intervention, we might have perished here today. I am truly grateful. Nagutsukuro expressed his heartfelt thanks once more, then turned his gaze towards the still unconscious Yagura, a hint of concern etched on his face. I wonder how Lord Mizuki is faring. The old master replied. I have already dispelled the illusion, but both his soul and body have sustained significant damage. His lifespan may be severely limited. Hearing this, Nagutsukuro's expression dimmed, for he had anticipated this outcome. Over the past few years, Yagura's temperament had grown increasingly erratic, and his health had deteriorated. Many physicians had predicted that he would not last another year. Coupled with the recent turmoil, his condition was undoubtedly worse than before. With a sigh, he turned to the old master, curiously inquiring, May I ask how you are addressed, and what brings you to the land of water? The old master smiled and replied, I am Zhang Jiwei, the celestial master of Longhu Mountain from the Taoist Sect, and I have come here accompanying the Daozi. Taoist Sect? Longhu Mountain? Nagutsukuro mused. For Wuyin village had long been isolated and thus remained unaware of matters concerning the Taoist Sect. He had never heard of the old master's title before, leading him to wonder. However, judging by the former's earlier display of prowess, it was clear that he was a formidable figure. Such an individual would not be obscure. At that moment, he noticed Chinfeng and his companions approaching. Nagutsukuro scrutinized them for a moment before speaking. Who might you be? I am Chinfeng, the Daozi of the Taoist Sect, and these are my friends, Chinfeng replied with a smile. Daozi? Nagutsukuro had never encountered this term before. The old master elucidated. The Daozi is destined to be the future leader of the 9 sects of our Taoist tradition. The mention of the 9 sects startled Nagutsukuro slightly. While he did not fully comprehend the significance of this Taoist sect, it certainly sounded like an extraordinary force, especially considering the strength of a single celestial master. He continued, May I inquire what brings your esteemed group to the land of water? Chinfeng responded, Oh, nothing much. We merely seek to wander and explore, driven by curiosity about the land of water. Upon hearing this, Nagutsukuro merely smiled, unsure of how much to believe, yet he refrained from pressing further. Afterward, he remarked, Since this is the case, I shall not impose further. Please, rest early. He then added, By the way, I have 2 tents here. I would like to offer them to a few of you. With that, he produced the storage scroll, retrieved the tents, and handed them to several individuals before departing. Dusty Wind nodded in gratitude. Although the group's prowess would allow them to sleep even suspended from a tree, having a shelter from the wind and rain was undoubtedly preferable. Meanwhile, not far away in the woods, a figure gradually emerged from the shadows. It was the masked man who had almost been struck by the golden light spell earlier. His chest rose and fell subtly, and a wound was evident on his left arm, the sting of pain indicating that he had indeed been injured by the previous golden light. Despite employing divine might, he had not been able to evade that blow entirely. Truly formidable, he must be the Tianshi of Longhu Mountain that Itachi mentioned. A cold voice emerged from beneath the mask. After returning to the Akatsuki organization, Uchiha Itachi had flawlessly replicated the appearance of the old Tianshi and Dusty Wind, a task not difficult for one possessing the Sharingan. However, according to the intelligence they had gathered, while this old Tianshi was terrifyingly powerful, the highest status was held by the young man revered as the Daozi. Contemplating this, he fell into deep thought, pondering the true nature of this Taoist sect. He had a hunch that their sudden emergence might pose the greatest obstacle to the realization of his grand design. After a few moments, he shook his head slightly, reflecting, What a nuisance. With these individuals present, eliminating Yagura will prove somewhat challenging. After a moment's consideration, he decided to postpone the matter, reasoning that it would be much simpler to act once the 2 parties had separated. He had initially thought that dispatching a half-damaged 4th Mizuki would be straightforward. Yet he had not anticipated such complications. With a soft sigh, he slowly raised his hand and removed the mask from his face, revealing a youthful visage. Were Kakashi to witness this scene, he would be utterly astonished, for the mastermind behind the turmoil in the shinobi world was none other than his long-deceased friend, Obito Uchiha. On the other side, Dusty Wind and the others had already set up the 2 tents. He was sharing one with the old Tianshi, while the remaining 3 women rested in another tent. At that moment, a figure lifted the curtain and entered. It was CHJR. The Mizukichi has awakened and wishes to meet with you both to express his gratitude in person. Upon hearing this, Dusty Wind raised an eyebrow, contemplated for a moment, and then replied, "Very well, please lead the way." CHJR nodded and stepped out of the tent to guide them, with Dusty Wind and the old Tianshi following closely behind. Before long, they arrived at another tent, where they found Yagura, who had recently regained consciousness. He appeared quite weak, devoid of the earlier ferocity, yet his eyes were considerably clearer, no longer reflecting the previous tumult of anger and confusion. Coughing lightly, Yagura courteously said, "Please, take a seat." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng and the old celestial master casually found a spot to sit down. Shakura glanced at the two and then spoke, expressing gratitude for their timely rescue. He admitted that over the past few years, his mind had been clouded by illusions, leading to considerable turmoil and transgressions. He acknowledged that had it not been for the intervention of the old celestial master today, the consequences would have been dire. The old celestial master smiled and replied that his actions were merely instinctive, and that their meeting today was indeed a matter of fate. Shakura nodded and, after a moment of contemplation, continued, stating that as the shadow of the mist-hidden village, he felt compelled to inquire further. He asked the two about their purpose in the land of water, offering his full support if there was any way he could assist. Upon hearing the question, Qin Feng's gaze flickered slightly. As the water shadow, Shakura could pose significant obstacles to their plans if he chose to do so. After a moment's thought, Qin Feng addressed the matter directly, stating that the Taoist Sect has always shunned conflict and that they had no intention of harming the mist-hidden village. If a purpose were to be articulated, it would be the propagation of their teachings. Propagation of teachings? Shakura expressed mild surprise. Qin Feng nodded, explaining that the current ninja world is rife with turmoil as factions violently vie for resources, population, and territory, resulting in countless lives lost. The root of this chaos lies in the distortion of human faith. The Taoist sect seeks to restore belief among the people, thereby minimizing slaughter and strife. Upon hearing these words, Shakura's expression shifted, and he inquired about the beliefs upheld by the Taoist sect if they perceived a flaw in the current faith within the ninja world. In response, Qin Feng elaborated that whether one is a ninja or a samurai, they are fundamentally human. As humans, they are bound to fulfill their responsibilities, which embodies the essence of humanity. Furthermore, all beings grow within the realm of heaven and earth, nurtured by the sky and land. Thus, adhering to the natural laws, this embodies the principle of the heavenly way. The way of humanity in heaven, in essence, is the way of the Tao. As Qin Feng's words resonated, a flicker of intrigue crossed Shakura's face. In the midst of the current brutal and bloody ninja world, such a belief could indeed be seen as a refreshing current. However, he shook his head, acknowledging that while the idea was commendable, its realization seemed nearly impossible. Qin Feng smiled at this acknowledgement, stating that it would not be easy, which was why he wished to commence this endeavor in the land of water. He maintained that one must always harbor ideals, for who knows what might be achieved. Shakura found himself stirred by this sentiment and fell into contemplation. Seeing this, Qin Feng sensed a glimmer of hope and continued, suggesting that if the water shadow could lend assistance, the Taoist sect would reciprocate by aiding the mist-hidden village in overcoming its impending challenges. Upon hearing this, Shakura's expression shifted once more as he inquired, "What does this mean? What crisis does the mist-hidden village face?" Qin Feng chuckled softly, explaining that after enduring a decade-long blood mist policy, the strength of the mist-hidden village had significantly waned. In order to survive in the ninja world, power was indispensable, a peril that Shakura, as the water shadow, was undoubtedly acutely aware of. Upon hearing this, Shakura's countenance darkened, filled with a sense of helplessness. The interlocutor's words resonated well among the 5 great ninja villages. The ranking of the hidden mist village has always been rather low. Under the oppressive blood mist policy, numerous ninjas possessing bloodline limits have perished, and even the renowned 7 ninja swordsmen have departed one after another. It can be said that the strength of the entire land of water has become alarmingly feeble. Although he has regained his senses, the years spent under the manipulation of illusionary arts have nearly drained his life force, leaving him with little time to live. Once the 4th Mizukichi meets his demise, the suppressed power within the hidden mist will inevitably surge forth, leading to imminent chaos. Moreover, what concerns Yagura the most is the external threat. Years ago, he fell under the sway of illusionary arts due to a mysterious organization known as Akatsuki. Just prior to Qing's attempt to free him from the illusions, he was once again influenced by that familiar force, resulting in the unfortunate death of his opponent. This indicates that the Akatsuki organization has not abandoned its ambitions toward the land of water. If they indeed decide to strike against the hidden mist, it is likely that the village's strength will be insufficient to resist. Thus, in light of the myriad internal and external troubles, preserving the hidden mist necessitates seeking assistance from external forces. Currently, within the ninja world, only the 5 great ninja villages possess the capacity to contend with the Akatsuki. However, the other villages are not particularly amenable. If they were to learn of the hidden mist's current frailty, they might take advantage of the situation and attempt to carve up the land of water. Therefore, under these circumstances, the only potential ally is this mysterious Taoist sect. Although he knows little about this newly emerged force, their demeanor suggests no ill intent toward the hidden mist. Furthermore, the strength exhibited by the Taoist sect is formidable and could undoubtedly serve as a robust ally for the hidden mist village. After careful contemplation, Yagura took a deep breath and stated, "I can agree to this matter. And I am even willing to construct a temple for the Taoist sect and assist wholeheartedly in the propagation of their teachings." He paused briefly before continuing, however. As the Mizukage, I must also consider the interests of the hidden mist. Upon hearing this, Shinfeng smiled slightly, fully grasping the implications of Yagura's words, and replied, "Rest assured. Mizukage, the Taoist sect will never jeopardize the land of water. Moreover, should any other forces instigate war, we will do our utmost to aid the hidden mist." Yagura nodded with a smile, for this was precisely the assurance he sought. "In that case, let us settle this matter for now. We shall discuss the specifics upon our return to the village." Shinfeng nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall not impose further." With that, he departed the tent alongside the old master. Watching the two leave, Yagura sighed wearily. Had there been any other options, he would not have made such a choice. After all, collaborating with the Taoist sect carries considerable risks. Should they harbor malicious intent, it would be akin to inviting a wolf into his home. Nonetheless, there seems to be no alternative. To preserve the hidden mist, he must take this gamble. Even if it requires taking risks to employ a strategy of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf, assistance must be rendered to help the village navigate its immediate challenges. Upon returning, Shinfeng arrived at the female tent and presented a mask to Xiao Nan. A few years prior, Yitsong had encountered her, although she may not remember him. It was prudent to conceal her features to avoid unnecessary complications. After resting for a night, the group set out with the ninja squad the following morning. 2 days later, they arrived at the hidden mist village. Upon entering the village, Shinfeng casually observed his surroundings and noted the stark differences from other ninja villages. The village was nestled among towering peaks, severely limiting its communication with the outside world. Additionally, being surrounded by the sea. While the land was not as fertile as the Fire Country, it was rich in resources, albeit underdeveloped, resulting in a significant waste of potential. With proper exploration, unexpected treasures could very well be unearthed. As they entered the village, they spotted a group of figures waiting ahead. If they were correct, these individuals were likely the mist ninjas come to greet the Mizukage. As they approached, the foremost figure, an elderly man with a serpentine wooden staff, appeared quite aged. Upon seeing Yitsong, who had regained his senses, the elder's face broke into a smile as he spoke. "Mizukage, I have awaited your return for quite some time." He bowed slightly to show respect. Yitsong quickly supported him, saying, "Elder Yuan, your hard work and dedication over the years are commendable. It is a relief that the Mizukage has returned." The elder, known as Yuan, chuckled warmly. He was the most senior figure in the hidden mist village. Having been an elder during the era of the third Mizukage, and now held an esteemed position within the village, enjoying a status equivalent to that of the Mizukage. After exchanging pleasantries, Yuan turned his gaze toward Shinfeng and the others, squinting slightly with his aged eyes as he inquired, "May I ask who these individuals are?" In response, the nearby Chur replied, "These are friends from the Taoist Sect. Thanks to their efforts, we were able to safely bring back the Mizukage." Taoist Sect? Yuan's expression shifted slightly. He had not heard of this sect before. Yitsong elaborated, "The Taoist Sect is a powerful hidden force. And it was this esteemed elder who helped me break free from an illusion." Yuan nodded in understanding, saying, "I see. I extend my gratitude to you all. From this day forth, you shall be friends of the hidden mist village." Shinfeng smiled and nodded, recognizing that despite the elder's seemingly muddled demeanor, he was indeed quite astute. Otherwise, he would not hold such a revered status within the village. At that moment, Yitsong raised his hand to introduce. "Do not be fooled by this young brother's age. He is the future heir of the entire Taoist sect and holds a status not inferior to mine as Mizukage." As these words fell, a melodic laugh rang out. I did not expect this young brother to be not only handsome, but also so formidable. Chun Feng looked up to see a stunningly beautiful woman with an alluring figure approaching, her long, fair legs captivating as she walked. Not only was she exquisitely beautiful, but her every smile and gesture radiated a natural charm. Her brows were imbued with the essence of spring, and her face resembled the smoothness of. The subtly upturned cherry-red lips appeared as if they were kissed by dew, while two strands of hair danced softly in the breeze, adding an alluring charm. Her emerald green eyes sparkled with cunning and vitality. The blue strapless gown accentuated her slender and elongated figure, cinched at the waist with a white silk ribbon, highlighting her graceful silhouette. She was truly captivating, a vision of beauty that could enchant anyone. As she approached gracefully, Master Yuan introduced her. This is the current minister of the Umbu, Terumi Mei. She manages many of the village's defenses. Chun Feng, being a traveler from another world, recognized her instantly, the talented ninja from the Hidden Mist, the future fifth Mizukage, endowed with the rare abilities of liquid and boil release, possessing formidable strength. Within the village, her prowess ranked among the top 3. It was unexpected to encounter her so soon. At the same time, Terumi Mei was assessing him with her enchanting gaze, her captivating eyes flickering slightly, and a hint of a smile gracing her rosy lips. In a charming voice, she inquired, "My sister seems quite interested in the Taoist sections. May I ask which faction you belong to?" Chun Feng replied, "The Taoist Sect is a collective term for various cultivation factions, among which the 9 oldest sects hold the most esteemed legacies. For instance, this esteemed individual beside me is the master of Longhu Mountain." Upon hearing this, Terumi Mei glanced at the old master, her heart fluttering with surprise. Although she had already stepped into the threshold of the shadow level, easily overpowering many jonin, she could not fathom the depth of this old man's capabilities. To her senses, he appeared to be an ordinary elder. Yet, the Mizukage had already mentioned that this heavenly master had helped him break an illusion. How could such a skilled individual be merely an ordinary person? The only explanation was that his strength far surpassed her own. Her gaze then shifted to Chun Feng. If the master of one of the 9 sects was this formidable, what extraordinary talents did the heir of the entire Taoist sect possess? With this thought, her lips curled into a slight smile, her curiosity heightened. Becoming a Taoist at such a young age, he must indeed be extraordinary. Hearing this, Chun Feng humbly replied, "You flatter me. It is truly impressive that Miss Mei has assumed the important role of the Umbu minister at such a young age. Moreover, possessing both liquid and boil release abilities is quite rare in the ninja world." At his words, Terumi Mei was taken aback. Many had witnessed her liquid release, but only a select few were aware of her boil release, mainly the core figures of the village. Given that the land of water had been isolated from the world for years, how could he possibly know so much? Her expression changed slightly as she asked, "How did you come to know of this?" Chun Feng raised an eyebrow and replied playfully, "Guess." Terumi Mei's eyes sparkled, and she smiled softly, murmuring to herself, "How intriguing." At that moment, Master Yuan interjected, "Mei, please escort our guests to rest. They must be weary from their long journey." "Yes, Elder," Terumi Mei responded, leading Chun Feng and the others in another direction. Observing the departure of several individuals, Master Yuan furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is the origin of these people?" Yagura replied, "I am uncertain, but it is evident that the sect they speak of is exceptionally formidable. Otherwise, such a multitude of skilled practitioners could not have emerged." Throughout the journey, he had discreetly tested the waters and discovered that, apart from the wide-eyed little girl, the remaining individuals were all powerful, with not a single weakling among them. "What are your thoughts, Lord Mizukage?" Master Yuan continued to question. Yagura responded, "Given the current situation in the Hidden Mist, I trust the elders are aware that we must collaborate with other factions to survive. Compared to the other ninja villages, aligning with the sect presents a more advantageous option." Hearing this, Master Yuan nodded, his aged visage revealing a hint of resignation as he sighed, "It seems we have no other choice." Meanwhile, under the guidance of Terumi Mei, Chenkei and his companions arrived at their respective lodgings. There were 5 rooms in total, 1 for each individual. "Are you satisfied with this place, Mr. Chenkei?" Terumi Mei inquired with a smile. Chenkei nodded, "It is excellent. Thank you, Miss Mei." Terumi Mei replied with a warm smile, "I am pleased to hear that. You are our esteemed guest in the Hidden Mist. Should you need anything, feel free to approach me." Chenkei returned her smile. "I appreciate it." After exchanging a few casual words, he retreated into his room and closed the door behind him. Terumi Mei's smile gradually faded, replaced by a serious and solemn expression as she murmured, They are indeed formidable opponents. In the blink of an eye, a day had elapsed. Early the following morning, Mizuki Jigura summoned the village's higher-ups and invited Chenkeis and the Grand Master to convene a joint meeting. Previously, Jigura had established a collaborative intent with Chenkeis, and now the discussion centered on the specifics of their cooperation. After an entire day of deliberation, both parties finally reached a consensus. 2 days later, Jigura, in his capacity as the fourth Mizukage, announced two exceedingly significant matters. The first was the abolition of the blood mist policy, restoring order to normalcy. The second matter was the formation of an alliance between the Hidden Mist Village and the sect, with Chenkeis appointed as the chief advisor of the Hidden Mist. Naturally, this advisory role bore more symbolic significance, representing the sincerity of their collaboration and facilitating future teachings. Upon learning of this development, numerous Hidden Mist ninjas were both astonished and perplexed, unable to comprehend the intricacies of the situation. Nonetheless, this alliance allowed the sect's influence to expand rapidly within this island nation. At this moment, Chenkeis lay in his room, once again accessing the system panel. Host, Chenkeis reputation, 5001, Rising Star, Skills, Puryong Wuji Skill, Advanced, Tai Chi, Advanced. Foho Chiman, Advanced, Passive Skill, Billionaire's Poverty. The panel revealed some changes. In addition to surpassing the 5,000 reputation threshold, his title had evolved from somewhat notable to Rising Star. Immediately thereafter, a voice resonated within the confines of Chun Feng's mind, unlocking a new title, reward, a random character card. Simultaneously, the familiar colossal wheel of fortune re-emerged. Chun Feng was well acquainted with this process. With a mere touch of his consciousness, the golden wheel began to spin. As a cascade of brilliance flickered, the pointer gradually came to a halt. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a permanent character card, Wang Shower. Upon hearing the system's distinctive and indifferent tone, Chun Feng's expression shifted. Wang Shower, could it possibly be that fellow? Just then, accompanied by a dazzling burst of light, a figure slowly materialized before his eyes. It was a young man appearing to be in his 20s, with an unremarkable visage. He donned a cheap gray-blue short-sleeved shirt paired with somewhat tattered jeans, sporting a standard buzz cut. In his hand, he clutched a large, snakeskin bag. It was evident that he hailed from humble origins, the kind of ordinary youth one wouldn't recognize in a crowd. Indeed, it was him. Chun Feng's gaze flickered, and he proceeded to open the attributes panel of the individual, revealing a series of details. Name, Wang Shower Faction, Shangqing Maoshan Cultivation, Grandmaster Level 3, 3 stars, Skill, Divine Ghost 7 Kill Order, 3rd Form, Loyalty, 60. Gazing at the information on the panel, Chun Feng raised an eyebrow. In terms of cultivation, it was roughly equivalent to the shadow-level prowess of this world. However, the Divine Ghost 7 Kill Order was indeed an extraordinary skill. Alas, the individual had only mastered the 3rd form, should he attain the latter forms. Chun Feng could traverse the ninja realm with ease, without the current need for meticulous plotting. At that moment, Wang Shower curiously surveyed his surroundings and, upon noticing Chun Feng, approached him with a smile, saying, "You must be the Taozi. I am Wang Shower, affiliated with the Maoshan lineage." Chun Feng reciprocated with a smile, "Yes. I shall call you Shower from now on." Wang Shower, somewhat bashful, scratched his head and replied, "All right, I look forward to your guidance." Observing the young man's slightly awkward demeanor, Chun Feng chuckled and, as if struck by an idea, retrieved a thick stack of banknotes from the system's space. Thanks to his passive skill of extreme poverty, he could earn 100,000 taels daily, which held a purchasing power roughly equivalent to over 60,000 in this world, thus rendering him quite affluent. After withdrawing the freshly credited 100,000 taels and reserving 20,000 for himself, he handed the remainder to Wang Shower. "Here, take this and use it as you see fit." Wang Shower was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in surprise, "Is this for me?" Chun Feng nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, take it." Wang Shower's eyes lit up, but he quickly waved his hands in refusal. No, this is far too much." Chun Feng replied, "It is merely a small sum. Do not overthink it. Consider this your living expenses." "But how can I accept this?" Wang Shower protested, yet his gaze remained fixated on the stack of currency. As a quintessential struggling youth, he had never encountered such a fortune. Observing the expression of the other party, Chun Feng directly placed the banknotes into their hand, chuckling lightly. "I told you, there is no need for formality." "Thank you, Daozi." Wang Shower, with a face full of gratitude, bowed slightly, and then carefully stowed away the substantial sum into his large snakeskin bag. Chen Feng cast a casual glance, his expression momentarily pausing. What a sight! The bag contained an array of items, pots, bowls, and even bedding, making a distinguished practitioner of the Tao appear akin to a laborer. Yet, he understood that this was simply Wang Xiao's nature. He merely smiled and shook his head without further comment. Meanwhile, Wang Xiao's attributes panel underwent a transformation, his loyalty value rising from 60 to 70. Chen Feng's expression shifted, a smile gracing his face as he mused, "This is quite manageable." He recalled the difficulties faced while trying to increase the affection level with the old master. It had been a formidable challenge. Although the old master always wore a cheerful demeanor, the system panel made it evident that his loyalty value rarely fluctuated. Even after spending considerable time together, it had only increased by a few points, barely reaching 65. There was no remedy for it. The old master's spiritual stature was far too elevated, making it exceedingly difficult to stir any emotional response within him. In contrast, evoking fondness from a simple, unsophisticated youth like Wang Xiao was a trivial task. At that moment, a sultry voice broke through. "Mr. Daozi." Looking up, Chen Feng saw Mei Ming gracefully stepping through the door. Upon noticing Wang Xiao, who was awkwardly hiding his money, her expression shifted slightly as she inquired, "And who might this be?" Wang Xiao turned, and upon seeing Mei Ming's stunning beauty and alluring figure, his heart raced, and his cheeks flushed slightly. Chen Feng replied, "This is also one of our Taoist brethren, just arrived today." "Ah, so he is a friend of the Tao," Mei Ming said, extending her soft, fair hand in a polite greeting. Wang Xiao, slightly bashful, shook her hand gently, introducing himself. "Hello, I am Wang Xiao." "Ah, Wang Xiao. What an interesting name," Mei Ming remarked. "Well, it was given by my father." "Heh," Wang Xiao replied, somewhat sheepishly. Chen Feng added, "Xiao has grown up in a mountain village, possessing a simple and sincere nature, yet his talent for cultivation is exceptionally high among the younger generation of the Maoshan lineage. None surpass him." Upon hearing this, Mei Ming's eyes sparkled with admiration as she smiled. "Is that so? How impressive." Wang Xiao, feeling bashful, replied, "You flatter me, truly." Chen Feng then continued, "Next, I must trouble Miss Ming to arrange accommodation for Xiao." "Just a small matter, no problem," Mei Ming responded, then turned to Wang Xiao. "Please follow me, young brother." Wang Xiao nodded, exchanged greetings with Chen Feng, then hoisted his snakeskin bag and followed her out. Moments later, after settling him in, Mei Ming returned to the previous location. Chen Feng glanced at her and inquired, "Miss Ming, do you have something to discuss? Is it not permissible to engage in conversation if there is nothing pressing?" Mei Ming replied with a charming smile. Chen Feng responded, "If there is something on your mind, please speak candidly." With a light laugh, Mei Ming said, "It is nothing of great significance. I am merely a bit curious." Daozi and the Grand Master, along with several others from the Taoist Sect, exude an extraordinary demeanor, yet this little brother appears somewhat simple-minded. Chen Feng replied, "The lineage of the upper clear is known for its inclusiveness. Such a disposition is rather normal." "Upper clear?" Mei Ming's expression shifted slightly, as she seized upon a pivotal point. Chen Feng explained, "The inheritance of the Taoist sect originates from the three pure ones, the supreme pure Taoist of virtue, the jade pure primordial Taoist, and the upper clear spirit treasure Taoist." Upon hearing this, Mei Ming's curiosity was piqued, and she inquired, "Those who are referred to as Taoist masters must surely be beyond the realm of ordinary mortals, correct?" In response, Chen Feng did not answer directly but instead posed a question of his own. "Do you know the earnest aspirations behind the diligent cultivation of those in the Taoist sect? Is it not the pursuit of strength that drives all cultivators?" Mei Ming retorted. Chen Feng smiled and said, "While that assertion holds some truth, those who cultivate the Tao seek to transcend the mortal realm and attain the true fruits of immortality." With her beautiful eyes glimmering, Mei Ming asked, "Do immortal beings truly exist in this world?" Chen Feng replied with a gentle smile, "Within the Taoist sect, immortals are classified into 5 categories: heaven, earth, humanity, deity, and ghost." Intrigued, Mei Ming pressed further, "What distinguishes these 5 types of immortals?" Chen Feng elaborated, "The cultivators of the Tao, who do not comprehend the great Tao, attain a method within the Tao and a technique within that method. Through steadfast belief and unwavering resolve, they persist throughout their lives. Those who embody the essence of the 5 elements may encounter misunderstandings and solidify their forms. They are immune to the 8 evils and lead lives of peace. Thus they are termed human immortals. Conversely, Those who achieve success in their practice but fail to refine to pure yang, upon death, enter the void with a serene mind. Transcending the realm of shadows, they lack clear forms and names, and thus are referred to as ghost immortals. Among the 5 types, these 2 are somewhat weaker, possessing abilities yet unable to transcend the limits of life and death. Mei Ming's eyes sparkled with fascination. Although the meanings of his words eluded her, she felt an undeniable sense of profundity. She continued to ask, and what are the others? Chen Feng continued, Earth immortals dwell at the midpoint of heaven and earth, possessing the talents of divine beings. They do not comprehend the great Tao, but reach a modest level of accomplishment. Their powers are not visible, yet they attain longevity, existing without succumbing to mortality. Achieving this stage lays the foundation for eternal life. Is it truly possible to achieve eternal life? Mei Ming pondered, struck with astonishment. The realm of ninjas had birthed countless heroes, yet she had never heard of anyone attaining the state of immortality, not even the legendary Senju Hashirama, known as the god of ninjas, whose lifespan was not significantly different from that of an ordinary person. Softly, she mused, if Earth immortals are already so wondrous, how extraordinary must the higher tiers of divine and celestial immortals be? Chen Feng explained, Earth immortals, weary of the mundane world, tirelessly cultivate. They connect their joints, refine gold essence by adding lead and mercury, and through the transformation of jade liquid into elixirs, they harmonize the 5 elements and gather the 3 yang. When their cultivation reaches completion, they transcend their forms and give rise to fetal immortals. With the culmination of yin and the purity of yang, they possess bodies beyond their own. By shedding their material forms, they ascend to the realm of the immortals, rejecting the trivialities of the world to return to the 3 mountains, thus they are called divine immortals. Xiao Meng blinked, utterly bewildered by the preceding discourse, yet instinctively inquired, what about celestial beings? Chen Feng replied with a smile, to attain the celestial realm, one must achieve complete cultivation, comprehend the Tao, and contribute significantly to the cosmos throughout the ages, traversing through 36 heavenly caverns and returning from 81 solar heavens. One ultimately returns to the realm of void and natural existence, thus becoming a celestial being. At this juncture, the path of immortality reaches its pinnacle. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Meng felt a surge of emotion within her. She had never contemplated the existence of such profound mysteries in the world. Her perspective broadened considerably. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she asked, may I inquire as to the position of the 3 pure ones among these 5 celestial beings? Chen Feng explained. Celestial beings are divided into the Tai scattering and the Deluo righteous numbers. The Deluo celestial beings exist beyond the Deluo heavens, undying and ageless, enduring countless tribulations without perishing. They transcend the boundaries of life and death, unshackled by the constraints of time and space. Free from the limitations of the past and future, this is the supreme realm coveted by all practitioners. The 3 pure ones, then, stand as the highest existence at the terminus of Deluo. As his words settled, Xiao Meng's beautiful eyes brimmed with astonishment. This conversation had somewhat upended her worldview. After a moment of contemplation, she regained her composure and asked, is it truly possible to reach such a state through cultivation? The path of Tao is boundless, and all possibilities exist, Chen Feng replied, yet achieving the status of a celestial being is as formidable as ascending to the heavens. Xiao Meng took a deep breath and continued, you previously mentioned that Wang Shaoer belongs to the Shangqing lineage? Chen Feng nodded. Indeed, Mao Shan is a branch of Shangqing. Thus, that assertion holds merit. The lineage of the old heavenly master S. Longhu transmission derives from the Taoist tradition of Ta Ching. Upon hearing this, Xiao Meng's expression shifted, and she inquired further, what of the Yuqing lineage? The Yuqing Kunlun lineage is regarded as the foremost among the 9 sects of the Taoist school. It is said to reside within a secluded world and has not made an appearance for several centuries, Chen Feng responded. At this revelation, Xiao Meng could not help but feel moved. The Taoist sect appeared to be far more extraordinary than she had previously imagined. After exchanging a few more casual words, she took her leave, needing time to thoroughly digest this newfound information. As the sun rose and set, darkness soon enveloped the sky. In a secluded grove within misty hidden village, the 4th generation of Shuing, Yizong, sat on the ground, engaged in meditation. The silvery moonlight gently cascaded down, illuminating his form. Having been manipulated by illusions for several years, both his body and spirit had suffered considerable depletion, leading to a deteriorating state. Presently, he could only sustain himself with the moonlight's energy to nourish the tailed beast within him, hoping to reciprocate some of that energy to prolong his life. At that moment, the space behind him began to distort slightly, and an enigmatic figure clad in a black robe and an orange mask emerged. Sensing the subtle disturbance, Yizong's expression changed dramatically, and he quickly stood and turned to face the intruder. "It's you," he exclaimed, a wave of shock washing over him. He remembered clearly that it was this very person who had ensnared him in an illusion, leading him to drift aimlessly for years. Beneath the shroud of his dark cloak, Uchiha Obito spoke coldly. "Today, you shall meet your end." Upon hearing these words, Yagura's expression turned grave. He had witnessed the prowess of his opponent before, and even at the height of his own power, he found himself outmatched, let alone now. However, this was his territory, and if he could endure for a while, the numerous ninjas in the village would surely come to his aid upon sensing the commotion. He replied, "This is the Hidden Mist village. Do you not fear being unable to leave after daring to come here alone?" Obito let out a disdainful scoff. "Do not speak of mere hidden mist. Not even Konoha can keep me here. Moreover, a man on the brink of death need not concern himself with such matters." As his words faded, the 3 crimson tomo in his left eye flickered ominously, releasing an overwhelming ocular power. Yagura's heart sank. He quickly lowered his gaze, avoiding direct eye contact. "Oh, learning to be clever, are we? But do you truly believe this will protect you from me?" Obito sneered, and in an instant, a peculiar black chain glimmering with an eerie light appeared in his grasp. Seeing the sinister chain, Yagura's countenance grew even more somber, and he swiftly drew his weapon, a peculiar long staff adorned with sharp, curved hooks, a loyal companion he had wielded for many years. With a sudden surge of determination, he stepped forward to launch an offensive, fully aware of the danger posed by the Sharingan, never daring to look up and meet Obito's gaze. On the other side, Obito merely adjusted his arm and met Yagura's charge with equal fervor, his chain sweeping through the air with ferocity. The clash echoed with a resounding bang as the metallic chain collided with the long staff, sparks flying in all directions. Their figures intertwined in a dance of intense combat, creating powerful gusts of wind. Yagura struggled to withstand Obito's relentless assault, and soon he was gasping for breath, his face pale. His weakened body found it increasingly difficult to keep pace against such a formidable adversary. At that moment, Obito swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of searing flames from his mouth, which twisted into a long serpent of fire in the wake of his space-time jutsu. Fire release, exploding flame dance. With the augmentation of spatial power, this technique not only surged forward with unparalleled speed, but also expanded its reach, rendering Yagura unable to evade given his current condition. As he beheld the oncoming wave of flames, Yagura hastily formed seals with his hands, exclaiming, "Water release, great waterfall technique." Gathering chakra from his throat, he expelled a massive sphere of water, which collided forcefully with the fire serpent. A dense mist erupted as the two forces clashed, rapidly eroding one another. Although the water release was somewhat weaker, it managed to hold back Obito's attack due to the elemental advantage. Yagura felt a flicker of relief. But before he could fully exhale, the black chain struck from the left, forcing him back. Before he could regain his footing, Obito propelled himself forward, chain in hand. Gritting his teeth, Yagura charged forward, determined to face his foe. Both combatants swung their weapons with ferocity, and Yagura, resolute in his decision to fight to the bitter end, gripped his staff tightly and struck fiercely at the man before him. The two figures intertwined, their strikes nearly synchronously impacting each other's bodies. Yet at that moment, the long staff seemed to strike nothing but air, passing directly through the illusory torso. How could this be? A wave of panic surged through Yagura's heart, soon followed by a searing pain that tore through him as a black iron chain ruthlessly struck against his chest. Blood erupted from his mouth as his body was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Having already been on borrowed time, he now faced such a devastating blow, leaving him devoid of the strength to retaliate. After a brief struggle, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Obito approached step by step, raising the iron chain in his hand to deliver a fatal blow. At that moment, however, a fierce energy surged forth. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. With a delicate shout, a water dragon charged forth, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Obito, momentarily stunned, evaded the sudden assault and reappeared several meters away. Upon looking up, he saw Terumi Mei arriving swiftly with several mist ninjas in tow. Seeing the severely injured fourth Mizukage, Terumi Mei hurried over to administer basic first aid before entrusting his care to the ninjas behind her. She then turned her gaze towards Obito and demanded, Who are you to dare invade the mist and harm Lord Mizukic? In response, Obito spoke with an air of aloofness. You are not worthy to know my identity. Terumi Mei's expression darkened, her anger boiling within her. Without further ado, she raised her hand to unleash a powerful ninjutsu. Dissolution release. Dissolution monster technique. Instantly, a thick, orange red acidic liquid surged forth, corroding everything it touched, stone, grass, and even the ground itself, leaving behind a trail of destruction. Any ordinary person who came into contact with it would likely meet an immediate demise. This was her first bloodline limit, dissolution release. This technique, formed from the combination of water and earth chakra, possessed tremendous destructive power. Observing the scene, Obito's eyes flickered slightly as he swiftly dodged the attack. Looking at the pit left by the corrosive liquid, he remarked, impressive power, but your speed leaves much to be desired. Upon hearing this, Terumi Mei furrowed her brows and quickly formed another hand seal, boil release, skilled mist technique. Immediately, a cloud of boiling acidic white mist erupted from her mouth, enveloping the area. Boil release, her other bloodline limit, was a formidable ability derived from the fusion of water and fire chakra, boasting even greater destructive potential than dissolution release. Sensing the lethal intent hidden within the mist, Obito refrained from recklessness and once again employed ninjutsu. Fire release, Great Fire Dragon technique. An astonishing torrent of flames erupted, transforming into 3 fire dragons that charged towards the white mist. Under the fierce assault of the flames, the tumultuous mist was torn asunder, the fire dragons blazing a path as Obito followed closely behind, poised to launch another attack. He leapt high into the air, bringing the iron chain crashing down with tremendous force. As she witnessed her opponent breach her boiling escape, Kaguya Mei's expression shifted, prompting her to swiftly evade the impending strike. Narrowly avoiding the blow, the iron chain crashed onto the ground, tearing a fissure into the solid earth. In response, Kaguya Mei unleashed her dissolution technique once more, amalgamating scorching heat with acidic liquid that was hurled forth. However, this attack was effortlessly dodged by Obito, who coldly remarked, "Your assault is far too sluggish." As he spoke, the iron chain in his grasp continued to swing, forcing Kaguya Mei into a retreat. Despite the formidable power of her boiling and dissolution techniques, their inherent limitations were glaringly apparent, particularly in terms of speed and defense. To vanquish her adversary, she would need to strike unexpectedly. With this thought in mind, Kaguya Mei began to defend against the onslaught, while quietly gathering her strength, biding her time for a decisive strike. After several exchanges, Obito appeared to grow impatient, advancing towards her in an attempt to swiftly conclude the battle. Now was her moment. With a glimmer in her eyes, Kaguya Mei once again employed her boiling escape, compressing the searing white mist into a straight line that erupted from her mouth in a flash. In a split second, it surged towards her opponent, and she felt confident that even a shadow-level warrior could not evade it from this distance. Yet, the ensuing scene left her utterly astounded. The compressed boiling technique passed through Obito's chest without resistance, failing to inflict any harm. Just as the boiling technique was about to make contact with Obito's body, the 3-tomo Sharingan beneath his mask transformed into a kaleidoscope, instantly activating its divine power. Under the effect of this phasing ability, Kaguya Mei's attack passed through him without inflicting a scratch. Simultaneously, the iron chain in Obito's hand struck down heavily upon Kaguya Mei, sending her flying several meters away. Following this, he formed a one-handed seal and unleashed another ninjutsu. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. In an instant, a dozen fireballs surged towards her position, erupting with a cacophony of explosions, causing the earth to shatter and a cloud of dust to billow. As the remnants settled, Kaguya Mei was revealed to be gravely injured, her fair skin marred by numerous wounds, struggling to rise with fury blazing in her eyes. She demanded, "Who are you truly?" "There is no need for the dead to know so much," Obito replied in a pretentious tone. He then infused a potent chakra into the iron chain, swinging his arm as the black chain shot forth, intent on claiming her life. Just then, a low voice echoed, "Supreme Star of the upper platform, ceaseless in transformation. Exorcise the malevolent and bind the spirits. Let the path's essence endure, swiftly as the law commands. Destruction order." Suddenly, a piercing beam of azure light shot forth from a distance, slicing through the air with an unstoppable force. Sensing the terrifying energy contained within the azure light, Obito's heart raced, and he hurriedly swung the iron chain to defend. With a resounding crash, the two forces collided. The chain, which was multiple times sturdier than steel, shattered into fragments that scattered across the ground. As Obito sidestepped, narrowly evading a strike, a wound appeared on his arm. His expression immediately turned grave as he lifted his gaze, only to see two figures emerging from the thicket ahead, Qinfeng and Wang Xiao. Kahaku Mei was momentarily taken aback, not expecting their arrival at this juncture, yet she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Qinfeng glanced at her and inquired, "Are you all right?" Kahaku Mei shook her head, pressing her hand against the wound, and replied, "I can endure for now, but this individual possesses formidable strength and peculiar techniques. I can hold on a bit longer. You should seize the opportunity to strike." Qinfeng smiled gently at her words, saying, "No need for that. You should rest well." He then patted Wang Xiao on the shoulder, adding, "Xiao, this one is up to you." "No problem." Wang Xiao responded enthusiastically. Having recently received a substantial sum from Taoist dealings, eager to demonstrate his prowess, Obito scrutinized the two and spoke, "You are indeed from the Taoist Sect. But where is the Grand Master from Mount Longhu?" Hearing this, Wang Xiao replied, "To deal with you, we need not call upon the Grand Master." At this, Obito felt a sense of relief. He had witnessed the Grand Master's power and knew that if he were present, his escape would be inevitable. "Since you seek death, I shall oblige." With that declaration, he produced a kunai and, in a flash, appeared before Wang Xiao, thrusting fiercely. Wang Xiao deftly evaded, his agile movements propelling him into the air. Concentrating a vibrant azure light in his palm, he unleashed a powerful strike. Obito, too, channeled his chakra, delivering a punch that met Wang Xiao's palm with a gust of force. "Break!" With a sharp cry, the azure light erupted from Wang Xiao's hand, sending Obito stumbling back several meters, his sleeve torn by the impact. Obito grunted, glancing at his trembling arm, and clenched his fist, his expression beneath the mask growing increasingly serious. He had initially believed that only the Grand Master posed a threat, yet this seemingly unremarkable youth proved to be quite formidable. Nevertheless, he remained convinced that he would prevail. With swift hand seals, he chanted, "Zi, Cho, Su, Wu, Shun, Hien." Simultaneously, his chakra surged violently within him, and he shouted, "Fire release! Great fire annihilation!" Instantly, a torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, engulfing a radius of over 100 meters, crashing toward his opponent like a colossal wave. This was the true secret art imparted to him by Uchiha Madara, the most powerful fire technique he currently wielded. Brimming with immense might. Sensing the overwhelming heat, Wang Xiao's expression shifted. He then recited, "Left supports the sixth Jia, right defends the sixth Ding. Before lies the yellow deity, behind follows the Yuzhong, mind's eye slays, unyielding against the mighty, hasten as the law commands. Wind fire order." As his words fell, a golden talisman inscribed with intricate patterns materialized at his fingertip. With a pointed gesture, the talisman ignited, radiating a dazzling brilliance. The flames surged in the wind, transforming in an instant into a tumultuous sea of fire, its might truly awe-inspiring. Shortly thereafter, a violent whirlwind materialized from thin air, intertwining with the flames to create a colossal fire tornado. The clash between the blazing arrows and the fiery vortex erupted with a thunderous roar. As the rolling waves of flame swept forth, the two forces locked in an unyielding stalemate. Witnessing the scene, Qinfeng raised an eyebrow slightly. The first two edicts of the Shinigami 7 Kill Order were the Destruction Edict and the Wind and Fire Edict. The Destruction Edict was a formidable single-target attack, characterized by incredible speed and lethality, while the Wind and Fire Edict leaned more towards wide-area assaults, exhibiting extraordinary power. However, Uchiha Obito's strength was formidable, likely second only to Nagato within the Akatsuki, and it seemed that these initial techniques alone would not determine the victor. As if to validate his thoughts, Wang Xiao and Obito moved simultaneously, their fierce energies breaking through the sea of flames, their figures colliding once more. After several exchanges, Obito grasped his opponent's strength and ceased holding back. With a fleeting motion, he vanished from his original position, reappearing directly in front of Wang Xiao, his kunai thrusting forward with lethal intent. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Xiao pointed his sword, and a beam of azure light erupted from his fingers. The Killing Break Edict. The brilliance shot forth, aimed directly at the fatal point on his opponent's chest. At that moment, the divine might activated once more, his chest becoming ethereal, narrowly evading this deadly strike. Simultaneously, Obito's kunai lunged towards Wang Xiao's vital areas. Wang Xiao's expression shifted slightly as he deftly executed the 7-star step, retreating swiftly just in time to evade, though the corner of his garment was still grazed. Obito coldly remarked, "You cannot injure me." With a serious countenance, Wang Xiao replied, "Is that so? Then let us test this move." With a flick of his sword, he concentrated his magical energy, exclaiming, "5 organs of mysterious darkness. Azure dragon and white tiger, oppositional forms, vermilion bird and black tortoise, attend to my command, swift as the law dictates. Soul pursuit edict, manifest." As the words fell, an enigmatic, ethereal aura rose, and in an instant, a towering divine figure emerged behind Wang Xiao. This celestial warrior stood several zhang tall. Donned in golden armor and wielding twin whips, his demeanor grave and majestic, descending with an overwhelming presence akin to celestial might. Witnessing this sight, both Obito and the Ms. Shinobi, including Terumime, were taken aback, although they did not recognize the divine apparition before them. The intense sense of oppression made their hearts tremble. "Kill!" Wang Xiao bellowed, pointing his sword into the air. The celestial warrior then shot forth like lightning, arriving before Obito in the blink of an eye, its steel whips, heavy as 1,000 pounds, crashing down with the force of a mountain. With a resounding boom, the ground was carved into a deep chasm, a single strike powerful enough to reduce boulders to dust. Obito hastily activated his Manjiki Sharingan, pulling his body into an alternate space to evade the blow. Immediately following, accompanied by a distortion of space, his figure reappeared at another location nearby. This exemplifies the second mode of Kamui. With proper manipulation, it can even achieve a semblance of instantaneous relocation, although not as swift as the Flying Thunder God technique. It possesses an eerie quality, leaving no trace behind. Upon witnessing this, Wang Xiao furrowed his brow slightly, then deftly gestured with his sword to command the Titan to continue its assault. The divine Titan wielded its twin whips with relentless ferocity, each strike resonating with a thunderous roar, leaving the ground riddled with cracks and craters. Obito, relying on the capabilities of Kamui, evaded the attacks, appearing to stroll leisurely. Yet the peril embedded within was known only to him. The former strikes were not only immensely powerful, but also swift as lightning. Should he falter even for a moment, the outcome would surely be fatal or grievous. After narrowly dodging another blow, he unleashed the Great Fire Dragon technique, hoping to see if his ninjutsu could shatter the phantasm. Alas, the 3 roaring fire dragons before the divine Titan resembled mere serpents, swiftly dissipated by a mighty sweep of its arms. Immediately thereafter, it surged once more towards Obito. Aware of his inability to confront it head-on, he once again called upon the power of the Manjiki Sharingan, teleporting to a different position. Yet, as soon as his figure materialized, the divine Titan seemed to sense it, a glimmer of keen insight igniting in its formidable gaze, locking onto the head beneath Obito's mask. In an instant, a piercing divine light shot forth like a blade. Startled, Obito realized the speed of the strike was so swift that evasion was no longer an option. He had no choice but to utilize Kamui to render his head intangible. The radiant beam sliced through his form, crashing down and obliterating a massive stone on the ground. Having narrowly escaped disaster, the expression beneath Obito's mask turned grave. He was no longer inclined to continue the battle. However, bearing the name Uchiha Madara, he felt compelled to leave with a fierce declaration to bolster his presence. He coldly stated, "You are impressive, but such attacks cannot harm me." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiao snorted disdainfully, and then his inner power surged forth, proclaiming, "Radiant light flashes, illuminating the 3 pure ones. Flowing fire spans 1,000 miles. Spirits and demons take form." His figure ascended into the air, azure light coalescing in his palm, fingers slightly curled, reaching out towards his opponent's position as he grasped the air. Soul locking hand. The pure energy flowed, surging rapidly. In that instant, Obito's form trembled slightly, as if he felt his soul being gripped by an invisible hand. At the same time, the divine Titan charged forth again, its steel whip crashing down. Obito hastily invoked the power of the Manjiki, attempting to employ Kamui once more, but at that moment, he was struck by a sudden shock. He realized that his ocular technique had inexplicably malfunctioned at this critical juncture, as if bound. Moreover, even his ninjutsu could not be executed, though his chakra flowed normally. It remained inaccessible. In a moment of desperation, he channeled all his strength into the kunai, straining to resist with every ounce of his being. Yet, how could a mere kunai withstand the terrifying dual whips? With a swift motion, the divine warrior's steel whip shattered the kunai, followed by a merciless blow that struck him with tremendous force. A wave of excruciating pain surged through Obito, and in an instant, his body was propelled like a cannonball. A resounding crash echoed as debris flew 100 meters away, dust and smoke enveloping the scene, while the ground was forcibly dented into a massive crater. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers, including Terumi Mei, were momentarily taken aback. She found herself perplexed. The masked man clearly possessed extraordinary space-time ninjutsu, so why did he endure that strike? Could something have gone awry? At that moment, Chikage softly remarked, perhaps it is not that he chose not to use it, but rather that he was utterly incapable. The technique employed by Wang Xiao, the soul-locking hand, seemingly derived from the soul pursuit order, served the purpose of control. However, it did not restrain the physical body or the energy within, but rather acted upon the soul itself. Although ninjutsu is typically executed through chakra, the transformation of chakra into various techniques necessitates the power of the soul. Hence, when Orochimaru had a portion of his soul sealed, he could no longer perform ninjutsu, even those that did not require hand seals. Consequently, anyone afflicted by the soul-locking hand would find their skills rendered ineffective for a time, including the Sharingan. In other words, Obito chose to withstand the attack because, at that moment, he had no other option. Nevertheless, given that individual's capabilities, even if he bore the brunt of a strike from the divine warrior's projection, he should not have been slain. Indeed, when the group arrived at the scene, they discovered a large crater in the ground, stained with a pool of bright red blood and a shattered half-mask, while Obito had vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, in a nearby thicket, the fabric of space twisted. A bloodied figure staggered forth, appearing utterly disheveled, with only half of a mask remaining on his face, and his black robe tattered. His chest was slightly concave, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground. At that moment, an unusual plant resembling a pitcher plant began to unfurl. A bizarre white humanoid creature emerged, reaching out to grasp the severely injured Obito and pulling him into its depths. Sinking slowly into the earth, the commotion caused by Uchiha Obito incited a mix of shock and fury within the hidden mist village, prompting an immediate mobilization of personnel to search for him throughout the village and the surrounding 100-mile radius. However, after an extensive search, no traces were found. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. This left the villagers both enraged and somewhat relieved. For if such a dangerous individual were to remain in the village, it would undoubtedly pose a significant threat. Moreover, the Hidden Mist village was confronted with another pressing issue, the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. After the restoration of his faculties, the village gradually settled into a semblance of tranquility, and the blood mist policy was slowly eradicated. However, just as peace seemed to take root, they were once again besieged. In this battle, the Water Shadow suffered severe injuries. Although his life was temporarily preserved, his health continued to deteriorate, and he has yet to regain consciousness, leaving his lifespan in grave doubt. Thus, the immediate priority is to appoint a temporary successor to the Water Shadow's authority to oversee the village's operations. Logically, this role should fall to the venerable elder, Yuan Shi, who is respected for his wisdom and integrity. Unfortunately, upon learning of the fourth Water Shadow's attack and subsequent unconsciousness, this elder, who had previously exhibited robust health, succumbed to illness brought on by anxiety. Consequently, the village found itself in a state of leaderless disarray. The village hidden in the mist has never lacked for ambitious individuals, particularly in light of the oppressive blood mist that has persisted for years, breeding a cadre of ruthless characters. In the face of the current turmoil, those wielding any semblance of power sought to test their fortunes, hoping to seize the opportunity for ascendance. Driven by such ambitions, the upper echelons of the Mist Village began to mobilize, forming alliances to vie for the coveted position. In an instant, the recently stabilized land of water was plunged into chaos once more. In the courtyard, Qin Feng was instructing his young apprentice in the art of ninjutsu. After days of diligent practice, Hinata had genuinely stepped into the realm of the Wei. With a graceful motion, her palms danced, revealing the signs of the 8 trigrams. A flash of lightning appeared in her left palm, while her right hand concentrated a pure and searing energy. Qin Feng was surprised to discover that his usually gentle and timid disciple harbored within her the most potent dual energies. Thus, he had crafted a path for her to cultivate both body and technique, rendering her formidable in both close quarter and ranged combat. In simpler terms, she was akin to a battle mage. Hinata's talent was commendable, and coupled with her relentless training, her strength progressed rapidly. If measured within the ninja hierarchy, she was akin to a particularly skilled jonin. At this rate, it would take merely 2 or 3 years for her to ascend to the level of an elite jonin, or even a potential shadow. At that moment, Shan Feng's attention was piqued, as if he sensed something. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a familiar and alluring figure approaching, Kagami Mei. After a period of recuperation, she had fully healed from the injuries sustained in their previous encounter and had even made strides in her abilities. Following her were several ninjas, each laden with packages of various sizes. "Just place them here," Kagami instructed. The ninjas complied, setting down their burdens before departing. Shinfeng casually surveyed the offerings and inquired, "Might I ask, Miss May, what brings you here so early?" With a playful smile, Kagami replied, "I am truly grateful for your timely intervention the other day. Otherwise, the Hidden Mist Village would have suffered greatly. I have come today to express my heartfelt thanks, and these gifts are but a small token of my appreciation." In the realm of Dustwind, Miss May respectfully addressed her counterpart, stating that, as the chief advisor of Hidden Mist, it was her duty to intervene when someone dared to create chaos within the village. Mei Jin smiled and said, "Indeed, and coincidentally, I have a matter at hand for which I require your assistance. Pray, do tell." Dustwind gestured invitingly. Mei Jin's expression shifted to one of seriousness as she began. "I believe you have noticed that ever since Lord Water Shadow encountered his misfortune, the entire village has been thrown into turmoil, and Elder Yuan is gravely ill. We need someone to stabilize the situation." Dustwind raised an eyebrow, chuckling softly. "So, you wish to be that person?" In response, Mei Jin posed a question of her own. "Do you believe there exists a more suitable candidate within Hidden Mist than myself?" Dustwind replied, "Suitability is not for me to decide, and besides, the Dark Faction is firmly under your control. You should have a considerable advantage in vying for the position of Water Shadow, no?" Mei Jin asserted, "I am confident in my capabilities. Yet ever since the incident with the Fourth Lord, some ambitious individuals have banded together and are now jointly opposing me, which is quite infuriating." A hint of coldness flickered in her beautiful eyes. Understanding her plight, Dustwind realized that Mei Jin had been besieged in the power struggle and was seeking his assistance. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "I comprehend your intentions, Miss May, but why should I wade through this murky water?" Mei Jin replied, "Currently, Hidden Mist has formed an alliance with the Taoist Sect, and as allies, our fates are intertwined. Moreover, according to our previous agreement, you are obliged to lend your support should the village face a crisis." Dustwind countered, "The internal strife for power hardly constitutes a crisis. As an outsider, it would be inappropriate for me to interfere in such matters." Mei Jin fixed her gaze upon him, stating, "You and the members of the Taoist Sect have come here to impart knowledge. However, if power falls into the hands of those with ulterior motives, the situation may not proceed as smoothly." At her words, Dustwind's expression shifted, and he smiled slightly. "This matter was previously agreed upon with your Hidden Mist, and thus, it ought to be honored. I implore you to consult with those individuals you suspect of harboring ulterior motives and ascertain whether they dare to breach the agreement. If there are indeed dissenters, I shall have the Grand Master personally enlighten them." Upon hearing this, Mei Jin's countenance changed. Initially intending to leverage the situation, she was taken aback by his firm stance. She understood the strength of the Taoist Sect, and any disruption at this juncture could lead to dire consequences. The village was at its most vulnerable and could not withstand further turmoil. With a resigned sigh, she conceded, "If the Taoist Sect has any demands, please express them directly." Dustwind smiled in response, "It is nothing of great consequence. As you mentioned earlier, we have established an alliance. Since we are allied, it is only fitting that we adopt a name for it. In my opinion, we might as well call it the Tao Alliance. What say you?" Tao Alliance. Upon hearing this, Mei Jin's expression subtly shifted, her eyes glimmering as her mind raced with thoughts. Although the two parties had previously formed an alliance, they had not established a specific name, thereby leaving ample room for flexibility, allowing both sides to remain unbound. However, the opposing party has now proposed naming the alliance the Tao Alliance, which is evidently laced with ulterior motives. At first glance, it may seem merely a title, inconsequential in nature. Yet, should this matter be finalized, it would signify that the Taoist Sect would hold greater sway within this alliance. To outsiders, it would appear that the Taoist Sect is at the helm, which would undoubtedly spell trouble for the Mist Village. Contemplating this, Terumi May adopted a serious demeanor and remarked, "Sir, I fear this matter may prove troublesome. I implore you to consider an alternative condition." Shinfeng shook his head slightly in response. "There are no other conditions. Just this one. If Miss May can acquiesce, the Taoist Sect will wholeheartedly assist you in attaining the position of Water Shadow. However, should you find this unacceptable, I regret to inform you that I will be unable to offer any assistance." Witnessing his unwavering stance, Terumi May found herself in a quandary. She understood that acquiescing would bind the entire village, and indeed the land of water, to the chariot of the Taoist Sect. Conversely, if she were to decline, lacking their support would render her aspirations of becoming water shadow exceedingly difficult. Noticing her indecision, Chen Feng smiled gently. If this proposition is so burdensome for you, then let us dismiss it. I shall seek out the other candidates. Perhaps they might be more agreeable. As he spoke, he prepared to rise and depart. Terumi Mei was startled by his words and hastily interjected, "Wait." She was acutely aware that if Chen Feng were to extend such terms to her rivals, they would undoubtedly accept without hesitation, for in the eyes of most, a mere title pales in comparison to the power of the water shadow. Is there anything else, Miss Mei? Chen Feng inquired. Terumi Mei clenched her fist and asked, if the Tao Alliance were to be established, who would assume leadership of this alliance? Upon hearing her question, Chen Feng smiled slightly. Rest assured, Miss Mei, it is merely a title. The affairs of the Mist Village will still be governed by your own discretion. In the event of significant matters, both parties will deliberate, and decisions will only be made upon reaching a consensus. With this reassurance, Terumi Mei felt a sense of relief. Her greatest fear had been the annexation of Mist Village by the Taoist Sect. It appeared that such an eventuality was unlikely to occur, at least for the time being. After much contemplation, she ultimately resolved to agree, saying, "Very well, I shall accept this matter." Seeing her acquiescence, Chen Feng nodded with a light smile. "Then it is settled. In the next few days, I would trouble you, Miss Mei, as the leader of the Umbu, to formalize this arrangement." Terumi Mei's expression shifted as she replied, "I am not yet the water shadow. If I were to establish this matter under the name of the Umbu, those individuals might use it as a pretext to attack me." Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. Isn't that precisely the point? Otherwise, how would the Taoist Sect have any grounds to intervene in the affairs of Mist Village? Although he currently held the title of chief consultant, he was not a resident of the village. Thus, acting without proper justification would be both inappropriate and inconsiderate. However, should anyone infringe upon the interests of the Taoist Sect, it would then be entirely justifiable to mount a proper defense. Upon hearing this, Komiai's eyes glimmered subtly. The opponent's actions not only provided her with a reason to act, but also served to solidify the matters concerning the Tao Alliance. Consequently, even if she were to ascend to the position of water shadow in the future, reversing her stance would not be a trivial matter. Internally, she couldn't help but admire the exceptional acumen of this young disciple of the Taoist Sect, whose tactics were truly extraordinary. Faced with this situation, Komiai found no grounds for further evasion and reluctantly nodded, stating, "Very well, I shall attend to this matter promptly." With that, she turned and departed from the scene. Observing her retreating figure, Chen Feng's lips curled slightly. His plan was finally set in motion. 2 days later, Komiai indeed honored her commitment, announcing the alliance between the parties under the auspices of the Dark Division, referring to it as the Tao Alliance. As anticipated, her competitors seized upon this as a pretext to unite against her. On that day, they assembled several hundred elite ninjas, encircling the Dark Division in an attempt to coerce Komiai into relinquishing her authority. A significant portion of them were Nin, with over a dozen Nin among their ranks. Confronted with this overwhelming force, Komiai refused to back down, rallying her own elite to engage in a fierce confrontation. Yet, against such numbers, she soon found herself at a disadvantage. At this critical juncture, a radiant figure clad in golden light joined the fray, the old heavenly master. The brilliant golden glow emanated from him, exuding an imposing might that rendered him unmatched. In mere moments, the hundreds of ninjas lay defeated on the ground, and the 2 leading elite Nin were swiftly dispatched by a single strike from the old master. Thus, the turmoil within Hidden Mist was initially quelled, with Komiai and her Dark Division emerging as the most formidable power in the village, aside from the Taoist Sect. With Chen Feng's support, her confidence surged, prompting her to dispatch forces to reclaim scattered authority, dealing decisively with any who resisted her command. The situation in Hidden Mist was thus firmly established. Time swiftly passed, and 2 months elapsed. During this period, Komiai completed the cleansing of the village, with the entire Hidden Mist firmly under her control. Simultaneously, the 4th water shadow, Nazakura, could no longer endure and succumbed to the end of his life in slumber. Komiai then rightfully assumed the title of Shadow, becoming the new 5th water shadow, marking the onset of a new era for Hidden Mist. Upon ascending to her elevated position, Komiai honored her promises, assisting the Taoist Sect in disseminating their teachings throughout the Land of Water. Furthermore, she established a grand Tao temple in the heart of Hidden Mist Village. At this juncture, The Taoist Sect truly laid down roots in this world. Qin Feng, accompanied by the old heavenly master and Wang Shaoer, moved into the newly constructed temple and surveyed their surroundings, feeling a sense of satisfaction within. Having secured a foothold, the next natural step was to swiftly amplify the influence of his sect. The first initiative he undertook was the establishment of an orphanage, dedicated to nurturing those homeless children and those who had lost their families due to the ravages of war. Over the years, the turmoil and oppressive policies had left many orphans bereft of their kin, surviving through the indignity of begging, with some tragically succumbing to the bitter cold and starvation while sleeping rough on the streets. Thus, he envisioned a large orphanage capable of accommodating hundreds, if not thousands, of these destitute children, ensuring their continued survival. Moreover, this endeavor served to fortify his own power. In a few years, as these children matured, they would become a vital foundation for the sect within the Water Nation. In addition to this, he planned to vigorously exploit the hidden resources of this island nation. As the saying goes, mountains yield to those who dwell upon them, and the sea provides for those who live beside it. This land, encircled by the sea and adorned with numerous hills, may not be as bountiful as the Fire Nation, yet it harbors considerable resources. First and foremost, coastal areas abound with various seafood, the most crucial of which is salt, an indispensable commodity for all. Furthermore, the hills and mountains conceal a wealth of minerals, essential resources often overlooked due to the arduous nature of their extraction. If these resources could be thoroughly unearthed, it would undoubtedly herald a significant transformation for the entire Water Nation. It has been demonstrated that to influence a nation, one must grasp the economic lifeblood of society, and now presented a prime opportunity. Resolute in his decision, he allocated all funds acquired through his passive skill poverty to wealth toward these two areas of development. In a mere fortnight, the orphanage was completed, and the first cohort of over 100 abandoned children entered its welcoming embrace. With just the most basic provisions and a few clean garments, their tender faces radiated gratitude, and the spark of hope rekindled in their clear eyes. As time flowed by, with seasons changing and more than 2 years slipping away unnoticed, the village of Hidden Mist underwent a remarkable transformation. With his tireless investment, both marine resources and various minerals were preliminarily developed, with over 60% of the salt trade in the Water Nation falling under his purview, yielding substantial wealth. Additionally, establishments infused with the essence of the sect, such as shops, taverns, and tea houses, sprang up, permeating the air with an antiquated charm. A casual glance at the bustling streets of Hidden Mist revealed that at least half of the shops bore the sect's insignia. These structures, distinctive and grand, stood in stark contrast to the traditional Japanese style, further enhancing their majestic allure. Notably, the industries he prioritized became renowned high-end venues across the ninja world, emblematic of Hidden Mist's unique identity. The monumental upheaval not only enriched Qin Feng's coffers but also catalyzed the rapid economic revival of the once impoverished Water Nation, transforming it into a realm that could rival even the wealthiest Fire Nation in terms of economic prowess. Crucially, as the principal architect of this significant transformation, Qin Feng amassed considerable prestige over these 2 years. Within an upscale conference room of the Hidden Mist building, 6 figures convened around a circular table. These individuals were predominantly the core members of the Hidden Mist village, including the current Mizukage, Terumi Mei, the 2 ministers overseeing the Umbu and the education department, as well as 2 elders assisting the Mizukage with administrative affairs. Among them was a distinctive presence, Qin Feng, as the Taoist disciple and chief advisor to the Hidden Mist. His consent was requisite during critical matters, for the Hidden Mist village had now become an integral part of the Tao Alliance. After nearly 3 years of trials, Qin Feng had shed his youthful demeanor, his handsome visage now adorned with a serene and confident smile, exuding maturity and composure. However, he found himself disinterested in Terumi Mei's year-end summary. As the unique voice of the system resonated, a transparent panel manifested in his mind. Host, Qin Feng Prestige, 11324, Rising Star, Cultivation, Master Level 5 Skills, Pure Yang Ultimate Skill, Mastery, Tai Chi Comprehensive Understanding. Wind After Chi Men, Comprehensive Understanding, Passive Skill, Abundance from Poverty through years of diligent effort, his prowess had undergone a qualitative leap, granting him substantial odds even against shadow-level adversaries. Observing the continuously refreshing prestige, a smile crept onto his lips, affirming that his prior decisions had been astute. Although the initial investment had been substantial, nearly exhausting his entire fortune, the returns were equally gratifying, not to mention his nearly 7-figure fortune. The 5-digit prestige alone was a source of delight. With a mere touch on the wind after Xiao Meng entry, the word's comprehensive understanding transformed into mastery. In that instant, he felt a profound new comprehension of this extraordinary skill, his senses sharpening significantly. He could distinctly perceive the energy swirling within the air, as though he could effortlessly gather the natural forces into his palms with a mere gesture. At that moment, he truly grasped the essence of wind after Xiao Meng. Yet, he lamented as nearly half of his painstakingly accumulated prestige dissipated. Nonetheless, it was a worthy sacrifice. It is well known that Taoist cultivation emphasizes the unity of heaven and humanity, venerating the profound integration of man with nature. The various techniques are merely conduits for practitioners to better attune themselves to the forces of nature. Should one achieve perfect harmony with the cosmos? Even in the absence of any technique, a mere thought could summon the vast and magnificent power of the universe. Now, I find myself stepping into this threshold, entering a new realm of existence. Just then, a voice interrupted my contemplation. Chief Consultant, what are your thoughts on this matter? What? Chen Feng turned around, his expression momentarily faltering. Observing his demeanor, Terumi Mei knew he had once again lost his focus and promptly continued. I am asking for your perspective on the matter of the 3 tails. 3 tails? Chen Feng's eyes flickered as he began to ponder. Ever since the demise of the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, the colossal turtle that resided within him had vanished without a trace, only to be rediscovered recently, now settled in an inland lake within the land of water. Terumi Mei continued. The tailed beasts possess immense power that is challenging to control, hence we seek to find another Jinchuriki to subdue the 3 tails. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's expression shifted as if a thought had struck him, and he smiled, saying, if that is the case, I may have a suitable candidate in mind. Not far from Kirigakure, there lies a massive lake surrounded by lush trees and abundant aquatic vegetation, serving as an ideal habitat for numerous creatures. However, this tranquil location appeared eerily deserted, with not a single other being in sight. Even the occasional passing beasts hastily fled, as if wary of some unseen threat. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps approached, revealing a refined and handsome youth, who appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old. His silky black hair cascaded down his shoulders, and despite being male, his features were more delicate and beautiful than those of many maidens. With a smile, he arrived at the edge of the lake and called out, Little Gray. As his voice echoed, the water's surface suddenly rippled, and a colossal figure slowly emerged from the depths. This was a giant turtle, adorned with spines and possessing 3 tails. Its imposing size was complemented by a thick, gray shell, and a single eye gleamed with a fierce crimson light, enough to instill fear in the hearts of onlookers. This magnificent beast was none other than the renowned 3 tails Isabu, celebrated as the tailed beast with the strongest defense. Yet, the youth appeared undaunted, waving his arms and calling, Little Gray. Isabu turned its massive body, lowering itself before the boy. The youth smiled and gently patted the enormous head of the 3 tails, asking, Have you been well during this time? Upon hearing the question, Isabu emitted a light grunt, its moist breath enveloping the boy's face, reminiscent of playful banter among friends. Haha, stop it. The youth laughed, seemingly reveling in this harmonious existence. He recalled the perilous moment 2 years ago when he had returned, ambushed by a group of ninjas, only to be fortuitously rescued by Isabu. The bond between the boy and the turtle seemed serendipitous, quickly blossoming into profound trust and a deep-rooted friendship. Reflecting on this, a nostalgic glimmer appeared in his eyes as memories flooded his mind. His name is Bai. From a very young age, he lost all his relatives and was subsequently taken in by Zabuza Momochi, becoming a rogue ninja wandering the world. 3 years ago, during the battle in the Land of Waves, Zabuza was left on the brink of death. Although he was temporarily saved by Akatsuki's intervention, he was rendered incapacitated. Unable to endure such a life, Zabuza chose to end his own existence a few months later. His final wish was to return to the Land of Water after his death, as it was his homeland. Zabuza's passing filled Bai with profound sorrow. Yet he devoted himself to fulfilling this last desire. 2 years ago, Bai returned to the hidden mist with Zabuza's remains and buried him in a grove outside the village, allowing him to gaze upon the village he so dearly missed. To Bai's surprise, the hidden mist had undergone significant changes. The blood mist policy had long been abolished. The village was now under the leadership of the 5th Mizukage, Mei Terumi, along with a chief advisor from the Taoist Sect. Upon further investigation, Bai was astonished to discover that this advisor was the very person he had encountered in the Land of Waves. Reflecting on the marvels of fate, he decided to pay a visit to the Taoist temple. In truth, Bai had never had an affinity for the ninja profession. All his suffering stemmed from it. However, during his conversation with Chickage, he unexpectedly found that his personality resonated deeply with Taoist principles. Without hesitation, he joined the Taoist Sect, and his ice-release chakra transformed into the exceedingly rare, true ice chi. His current strength was now on par with that of an elite jonin. He felt content with his present life, which was infinitely better than the days of wandering and uncertainty he once endured. If Zabuza could witness the transformation of the Hidden Mist Village today, he would surely be delighted. With this thought, a smile crept onto his lips. At that moment, the three-tail seemed to sense something, slightly lifting its head and directing its gaze toward another direction, following its line of sight. Bai noticed two figures leisurely approaching Chickage and Meitarumi. Upon their arrival, Bai quickly rose and stepped forward, respectfully addressing them. Sir, Lady Mizukic. Meitarumi scrutinized him for a moment before glancing at Isabu nearby, remarking, It seems you have quite a good relationship with the Three Tails. Bai nodded with a smile, Yes. Little Gray is quite adorable, though he tends to be rather quiet. Little Gray? Meitarumi paused, slightly taken aback. Because the shell of the Three Tails is gray. I named him Little Gray. It was actually your suggestion, sir, Bai replied with a smile. Chickage chuckled softly and shook his head when Bai had asked for his opinion. He had only made a half-joking remark, never expecting Isabu to truly adopt the name. It seemed that beneath the formidable exterior of the Three Tails lay the heart of a gentle spirit. Meitarumi also smiled before turning to Chickage, inquiring, Do you intend for Bai to become the new Jinchuriki? Dustwind nodded slightly. As you have observed, he shares an excellent rapport with the Three Tails. Presently, it is difficult to find a more suitable candidate within the Hidden Mist. Upon hearing this, Mei's expression shifted. She was acutely aware that White was indeed a fitting choice to become a Jinchuriki. However, a sense of hesitation lingered within her. The crux of the matter lay in his identity. Originally, he was a rogue ninja, and upon his return to the Hidden Mist, she had intended to recruit him to her side, even envisioning him as the captain of the Umbu. Yet, White had resolutely declined, expressing his weariness of the life of a ninja steeped in bloodshed. Moreover, in the past 2 years, he had grown closer to the Taoist Sect, indicating a shift in his allegiances. Nevertheless, the role of Jinchuriki was of paramount importance to the village, and entrusting the power of a tailed beast to an outsider was a notion fraught with reluctance. Yet now, with the alliance between the Taoist Sect and the Hidden Mist, they were bound to advance together. Furthermore, Dustwind held sway over the village's economic lifeline. Without a legitimate reason, he could not dismiss the proposal lightly. Contemplating this, he lifted his gaze to White and spoke, Becoming a Jinchuriki will grant you formidable power, but it will also require significant sacrifices. You will likely be viewed with suspicion and may not be accepted by society. Are you truly willing to embrace this? In response, Dustwind chuckled softly. Destiny is in one's own hands. Power is not inherently good or evil. It is the manner of its application that matters. You must make this decision for yourself. Upon hearing their words, White initially appeared taken aback, but soon fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, his gaze grew resolute, and he declared, I am willing. But I must first obtain Little Gray's consent. He then approached the Three Tails and whispered a few words to it. Moments later, he returned, stating, Little Gray says it finds this place rather dull and is willing to stay with me, but it does not wish to be confined any longer. At this, Mei promptly objected, No, the tailed beast is far too dangerous. Should it be released from its restraints, chaos could ensue. Dustwind furrowed his brow, and after a moment of thought proposed, How about this? I will take responsibility for the sealing process. The formalities will remain unchanged. But I can inform White of the method for unsealing. If, in the future, the Three Tails wishes to roam, it can notify me in advance. Whether or not to release it will then depend on White's discretion. Mei found herself in a quandary. While the proposal was feasible, it would place complete control of the Three Tails in White's hands, which might not bode well for the Hidden Mist. Observing her hesitation, Dustwind raised an eyebrow and remarked, The funding for the Hidden Mist's operations for the upcoming 6 months has already been prepared. You should take some time to collect it from Conan. Upon hearing this, Mei's expression shifted slightly. After a moment of hesitation, she could only manage a wry smile and sighed, Very well, it shall be as you say. Though reluctant to acquiesce so easily, she felt powerless, for so many within the village depended on Dustwind for their livelihoods. While the Hidden Mist boasted a multitude of ninjas and served as a primary military force of the water country, its economic resources were ultimately derived from merely two sources. Either one acquires commissions by accepting tasks or receives funding from the feudal lords. Presently, the 5 great ninja villages predominantly operate under this model. The villages are responsible for nurturing combat prowess and safeguarding national territories, while the lords provide financial assistance as per their agreements. However, ever since Chenkei's undertook extensive economic reforms, everything has undergone a transformation. The monopoly on crucial resources such as salt and iron has rendered the current Taoist sect a veritable treasure trove, wealthy enough to rival nations, compelling even the feudal lords to regard it with deference. Most critically, the majority of the industries in the Hidden Mist village now belong to Chenkei's, who annually provide substantial financial support. Should the financial chain collapse, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. Contemplating this, Terumi could not help but feel a pang of regret for her earlier agreement to collaborate with him. Observing that Terumi harbored no further objections, Chenkei smiled and remarked, "It is settled then. Please make the necessary preparations. In half a month, I will seal the 3 tails within Hakuto, transforming him into the new Jinchuriki. Handle it as you see fit. I have other matters to attend to." With a soft sigh, Terumi departed. Once she was gone, Chenkei turned to Hakuto and inquired, "How has your training progressed during this period?" Hakuto replied, "Quite well. I have become proficient in controlling the ice true chi. If given another 2 years, I am confident I could contend with shadow-level adversaries." Chenkei smiled gently. "It will not take 2 years. The ice true chi is significantly more formidable than ordinary true chi, its only drawback being its high consumption. Once you merge with the 3 tails, you will be able to harness the tailed beast's power for yourself. At that time, even Terumi, with her dual bloodline, may not pose a challenge for you." Hearing this, a smile blossomed on Hakuto's handsome face. The prospect of ascending to shadow-level strength was indeed exhilarating. After a brief conversation, Chenkei returned to the Hidden Mist village. Mindful that beyond his identity as the Taoist sect leader, he also bore the responsibilities of a teacher. In a spacious training ground, a young girl with delicate features and striking beauty was diligently practicing Hinata. At this moment, she appeared even more enchanting than 3 years prior. Her once short hair now cascading in long, sleek black tresses. With an unusual footwork, she executed rapid movements, her palms weaving together the powers of fire and lightning, forming a yin-yang bagua diagram infused with profound Taoist essence. Subsequently, her posture shifted, her body spinning in a spiral motion at high speed. In an instant, as the true chi flowed, a hemispherical energy shield coalesced, integrating the lightning and flames within. Chenkei, approaching the scene, couldn't help but smile at the sight. This technique was the Hinata clan's unique ultimate skill, Heavenly Return, albeit in a modified version. Fueled by true chi, it surpassed the original in potency, incorporating the transformations of both elemental energies. As the Heavenly Return concluded, Hinata's movements did not falter, her stance transformed, and her palms morphed into the Tai Chi cloud hands. In an instant, as the forces of yin and yang whirled, the energy barrier enveloping her body swiftly coalesced, forming a spherical energy orb the size of a basketball. The formidable true energy surged along a unique trajectory, intertwining searing flames with crackling lightning, exuding a ferocious energy that could be felt even from several paces away. Then, with a gentle exclamation from Hinata, the powerful energy orb was thrust forward, striking the colossal boulder ahead without any embellishments. With a resounding boom, the solid stone was torn asunder, erupting into countless charred fragments that scattered in all directions. Witnessing the scene, Dustwind nodded slightly. This technique was one he had imparted to his young apprentice. Indeed, it was an upgraded version of the Rasengan. Theoretically, this skill was not overly complex. The crux lay in the mastery of power. In terms of control, true energy undoubtedly surpassed chakra, thus the difficulty in mastering this technique was not significant. Hinata displayed remarkable talent, having grasped the fundamentals in just a few days, and now she could wield it with proficiency, even enhancing its potency beyond its original form. After practicing for a while, Hinata took a deep breath, raised her hand to wipe the beads of sweat from her delicate face, and regulated her breathing. At that moment, she heard faint footsteps behind her, her expression shifting to one of alertness as she turned to look. Immediately, a joyful smile spread across her face as she hurried forward. Sweetly calling out, "Teacher is here." Dustwind raised his hand, smiling as he ruffled Hinata's hair. Unbeknownst to him, that little girl had grown up, now reaching his shoulder. and she no longer exhibited the same shyness as before. Moreover, her strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. Even the old man Hyuga Hizashi might not stand a chance against her. After chatting for a while, Dustwind chose not to interrupt Hinata's training and departed from the area. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at a spacious courtyard, where he observed groups of children playing. They were all orphans from the Hidden Mist village, now taken in by the sect. This was the orphanage, which, after 2 years of development, had sheltered thousands of children. Just then, a chorus of laughter rang out. "Sister Nan, I want to. Turning his gaze, he saw a graceful and beautiful woman surrounded by a throng of children. It was Xiao Nan. With a gentle smile gracing her face, her slender fingers danced slightly, causing pieces of paper to flutter out as if by magic, transforming into exquisite butterflies that danced gracefully. This wondrous spectacle left the surrounding children wide-eyed, their clear eyes filled with wonder and admiration, as they clapped and cheered. "Sister Nan is the best." Observing the genuine smiles on the children's faces, her gaze softened further. She had now become the director of the orphanage, wielding a portion of the financial resources. When the orphanage was first completed, Chen Feng contemplated who should be entrusted with its management. It was imperative that the individual be someone close to him. Naturally, he could not delegate this responsibility to Wu Yin. The old master, Xiao Meng, and Wang Xiao Heir were evidently unsuitable, leaving him with no choice but to approach Xiao Nan. Perhaps it was due to her own history as an orphan that she felt a surge of compassion upon meeting the children, prompting her to agree to take on the role. Over the course of the past 2 or 3 years, Xiao Nan had transformed. She was no longer the cold figure she once was. Living alongside children had cultivated a warm smile that graced her lips more often than not. At that moment, Chen Feng approached her and called out, "Xiao Nan." Upon hearing his voice, she turned her head and, seeing him approach, welcomed him with a smile. "How is it that you, Daozi Darren, so busy as you are, have time to visit here?" "I'm here to see you," Chen Feng replied with a gentle laugh. Xiao Nan's expression shifted slightly, and she responded, "Stop joking. If you have something to say, just say it. I'm not jesting. Do you not remember? Today marks the 3rd anniversary of our acquaintance." Xiao Nan glanced at him, retorting, "Are you implying that I have been your captive for 3 years? Such details are inconsequential. The crux of the matter is that on this momentous day, should we not do something special?" Chen Feng smiled. Xiao Nan raised an eyebrow and scoffed. "Well, I'm right here. What do you wish to do?" "My intention is to present you with a gift." "What kind of gift?" she inquired, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity. Chen Feng chuckled softly. "Close your eyes. Must you resort to such theatrics?" Xiao Nan retorted, yet she obediently shut her eyes. At that moment, Chen Feng raised his finger and gently tapped her forehead, allowing a stream of true energy to seep in. Shortly thereafter, a yin-yang 8 trigram seal emerged from her brow, quickly dimming as he released his power. Within a few breaths, it vanished completely. Simultaneously, a surge of formidable energy erupted from within her as the long-sealed chakra finally broke free from its constraints. Feeling that long-lost power, Xiao Nan's eyes flew open in astonishment. "What have you done?" Chen Feng smiled faintly. "Congratulations, you are free now." At his words, a wave of joy washed over Xiao Nan. Yet it was soon accompanied by a hint of inexplicable melancholy. "You are going to release me?" Chen Feng nodded. "We have no enmity between us. Having made you work tirelessly for 3 years serves as a small lesson. Now, I return your freedom. You are free to leave whenever you wish." As she observed him, seemingly sincere in his intent to release her, Xiao Nan was momentarily taken aback. Immediately following her capture, thoughts of escape had consumed her mind. But with 99% of her chakras sealed, she had been utterly powerless to flee. Now, the opportunity to leave openly presented itself, yet for reasons unknown. She found herself at a loss. It seemed that, at some point, she had grown accustomed to life here, no longer yearning for escape. Or perhaps had subconsciously forgotten about it altogether. The ease with which Chen Feng released her was indeed unexpected. As she gathered her thoughts, the children nearby overheard their conversation and hurried over, asking, "Sister Nan, are you leaving? Please don't go. Sister Nan, we promise to behave. I will give you all my snacks, just don't leave, okay?" At their heartfelt pleas, Xiao Nan's expression softened, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gazed at the children's earnest and reluctant faces. After a moment's contemplation, she bent down and smiled gently, saying, "All right. Sister won't leave." Upon hearing this, the children erupted in joyous cheers, exclaiming, "Hooray! Sister Nan isn't leaving." Witnessing their delight, Xiao Nan's own face lit up with a smile. "Chen Feng, observing this, chuckled lightly and remarked, "Have you truly thought this through? I might change my mind at any moment." "Do as you wish," Xiao Meng replied nonchalantly. Seeing her decision to stay, Chen Feng's eyes sparkled mischievously as he joked, "You wouldn't be reluctant to part with me, would you?" Xiao Meng shot him a glare and retorted, "What are you thinking? I cannot bear to leave these children." "Very well, it's your choice. If any issues arise, just let me know," Chen Feng replied with a smile before departing. As she watched him leave, Xiao Meng felt a slight flush on her cheeks. Her heart harbored no resentment now. Instead, she felt a sense of gratitude for the peace she had enjoyed over the past few years. During this time, she had witnessed the once cruel and desolate land of blood mist transform into a flourishing and serene place. Everything here mirrored her ideal vision of a home. Was this not the peace she had always dreamed of? If only it could last forever. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a figure emerged in her memory, and she pondered silently. I wonder how Nagato is faring now. Meanwhile, in a hidden cave within the land of water, members of the Akatsuki organization gathered. At the forefront, Pain maintained his impassive demeanor, casting a stern glance over the assembly as he solemnly declared, "All preparations are complete. I hereby announce that the tailed beast capture operation officially begins." With those words, the atmosphere among the Akatsuki members turned grave. This was undeniably a significant undertaking. After all, the tailed beasts were not only pivotal forces within the 5 great shinobi villages, but also crucial leverage in balancing power dynamics. Once the operation commenced, it would undoubtedly incite upheaval throughout the entire shinobi world. However, they all understood that this task was imperative and must succeed. A failure would spell the collapse of their ultimate plan. At that point, even the formidable Akatsuki would struggle to withstand the onslaught of the entire shinobi world. In other words, they needed to capture all 9-tailed beasts before the 5 great shinobi villages could fully unite. Otherwise, they would face utter calamity. At this time, in the land of water, Chen Feng had just left the orphanage and, upon stepping outside, encountered a plainly dressed young man, Wang Xiaoer. "Daozi, so you are here," he remarked. Chen Feng observed the approaching figure and inquired, "Is there something you need?" Wang Xiaoer replied, "Not much. Just that Xiao Meng has finished her candied hawthorn and would like you to prepare some more for her." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng offered a faint, resigned smile. Ever since he had gifted Xiao Meng a skewer of candied hawthorn, she seemed to have developed a fondness for its delightful taste, wanting to indulge in it at every opportunity. "Very well, I shall prepare some for her upon my return." After agreeing, Chen Feng's expression shifted as he appraised Wang Xiaoer, raising an eyebrow. "Xiaoer, it seems your cultivation has progressed once more. Your praise is excessive. My talent pales in comparison to yours." Wang Xiaoer chuckled, scratching his head. Simultaneously, his attribute panel materialized within Chen Feng's mind. Name: Wang Xiaoer Summoner. Cheng Feng Faction, Shiqing Maoshan Cultivation Level, Grandmaster 8th Stage, 3.5 stars, Skills, Divine Ghost 7 Kills Command, 4th Style, Loyalty, 75 upon gazing at the information on the panel. Cheng Feng felt a flicker of excitement. Wang Xiaoer's strength had significantly improved since his summoning to this world. In terms of cultivation level, he was not far behind the Venerable Master. Of course, these fundamental attributes merely served as a reference. A person's true realm could not be encapsulated in a few lines of text. Although both Wang Xiaoer and the Venerable Master were rated at 3.5 stars. In a true confrontation, the latter would undoubtedly prevail. The Venerable Master practiced the authentic path of Ta Ching, aspiring for an essential transcendence. Once his true self was elevated to a certain realm, the remaining techniques could be effortlessly wielded. With a dual cultivation approach, he advanced steadily, building an exceptionally solid foundation. To the extent that one could assert, he possessed no discernible weaknesses. In contrast, Wang Xiaoer's path followed the Shangqing lineage, placing greater emphasis on the mastery of techniques in the early stages. In simpler terms, he enhanced his combat prowess through formidable techniques, subsequently validating his own path through divine powers, ultimately achieving a return to simplicity. It is difficult to determine which path is superior. One is robust in its early stages, while the other possesses enduring strength. Generally speaking, among disciples of the same age, those following the Shangqing path exhibit greater strength, yet within the same realm. Practitioners of the Ta Ching lineage are virtually unrivaled. Moreover, due to their stable foundation, the likelihood of encountering issues mid-journey is considerably low. Conversely, while the Shangqing methods possess formidable lethality, those lacking in temperament may easily lose themselves within their power, veering onto a misguided path akin to that of a ninja, prioritizing external force over the cultivation of one's essence. Thus, from this perspective, both paths have their merits and drawbacks. Nevertheless, even so, Wang Xiao's attainment of the Grandmaster 8th stage at merely over 20 years of age marks him as a prodigy seldom seen in a century. While his own rate of advancement is swifter, he is acutely aware that it is attributed to the system's auxiliary capabilities. Accumulating prestige points and continuously enhancing his attributes is all that is required. The two situations bear no comparison. Then, as if struck by a revelation, Cheng Feng inquired, "By the way, I haven't seen the venerable master around lately. Do you happen to know where he has gone?" Wang Xiao felt a stir in his heart and replied, "Oh, I almost forgot. The old celestial master has been in seclusion for a month, claiming to have sensed an opportunity for a breakthrough. Is that so?" "That is indeed a good thing," Chen Feng said, his eyes lighting up with a hint of a smile. "The current celestial master is already formidable. If he can achieve another breakthrough, he will ascend to an even higher level, and the strength of the Taoist Sect will rise accordingly." He then inquired, "Do you have any idea when the old celestial master will emerge from his retreat?" Wang Xiao shook his head. "I cannot say for certain. At that level, striving for further advancement becomes exceedingly challenging. Reaching beyond the realm of a grandmaster requires not only talent and diligence, but, more crucially, opportunities and fortune. Such matters are unpredictable. It could take months or even decades." Hearing this, Chen Feng nodded in agreement and patiently settled in to wait, confident that the old celestial master would surely succeed. Upon returning to his residence, he unfurled a colorful map several feet in length and width. This was a topographical map of the ninja world that he had commissioned, detailing the locations and extents of various factions, as well as demographics and environments. His gaze wandered across the 5 great nations before settling on the territory of the Land of Wind. Though this country was not small, it was perpetually surrounded by storms and deserts, lacking the fertile soil of Konoha or the coastal advantages of the Land of Water, presenting only endless stretches of yellow sand. However, after careful observation and inquiry, he discovered a notable characteristic of this place: its low latitude. Furthermore, it was said that in ancient times, this region had once been a vast lake. While others might find nothing peculiar in this information, Chen Feng, as a time traveler, understood well that the conjunction of these two conditions, particularly in a desert setting, suggested the potential existence of a remarkably precious resource within the Land of Wind. Of course, this was merely conjecture. To make an accurate judgment, a thorough field investigation would be necessary. At this thought, Chen Feng's expression shifted, and he suddenly recalled another matter. Considering the timeline, the Akatsuki organization would likely begin their activities soon, right? He had been in this world for just over 3 years, and by his calculations, Nagato's plan to capture Tail Beast should soon be set in motion. This storm sweeping across the ninja world was a harbinger of disaster for many, yet for him, it might prove to be a blessing. Although the strength of the Taoist Sect had significantly increased over the years, it had remained secluded due to the natural constraints of the Land of Water. This opportunity should be seized to showcase the presence of the Taoist Sect to the world. After contemplating for a while, Chen Feng devised a preliminary plan. He could initially approach the Land of Wind under the pretext of diplomatic relations, establishing a nascent trade agreement between the two nations. This would allow for a detailed exploration of the terrain to ascertain whether the Land of Wind concealed any valuable resources beneath its surface. If it were truly as he envisioned, the next step would be to secure exclusive mining rights, thereby legitimizing his claim to the resources. After all, the people of this era are utterly oblivious to the nature of oil and the immense value it harbors. With this justification, he could linger in Sunagakure for a while, waiting patiently for members of the Akatsuki to present themselves. The first battle of the Akatsuki to capture the Tail Beast would herald the dawn of the Taoist Sect's renown across the lands. Having finalized this matter, Chen Feng proceeded to meet with Terumi Mei in the Mizuki's office, briefly outlining his thoughts. As the leader of a village, she certainly had the right to be informed. Though he only disclosed the initial part of his plan, deeming it unnecessary to elaborate on the Akatsuki's affairs. Terumi Mei expressed mild surprise upon learning that precious resources might lie hidden beneath the Land of Wind, for Sunagakure is notoriously impoverished, with many struggling to afford basic sustenance. The existence of valuable assets was indeed unexpected. Although she harbored some skepticism regarding this matter, Chen Feng's proactive approach left her little room for rebuttal. Even if his conjecture proved erroneous, it posed no detriment to Kirigakure. Moreover, given the village's prolonged seclusion, it was high time to re-emerge. Lest the world forget that Mist Village remains among the 5 great shinobi villages. After careful consideration, Terumi acquiesced, subsequently dispatching a letter to Sunagakure to formally communicate their intentions. This was a standard procedure in the interactions between ninja villages, to avoid any unforeseen complications. Chiffon resolved to conduct an on-site investigation in Sunagakure a week later. Thus, time was of the essence, and matters concerning the Three Tails needed to be addressed promptly. 3 days later, Chiffon, accompanied by Haku, arrived at the location of the Three Tails. Employing the unique sealing techniques of the Taoist Sect to confine the great turtle within Haku's body. Thanks to Isabu's cooperation, the sealing process proceeded smoothly, and Haku, as the Jinchuriki, experienced minimal discomfort during the procedure. Subsequently, Chinfeng shared the method for unsealing, ensuring that the Three Tails would not remain confined within Haku indefinitely. With the task successfully completed, Mist Village, or rather, the Tao Alliance, gained a formidable new asset of elite caliber. Chinfeng let out a sigh of relief and remarked, "Everything is in order now. You may rest." "Are you leaving, sir?" "Where to?" Haku inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. "Nothing of great consequence. Merely traveling to Sunagakure to discuss matters of trade cooperation," Chinfeng replied. Upon hearing this, Haku's expression shifted slightly, as if taken aback, before he smiled and said, "Little Gray has mentioned feeling rather bored in the land of water these past few years and wishes to explore." Chinfeng chuckled at this and, not wishing to decline, nodded. "Very well, rest for the next 2 days, and I shall notify you when the time comes." "Thank you, sir." Haku's face radiated a sincere smile. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed, and Chiffon was thoroughly prepared to set forth for Sunagakure. Wang Shower and Bai stood vigil by his side, assuming the role of protectors. Meanwhile, Mizukichi had dispatched his trusted confidant, Nagajuro, along with a cadre of elite ninjas, clearly indicating his apprehension towards the former. However, Chinfeng did not decline. With the alliance already forged, it was perfectly acceptable for Mizukichi, as the Water Shadow, to partake in the proceedings. Furthermore, with the presence of the Mist Ninjas, negotiations with Sunagakure would be rendered more convenient, especially considering that the Taoist Sect was seldom revealed before the world. As for the travel arrangements, Mizukichi had made thorough preparations. Due to the limited number of participants, traditional means of transport were eschewed in favor of the more expedient summoning beasts. Outside the village of Kirigakure, several colossal avian creatures perched obediently on a clearing. Given that the land of water is encircled by the sea, hampering transportation, Kirigakure had cultivated such mounts for aerial travel, with a resonant call echoing through the air. The flying beasts flapped their wings and ascended into the sky, soaring towards the west where Sunagakure resided. Unbeknownst to them, half a day had elapsed. With the aid of the avian creatures, the group swiftly traversed into the land of wind. After another half hour, they reached their destination, Sunagakure. "Halt! Who are you?" 2 ninjas stationed at the gate of Sunagakure approached the group with urgency. Nagajuro stepped forward and declared, "We are ninjas from Kirigakure, sent by the Water Shadow to discuss cooperation." Upon hearing this, the 2 Sunagakure ninjas exchanged glances, their demeanor shifting. "Please wait a moment. I shall inform our superiors," one said before hastening into the village. A short while later, 2 figures emerged from within the village. At the forefront was an elderly woman clad in a black robe. Short and slightly plump, Chiyo, the esteemed elder in charge of the affairs of Sunagakure. Following her was a cold-faced man dressed in a green vest, a well-known elite Jainin of the village, Maki. "You have traveled from afar. It must have been arduous," Chiyo said, surveying the group with a warm smile. Nagajuro politely responded, "You must be the renowned Chiyo of Sunagakure. Our purpose here is known to you." Chiyo nodded. "I received a letter from the Water Shadow earlier. As both Sunagakure and Kirigakure are among the 5 great shinobi villages, increased cooperation would certainly be beneficial. The land of wind suffers from harsh desert conditions, leading to chronic resource shortages. With the cold winter approaching, many supplies are running low, and Kirigakure's willingness to engage in trade is indeed timely." As she spoke, her gaze shifted towards Chinfeng. "These must be the guests from the Taoist Sect. The Water Shadow mentioned in the letter that they are indeed heroic youths." "You flatter us, Elder," Chinfeng replied with a gentle smile. Chiyo nodded slightly and continued, "Our guests have journeyed a long way and must be weary. Please, allow me to escort you to the village for some rest." "Thank you," came the reply, as they followed her into the village. Meanwhile, above the rain country, a peculiar white bird soared through the sky, swiftly approaching the wind country. A young man with golden hair stood atop the bird, gazing towards the direction of Sand Ninja Village, his eyes betraying a hint of unusual excitement. Within the conference room of Sand Hidden Village, Elder Xiao occupied the seat of honor, while Maki stood rigidly at her side. Opposite them sat Chenkei's and Nagatu, engaging in a casual exchange. The elderly woman scrutinized the two before smiling and remarking, "I never imagined so many events would transpire in the Hidden Mist Village over the years. However, the Taoist Sect is truly remarkable. In just 3 short years, they have ushered in such transformation. Indeed, the Hidden Mist is deeply grateful for Daozi's contributions." Nagatu replied with a smile. As a political naive, he was not well versed in matters of intrigue, yet he could clearly see the tangible changes within the Hidden Mist Village. His gratitude was sincere. Xiao chuckled softly and then inquired, "The alliance between the Hidden Mist and the Taoist Sect is indeed commendable, but since it is a partnership, I wonder who will take the lead in this negotiation?" As she spoke, her dim eyes glimmered slightly. Her inquiry was, of course, purposeful. First, it served to ascertain which faction held greater influence in the current landscape of the Hidden Mist Village. Secondly, it ignited a spark of intrigue. After all, only if the two individuals before her held differing opinions could the Sand Hidden Village reap greater benefits. However, to her surprise, upon hearing her question, Nagata merely smiled and replied, "Lord Mizukic has instructed that this collaboration be led by Daozi. If there is anything unclear, feel free to ask directly." Upon hearing this, Chido's expression shifted, and she mused inwardly, "It seems the influence of the Taoist Sect is greater than I had anticipated. No wonder the alliance is referred to as the Tao Alliance." With this thought, her gaze turned towards Chenkei's as she asked, "Might I inquire how this gentleman envisions our collaboration?" Chenkei smiled and replied, "The hidden sand lacks salt, minerals, and resources, all of which the Tao Alliance can provide. I am curious, however, what does the hidden sand intend to offer in exchange?" "We can trade a substantial amount of sand gold for these resources," Xiao stated. Chenkei chuckled at this. "While sand gold is indeed termed as gold, I believe the elder is more aware than I of its true composition, so there's no need to elaborate." Xiao felt a twinge of embarrassment. She had not expected her youthful counterpart to be so astute. The so-called sand gold was, in fact, a mixture of gravel and gold, a specialty of the Wind Country. Although it appeared splendidly golden, its actual gold content was exceedingly low, merely a superficial layer. Given its high hardness, extraction proved to be a laborious and time-consuming endeavor. In short, it was tasteless yet regrettable to discard. However, apart from this, the Sand Hidden Village had little else to offer, for in a land perpetually shrouded by sandstorms, it was challenging to cultivate anything of substantial value. Upon hearing this, Chenfeng raised an eyebrow slightly and suggested, "If possible, let us linger here for a while and explore the surroundings. If we happen upon anything of value, the trade can continue." After a moment of contemplation, Qiandai nodded and replied, "That sounds agreeable. However, I presume you are not well acquainted with the Land of Wind. I shall assign some personnel to assist you." Chenfeng, understanding her concern, did not refuse and nodded in acceptance, saying, "Very well, I appreciate your assistance." He was aware that she sought to ensure his safety by sending someone along, yet he held no objections. If there truly existed something of necessity beneath this land, it would be impossible to discreetly procure it without notice. Seeing his agreement, a smile broke across Qiandai's wrinkled visage as she declared, "Then it is settled. I have instructed Maki to prepare accommodations for our guests. Let us accompany them to see." "Yes." Maki responded promptly, leading Chenfeng and his companion away from the location. As they departed, Qiandai's expression shifted, a contemplative look crossing her features as she pondered silently. At that moment, a slender, elderly man emerged from a side hall and approached her. "Sister, why has the Hidden Mist Village, which has been sealed for years, suddenly come to negotiate with us in the Sand Village?" he inquired. "I am uncertain. Perhaps they have some ulterior motive. I will have Maki follow them." "There should be no cause for alarm," Qiandai replied. Then, as if struck by a thought, she asked, "Hai Laotsong, how is that child faring?" The elder named Hai Laotsong responded, "Gara has made remarkable progress in recent years and can now adeptly control the power within him. With a few more years of honing his skills, he ought to become an exceptional Kazekage." Qiandai nodded, a faint sigh escaping her lips. "He bears such a heavy burden at such a tender age." Hai Laotsong echoed her sigh, saying, "There is no alternative, with the third and fourth Kazekage having been murdered. Gara is the only one among the younger generation capable of supporting the village." Qiandai lowered her gaze slightly, fully aware of the predicament. The sand village was indeed in a precarious state, with the old and the young, and its core strength having diminished. Otherwise, Gaara would not have been chosen as the fifth Kazekage. Sister, Hai Lao-san continued, once this period has passed, we too should take a respite. Indeed, Qiandai nodded. A deep weariness etched across her aged face. They had already retired when the fourth Kazekage was in power, and now they found themselves compelled to return to the forefront. After nurturing Gaara into a competent Kazekage, they could return to their tranquil pursuits of fishing. As the sun and moon cycled, half a day swiftly passed, and the sky darkened. The sand village at night appeared particularly desolate, the cold wind sweeping across the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. The patrolling ninjas could not help but shudder against the chill. Amidst their various tasks, an unknown white substance began to fall from the sky. Suddenly, the air was pierced by a deafening explosion. What is happening? Amidst the violent explosion, casualties among the mist ninjas swiftly became apparent as they dodged while gazing upward. In the darkened night sky, a white figure streaked by. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be an enormous white bird, measuring several meters in size. With a young man standing atop its back, clad in a black robe adorned with crimson clouds, he sported a skyward ponytail. His golden hair cascading down to partially obscure his left eye. A flurry of white clay tumbled from his hands, while a peculiar, manic smile graced his face as he observed the disarray below among the sand ninjas, exclaiming with a hint of madness, "Art is an explosion." As clay bombs continued to rain down, the sand village descended into chaos. The leader of the Umbu, Maki, arrived just in time, upon witnessing the fallen comrades. His expression darkened. He followed the trajectory of the assault, eyes fixed on the aerial giant. Upon spotting the soaring bird, he furrowed his brows and commanded, "An external enemy has invaded. Prepare for confrontation." With his words, a dozen ninjas regained their composure, launching their techniques toward the colossal bird in the sky. Instantly, an array of ninjutsu and weapons were hurled forth without restraint. The golden-haired youth atop the giant bird merely smirked disdainfully, deftly guiding his clay avian higher into the air, effortlessly evading the barrage of attacks. Observing the furious ninjas below, a cold smile crept across his lips. Witnessing this, the sand ninjas clenched their fists, despite their numbers. They found themselves helpless against an opponent capable of soaring high above them. The resounding explosions stirred the entire village, prompting Granny Chio to hasten to the scene. Upon seeing the unidentified enemy in the sky, her heart sank slightly. Though formidable in her own right, particularly in the art of puppetry, she realized she could not reach an adversary positioned 100 meters above. After all, even among the strongest of shadows, few possess the ability to fly. Meanwhile, the dust wind arrived at the scene, and upon spotting the avian creature, he instantly recognized the identity of the foe. He murmured to himself, "Isn't that the artistic duo?" Deidara, a proponent of explosive artistry and a member of the Akatsuki, bore the codename Blue Dragon. While his strength was not particularly great, he possessed a unique ability to create various explosive bombs from a special clay, each exhibiting tremendous power, coupled with his aerial advantage. Even shadow-level warriors would find themselves in a precarious situation when entangled. Clearly, this initial skirmish in the pursuit of the tailed beast was orchestrated by him. Just as Dustwind contemplated this, he sensed a surge of intense chakra erupting nearby, followed by a rapid wave of yellow sand surging forth, accelerating toward Deidara's position. The latter's expression shifted, and he immediately maneuvered his great bird to evade the impending attack. A tempest of yellow sand surged forth, revealing a red-haired youth adorned with a peculiar gourd, who stood amidst the swirling grains, momentarily ascending into the air in pursuit of his target. The glint in Gaara's eyes flickered as he mused. This Gaara, compared to years past, has indeed grown significantly stronger. During their previous encounter in the Ch-Nin exams at Konoha, his opponent had merely reached the level of an elite J-Nin. Now, it appeared he had brushed against the threshold of the Kage level. Gaara, harnessing the power of sand, was capable of levitating, which bestowed upon him a semblance of flight. Coupled with his integrated offensive and defensive techniques, he possessed the means to contend with Deidara. As he gazed upward, the two figures engaged in a relentless chase. Spiraling through the skies above Sunagakure, with a wave of his hand, torrents of sand surged forth, launching a fierce offensive, yet Deidara, exhibiting remarkable agility, narrowly evaded numerous assaults. In a swift motion, he unleashed a flurry of peculiar white clay, which transformed in midair into dozens of small avian figures reminiscent of sparrows. Exploding clay, small birds. With a sharp command, the swarm of birds soared towards Gaara. A deafening explosion ensued, yet such an attack posed no threat to Gaara, whose absolute defense absorbed the violent blast, rendering it harmless. The two adversaries then resumed their intricate dance of offense and defense. Observing the intense aerial confrontation, the citizens of Sunagakure below were gripped with trepidation, their faces etched with concern. The formidable foe advanced with relentless ferocity, and the enigmatic abilities he wielded left them feeling vulnerable. It remained uncertain whether their newly appointed Kazekage could prevail against him. At this juncture, the battle between Gaara and Deidara had escalated into a fevered climax, appearing to reach an impasse. Deidara, while detonating explosives, deftly dodged the onslaught of sand, his expression grave. Initially believing that subduing this mere teenager, the Kazekage, would be a simple task, he was taken aback by the extent of his opponent's strength. To eliminate him, a more cunning strategy was required. Casting a furtive glance at the village below, an idea sparked within him. He produced a substantial quantity of white clay, infusing it with his highest grade chakra, and deftly molded it into an extraordinary puppet. Number 18, complete. A subtle smile graced his lips, his eyes glinting with excitement. He then released the puppet, allowing it to plummet towards the village beneath. Witnessing this unfolding scene, both the inhabitants of Sunagakure and Gaara himself were struck with alarm. He could sense the terrifying power contained within the clay. Should it detonate within the village, it would spell utter devastation. With this thought, Gaara hesitated not a moment longer. He summoned all his strength, gathering over 100 tons of sand in mere breaths, which coalesced into an unyielding barrier that enveloped much of the village. Almost simultaneously, the clay figurines erupted, followed by a deafening roar that echoed above the heads of the crowd. The multitude of ninjas witnessed a massive pile of gravel tremble violently, as a fierce shockwave swept through, stirring up a blinding storm of sand. Observing such a formidable attack being thwarted, the sand-hidden ninjas could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, Gaara was left breathless, beads of sweat trickling down his pale cheeks. Though he had exerted every effort to protect the village, the toll was immense, and his chakra was nearly depleted. Nevertheless, he summoned every ounce of strength to shift the gravel that loomed over the sand-hidden village to the outskirts. Otherwise, the entire village would have been buried alive. After accomplishing this feat, his body trembled slightly, his already scarce chakra almost entirely exhausted. Deidara, of course, would not let such an opportune moment slip by, immediately unleashing clay bombs to launch an attack. Upon witnessing this, Gaara gritted his teeth. Given his current condition, it would be exceedingly difficult to contend with his opponent. Resolutely, he resolved to exchange his life for that of his foe. With this thought, he ceased to evade and summoned the last remnants of his strength to execute a powerful sand-binding coffin. In an instant, a torrent of sand surged forth, enveloping Deidara in a sweeping wave of yellow grains, rising to several feet high. Startled, Deidara hastily maneuvered his clay bird to escape, yet it was too late. Gaara's desperate strike accelerated the sand's speed, and despite Deidara's frantic attempts to flee, he could only avoid a fatal blow. His left arm was gruesomely torn apart. A cry of agony escaped Deidara's lips as the giant bird beneath him surged forward, escaping the enveloping tempest of sand, thereby preserving his life. Simultaneously, the explosive detonations of the clay bombs assailed Gaara with a ferocious impact. In an instant, he sustained grave injuries, his body riddled with bloodied wounds. The force of the explosions rendered him unconscious, and the surrounding sand dispersed. Without the support of the gravel, his form plummeted from the heights. Gaara, Lord Windshadow. The sand-hidden villagers below gasped in horror at this sight, scrambling to devise a way to catch him. Otherwise, falling from such a height while unconscious could prove fatal. However, compared to them, Deidara's flight capabilities allowed him to close the distance more swiftly. Although he had lost an arm, he still seized what he perceived as ultimate victory. Gaara, now devoid of any means to resist, would be easily taken to the land of rain, fulfilling Deidara's mission. With this in mind, he directed the clay bird to swiftly approach the descending Gaara, almost within grasp. At that moment, the onlooker, Dust Wind, finally made his move. He slightly raised his right hand and snapped his fingers with a resounding clap. Boom! In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted. A brilliant silver lightning bolt streaking across the inky night sky, descending with a terrifying majesty. Gazing at the thunderous lightning in the sky, Deidara felt a surge of alarm in his heart. With years of honed crisis awareness, he nimbly evaded the impending danger. Almost simultaneously, a dazzling bolt of lightning struck down, grazing his body as it passed. Having narrowly escaped disaster, he felt a sense of relief. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he would have suffered severe injuries, if not death. Stabilizing his stance, he observed Gaara suspended merely a few dozen meters above the ground. At such a height, he could not approach any closer, for descending too low would render him vulnerable to the jutsu unleashed by the ninja. Xiao, acting swiftly, employed her puppet technique in an attempt to catch the latter. However, the speed of the dust wind was swifter still. With a deliberate motion, he raised his hand, fingers slightly curved, and a whirlwind materialized out of thin air, enveloping Gaara. Under the embrace of the gale, Gaara's body became remarkably light, floating downwards like a leaf. "Gaara!" Temari cried out, and with a vigorous sweep of her arms, she hurled a gigantic fan like a shuriken, perfectly intercepting Gaara as he neared the ground. Witnessing her brother drenched in blood filled her with profound concern, prompting her to ask, "Xiao, how is he?" With a serious expression, Xiao conducted a thorough examination and then exhaled deeply. "Fortunately, though he is gravely injured, there is no immediate threat to his life." Hearing this, Temari felt a wave of relief wash over her. Gaara was not only the Kazekage, but also her family, and she could not bear the thought of anything happening to him. Rising to her feet, she approached the dust wind, bowing deeply in gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance." She understood that had it not been for that bolt of lightning, Gaara might have already been captured. The dust wind smiled lightly. "It was nothing, merely a casual act. After all, we still have business to discuss with the Sand Village. But first, let us deal with that fellow above." As he spoke, he took a slow step forward and softly uttered, "Wind style, gale control." Instantly, a whirlwind erupted, swirling around him. With a single step, he seemingly trod upon the air, his body buoyed by an invisible force, ascending gracefully into the skies. His garments billowed as he maneuvered through the air, exuding an aura of ethereal elegance, akin to a celestial being exiled to the mortal realm. Standing upon the void, he gazed down at the beleaguered Deidara and remarked, "Your techniques are quite intriguing. Come, let us see if you can inflict harm upon me." Observing the nonchalant demeanor on his face, Deidara's expression darkened slightly. He sensed an underestimation of his abilities. Without further ado, he retrieved a handful of white clay, molding it into spheres and casting them forth. The dust wind smiled subtly, summoning lightning in his hand, which transformed into a silver whip that he deftly lashed forward twice. The formidable clay bombs trembled uncontrollably upon contact with the lightning, their chakra dissipating as if they had encountered their nemesis. Devoid of the energy that once sustained it, the bomb was rendered utterly ineffective, transforming once more into a mere pile of dust, scattered by the wind. Upon witnessing this, Deidara felt a flicker of surprise in his heart, swiftly followed by the extraction of a handful of clay, which he shaped into various insects, such as centipedes and grasshoppers, directing them towards his adversary. Dustwind raised his right hand, the fierce brilliance of lightning flickering, softly intoning, "Thunderstorm." With a sudden clench of his fist, a surge of lightning erupted forth, radiating in all directions. Under the onslaught of the lightning, dozens of clay insects were simultaneously shattered, turning to ash. Damn it! Witnessing his technique so effortlessly countered, Deidara's heart seethed with anger. He was acutely aware of the clay bomb's vulnerability. Due to his chakra's earth attribute, it was particularly susceptible to lightning. The fact that his opponent excelled in such power had led to this precarious predicament. Dust Wind maintained his composure, calmly stating, "Unleash whatever means you possess. If you have anything concealed, you may soon find no opportunity to use it." As his words fell, he pointed his sword. Quake, the might of thunder. In an instant, the pitch-black night sky became shrouded in an expanse of ominous clouds, terrifying bolts of electricity dancing within the thunderclouds, growing ever more resplendent. "This is bad." Observing the encroaching thunderclouds, Deidara felt a jolt of alarm. While he could evade a strike or two of lightning, this large-scale technique had effectively sealed off all avenues of escape. In such a scenario, he and the colossal bird beneath him were nothing more than live targets. As Dust Wind's voice resonated, the dreadful thunderbolts struck down from the heavens, as if to rend the night asunder. The cataclysmic thunder crashed down, instantly illuminating the entire darkened expanse. Deidara struggled to evade, yet the bolts of lightning descended from every conceivable angle, leaving no space for retreat. With a shriek, he was abruptly struck, his body suffering grievous injury, his garments torn, skin charred, and several gaping wounds appearing. Witnessing this scene, the spectators below trembled in their hearts. Such formidable power was difficult even for those of the highest echelons to withstand. At that moment, a charred figure burst forth from the seething maelstrom of lightning, a mighty shout proclaiming, "Let me show you my ultimate art." As the words escaped his lips, his form rapidly expanded, resembling a colossal bomb. This is bad. He intends to self-destruct, Xiao exclaimed, her voice filled with alarm, while the other Sand Shinobi were equally taken aback. In contrast, Dustwind merely offered a slight smile. Extending his hand forward and performing a gesture, stability, the barrier of the abyss. Instantly, a massive stone wall, a foot thick and spanning several meters in width, materialized before him, appearing indestructibly robust. Simultaneously, the preceding figure detonated, unleashing a terrifying energy that rivaled that of the earlier explosion, a fierce shockwave rippling for hundreds of meters, engulfing the area in a dense blaze of fire and smoke. The colossal rock wall before Qinfeng was also marred by severe explosions, riddled with deep fissures that fortuitously absorbed the brunt of the attack. However, he did not relent. With a swift motion, he struck the fractured stone surface with his right palm, causing robust roots to burgeon forth from the crevices. In a flash, they surged towards the area thickest with smoke, descending with a fierce swipe. The sound of ruptured air echoed as a figure was violently propelled from the haze. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Daidara, who had just detonated himself. Observing Daidara's disheveled and pitiful state, Qinfeng coldly remarked, "Your shadow clone technique cannot deceive me." Daidara, standing upon a white clay owl, was consumed by rage. He had intended to utilize the explosion of his clone to confound his adversary, allowing his true self to escape unnoticed. To his dismay, Qinfeng had seen through his ruse and forced his true form into the open. Faced with such despair, he found himself bereft of alternatives. Gritting his teeth, he resolved, "If it must be so, then let me become a sacrifice to my art." With that declaration, he retrieved his final piece of clay and placed it against his chest. As he tore apart the sutured black threads, his torso suddenly split open, transforming into a mouth that devoured the clay. A tremor coursed through Daidara's body, and a multitude of black markings erupted across his skin, enveloping him in mere moments. The excruciating agony caused his limbs to quiver, yet a near-manic grin spread across his face. "Ha ha ha! Art is an explosion." With a hearty laugh, he stomped the ground and surged forward towards Qinfeng. Simultaneously, his entire being was enveloped in an eerie black hue, morphing into a sphere brimming with unfathomable energy. By assimilating the clay into his body, he transformed into a formidable super bomb. This was Daidara's ultimate explosive art, Zero. The power contained within was potent enough to instantly reduce the entire Sunagakure to a mere basin. Witnessing this spectacle, Qinfeng's expression grew slightly solemn, yet he exhibited no trace of fear. Just as the sphere was on the verge of detonation, he pointed his fingers like a sword, gesturing through the air as he intoned, "Disorderly gold strike." In an instant, an enigmatic, formless energy rippled outward, seemingly freezing all surrounding space. The trajectories of both tangible and intangible entities appeared to slow down exponentially. After numerous enhancements, the wind-backward Chi-Man had attained a consummate level of mastery. The current incarnation of the disorderly gold strike not only affected the superficial aspects of reality but had transcended into a realm of essential control. When this technique was employed against others, it could render their movements agonizingly sluggish, impacting their very breath, heartbeat, and even thought processes. While devoid of any offensive capability, it undeniably embodied the essence of a divine technique. As the words Wan Jin Tuo fell, the super bomb transformed by Daidara entered a peculiar state of stasis, as if the release of energy had been slowed down countless times. With a flicker in his gaze, Dustwind clenched his right fist, from which a brilliant surge of lightning erupted. With a soft exclamation, his fist struck out fiercely, directly impacting the black sphere. The air shattered with a crack, electricity surged, and the black orb was hurled away, leaving behind a fleeting shadow that flew thousands of meters away. Almost simultaneously, a dazzling white beam shot up from the desolate desert, piercing the heavens. The beam rapidly expanded, morphing into a colossal pentagram of light, subtly revealing Daidara's silhouette. The intense radiance illuminated the entire sky, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Concurrently, a thunderous explosion resonated, as vast amounts of earth and stone crumbled, and clouds of yellow sand swirled into the air, while the very ground trembled beneath them. A terrifying energy storm swept outward, obliterating everything in its path with an awe-inspiring force. The explosive shockwave spread nearly 10,000 meters, utterly dismantling the perimeter of Sunagakure, with several buildings instantly overturned. Witnessing the horrifying aura of destruction, the villagers of Sunagakure were left dumbfounded, as if paralyzed by the spectacle. Many swallowed hard, their hearts racing. The mere residual waves were so fearsome. Had the explosion occurred within the village, not a soul would have survived, leading to the annihilation of Sunagakure, relegating it to history. Realizing this, a wave of trepidation washed over them, and they cast grateful glances towards Dust Wind, who not only protected Sunagakure, but also saved their lives. Observing this scene from midair, Dust Wind couldn't help but marvel, thinking to himself, how powerful. The force is almost akin to a small nuclear bomb. Thankfully, with the divine technique of Ruanjin Tua, today's crisis was manageable. Daidara's self-detonation had indeed terrified the villagers of Sunagakure, but fortunately, Dust Wind's timely intervention prevented significant casualties. Once they regained their composure, under the organization of the elite Jonin Maki, numerous sand ninjas began the recovery efforts. The injured required immediate medical attention, and the damaged barriers and buildings needed prompt repairs. Meanwhile, Dustwind ventured outside Sunagakure, gazing at the massive crater on the ground, astonished. Daidara had left an indelible mark on this land with his life. The circular pit measured hundreds of meters in diameter and plunged to a staggering depth of several dozen meters. The explosion's energy had a reach of nearly 10 kilometers. Without extraordinary means, even a formidable shinobi of the highest caliber would face certain death from such an impact. As he pondered these thoughts, his expression shifted slightly. His peripheral vision caught sight of something intriguing. With a deft application of the arcane arts, a flicker of flame ignited, revealing at the very bottom of the pit a viscous and inky substance gently cascading. Qinfeng's expression shifted as a thought crossed his mind. Could this be? In the next moment, a soft breeze enveloped him, lifting him gracefully into the air and guiding him into the depths of the chasm. Lowering himself for a closer inspection, he detected a pungent odor that prompted a glimmer of realization and a smile to grace his features. Indeed, it was this substance. A wave of elation surged within Qinfeng as he recognized the precious resource before him, petroleum. He was acutely aware of its immense value. On a modest scale, it could be utilized for constructing bridges, paving roads, and refining rubber, while on a grander scale, it could potentially spark an industrial revolution, transforming the entire ninja world in profound ways. Originally, Qinfeng had intended to conduct a thorough exploration, but he was astounded that such a treasure had presented itself so readily stored within the shallow layers of the Earth's surface. Typically, oil fields are located hundreds to thousands of meters underground, yet this resource lay within a mere 100 meters, an extraordinary rarity indeed. In retrospect, he felt a sense of gratitude towards Daidara. Had it not been for the significant disturbance caused by his explosive antics, he might never have uncovered this trove of riches. Truly, a model of self-sacrifice illuminating the path for others. After a brief moment of reflection, Qinfeng redirected his focus to the petroleum before him. With the discovery of the oil field, the subsequent steps would be considerably simpler. A discussion with the Sunagakure elders to secure their consent for extraction would be imperative. Having control over such a resource would significantly bolster his future endeavors in promoting the way. This thought brought a smile to his lips. The following day, the shinobi of Sunagakure continued their diligent work on the village's repairs, while Qinfeng sought out Qiao once more to resume discussions regarding their collaboration. You intend to use that black oil as a commodity for trade? Qiao inquired, her expression one of surprise. Indeed, Qinfeng replied with a smile and a nod. Qiao hesitated briefly before responding. Had this been before yesterday, I would have readily acquiesced. However, given that you saved our village, you have become a benefactor to Sunagakure, and I cannot in good conscience take advantage of your generosity. Raising an eyebrow, Qinfeng asked, "What do you mean by that, esteemed elder?" Qiao candidly replied, "To be frank, we have encountered some of that substance before. While it resembles oil, it is inedible and possesses no value beyond its combustibility. Trading other goods for this black oil would surely result in a significant loss." She sighed, reflecting that had it not been for Qinfeng's recent heroics in rescuing Gaara and the village, she would not have hesitated to seize such a lucrative opportunity. Hearing this, Qinfeng chuckled softly, impressed by her sense of honor, yet aware that her concerns were unfounded. "Rest assured, esteemed elder, I assure you that I have a genuine use for this substance and will not suffer any loss. Moreover, the alliance between the Taoist League and the Sand-Hidden Village should foster mutual assistance without excessive calculations." Upon hearing this, Qiao felt a wave of emotion stir within her. It was evident to her that the other party merely sought an excuse to aid the Sand-Hidden Village. Rising to her feet, she slightly bowed her head and stated, "Very well, I shall express my gratitude on behalf of the village right here." Chifeng smiled and replied, "Senior, you are too kind. What price do you deem appropriate?" "You may decide," Xiao responded with a gentle smile. After a moment's contemplation, Chifeng proposed a price. "How about 30 taels or equivalent goods for a barrel of black oil?" As he spoke, he observed her reaction, knowing that a barrel of oil weighed approximately 50 jin, and 30 taels amounted to just over 20. Averaging it out, that would be less than 5 jiao per jin, a price that could only be described as exceedingly opportunistic. Upon hearing this quote, Chio's expression shifted, and she shyly remarked, "Isn't this a bit high? Perhaps 20 taels would be more appropriate." To her, the black oil was essentially worthless, if possible. She would have gladly traded it for a small river, considering the scarcity of water resources in the desert. When others extend a helping hand, one should not be overly greedy. In response, Chinfeng awkwardly rubbed his nose but did not decline, nodding in agreement. "All right, we'll go with what you suggested, Senior." He then added, "If possible, I would like to obtain exclusive mining rights to all the black oil." Xiao had no objections to this and readily agreed. After all, this substance was of little interest to anyone else. Since he desired it, she would let him have it, which could be seen as a small favor returned. Furthermore, if this business could be sustained long-term, it would provide significant benefits to the sand-hidden village. It is important to note that their region was impoverished, barely earning any substantial income. After essential expenditures, they could scarcely save a few million taels in a year. However, if this transaction succeeded, extracting 1,000 barrels in a day would not be an issue, potentially yielding an additional 7 million taels annually, allowing the village to thrive a little better. Yet, this would leave the Taoist League at a disadvantage, creating an even greater debt of gratitude. Conversely, Chifeng also silently expressed his apologies. Recognizing that conducting trade under such a significant disparity in knowledge and perspective would lead to one inevitable outcome: one party could profit immensely, while the other would undoubtedly incur losses. In the Land of Rain, within a concealed cavern, the Akatsuki organization convened for another collective meeting. However, unlike the relaxed atmosphere of previous gatherings, this meeting carried a weighty seriousness. One of the seats, which was previously occupied, now stood empty. Nagato, seated at the head of the table, spoke with a cold demeanor. "I have just received intelligence that Deidara is deceased." As the words fell, the expressions of the others subtly shifted. This marked the first loss of a formal member within the Akatsuki. Although Deidara held a lower rank within the organization, his strength was considerable, and he possessed the ability to fly. Many could potentially defeat him, but ensuring his complete demise was no easy feat. Who was it that killed him? A somewhat hoarse voice broke the silence. It belonged to a stout, diminutive figure hidden beneath a cloak, his features obscured, adorned with a ring bearing an emblem of an empty character. He was none other than the renowned genius of puppet mastery in the ninja world. One of the artistic duo of the Akatsuki organization, Sasori of the Red Sand. Upon hearing the inquiry, Pain responded, "The Taoist Sect." The mention of this sect stirred a reaction in Xiao Meng, recalling the time he was mercilessly defeated by the old master. This self-proclaimed Taoist sect had thwarted many of their operations. Should we consider taking measures against them? Itachi Uchiha inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Pain replied, "Let us hold off for now. Our foremost task is to gather the tailed beasts. Once we have collected them all and activated that plan, eliminating the Taoist sect will be but a mere flick of the wrist." "What are the subsequent arrangements?" Sasori asked. Pain turned to him, saying, "You will first lie in wait around Sunagakure. Once the Taoist sect members depart, act swiftly to retrieve the Jinchuriki." "Understood," Sasori nodded, refraining from further comment. At this juncture, Pain's gaze shifted to Kakuzu, and he continued, "Next is the Two Tails. To ensure no unforeseen complications arise, you will act alongside Haydn. Finally, it is my turn." "Haha," Kakuzu remarked, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Haydn, standing beside him, exhibited a fierce and frenzied expression. As a devotee of the evil god, he harbored an even greater thirst for bloodshed. Observing their demeanor, Pain slightly nodded, though neither Kakuzu nor Haydn possessed overwhelming strength. They possessed formidable survival skills, making it challenging for even him to eliminate them. Their simultaneous assault on the Two Tails Jinchuriki should prove manageable. While the Akatsuki was strategizing their next move, on the other side, Chinkeis had already forged an agreement with Sunagakure. Due to the considerable distance between the two parties, the extraction tasks were entrusted to the Sunagakure shinobi. They would deliver at least 30,000 barrels of oil to the Tao Alliance each month, which would be compensated with monetary payment or equivalent resources, settled monthly. This significant transaction brought joy to the people of Sunagakure. As it meant a substantial annual increase in their village's income, Chenkase was equally delighted. For acquiring precious oil at such a low price was a remarkable gain from any perspective. However, given the current technological advancement in this world, fully harnessing the value of oil posed certain challenges. To utilize this resource more efficiently, specialized scientific talent was necessary. He already had someone in mind. In terms of scientific acumen, who could rival Orochimaru? Indeed, he planned to bring the notorious Sannin on board. Although not a virtuous individual, Orochimaru remained at the forefront of scientific research. As for whether he would agree to collaborate, was that truly significant? If Orochimaru refused to cooperate, Chenkase would not hesitate to ensure his disappearance from this world. After all, given the deeds committed by that individual, facing death a dozen times would not be unjust. Furthermore, Yakushi Kabuto possesses remarkable qualities. Although he harbors profound ambitions and a certain degree of cunning, he is an unparalleled genius in research, rivaling even Orochimaru. If utilized appropriately, the benefits he brings will undoubtedly far exceed any potential drawbacks. With this in mind, Chun Feng devised a plan to personally visit and retrieve the two individuals once the affairs in Sunagakure were concluded. A few days later, under his guidance, Sunagakure initially grasped the technology for oil extraction, yielding several hundred barrels on the first day. With time and practice, the extraction volume could potentially double or even triple. Moreover, the oil field's reserves seemed to be larger than anticipated, amounting to several million tons at the very least. At the current extraction rate, it would suffice to sustain operations for decades. With such resources at hand, the development of the Path of the Way would surely flourish. Several days later, with all matters addressed, Chun Feng instructed Jur and the others from Kirigakure to return to the Land of Water, while he embarked once more with Wang Shower and by towards the Land of Sound, where Orochimaru resided. Thanks to their flying beast, their journey was swift, allowing them to traverse the Land of Fire and arrive within the vicinity of Odogakure in just a day. Given their formidable strength, the mediocre ninjas in the village posed no challenge. They were swiftly subdued before even being able to send word of their arrival, and they managed to extract Orochimaru's approximate location. The trio approached their target with an air of nonchalance. Meanwhile, not far away, within a secluded cave known to few, lay Orochimaru's secret base. The tidy yet dim and damp abode housed a pale-faced Orochimaru, who lay in bed, coughing intermittently. As he opened his cold, slit-like eyes to survey his slightly trembling hands, a grave expression settled upon his face. 3 years prior, seizing the opportunity of the Nin exams, he invaded Konoha. Although he ultimately succeeded in slaying Hiruzen Sarutobi, he paid a heavy price, suffering a devastating blow to his soul at the hands of the Shinigami. Although he later occupied another's body through the rebirth technique and alleviated some symptoms by consuming residual souls, the fundamental issue remained unresolved. After all, the souls of others were not his own. Even through forceful integration, rejection would occur, and the bodies he occupied would rapidly deteriorate, necessitating replacement every 2 to 3 years. His intense desire for Sasuke's body stemmed not only from the Sharingan and his exceptional talents, but also from his discovery of a faint yet undeniably real and wondrous energy latent within the Uchiha clan's bloodline. Through relentless research, Orochimaru identified a mysterious power residing within the Uchiha lineage, albeit significantly diluted through generations. However, within Sasuke's body, this power was markedly more pronounced, presenting him with a glimmer of hope for transcendence and transformation. If one could possess it, not only would the inflicted wounds be mended, but one's own strength could also experience a remarkable enhancement. After years of diligent cultivation, Sasuke's prowess has surged to unprecedented heights, perfectly aligning with the standards of the ideal vessel he envisions. Once the final preparations are concluded, the ritual may commence, allowing him to seize control of another's body. Contemplating this, a subtle smile graced his lips. At that moment, however, he was startled by a sudden commotion. The sturdy door was shattered with a resounding crash, and a young figure strode into the room. His expression was icy, wielding a sharp katana, appearing to be no older than 15 or 16. Yet his eyes were filled with an air of detachment. Upon seeing the intruder, Orochimaru flicked out his tongue like a serpent, chuckling softly. "Ah, Sasuke-kun, you've come to visit me. Alas, you can no longer teach me anything further." Sasuke replied coldly, and immediately, a surge of intense lightning erupted from his hand, coalescing into vibrant arcs of electricity that enveloped his weapon. "Heh, are you intent on killing me? Unfortunately, you are not yet capable." Orochimaru sneered before making the first move. He suddenly opened his mouth wide, unleashing a peculiar white substance that soared forth. In an instant, it swelled into a colossal serpentine creature, several meters long and as thick as a barrel. This was his evolved form, the white phosphorus snake, born from countless transformations. Sasuke gazed up, his heart quickening as he beheld the creature, a being with a human head and a serpent's body, its scales resembling fierce white serpents, sending shivers down his spine. Transformed into this serpentine embodiment, Orochimaru regarded Sasuke with a gaze filled with avarice and fervor, as if admiring a work of art. Flicking his elongated tongue, he rasped, "Truly magnificent." As he spoke, hundreds of thick white snakes surged from his body, cascading towards Sasuke, engulfing him entirely. In the face of the writhing mass of serpents, Sasuke merely scoffed, his katana slicing through the air in swift motions. With each crackling flash of violent electricity, the surrounding serpents were severed in twain. Casting a glance at Orochimaru, he declared, "If this is all you possess, then today shall be your end." Upon hearing this, a flicker of gravity crossed Orochimaru's eyes. Sasuke's rate of growth exceeded his expectations, rendering him increasingly difficult to manage. Most critically, Orochimaru's current state was far from ideal, as his soul had been wounded, limiting his ability to wield many powerful jutsu. Hence, he had resorted to revealing his true form and engaging in battle. Yet, at this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. One of them was destined to fall today, whether it be him consuming Sasuke or Sasuke vanquishing him. With this thought, his body expanded once more, shedding all reservations. Sasuke's expression turned grave, his grip tightening around the long blade. He was resolute. This battle he could not afford to lose. Immediately thereafter, a soft exclamation was heard, and the power of the cursed seal was thoroughly unleashed. As black incantations spread like tendrils, an aura reminiscent of a demon permeated the air. Simultaneously, his skin darkened, and a pair of eerie, hand-like bone wings unfurled from his back. The chakra within him surged, becoming increasingly potent and ferocious. In an instant, two formidable forces collided, standing in stark opposition, preparing for an imminent clash. At that moment, a chilling wave of terror swept in without warning. Under the impact of the icy energy, the entire room was swiftly enveloped in a thick layer of crystalline frost, resembling a frozen sculpture. Concurrently, a figure was sent flying from the doorway, crashing heavily against the wall. It was Yakushi Kabuto. Blood spilled from his mouth. His body was cloaked in frost, and he found himself immobilized, as if even his chakra had been frozen. Witnessing this scene, Orochimaru felt a jolt of surprise. He was acutely aware of his opponent's strength, knowing that even among elite jonin, Kabuto was exceptional. The only one capable of inflicting such injury upon him must surely be a shadow-level powerhouse. As the penetrating chill enveloped him, Sasuke's expression shifted slightly. He raised his gaze to see a striking figure entering, the one and only Haku. The horrifying, biting cold spread, yet Haku's handsome visage remained adorned with a gentle smile, akin to that of a neighborly sister. Casting his gaze upon the injured Yakushi Kabuto, he chuckled lightly, "I sincerely apologize. This is my first time wielding this power, and I am still unaccustomed to it." Sasuke's heart stirred as he recognized an air of familiarity about the person before him. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he spoke. "You are the one beside Zabuza, aren't you? You remember me?" Haku assessed Sasuke's appearance following the activation of the curse seal. Yet he failed to recognize him as the same Sasuke he had encountered years ago in the Land of Waves. Noticing the confusion in Sasuke's eyes, a tremor ran through Sasuke's heart. He seemed to have transformed into someone entirely different from his former self. At that juncture, Orochimaru, with a hint of caution, inquired, "Who are you, and why have you come here?" "You are Orochimaru?" Haku frowned upon seeing the grotesque figure before him. He had not anticipated that the scientific madman mentioned by Chinfeng would appear in such a form. "Do you require something from me?" Orochimaru asked. Just as Haku was about to respond, a voice resonated from behind him. "It is not him you seek, but rather me." At that moment, Chinfeng approached. Casting a glance at Orochimaru's current appearance, he could not help but curl his lips in disgust, feeling a wave of revulsion wash over him. "You look utterly repulsive. Transform back immediately." "Ha ha ha, your opinion holds no weight. I rather enjoy this state," Orochimaru retorted with a cold smirk, recalling their previous encounter during the Chunin exams in Konoha. Chun Feng's expression darkened. The monstrous appearance before him left him with little desire for further conversation. He raised his hand and, with a swift clench, summoned dozens of massive roots and vines that erupted from the ground, swiftly ensnaring Haku, pinning him firmly to the earth. Before it could break free, a dazzling bolt of lightning erupted from Chun Feng's hand, instantly causing the massive form of the white phosphorus serpent to explode. With the astonishing thunderclap, the serpent's body shattered into charred fragments, rising in wisps of gray smoke, as if it had been scorched. Chun Feng cast a glance and coolly remarked, "Stop pretending to be dead. If you wish to avoid a beating, retreat back into your body." As his words fell, the remnants of the white phosphorus serpent stirred slightly, and soon, several small white snakes swiftly emerged, hastily re-entering the original human form. Subsequently, Orochimaru, lying on the bed, awakened, slowly opening his eyes, yet appearing even more feeble. "What do you truly intend to do?" He sensed that the other did not appear inclined to kill. Finding him must have been for other purposes. In response to this inquiry, Chun Feng did not immediately reply but turned to Sasuke beside him, casting a glance at the distorted visage due to the cursed seal, and frowned slightly, saying, "So you wish to transform into an aberration? This matter no longer concerns you. Go play elsewhere." Upon hearing this, Sasuke clenched his fists. Though he was unfamiliar with the term aberration, he sensed a hint of disdain in the former's gaze. This feeling reminded him of their encounter 3 years prior when the other had effortlessly defeated him, his face reflecting that same scorn. In Sasuke's heart, through years of relentless effort, he had become a formidable warrior, deserving of reverence and admiration wherever he went. Yet, the contempt from the other deeply pierced his fragile heart hidden beneath his indifferent exterior. He then shouted, "I once declared that even without relying on the path, I could become powerful." Upon hearing this, Chun Feng scrutinized him and, extending a finger, chuckled lightly. "You call this chaotic energy strong?" With those words, Sasuke could no longer contain himself. That tone was identical to 3 years ago. Such disdain was undoubtedly an affront to the proud Uchiha. Before seeking vengeance, he must personally erase this humiliation, making the other understand his strength. "Let me show you my current power." As his words echoed, the lightning in his hand grew even more blinding, electric currents dancing upon the sharp blade, and then he leapt high into the air. Simultaneously, gripping the electrified longsword with both hands, he slashed downwards with great force. In the face of this fierce attack, Chun Feng remained calm, not even shifting his stance. Just as the lightning was about to strike, Wang Xiao stepped forward, pointing like a sword and forcefully declared, "Break kill order." In an instant, an indomitable azure beam shot forth. Sensing the sudden eruption of terrifying energy, Sasuke's heart jolted, and he hurriedly changed his attack, attempting to block the strike with his weapon. However, as the two met, a resounding crash echoed, and the katana in his hand was shattered into a multitude of fragments, scattering across the ground. Meanwhile, Sasuke let out a low groan as a deep wound appeared on his arm, and his body was forcefully pushed back several paces. Before he could steady himself, Wang Xiao struck again. With a swift motion of his sword and a soft incantation, he intoned 5 organs of profound darkness, azure dragon and white tiger, in perfect symmetry. Vermilion bird and black tortoise, the guards' forms, swift as the law commands. Soul pursuit order. Upon the completion of his words, a figure of immense majesty, the divine warrior, manifested once more, clad in golden armor and wielding twin whips. A powerful pressure swept through the air, tearing the roof asunder and causing the surrounding walls to collapse with a thunderous roar. Feeling the terrifying sense of oppression rushing towards him, Sasuke was taken aback, gritting his teeth as he looked up at the towering divine specter. "Kill." Accompanied by a sharp command, the divine warrior fiercely swung the steel whips downwards. Sasuke's expression changed, and he hurriedly dodged aside. As the whips struck the ground, a vast explosion of earth and stone erupted, leaving a long gash in the ground. Observing that his opponent had evaded the blow, the warrior swept his arms across, producing a series of explosive sounds in the air. At this sight, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with intrigue. He sensed that within this divine avatar, there was no trace of chakra, indicating that this was a form of powerful technique independent of ninjutsu. For one who was obsessed with research, this new power held a compelling allure. He was curious to discover what made this so-called Taoism so extraordinary. Simultaneously, the battle on the other side intensified. Sasuke, under the relentless pursuit of the divine warrior, found himself retreating steadily, daring not to confront the foe head-on, relying solely on his speed to evade. Chidori flow. As chakra surged within him, a fierce bolt of lightning erupted from his body. This was a derivative ninjutsu he developed based on Chidori, Under the stimulus of lightning, it could not only paralyze enemies but also grant him increased speed and explosive power. Thanks to the enhancement of his body through lightning release, he barely managed to evade the continuous onslaught of the soul pursuit. After another narrow escape, Sasuke's chest heaved, and his brows furrowed tightly. If this continued, his strength would be squandered in vain, and he would soon be at the mercy of his adversary. With that thought, he glanced at the approaching divine warrior, a sudden determination swelling within him, and he activated his ultimate technique, Chidori. A more violent chakra surged on his palm, transforming into a raging black lightning that crackled and danced, resembling the chorus of 1,000 birds. Bolstered by the seal, his power neared that of an elite ninja, and the might of this lightning release technique reached unprecedented heights. With a resounding shout, Sasuke launched himself forward like a streak of black lightning, charging directly at the divine warrior, as if to settle their fates once and for all. Observing the oncoming figure, the warrior's eyes widened, and in a flash, he brought down the twin whips with incredible speed. Sasuke felt a chill run down his spine and accelerated once more, narrowly dodging the strike by relying on the explosive power of the lightning, drawing ever closer to the divine specter. At that moment, another steel whip suddenly descended with ferocious intensity. The first was caught off guard, and in an instant, its body was struck with an unmatched force, suffering a grievous blow. Blood erupted from its mouth as several bones shattered, and its form was violently propelled away. With a resounding crash, it hit the ground, utterly disheveled. This single strike left it gravely injured. Simultaneously, the power of the cursed seal upon it seemed to be suppressed by divine authority, instantly reverting to its original state. Sasuke, bent over on one knee, raised a hand to clutch his chest, spewing forth a torrent of blood that stained his garments. At this juncture, he felt an excruciating pain throughout his entire being, as if his very soul were being torn apart, and his consciousness began to fade into obscurity. Meanwhile, the power of the cursed seal within him was directly shattered. For the divine enforcers, such power belonged to the realm of the arcane, perfectly countered by their might. Moreover, this technique, known as the Soul Pursuit Command, inflicted harm not only upon the physical form but also upon the spirit itself once struck. At this moment, Sasuke was engulfed in an unprecedented fatigue, his gaze losing its focus. Suddenly, he bit down on his tongue, forcing himself to regain lucidity. Casting a glance at Chiffon, he wasted no time and swiftly fled in another direction, clearly intent on escaping the scene. Chiffon chose not to pursue, although he harbored little fondness for this individual. There was no deep-seated enmity that warranted a life taken. A cultivator should not harbor excessive malice, for it only begets harm to oneself as well. At that moment, his gaze shifted to Orochimaru, and he spoke. "There is a matter I wish to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's expression shifted, his voice rasping as he replied, "Please, go on." Shinfeng wasted no time in beating around the bush. "I intend to take you back to the land of water. There are certain matters that require your expertise." Orochimaru's eyes glimmered with curiosity as he inquired, "Is it ninjutsu?" "No, it is a rare resource. Should it be utilized on a large scale, it could potentially alter the entire ninja world," Shinfeng succinctly responded. "I see." Orochimaru mused silently, intrigued by the resource mentioned. Yet he understood that to gain his assistance, a suitable incentive must be presented. He then asked, "What benefits can I expect in return?" Shinfeng replied, "If you agree, upon our return to the land of water, I shall grant you a secret method for nurturing the spirit, which can gradually repair your damaged soul." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's expression shifted. Since being struck down by the Shinigami, his soul had become exceedingly fragile, rendering him incapable of performing ninjutsu. If there truly existed a method to restore his soul, even if only to alleviate his condition, it would be invaluable. He was already somewhat tempted. Yet after a moment of contemplation, he cautiously probed, "And what if I refuse?" Chiffon turned to face him, stating with a calm demeanor, "If you decline, then your life shall meet its end today. To eliminate you could be seen as a service to the people." Observing the former's indifferent gaze, Orochimaru's expression subtly shifted. Although the other party exuded no hint of murderous intent, he was certain that should he dare to refuse, his life would be forfeit here. He then shook his head slightly and remarked, "It appears that I cannot decline this matter. This is indeed a prudent decision." Shinfeng nodded gently and then inquired, "Is there anything else you need to prepare before departing?" Orochimaru responded, "There are some essential devices here that must be taken. Along with those invaluable test subjects, it would be a pity to discard them." "Let us take them all," Shinfeng stated. Orochimaru smiled and turned to Kabuto beside him, saying, "Kabuto, please take care of this." Understood. Kabuto nodded and proceeded to the experimental base, sealing important tools and instruments within scrolls. He then opened the containers one by one, revealing two figures. One was a white-haired youth with sharp teeth, and the other a girl with crimson hair. They were both Orochimaru's prized experiments, Hozuki Suigetsu and Uzumaki Karen. Kabuto glanced at them and adjusted his glasses, saying, "Come with me to meet our new leader." New leader? Hozuki Suigetsu and Karen exchanged puzzled looks, but nonetheless donned their clothing and followed. Shortly after, they stood before Chinfeng and Orochimaru. Hozuki Suigetsu scrutinized Chinfeng, who appeared to be of a similar age, and raised an eyebrow. "Is this our new leader? He doesn't seem all that impressive." At that moment, Haku spoke up. "Are you from the Hozuki clan?" Suigetsu nodded. "Indeed, do you know of me?" "Yes, I am a descendant of the Yuki clan." "I have heard of the Hozuki name," Haku replied with a smile, feeling a sense of kinship with the other. "The Yuki clan, isn't it extinct?" Suigetsu inquired with curiosity. "I am the last remaining member," Haku said, his expression dimming slightly. "Ah, my apologies," Suigetsu said, scratching his head in slight embarrassment. Haku asked, "No worries. Now that I have returned to the village hidden in the mist, the blood mist policy has ended. Would you care to join us in the land of water?" Suigetsu spread his hands. "I think not. I still need to seek out the decapitating sword." He had long desired to revive the name of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and the decapitating sword was his most cherished blade. Upon hearing this, Haku's expression shifted, and he responded, "I know where that sword is." Suigetsu's face brightened with excitement as he pressed. "Where?" Haku replied, "In a location within the land of water. If you are willing to join us, I shall present it to you." After Zabuza's demise, the decapitating sword had been kept in Haku's possession, waiting for a worthy successor. And Hozuki Suigetsu seemed to be an excellent candidate. Hearing this, Suigetsu hesitated momentarily before saying, "I have heard that your Yuki clan possesses an exceptionally rare bloodline limit of ice release. I have always been quite curious about it. Let us engage in a contest. Should you emerge victorious, I shall acknowledge him as my superior. Conversely, if I prevail, you must surrender the decapitating blade to me." Upon hearing this proposition, I did not decline but offered a slight smile, affirming, "Very well, it is a pact." Gue Deng Shui Yu grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, and declared, "Be cautious, for I am about to strike." With that, a powerful surge of chakra erupted forth. Water arm technique. Simultaneously, his arms began to swell as robust muscles rapidly expanded, brimming with formidable strength. This was a unique secret technique of the Gue Deng clan, allowing the user to enhance their arms through water manipulation, significantly amplifying their power for a brief duration. With a sharp cry, he charged forward, swinging his colossal fist with great force toward his opponent. Gue Deng Shui Yu leaped into the air, launching his massive fist with tremendous might. Under the enhancement of his secret art, the force of this punch was extraordinary. Even upper ninjas would need to approach with caution. Observing this scene, Bai remained unperturbed. His aura surged, and in an instant, a thick wall of ice materialized before him. With a resounding crash, the heavy fist struck, creating fissures across the ice wall. Yet it remained unbroken. At that moment, Bai slightly raised his right hand, extending a finger to touch the ice barrier. Instantly, the heavy wall shattered, transforming into sharp icicles that shot forth. Gue Deng Shui Yu hastily retreated, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. Immediately, he lifted both hands, shaping his fingers into a pistol-like form. As chakra coalesced at his index finger, in the blink of an eye, water bullets erupted forth, their formidable penetrating power creating explosive sounds. This was the Gue Deng clan's secret technique, the water iron cannon. Though seemingly unremarkable, its potency was undeniably formidable. In response, Bai did not make any unnecessary movements. Instead, he gently closed his eyes, focusing his energy. When he opened them again, his pupils had transformed into a dazzling silver hue. Simultaneously, a chilling aura erupted, nearly palpable, sweeping in all directions and encasing the area within hundreds of meters in a realm of ice and snow. Except for Chinfeng and Wang Shower, the others were all forced back, while Xiang Lin had already sought refuge in a safe spot, her face awash with astonishment. Chinfeng observed with a slight smile, noting that Bai's ice release, once transformed into the true essence of cold energy, not only eliminated the need for hand seals but also amplified its power significantly. Moreover, as the Jinchuriki of the three tails, he could draw upon an inexhaustible source of strength from the tailed beast, utilizing it as his own. Remarkably, The water attribute energy of the three tails harmonized perfectly with the cold energy, creating a partnership that was almost predestined. The combined might of both elements could yield unexpectedly powerful results, enabling him to hold his ground even against formidable opponents of the shadow level. As the wave of energy swept through, the incoming water projectiles transformed into spherical blocks of ice, suspended before him, unable to advance a single inch. Bai raised his hand and pinched one of the ice orbs between two fingers. With a swift motion, he crushed it effortlessly. Immediately, a powerful chill converged, instantaneously coalescing into hundreds of shimmering ice arrows. With a delicate flick of his fingers, the sharp projectile soared forth. Gui Dangshui, you had no choice but to evade hastily, as the densely packed ice arrows shattered upon impact, instantly freezing the ground beneath them. Witnessing this scene, Shui Yu's expression shifted. Under different circumstances, he could have employed the water transformation technique to escape. In a liquid state, he could evade most physical attacks. However, given that his adversary wielded ice, transforming into water at that moment would likely result in his being encased in ice. Utilizing his agile movements, Gui Dangshui Yu narrowly dodged the barrage of ice. Yet, before he could catch his breath, he realized that Bai, who had remained stationary, had vanished without a trace. Just then, a gentle voice resonated from behind him. What are you searching for? Alarmed, Shui Yu felt a surge of dread and attempted to create distance, but alas, he was a moment too late. Bai's hand lightly rested upon his back, and simultaneously, an overwhelming chill erupted forth. In an instant, Gui Dangshui Yu was propelled like a cannonball, crashing heavily against a sturdy tree trunk 100 meters away. With a resounding thud, dust and debris filled the air. Although the commotion appeared significant, Bai had restrained his strength, refraining from delivering a lethal blow. Gradually, Gui Dangshui Yu rose, clutching his chest. Clearly still possessing some fighting spirit. Bai's gaze flickered momentarily. He raised his hand and pressed forward. In an instant, a terrifying torrent of cold erupted, spiraling violently as it surged ahead, carving a deep trench into the ground. Gleaming silver-white ice crystals spread out, extending over 100 meters, resembling a work of art. Under the onslaught of the frigid stream, Gui Dangshui Yu found himself unable to evade, feeling an overwhelming chill enveloping him, until he was ultimately transformed into an ice sculpture, with only his eyes still able to move slightly. After subduing him, Bai stepped forward, observing Shui Yu encased in ice, and remarked, "If you concede, just blink." Upon hearing this, Shui Yu hurriedly blinked several times. Bai smiled softly, then withdrew the cold energy, allowing the thick layer of ice to melt away. Chu. Emerging from the ice, Gui Dangshui Yu couldn't help but shiver. The chill he had felt during his freezing was profoundly penetrating. This icy coldness affected not only his skin, but seemed to freeze even his chakra and blood within. Even after being released, he trembled uncontrollably. "Do not forget the promise you made," Bai said with a light laugh. Gui Dangshui Yu nodded slightly, and then approached Chen Feng, gently bowing as she said, "From now on, you shall be the leader." Chen Feng smiled and turned to the side to inquire about Xiang Lin. "And what about you? Will you accompany us to the land of water, or will you depart on your own?" Upon hearing this, Xiang Lin hesitated for a moment before replying. "Since I have no particular destination, I will join you." Chen Feng nodded slightly. Both Gui Dangshui Yu and Vortex Xiang Lin possessed unique talents, making their inclusion a valuable asset. He then turned to Orochimaru and said, "If there are no further matters, we should set off immediately." "Not so fast. Before we head to the land of water, I need to retrieve something from another location," Orochimaru replied. "What is it?" Chen Feng casually asked. A smile appeared on Orochimaru's pale face as he responded, "The cells of the first Hokage." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's expression shifted slightly. He felt a surge of curiosity about such a specimen, though his interest did not lie in Senja Hashirama himself or the wood-release techniques. Instead, it was the legendary Otsutsuki clan that piqued his intrigue. This clan seemed to harbor numerous secrets, and even as a traveler from another world, he could only make vague conjectures about them. Clarifying these mysteries would undoubtedly benefit his plans and the future development of the Taoist Sect. As the days turned, time passed swiftly, and the group arrived within the borders of the Land of Fire. Amidst a grove, Chen Feng inquired, "Orochimaru, where is the item?" "Just ahead." "We are almost there," Orochimaru indicated towards a building faintly visible beyond the trees. Meanwhile, I glanced ahead and remarked, "I recall there being a gold exchange here." As the name suggests, a gold exchange is a place for monetary transactions. In a world fraught with peril, conflicts are unavoidable. Besides the fierce confrontations of war, Numerous assassinations also transpire. This has led to the emergence of tasks with substantial bounties. The more formidable the individual, the higher the bounty. Delivering the corpse of someone listed on the wanted list to the gold exchange can yield a considerable sum of money. Thus, many in the ninja world make a living in a manner akin to bounty hunters. Naturally, within the Land of Fire, one of the 5 great nations, such an establishment exists. Zabuza had once spent some time as a bounty hunter, and Bai had accompanied him to this very place. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. Is what you seek hidden here? Orochimaru chuckled. Indeed, the cells of Senju Hashirama are exceedingly precious, and thus must be safeguarded in a secure location. Hearing this, Chen Feng's gaze flickered with intrigue as he asked, You refer to this bustling place as secure? Is this gold exchange one of your enterprises? Orochimaru chuckled lightly. Not quite. I merely hold a stake in it, and have invested considerable effort. After all, while these simple bounties may seem inconsequential, they involve the interests of many. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng felt a flicker of doubt within his heart. He was acutely aware that Orochimaru was not a greedy individual, nor would he expend so much effort over trivial matters. So, what could possibly compel him to involve himself in these affairs? After a moment of contemplation, his expression shifted, and he spoke. You wouldn't be doing this for those corpses, would you? Upon hearing this, Orochimaru displayed a look of surprise, followed by a smile. Indeed. Nothing escapes your perception. Recognizing the admission, Chen Feng slightly nodded. It was evident that Orochimaru's actions were aimed at collecting the bodies of powerful individuals for the purpose of impure reincarnation. Thus, the subsequent events began to make sense. Just as he pondered this, the sounds of a scuffle reached his ears. I remarked, There's a battle nearby. It seems to be at the location of the exchange. Chen Feng's eyes flickered. Let us go and take a look. The others naturally agreed. After all, they intended to venture there anyway, even if it was merely to witness the spectacle. Shortly thereafter, the group emerged from the woods, and upon gazing ahead, they beheld an open area before the exchange where 2 factions were engaged in combat. One side consisted of 2 men clad in black robes, while the other comprised ninjas adorned in green vests, with the symbol of Konoha emblazoned on their forehead protectors. It's these 2, Orochimaru chuckled. Do you know them? Bai inquired. Orochimaru replied. They are members of the Akatsuki, endowed with remarkable abilities and formidable strength. Observing the scene, Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. He too recognized the identities of the 2 factions. The Akatsuki's infamous duo, Haiden and Kakuzu, faced off against the ninjas from Konoha, of whom one appeared somewhat familiar. A closer inspection revealed the presence of Shikamaru, alongside a figure sprawled on the ground, presumably Asuma Saratobi, the son of the 3rd Hokage. However, the situation for the Konoha side was dire, as their soul Nin had suffered severe injuries, blood pooling around him, leaving his fate uncertain. The remaining members were merely Nin, clearly no match for the Akatsuki. Although Haiden and Kakuzu were among the weaker members of the Akatsuki, they were still elite Nin in their own right. In a one-on-one confrontation, even Kakashi would find them challenging opponents, let alone ordinary ninjas. Orochimaru continued. While Haiden and Kakuzu may not quite reach the level of a Kage, their abilities are exceedingly troublesome. It appears that these unfortunate souls from Konoha are in for a rough time. Intrigued, Wang Xiao asked, What special abilities do they possess? Orochimaru gestured. That individual is Haiden, a devotee of the evil god, blessed with immortality and a penchant for bloodshed and slaughter. He has annihilated the entire populace of Yonokuni. The other, known as Kakuzu, possesses 5 hearts. All must be destroyed to defeat him. How can one person have 5 hearts? Asked Kei-Rin, her expression one of disbelief. Orochimaru chuckled. Indeed, humans possess only 1 heart, so he extracts the hearts of others and incorporates them into himself. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiao's expression turned grave. Furrowing his brow, such cruel methods are no different from those of a demon. They must be eradicated. As he spoke, he turned to look at Chen Feng beside him, seemingly seeking his opinion. Chen Feng said nothing, merely nodding slightly. Those 2 fellows deserved their fate, and there was little more to say. With the consent granted, Wang Xiao swiftly darted forward. At this moment, the 2 from Kaku had already incapacitated several of the Leaf Ninjas, and the Soul Jonin, Asuma Saratobi, had also fallen. The disparity in strength between the 2 sides was immense, leading to this anticipated outcome. Haiden, transformed by his immortality and the curse of the death god, emanated a bizarre black and white aura, exuding a chilling and brutal presence. Clutching a peculiar, oversized scythe. A bloodthirsty grin crept across his face as he gazed at the fallen leaf ninjas, proclaiming, "You shall all become offerings to the gods." After a maniacal laugh, his eyes gleamed with a savage ferocity as he raised the scythe, preparing to deliver the final blow to the incapacitated. Just then, a thunderous voice resounded, "Break the kill order." Simultaneously, a blue beam shot forth at an almost imperceptible speed. Instantly, a sense of lethal danger surged within Haydn. Without hesitation, he swung his scythe with all his might to cleave through the impending threat. The two forces collided with a resounding crack. The razor-sharp edge of the scythe was marred with cracks before it shattered. Almost immediately, the blue beam struck his body. Haydn narrowly avoided a fatal blow, but his shoulder was nonetheless pierced. A cry of agony escaped his lips as he felt a soul-deep pain engulf him, as if consumed by unquenchable flames. The impact left a gaping wound, releasing tendrils of azure smoke. At that moment, his immortal body seemed to lose its efficacy. "Damn it, that hurts." Haydn clutched his shoulder, beads of sweat forming on his brow. As a fervent devotee of the mad god, he had never feared pain, often resorting to self-mutilation for his cursed rituals. Yet the torment he experienced now penetrated his very soul, an anguish that could not be erased. Furthermore, due to the power of the dark deity, he had always managed to recover from even the gravest injuries. However, the wound inflicted by that recent attack was irreparable, with a searing force continuously ravaging his body. Had he not reacted swiftly to evade a critical hit, he would have undoubtedly suffered severe harm, perhaps even death. This unprecedented situation filled him with genuine terror. At this moment, Wang Xiao approached, sensing the foul aura emanating from Haydn. With a cold voice, he declared, "Indeed, you are no good. As a disciple of the Tao, I must eradicate evil." Upon hearing this, a savage glint flickered in Haydn's eyes as he bellowed, "Who dares to lay hands on me? The great god of evil shall annihilate you." After his furious roar, he brandished a black spear resembling a baton, charging forward to attack. Wang Xiao snorted disdainfully, then recited a spell. 5 organs of the mysterious underworld, azure dragon and white tiger, opposing forces entwined, vermilion bird and black tortoise, guard my form. Swift as the law commands. Soul pursuit order. In an instant, the celestial warrior reemerged, wielding dual whips that struck without hesitation. A surge of alarm coursed through Fade Wan, prompting him to evade swiftly. With a resounding crash, the ground shattered, a massive crater forming beneath the force of the steel whips. Before the imposing visage of the celestial figure, he trembled involuntarily, an inexplicable terror gripping his heart, as if confronted by his nemesis. The divine aura radiating from this towering figure suppressed the malevolent power within him, rendering him momentarily breathless. The celestial warrior stood as an unyielding enforcer, his gaze locking onto Fade Wan's position, before he swung the steel whip down once more. Aware that his strength was inadequate to withstand such power, Fade Wan could only dodge frantically. Yet, he was still a fraction too slow, unable to evade the impending strike. As the whip descended, he lifted his spear with all his might to defend himself. With a thunderous bang, the spear shattered into 2 splintered pieces, yet it could not thwart the force of the attack. Following a cry of agony, his body was sent flying, leaving a deep gouge in the earth behind him. Coughing, Fade Wan clutched his chest, spitting out blood, feeling as though his very organs had been shattered. The injuries he sustained were akin to those from before, irreparable by the power of the malevolent deity. His complexion darkened as he realized that should he endure a few more strikes of such brutality, it would be the end for him. In a moment of desperation, he shouted to the onlooker, "Kakuzu, what are you doing over there? Hurry and assist me. This is a predicament." Kakuzu, with a hint of disdain, muttered a response but resolved to offer support, having recognized Wang Xiao's formidable strength. Should Fade Wan fall, he knew he would likely be no match for his adversary alone. Just as he prepared to act, a flurry of ice arrows suddenly soared toward him. Kakuzu's expression shifted as he hastily retreated to avoid the onslaught. Lifting his gaze, he beheld the graceful approach of Haku. With a mere step forward, an overwhelming chill enveloped the vicinity, encasing everything within hundreds of meters in ice and snow. The bone-chilling aura startled Kakuzu. Although they had yet to engage, he could ascertain that this figure was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Faced with such a powerful adversary, he dared not underestimate them. He felt his chakra surge within him, his skin darkening into a deep hue, becoming exceptionally resilient. Without hesitation, he charged forward, delivering a powerful strike. In response to this fierce assault, Haku displayed no inclination to retreat. As the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, he was unafraid of a mere clash of brute strength. Pure icy energy coalesced in his palm before he unleashed a formidable strike. When their fists collided, A powerful force erupted, the air crackling with explosive sounds. In that direct confrontation, Kakuzu felt an overwhelming chill invading his body through his arm. Even with the hardening technique enhancing his skin and muscles, he found himself unable to withstand such force. In the blink of an eye, a sensation of sluggishness enveloped the flow of chakra within his body. Soon after, he found himself encased in a thick layer of ice crystals. Subsequently, Bai executed the dark techniques imparted by Dust Wind, delivering a forceful strike to his chest. In an instant, the icy true energy pierced through his physique like a razor-sharp blade, directly embedding itself into his ribcage. As the chill erupted forth, a pulsating heart was utterly crushed. Meanwhile, Kakuzu managed to extricate himself, retreating swiftly, unwilling to engage in direct combat any longer. His gaze was laden with gravity as he remarked, truly formidable. To destroy a heart in a single blow. Now, allow me to showcase my power. With that proclamation, he ripped off his robe and flung it to the ground, exposing his bare upper body. Upon closer inspection, one could see his rugged physique intricately stitched with dense black lines, and several peculiar masks adorned his back, one of which lay shattered, the very mask that had been struck earlier. As he exerted a slight force, the muscles on his back began to writhe, and the masks seemed to gain a life of their own, detaching from him and pulling forth a mass of unknown black substance. Once separated, this dark material contorted and took the form of humanoid silhouettes, now capable of independent movement, with 4 masks affixed to them. They resembled shadows adorned with diverse masks. Experience the taste of death, he proclaimed. This was his unique skill, the earth grievance technique. By seizing the hearts of others and storing them within himself, each heart represented a life. Only by obliterating them all could one ensure his complete demise. Furthermore, when combined with his abilities, these hearts could manifest into formidable masked creatures, boasting tremendous offensive power. With a swift motion of his hand, for unidentified entities advanced nimbly forward. Fire release, head hardening. In an instant, one of the masked creatures opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of searing flames akin to a surging ocean. Another creature, with its mouth agape, rapidly gathered chakra, and an explosive conflagration erupted, engulfing the space ahead. Witnessing this, Bai remained composed, his gaze flickered as the cold true energy coiled around him, transforming into tendrils of frigid air that enveloped his form. The seemingly ferocious waves of fire extinguished upon contact with the cold, dissipating into a nebulous mist. Without a hint of trepidation, Bai surged forward into the flames, his body radiating an extreme chill that tore through the overwhelming tide of fire. In but a breath, he found himself before the fire-imbued masked creature. Gathering the cold energy in his palm, he forged it into an exquisitely sharp ice blade, striking with lightning speed to pierce its head. In that moment, yet another mask shattered. The dark, unknown mass fell lifelessly to the ground, transforming into a puddle of sludge. Upon witnessing the demise of the masked creature, Kakuzu felt a surge of alarm in his heart. He had barely engaged in combat when he had already lost 2 of his hearts, revealing that his adversary's strength surpassed his expectations. Without hesitation, he promptly summoned the remaining 3 masked creatures to initiate an assault from various angles. Lightning release, false darkness. With a sound akin to a bird's call, a brilliant white lightning bolt erupted forth with astounding speed, instantly piercing through the surrounding rocks. Bai narrowly evaded one attack, only to be met with another assault from a different masked creature. Water release, water shield. The water-themed masked creature opened its maw wide, unleashing a barrage of formidable water projectiles that descended like cannonballs. Bai's expression shifted, and with a mere flick of his wrist, a chilling aura erupted from his body, freezing the water projectiles into solid ice spheres in the blink of an eye. He then casually flicked them aside. At that moment, the final masked creature launched its attack. Wind release, pressure damage. A violent storm erupted, and under the concentration of chakra, even massive boulders would be obliterated by this strike. Upon witnessing this, Bai immediately raised his hand and struck downwards, unleashing a torrent of icy energy that clashed directly with the oncoming tempest. The fierce airflow surged violently, causing the solid ground to shatter instantaneously. Noticing the 2 forces locked in a stalemate, Bai's expression shifted as he summoned a swirling mass of frigid air, coalescing it into a spear of ice that shot forth like a bolt of lightning. The piercingly sharp spear, imbued with an agonizing chill, broke through the storm's onslaught and directly struck the airborne masked creature. Another mask was pierced, and yet another black monstrosity was vanquished. As the storm subsided, Bai's eyes gleamed as he focused on the remaining cautious masked creature, an aura of cold emanating from him. This is bad. Kakuzu gasped in disbelief. He had never anticipated that his opponent would destroy 4 of his hearts in quick succession. If the last one were to meet the same fate, he would be utterly finished. Without delay, he summoned the lone remaining masked creature back to him. Merging once more with it, the mask firmly affixed to his chest. With only 1 life remaining, he had to safeguard it. Meanwhile, Bai advanced once more, his fist entwined with chilling energy and dark force, capable of penetrating external defenses. Though devoid of any fiery display, each strike inflicted substantial damage. Kakuzu found himself repeatedly pushed back, his internal organs sustaining significant damage, continuously enduring such assaults. Even if he managed to protect his last heart, death would be imminent. With this thought, he clenched his teeth and retreated 10 meters, creating distance between them. He then concentrated all his chakra, channeling it into the mask at his chest, as blinding lightning began to gather, clearly signifying the impending release of a powerful ninjutsu. Observing this scene, Bai's expression grew more serious. He raised both hands, circulating his energy throughout his body, his eyes transforming into a silver hue. A chilling aura, magnitude stronger than before, began to coalesce in a peculiar manner, spiraling and intertwining. After 2 breaths, it morphed into a sharp, spiral form, resembling a conical shape. This technique was perfected under the guidance of dust wind, drawing inspiration from the principles of the spiraling sphere. However, it underwent a transformation, enhancing its penetrating power and explosive force. Additionally, infused with an abundance of frigid energy, it possessed formidable freezing capabilities. In terms of might, it rivaled Naruto's Raisin Shuriken. At that moment, Kakuzu was also poised to unleash his ultimate move, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, surged forth, seemingly intent on obliterating all obstacles in its path. With a dismissive huff, Bai extended his palm into the void, summoning the ice spiral, which began to spin at an astonishing speed, adopting a strangling posture to collide violently with the lightning. As brilliant flashes illuminated the surroundings, the 2 forces momentarily stalemated before the terrifying chill erupted, shattering the white lightning. Following this, the ice spiral, akin to an indomitable spear, pierced through layers of electrical barriers, shattering the final mask and directly impaling Kakuzu's chest. Under the impact of the icy blast, the ground was rent apart, creating a chasm over 100 meters long. Blanketed by a thick layer of ice, its ferocity awe-inspiring. Kakuzu's internal organs were utterly obliterated. He fell to the ground, unable to emit a sound. And in the blink of an eye, his life had extinguished. Observing his opponent's demise, Bai retracted his power and turned to survey the scene, noting that Wang Xiao and Haiden's battle was nearing its conclusion. In contrast to Bai's relatively intense skirmish, the other side was a complete rout. Haiden found himself hopelessly restrained by the divine warrior, with no capacity for resistance. His immortality had lost its effect, and he could not utilize his curse techniques. He could only desperately flee to evade the onslaught. Yet, he ultimately could not escape justice. The divine warrior struck him with a whip, sending him crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater, his bones shattered and rendering him immobile. Another heavy blow followed, ensuring his complete demise. After Haiden's death, tendrils of dark, malevolent energy began to dissipate, seemingly in search of a new host. Wang Xiao furrowed his brow, then invoked the Wind-Fire Order, incinerating the corpse entirely. Accompanied by a faint wailing sound, the malevolent energy was likewise refined. A gentle breeze swept through, transforming it into a plume of ash that scattered across the heavens and the earth. With the 2 adversaries dealt with, several leaf ninjas approached to express their gratitude. After a brief exchange, they departed with Asuma's body. At that moment, Dustwind and his companions approached. Orochimaru gazed at the now-vanished Haiden, shaking his head slightly, lamenting. What a fine material, such a pity. After Orochimaru obtained the cells of Hashirama Senju, the group departed the Land of Fire and returned to the hidden Mist Village. Upon witnessing the changes in Mist, Orochimaru and his companions were taken aback. It was vastly different from the blood-soaked village they had imagined, with living conditions for both the affluent and the impoverished remarkably superior. The streets were lined with various enterprises, and they encountered many novel items they had never seen before, stirring their curiosity. In the span of a fortnight, under the auspices of the Taoist Sect, a grand laboratory has been constructed, destined to serve as the research base for Orochimaru's team. Additionally, the secret techniques pertaining to the soul of the deceased that Shinfeng had previously promised were delivered. For it is evident that to elicit diligent efforts from individuals, a sound body is imperative. Orochimaru also expressed great interest in the small vial of oil samples brought from Sunagakure. This was a substance that had previously escaped his attention, prompting him to embark on a study of it. Although Qinfeng lacked expertise in this area, as a time traveler, he utilized his limited knowledge to draft an outline that broadly elucidated the composition and applications of oil, thus providing a semblance of direction. True to his reputation as a scientist overshadowed by ninjutsu, Orochimaru, within merely a fortnight, had meticulously analyzed its components and devised a plan for subsequent energy extraction. Regrettably, the quantity of oil was insufficient for more profound experimentation. Just then, news arrived that Sunagakure had dispatched a substantial shipment of oil, amounting to tens of thousands of barrels. This was undoubtedly auspicious, for with ample experimental materials at their disposal, the scientific prowess of Orochimaru and Kabuto would surely soon enable the practical utilization of this precious resource. However, alongside the oil, another piece of news accompanied its arrival. A fortnight prior, the Akatsuki Sasori had infiltrated Sunagakure, wreaking considerable havoc and abducting the still-recovering 5th Kazekage, Gaara. Subsequently, Chiyo led dozens of elite ninjas from the village in pursuit. After enduring significant losses, they ultimately vanquished Sasori and rescued Gaara. Yet, due to the forcible extraction of the one tail from within him, he was left on the brink of death. In a critical moment, Chiyo employed a forbidden technique, her own life as the price, to revive Gaara, thus preserving the Kazekage's life. Although Gaara survived, Sunagakure suffered devastating blows. Not only was the one tail lost, but they also mourned the loss of their sole Kage-level powerhouse. Furthermore, several elite jonin, including Maki, along with a dozen regular jonin, perished at Sasori's hands, marking a grievous loss. While Gaara was fortunate to have survived, the consecutive injuries left him in a state of unconsciousness, leading to unrest in Sunagakure. As fate would have it, just when their situation could not worsen, news reached the neighboring Iwagakure. Aware of Sunagakure's weakened state, they amassed an army of over 10,000 ninjas, led by the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, Mu, swiftly encroaching upon the heart of the Land of Wind. Within mere days, they occupied considerable territory. Faced with this predicament, Sunagakure was compelled to dispatch ninjas to the front lines for battle. However, being the weakest of the 5 great shinobi villages, Sunagakure, already reeling from successive blows, could muster only over 8,000 ninjas, having nearly exhausted its resources. The numerical disadvantage was secondary. The most critical issue was the absence of formidable warriors to lead the charge. Their once reliable Chiyo had sacrificed her life to save Gaara. In this dire situation, it was only natural for them to suffer continual setbacks, resulting in considerable casualties after several battles. In desperation, they decided to send someone to Mist Hidden for assistance, hoping that the Tao Alliance could intervene to help them withstand the onslaught of the rock ninjas. In return, Sand Hidden was willing to generously offer the oil field as a gift. Upon hearing this news, Dust Wind was momentarily taken aback, surprised that the old man Inoki was adept at taking advantage of others' misfortunes. Nevertheless, this might not be a negative development for the Taoist Sect. Observing the anxious expression of the Sand Hidden envoy before him, he pondered for a moment and then spoke. As partners, it is only natural that we should offer assistance in times of need. As for the reward, it is of no concern. Our Taoist Sect is not in want of such trivial wealth. Hearing these words, the Sand Hidden envoy could not help but reveal a look of delight and promptly bowed, exclaiming, "Thank you for your generous support, sir." Seeing this, Dustwind smiled slightly, but then a hint of hesitation crossed his face as he added, "However, this conflict is fundamentally between Sand Hidden and Rock Hidden, and it would be inappropriate for the Taoist Sect to intervene." Upon hearing this, the envoy's expression shifted. Realizing that there must be other conditions at play, he inquired, "May I ask what you have in mind, sir?" Dustwind replied with a smile, "To act without a mandate would be rather unseemly. If Sand Hidden were to join the Tao Alliance first, then our intervention would be entirely justified." At this, the Sand Hidden envoy was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a proposal. If they agreed, would it not imply that they were henceforth subordinate to the Tao Alliance? This, he thought, could be problematic, as each of the 5 great ninja villages had their own customs. Dustwind remarked, "It is merely a title. Even if you join the Tao Alliance, I will not interfere in Sand Hidden's internal affairs." However, before the envoy could respond, Dustwind's expression turned serious as he stated, "If you cannot acquiesce to this modest request, then I am afraid I will be powerless to assist you." With that, he turned his back, clearly indicating the dismissal. The Sand Hidden envoy clenched his fists, hesitating before finally saying, I cannot make this decision alone. I must consult with the village. Dustwind nodded, of course, but it would be best to act swiftly. Given the current circumstances, it seems Sand-Hidden may not be able to hold out much longer. The envoy, with a grave expression, acknowledged this and then departed. 3 days later, the Sand-Hidden envoy returned, looking at Dustwind with utmost seriousness, stating, "We accept your terms, sir. As long as we can help the village through this crisis, Sand-Hidden is willing to become a part of the Tao Alliance." Upon hearing this, Dustwind smiled and nodded, "Excellent. Since Sand-Hidden has shown such sincerity, the Taoist Sect will certainly provide robust support." The envoy, upon hearing this, let out a sigh of relief and bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you very much, sir." Dustwind smiled lightly, with Sand-Hidden's inclusion. The strength of the Tao Alliance had grown once more. His next step would be to head to the battlefield and announce the existence of the Taoist Sect to the world. The reason Dustwind chose to involve himself in the conflict between the two villages was not only to bring Sand-Hidden into the Tao Alliance, but, more importantly, it presented a splendid opportunity. Although the strength of the Path Sect has been continually growing, its renown remains shrouded in obscurity. Hence, he aims to leverage this war to make the shinobi world truly aware of the Path's existence. To achieve such an effect, it is not merely sufficient to assist Sunagakure in overcoming its difficulties. Rather, one must employ thunderous means to utterly vanquish the Iwagakure forces. Having resolved to take action, one cannot afford to be petty. While the shinobi war may appear to be a conflict between nations, the true determinant of victory lies with the top-tier warriors. Just as in the Third Great Ninja War, the Third Raikage of Kumogakure single-handedly faced an army of 10,000 shinobi from the land of Earth. And despite Iwagakure's relentless siege for 3 days and nights, he was not defeated, but instead claimed many lives before ultimately succumbing to exhaustion when his chakra was depleted. It is no exaggeration to state that a shadow-level powerhouse can influence the outcome of a war with their mere presence. This time, besides Wang Xiao and by accompanying him to battle, he also intends to bring along a formidable beast. Outside of Kirigakure, on an expansive stretch of grassland, Chuncher, Phone, and another approached slowly. The situation in Sunagakure was dire, and they needed to hasten their arrival. A Kirigakure shinobi summoned a flying beast and spoke, "This is the swiftest mount in the village. Please, ride it." Chuncher smiled gently and replied, "No need." As he spoke, he gracefully waved his hand, and a brilliant purple light suddenly materialized, rapidly expanding, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure and an intense heat. A massive figure slowly descended. The terrifying giant lion, enveloped in scorching purple flames, possessed enormous, cold blood-red eyes that shimmered with strange purple light. It was none other than the amethyst-winged Lion King. Since the arrival of the Heavenly Master, Chuncher had not summoned the Lion King, but now was the time for its return. Sensing the formidable pressure, both Wang Xiao and Bai were taken aback, feeling a profound sense of oppression emanating from the Lion King. The summoned beast nearby was nearly suffocated, cowering on the ground in trembling fear. Once the Lion King appeared and surveyed Chuncher, it spoke in an authoritative tone, "Your strength has improved significantly." "What is it that summons me this time?" Chuncher chuckled, "I require your assistance on the battlefield in the west. I appreciate your help, Lion King." Upon hearing this, the amethyst-winged Lion King did not elaborate further, slightly lowering its body to allow the three to mount. Then, with a powerful flap of its wings, the immense figure soared into the sky, transforming into a dazzling beam of purple light as it sped westward, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. The Kirigakure shinobi remained standing in place, dazed, unable to regain composure for quite some time. Within the borders of the Land of Wind, a fierce battle had reached a critical juncture. Thousands of Sunagakure shinobi were engaged in a life-and-death struggle against over 10,000 of Iwagakure's forces. Despite the relentless efforts of the Sunagakure ninjas, the disparity between the two sides was insurmountable, rendering them unable to withstand the ferocious assault. As they retreated step by step, it became apparent that the stronghold was on the verge of falling. Should this war end in failure, Iwagakure would breach the earthen defenses and launch a direct attack on Sunagakure. It can be said that we have reached a critical juncture of life and death. The aged HZ, with a countenance filled with anxiety and concern, inquired, "Has the support from the Alliance not yet arrived?" A solemn ninja beside him replied, "It should be on its way, but the distance between our nations is vast. It may take some time. However, we are on the verge of collapse here." HZ sighed deeply, a shadow of sorrow passing over his wrinkled face. On another high ridge, a diminutive elder, slightly hunched, was intently observing the battle below. Witnessing the imminent collapse of the Sunagakure front, a flicker of joy danced in his eyes. He was Noki, the third Suchikage of Awagakure, renowned for his formidable bloodline limit. Dust release. A figure of great esteem and notoriety within the ninja world, he commanded respect. At that moment, a tall bodyguard behind him spoke. Sunagakure is destined to fall. This battle will be a resounding victory for us. Once we conquer the land of wind, Iwagakure will ascend to become the mightiest ninja village of this era. A smile graced Naka's face, but just as he was about to respond, his expression shifted abruptly, as if sensing something amiss. He quickly looked up to behold a violet flame streaking across the distant sky, hurtling toward the battlefield with astonishing speed. Even from 1,000 meters away, the unparalleled heat could be distinctly felt. As he gazed upon the terrifying violet fire, a wave of intense unease surged within him. Raising his eyes, he focused solely on the encroaching threat. In an instant, the distance between them had diminished to mere hundreds of meters. At that moment, he finally discerned the true nature of the adversary. It was a colossal lion-like beast, wreathed in terrifying purple flames, with several figures seemingly perched upon its back. In the blink of an eye, the amethyst-winged Lion King descended from the heavens, accompanied by a roar that echoed through the air. Its massive form plunging down upon the battlefield with an overwhelming presence, akin to a meteorite. With a resounding crash, many unfortunate Awagakure ninjas, caught unawares, lost their lives in an instant. The amethyst-winged Lion King flapped its wings, unleashing torrents of purple flames that surged forth like a tidal wave, incinerating hundreds of surrounding ninjas into ashes. Faced with the sudden arrival of the Lion King, the ninjas were taken aback, hastily fleeing in all directions. Yet, the disparity in strength was too great. As the beast opened its maw, a fiery tempest erupted, claiming the lives of numerous ninjas amidst their cries of despair. The Sunagakure ninjas, witnessing this scene, were momentarily stunned, but soon regained their composure, realizing that reinforcements had arrived, their hearts swelling with joy. With renewed vigor, they rallied behind the formidable Lion King and launched a counteroffensive. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted, under the leadership of the amethyst-winged Lion King. The Sunagakure ninjas turned the tables, relentlessly pushing back the Iwagakure ninjas who had once held the upper hand. Alarmed at the sight of his forces retreating, Noki could no longer remain passive. With a sudden step forward, his body unexpectedly floated into the air, swiftly soaring towards the battlefield. Sensing the terrifying aura of the amethyst-winged Lion King, he unhesitatingly unleashed his unique secret technique, the Dust Escape Original Realm Separation Technique. Dust Escape transcends the limits of bloodline abilities, representing a remarkable evolution of bloodline elimination, formed through the fusion of wind, earth, and fire elements. It possesses the capacity to decompose the vast majority of substances into atomic states, wielding immense power. Even though Yuki, now aged and unable to stand upright, remained one of the formidable figures in the ninja world, it was precisely due to this exceptional skill. He clasped his palms together, a robust chakra rapidly gathering in his palms. As he slowly spread his hands apart, the three types of chakra intertwined and fused, resulting in a novel transformation. Soon after, a transparent cubic barrier coalesced, emanating an extraordinary aura. Then, Yuki forcefully pushed his palms forward, and the cube instantaneously extended outward, transforming into a white beam of light that shot forth. Its target was none other than the rampaging amethyst-winged Lion King on the battlefield. The speed of Dust Escape was astonishing, seemingly on the verge of striking its opponent. Just as the light beam was about to descend, a colossal yin-yang taiji diagram suddenly materialized, with the two forces colliding against one another, seemingly failing to stir any ripples. The taiji diagram quivered slightly, and a mystical essence rippled outward, causing the yin-yang fish to begin rotating in reverse. Simultaneously, the power of Dust Escape gradually dissipated, transforming back into the elements of wind, earth, and fire, returning to nature. Witnessing this scene, Yuki was taken aback. It was the first time he had encountered such a phenomenon. In the past, anything that came into contact with his attack would instantly be obliterated and rendered formless. Yet this time, it was reversed. The Dust Escape had been decomposed in reverse. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he heard Wang Shower call out, "Soul Pursuit Command." In an instant, a towering celestial warrior's phantom materialized. As it moved, it charged directly into the sky, wielding twin whips that came crashing down upon Yuki. This was the first time Yuki had witnessed such a maneuver, and in a panic, he quickly activated his flight ability to evade. However, the Soul Pursuit Command was relentless, its speed surpassing his own, rendering him unable to shake it off. With a cold snort, he once again employed Dust Escape, unleashing a conical beam of light that pierced through the celestial phantom. What he did not anticipate was that this powerful attack merely caused the phantom to pause momentarily, with a surge of clear energy. The original wound swiftly healed as if it had never existed. Immediately after, the steel whip in its hand struck down once more. Yuki felt a tightening in his chest. Launching several Dust Escape techniques aimed at various directions to assault his opponent, yet to no avail. Even if he shattered its head, it would still revert to its original form in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Dust Wind chuckled. The celestial warrior was composed of magical and divine energy, naturally unaffected by Dust Escape unless Yuki could completely extinguish the energy within. However, Wang Shower, relying solely on his soul pursuit technique, found it no easy feat to secure victory, considering that Inoki remained formidable. To vanquish him, one must employ their most formidable skills. Meanwhile, the battle on the other side, involving Bai, was equally intense. His opponent this time was the host of the Five Tails, Han. Originally, a Wagakure had two hosts, but the previous vessel of the Four Tails, Sun Wukong, departed the village due to a disagreement with Inoki. Currently, Han stood as the sole shadow-level powerhouse in the village, aside from the Tsuchikage. His ability to manipulate steam, complemented by a unique steam armor, augmented both his strength and speed through its powerful propulsion. Surrounded by a tempest of steam, he launched himself forward like a cannonball, unleashing a merciless punch. Bai, undeterred, faced his opponent with equal resolve, bolstered by a superior affinity with the Three Tails. His eyes transformed into a shimmering silver, and as his vital energy surged, he manifested an armor of ice around him. With a powerful punch, he clashed directly with Han's assault, the coldness and steam intertwining, resulting in a shockwave that pushed both combatants back several steps. Regaining his footing, Han unleashed a series of ferocious attacks, each strike capable of shattering stone. Bai, in response, employed the Tai Chi techniques he had learned from Dust Wind. Although he had yet to master this martial art, the infusion of icy power allowed him to hold his ground. Their figures weaved together in a flurry of strikes, each collision resonating with thunderous sounds. As waves of energy surged forth, prompting both Iwagakure and Sunagakure ninjas to keep their distance, wary of the fallout. After another exchange, Han landed a powerful blow on Bai, while Bai's palm struck Han's chest simultaneously. The force of their attacks erupted, and with a sharp crack, Bai's icy armor fractured, sending him stumbling back several meters. Yet, Han's expression shifted as he felt the chilling energy, laced with hidden power, seep into his organs, impeding the flow of his chakra. Although the clash appeared evenly matched, Han's prowess in taijutsu seemed to surpass Bai's, bolstered by the overwhelming pressure of steam that enhanced his speed ferociously. A typical ninja would likely be incapacitated by such an assault, reminiscent of Might Guy's aggressive style. However, the true potency of Bai's icy energy lay in its penetrating erosion, combined with the armor-piercing dark force, causing internal injuries upon impact. In essence, while Bai's ice armor could withstand Han's blows, Han's steam armor was powerless against the infiltration of the cold. In this interplay of strengths and weaknesses, the outcome became undeniably clear. Yet, this seemingly fierce battle was merely a preliminary test for both warriors. The true moment of reckoning was yet to come. A surge of potent-tailed beast chakra erupted, enveloping Han in a crimson cloak of beastly energy. As the transformation into a half-tailed beast deepened, the individual seemed to metamorphose into a feral entity, emanating an aura of unbridled ferocity. Witnessing this spectacle, even the ninjas of Iwagakure retreated to a safe distance. Fully aware of the formidable strength possessed by tailed beasts, even in an incomplete form, they remained a terrifying force. Bai's expression shifted, and he too summoned the power of the tailed beast, albeit without the manifestation of the beast's exterior upon his form. His icy armor transformed into a silvery gray, and the chilling aura within him intensified severfold. For him, the power of the tailed beast merely served as an augmentation of his own abilities. The immense chakra of the three-tailed beast surged forth, and in the blink of an eye, it was entirely transmuted into pure chi. With a slight raise of his hand, a towering ice storm, several dozen meters high, erupted forth. The frigid air coalesced in an instant, transforming into a terrifying blizzard that swept toward the advancing Jinchuriki of the five-tailed beast. In that moment, the half-tailed beast transformation was encased by the chilling air, resembling a frozen sculpture of ice. Yet, almost immediately, a surge of even more potent chakra erupted, shattering the surrounding frost, revealing five tails that manifested behind him. Subsequently, he opened his mouth, and the yin-yang chakra swiftly intertwined, coalescing into a purplish-red-tailed beast ball within a mere breath. Observing this, Bai's demeanor grew more grave as the chakra of the three-tailed beast within him was instantly awakened, causing an influx of tailed beast chakra to surge through his being. Concurrently, the phantom of a colossal tortoise emerged, enveloping his form. As the icy chi consolidated, the three-tailed silhouette slowly parted its jaws, fusing the yin-yang chakra, clearly preparing to unleash a formidable attack. At that moment, torrents of overwhelming cold surged forth, intertwining with the power of yin and yang. As three energies formed a remarkable equilibrium, quickly coalescing into a singular entity. Soon after, a crystalline-tailed beast ball manifested. A flawless fusion of translucent ice and tailed beast chakra, appearing as an exquisite work of art. Then, two-tailed beast balls shot forth simultaneously, colliding with a resounding impact before the astonished gazes of the surrounding ninjas. The release of terrifying energy ensued, with the power of the three-tailed and five-tailed beasts nearly equal, resulting in a standoff between the two forces. However, Bai swiftly altered his hand seals, and the icy power within the tailed beast ball erupted instantaneously. A vast expanse of cold engulfed the area, swiftly encasing the five-tailed Jinchuriki in ice. Under the full force of the icy chi, his form became enveloped in layers upon layers of frost. Even with the augmentation of tailed beast power, escape was a formidable challenge for the time being. Yet, before he could exhale a sigh of relief, the icy seal began to tremble violently, and long tails emerged, breaking free from the ice. These were not the dark red tails conjured from chakra, but rather peculiar white beast tails. Observing this sight, Bai was momentarily taken aback. Could this be? Then, the frozen prison shattered explosively, and a colossal figure expanded, measuring several dozen meters in length. Before us stands a colossal white beast, resembling a horse, adorned with five tails and crowned with a pair of razor-sharp horns. Its visage bears an uncanny resemblance to that of a porcine creature. This is the five tails, Mu Wang. Observing the formidable creature before him, Bai's expression grew solemn, for Han was not a flawless Jinchuriki. His transformation into a half-tailed beast had already reached its limit. Should he further harness the power of the tailed beast, the risk of losing control loomed ominously. Indeed, as the five tails manifested, it began to rampage across the battlefield, unleashing a torrent of potent chakra that left any nearby ninja either dead or gravely injured. No longer restrained by the Jinchuriki, it showed no regard for either rock or sand ninjas, consumed by the desire to unleash emotions that had been suppressed for years. In an instant, the chaos of war escalated. Witnessing the turmoil, Chen Feng raised an eyebrow and gently patted the back of the purple crystal-winged Lion King beneath him, murmuring, "This is troublesome." The Lion King offered no reply, but its inner energy swiftly coalesced atop its sharp horns, and in a flash, a beam of purple light erupted forth. The purple crystal seal. In that moment, the violet radiance struck Mu Wang, as ethereal runes shimmered with a peculiar luminescence, and the formidable sealing power swiftly subdued the rampaging chakra of the tailed beast. With a roar, the five tails felt its strength dissipate rapidly, its form visibly shrinking. Within mere breaths, the immense figure vanished entirely. Upon the disheveled ground lay a wounded and unconscious man, Han, the Jinchuriki. At this juncture, the power of the tailed beast had been thoroughly sealed, rendering it unusable for the foreseeable future. Subsequently, Chen Feng gestured with his hand, and thick roots burst forth from the earth, binding the unconscious Jinchuriki like a zongzi, before casting him beside Bai, thereby securing his capture. Witnessing this scene, the formidable Yaki, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Wang Shaoer, felt a jolt of surprise. The opposing party was undeniably powerful. Each individual possessed strength akin to that of a shadow. If they did not swiftly turn the tide, it seemed inevitable that they would lose this battle. Resolving to act decisively, he ceased holding back, rapidly forming hand seals to execute the shadow clone technique. Dozens of earth clones emerged simultaneously, encircling the divine force. In unison, they proclaimed, "Dust release, original world separation technique." Instantly, beams of white light surged towards the divine figure, relentlessly shattering it under the strain, forcefully erasing the magical imprint from the soul pursuit order using the dust release technique. However, executing this technique left Yaki visibly fatigued. Sweat beaded on his brow as he gasped for breath, one hand supporting his frail back. Were it not for the critical nature of this battle, he would never have exerted himself so intensely. As Wang Shaoer observed his technique countered, a flicker of concern crossed his face. His gaze sharpened, and an immense surge of power coursed through him. With a sudden thrust of his right palm against the ground, he intoned, "Supreme True Lord, may your righteous essence endure. Spirits unseen, obliterate heaven and earth. Earthly decree." With a resounding roar, the ground trembled violently, and the earth split apart as if a dragon were awakening. Simultaneously, the ground collapsed with a thunderous crash, and dozens of beams of light erupted from below, scattering the rock-hidden camp into disarray. In an instant, these beams surged towards the position of Daimyo. Sensing the overwhelming force, Daimyo dared not confront it head-on and relied on his ability to fly to evade the onslaught. Narrowly avoiding the concentrated attacks, a total of 72 beams of light whizzed past him, soaring into the sky. Feeling a momentary relief, Daimyo prepared to counterattack. Yet at that very instant, he sensed a terrifying pressure brewing rapidly. Looking up, he beheld a dazzling array of stars in the sky. Surrounded by a swirling aura of purity, Wang Shao pointed his fingers like a sword, his face stern as he shouted, "Stars align, clear the path, divine beasts support me. All gods assist the general. Where I point, the sun and moon shine together. Earth Sha, lock the form, celestial gang, absolute transformation, urgent as a law command." In an instant, the 36 celestial stars symbolizing the celestial gang burst forth in brilliant radiance, intertwining to form a star map. As the star map illuminated, 72 Earth Sha phantoms emerged, enveloping Daimyo and completely sealing the space within 100 feet. This was the true essence of the fourth form of the 7-kill command, where the Earth Sha served merely as an aid, while the celestial gang was the true lethal strike. The 7-kill command, a terrifying esoteric art capable of vanquishing gods and demons, belonged to the formidable lineage of the Upper Qing sect, characterized by its intense killing aura, evident from the previous forms of break-kill, wind-fire, and soul pursuit. While the first 3 moves were powerful, they remained within the realm of reason. The latter 3, however, invoked the true divine might. This fourth form represented a transition from human to divine, a bridge within the 7-kill command. Thus, the Earth Sha command was divided into 2 segments. The Earth Sha force sealed the space, rendering enemies unable to escape, while the Celestial Gang force was responsible for the crucial lethal strike, working in tandem to unleash true power. It was precisely because he comprehended this form that Wang Shao was rated by the system as 3.5 stars, barely reaching the level of a seasoned celestial master. Of course, this referred solely to the instantaneous burst of power, not his personal realm. At this moment, the 72 Earth Sha phantoms tightly locked the space, and even with Daimyo's dust release, he could not break free from the confinement. Above, the 36 celestial gang stars shimmered incessantly, and as the power continued to gather, the terrifying sense of oppression made all the ninjas on the battlefield tremble in fear. This force was even more fearsome than the tailed beast balls. A thread of sacred aura spread forth, and the light of the 36 celestial gang stars coalesced into an imperceptible point. In the blink of an eye, it erupted with a speed too swift for the naked eye to grasp, transforming into a colossal beam of light, a full yard in thickness, crashing down. Witnessing this scene, Daimyo hesitated not for a moment, gathering all the chakra within him into his palm and bellowing, "Dust release, boundary separation technique." Immediately, both palms spread wide, and a semi-transparent white cube swiftly expanded, achieving a diameter of over 100 meters in the blink of an eye. This technique was his ultimate secret skill. The boundary separation technique, an upgraded version of the original realm separation. Not only did it possess greater power, but it could also extend infinitely. The specific might and range of release, however, depended on the practitioner's strength. Theoretically, if one possessed sufficient power, it could even annihilate the entire ninja world. Yet, this remained merely a theory. Even a top-tier powerhouse like Noki would not dare to entertain such thoughts, for he could at most flatten a mountain peak. Nevertheless, no one dared to underestimate it. He even had the confidence that with this move, he could contend with the legendary Uchiha Madara. Of course, it would only be a brief confrontation. Once it was over, death would still be inevitable. Nonetheless, this demonstrated the terrifying might of dust release. At that moment, the Tengu light beam came crashing down, colliding unceremoniously with Naka's fervently executed boundary separation technique, resulting in a brilliant explosion of light. The battling ninjas halted their actions, staring in astonishment at the astonishing scene above. 2 formidable energies clashed with a fearsome intensity, the light beam being incessantly disintegrated by dust release, while Naka's chakra was rapidly depleting. Under such circumstances, even high-ranking ninjas dared not approach, for doing so would certainly lead to a gruesome demise. Straining with all his might against the terrifying pressure, Noki trembled, desperately squeezing every ounce of power from within. He understood that if he could not withstand this blow, his old bones would indeed be finished. With this thought in mind, he suddenly roared, pouring his life force into dust release, unleashing its most potent power. In an instant, a blinding light erupted, piercing the eyes of all present. A terrifying shockwave surged forth, extending over 1,000 meters. Nearby, a hill was brutally leveled. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the Tengu light beam and the force of dust release simultaneously collapsed, a torrent of energy surging like waves. At the same time, a figure was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a deep crater. As the dust settled, a pitiful figure lay within the crater. It was Noki. He had lost consciousness, and though he had managed to save his life through dust release amidst the energy explosion, he had sustained severe injuries. His body was covered in blood, his arms shattered, and the tendons within his arms completely severed. Even if he were to heal in the future, he would likely lose the ability to perform dust release. Without dust release, Noki would no longer be Noki. Witnessing this scene, the IWA ninjas were struck with alarm, shouting as they rushed forward to offer assistance. But just then, the amethyst wing Lion King flapped its wings, unleashing a torrent of purple flames that turned the approaching ninjas to ashes. With a mighty roar, it intimidated the crowd into inaction. At this moment, a tall middle-aged man approached, his heart boiling with anger and concern as he gazed at the grievously injured Noki. His name is Huang Tu, a Jonin from Iwagakure, and he bears another identity, the son of Yuki. Although he is consumed by anxiety, he suppresses his anger, clenches his fists, and shouts at Qinfeng, who is atop the Shirshir King. Who are you? Release Lord Suchikage at once. In response, Qinfeng coolly remarks, Sunagakure is a member of the Tao Alliance. Your unfounded declaration of war has inflicted severe losses upon Sunagakure, and the Taoist Sect cannot remain indifferent. Taoist Sect? Upon hearing this, Huang Tu's heart stirs with suspicion. Iwagakure's intelligence network is formidable, and they have heard of the Taoist Sect, yet it was never taken seriously. They regarded it merely as a nascent force, far beneath the 5 great shinobi villages. However, it has now revealed itself to be extraordinarily powerful, just as victory seemed within their grasp. The involvement of these few individuals led to a complete rout, resulting in the capture of both the Tsuchikage and the Jinchuriki. With the loss of their only 2 Kaga-level fighters, the prospect of victory in this battle has vanished. Realizing this, Huang Tu's expression grows grave, and he states, very well. As long as you release the Tsuchikage and Han, we will withdraw our troops. Qinfeng smiles slightly. Is this a request or a trade? What do you mean? Huang Tu's countenance darkens. Qinfeng replies, if it is a request, it may be considered. However, if it is a trade, you lack the qualifications. Huang Tu grits his teeth in frustration but finds himself unable to retort. The other party is correct. This is no longer merely a question of whether Iwagakure will withdraw, but rather if they can escape at all. The capture of the Tsuchikage not only deprives them of top-tier combat strength, but also delivers a significant blow to their morale. If the enemy truly intends to annihilate them, Iwagakure will be in peril. Filled with rage, Huang Tu desires to rush forth and rescue his father. Yet he knows he is powerless to do so, leaving him with a profound sense of helplessness. Suppressing his emotions, he inquires, what do you want? Qinfeng smiles and states, you are to immediately withdraw from the Land of Wind and return all occupied territories. All losses incurred during the war must be borne by Iwagakure. Huang Tu clenches his fists and nods. Very well, I agree. Now can you release Lord Tsuchikage and Han? Qinfeng replies, what I just mentioned is merely the responsibility you, as the invaders, must bear. As for my releasing these 2 individuals, a price must be paid. What is it that you desire? Speak plainly. Huang Tu struggles to contain himself as he negotiates. In response, Qinfeng straightforwardly states, to obtain a person, one must pay a ransom, 100 million ryo for the Jinchuriki and 200 million ryo for Yuki. Clearly priced, fair, and square. What? Upon hearing this, Huang Tu's expression changes dramatically, and he can no longer contain himself, shouting, 300 million ryo? Why don't you just rob a bank? Qinfeng remains calm, saying, it is you invaders who have come to plunder the Land of Wind. I am merely conducting business. If we cannot reach an agreement, I shall take these 2 back to clean the latrines, thus making use of their worthlessness. Absolutely not. Huang Tu declared vehemently that, aside from the personal anguish he felt at witnessing his father's humiliation, It was imperative from a broader perspective that such a situation must not transpire. The absence of the only two shadow-level powerhouses in Yan would undoubtedly precipitate chaos. Chun Feng's expression turned frigid as he coldly retorted, "You lack the authority to issue commands before me. Should you choose not to leave, I would not hesitate to ensure your eternal confinement here." Upon hearing this, Huang Tu regained his composure. The morale of the troops was already wavering, and without the assurance of a shadow-level presence, a forced engagement could lead to total obliteration. After an intense internal struggle, he gritted his teeth and conceded, "Very well, I agree." His heart felt as though it might bleed from the anguish of the decision. Although Yan possessed considerable economic strength, after accounting for various expenditures, there remained little each year. To amass the 300 million Rio required, he would likely have to exhaust all his resources. Seeing him relent, Chun Feng smiled and stated, "Payment upon delivery. I shall retain these two individuals for now. When you are prepared with the funds, I shall release them." Huang Tu felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, but dared not voice it. For his father's life was at stake. He cast a furious glance at Chun Feng and then sighed, turning to the daughter behind Chun Feng, "Hey Tu," urging, "Hurry. We must gather the money as swiftly as possible. If we delay, I fear for my father's safety." "Understood." Hey Tu nodded earnestly, fully aware of the gravity of the matter, and then departed with her companions to procure the necessary funds. Meanwhile, Huang Tu led the Yinren army in retreat, swiftly creating distance. Chun Feng observed this with a smile, then stood atop the back of the amethyst-winged Lion King, proclaiming, "In this battle, the Tao Alliance has emerged victorious." As his words resonated, thousands of sand ninjas were filled with fervor, gazing at the radiant figure upon the lion's back, their hearts brimming with excitement and hope. They had been on the brink of despair, yet against all odds, the tide of battle had turned in their favor. All thanks to the individual before them. Amidst the swelling emotions, someone called out, "Tao Alliance." This cry seemed to ignite the fervor within the hearts of the crowd. And soon a wave of voices echoed, "Tao Alliance! Tao Alliance!" Witnessing this scene, Chun Feng nodded slightly. His journey was not merely to assist the Sand Ninjas, but also to elevate the Tao Alliance into the collective consciousness of all. Following this battle, the reputation of the Tao Alliance was firmly established, and it would not be long before the events of the day spread throughout the ninja world. As for Hai Laozong, the former leader of the Sand Ninjas, his heart was a tumult of emotions. While he was relieved to have repelled Yan and preserved the village, the current circumstances did not bode well for the Sand. However, he found himself with no other options and could only proceed down the path alongside the Tao Alliance. The efficiency of Yin's operations was remarkable. Within a few days, they had gathered the enormous sum of 300 million Rio and delivered it in full. Chun Feng, in turn, honored his promise, releasing the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, and the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails. Thus, the grand conflict between the Rock Shinobi and the Sand Shinobi has come to a close. In this war, neither the Land of Earth nor the Land of Wind emerged as the victor, with both sides suffering grievous losses. If there is a single beneficiary, it would be the Taoist Sect, which not only amassed a substantial fortune but also showcased its formidable power to the entire shinobi world. Furthermore, the Sand Village officially announced its alliance with the Taoist Sect, while Cherumi-mei, in her capacity as Mizukage, proclaimed the authority of this vast organization. This revelation sent tremors through various factions, as the strength of the Taoist Sect was already awe-inspiring, and with the addition of the Sand and Mist villages, the implications were almost unimaginable. Since the establishment of the 5 great shinobi villages, such an occurrence had never transpired. This also signified that the unprecedented organization of the Taoist Sect had ascended to become the foremost power in the shinobi world. Just as all eyes were fixated on this development, the Akatsuki organization was quietly scheming, executing a sudden betrayal against the Rock Shinobi. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame launched a surprise assault on the Rock Village, eliminating several elite shinobi and causing the loss of over 100 lower-ranked ninjas. At this juncture, the Rock Village was at its most vulnerable, with Anoki gravely injured and the Jinchuriki, Han, sealed by the crystal-winged Lion King, allowing the Akatsuki to effortlessly capture the Five Tails. Having suffered yet another blow, the Rock Shinobi barely had time to grieve their losses before they were met with even graver news. A significant gathering of ninjas was reported at the eastern border of the Land of Lightning, rapidly approaching the Land of Earth. It is essential to note that the 5 great nations do not coexist in harmony. Although the first 3 shinobi world wars centered around the Land of Fire, it does not imply the absence of conflicts among the other nations. For instance, the Rock and Cloud villages have been archenemies, with the third Raikage having been worn down to death by an army of 10,000 ninjas from the land of Earth. The two factions are indeed sworn foes. However, due to the formidable strength of the Rock village's leaders, the Cloud village had refrained from initiating hostilities until now, with the land of Earth on the brink of devastation. How could the Raikage resist the opportunity for vengeance? In the land of lightning, within the Cloud village, a robust middle-aged man stood atop a high vantage point, gazing towards the distant land of Earth. He was notably tall, clad in a white long cloak, with light yellow hair and a physique marked by sinewy muscle beneath his brown skin. He is none other than the fourth Raikage, This title is not his birth name. Each generation of Raikage inherits this mantle upon ascending to power. Since his rise to leadership in the Cloud village, he has adopted a proactive approach to development, expanding the village's territory while simultaneously managing its internal affairs, effectively balancing military and political endeavors. Yet, this rugged man has forged his village into a bastion of unity. Although the Cloud village may not be the strongest shinobi village, it is undoubtedly the most cohesive. Since the death of the third Raikage, he has long sought an opportunity to avenge his father. However, due to the profound foundation of the land of Earth and the remarkable strength and prestige of Inoki, he was compelled to postpone his plans. Recently, he received news that in the great battle against Sunagakure, Iwagakure suffered a devastating defeat, and Inoki, along with the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, was gravely injured. Upon hearing this, AI was initially taken aback and sent someone to verify the information. Upon receiving confirmation, he could not help but burst into laughter. After waiting for so many years, the chance for revenge had finally arrived. Nevertheless, to ensure his success, he refrained from immediate action and opted for cautious observation, as Iwagakure's overall strength surpassed that of Kumogakure. Subsequently, intelligence from spies embedded in the land of Earth revealed that members of the Akatsuki organization had invaded Iwagakure, causing chaos and abducting the Five Tails Jinchuriki. This news delighted AI, for he was acutely aware of Inoki's domineering personality. Under normal circumstances, such an event would be utterly unacceptable to him. Thus, there could only be one explanation: that old man had indeed sustained severe injuries in the previous battle, leaving him incapable of defending against external threats. Upon confirming this, he wasted no time in issuing orders for Karabi and Darui to lead 10,000 Kumogakure shinobi in an assault on the land of Earth. He was determined to reclaim not only his grievances, but also the interest accrued over the years. With this thought, he clenched his fists, his gaze intense. At that moment, a well-dressed kunoichi approached, slightly bowing her head as she spoke. Lord Raikage, Karabi, and the Kumogakure forces have arrived at the border. Hearing this, AI's expression shifted as he commanded, "Good, initiate the attack immediately." "Yes." The kunoichi responded and hurried off to relay the orders. AI tightened his grip, gazing into the sky with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes, whispering, "Father, I will avenge you." With the Raikage's command issued, Kumogakure sprang into action, mobilizing various resources toward the front lines. Simultaneously, the thousands of Kumogakure shinobi formally declared war, launching a fierce offensive against the land of Earth. Iwagakure, initially strong, had already been weakened from the previous battle, and without the presence of a Kaga-level powerhouse, they were utterly unable to withstand the relentless assault, retreating at every turn. As fate would have it, they were now tasting the despair and helplessness previously endured by Sunagakure. In just a week, the land of Earth lost nearly a third of its territory, with its heartland fully exposed to Kumogakure's gaze. Even the daimyo was preoccupied with relocating the capital. Faced with such a situation, Iwagakure contemplated seeking assistance from neighboring nations, but regrettably, they were met with indifference. Sunagakure was an obvious no-go, having recently suffered a brutal defeat. It would be considered a breach of martial ethics not to strike while they were down. Meanwhile, Konoha had also lost numerous lives during the fall of Iwagakure in the Third Shinobi World War. The infamous Battle of Kanabi Bridge had occurred between these two factions. In utter desperation, Iwagakure was left with no choice but to traverse half the shinobi world, seeking aid from the distant mist village perched upon an island. In a calculated manner, Kagayame, a shrewd individual, handed the matter back to Chinfeng, believing in the necessity of not offending anyone. Essentially, she conveyed that while the village of Mist Hidden is now a part of the Tao Alliance, she still holds authority over internal affairs. However, decisions regarding external warfare must be made collectively. Should the Taoist Sect send personnel, her side would mobilize troops immediately. Thus, after a convoluted discussion, Haidu, The emissary of Rock Hidden found herself face to face with the very person she least wished to encounter. Within the Tao Temple, Chen Feng glanced at Haitu, the granddaughter of the third Suchikage, and inquired, "You wish for my assistance?" Haida nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed. Rock Hidden has already paid a heavy price for its previous reckless actions. For the sake of peace in the shinobi world, I implore you to lend us your aid." At that moment, her emotions were tumultuous. Previously, she harbored resentment towards the Taoist Sect, as their actions had led Rock Hidden to its current predicament. To label them as enemies would not be an exaggeration. Yet now, in a bid to comfort Rock Hidden, she found herself beseeching their help, leaving her heart in disarray. Observing the complexity in her gaze, Chen Feng smiled and replied, "Spare me the grandiloquence. Provide me with a reason to assist you." Haidu felt a pang of anxiety upon hearing this, gritting her teeth as she declared, "If you are willing to help us through this crisis, Rock Hidden shall join the Tao Alliance." Chen Feng chuckled at her response. "Very well, it is settled then." Relieved by his agreement, Haida added, "I will inform Lord Suchikage and request him to issue a declaration to the shinobi world. Please prepare swiftly on your end." Chen Feng nodded slightly. "Rest assured. Once Rock Hidden becomes a part of the Tao Alliance, I will not remain idle." With gratitude, Haida bowed and hastily departed to relay the news. Shortly thereafter, Chen Feng summoned Bai, Wang Xiao, and others, instructing them to confront the formidable shadows within Cloud Hidden. Just then, Xiao Meng entered, and upon learning of the situation, expressed her desire to stretch her limbs, feeling rather stifled lately. Chen Feng welcomed her enthusiasm, allowing all three to accompany him. Upon hearing that Chen Feng had consented to the plan, Kagaya-Mei said little more and promptly directed Nagashiro to lead 3,000 mist-hidden ninjas alongside the Taoist Sect towards the battlefield. Witnessing the mobilization of both the Taoist Sect and Mist-Hidden, the newly allied Sunagakure, after careful consideration, decided to join the fray as well. Although they harbored a desire to annihilate Rock Hidden, it was evident that maintaining good relations with their allies was paramount. Otherwise, they might find themselves without assistance should further troubles arise. Thus, they symbolically deployed 2,000 ninja troops, forming a coalition army of the Tao Alliance, and set forth for battle. Days later, the coalition army arrived at the borders of the Land of Earth. At that moment, Rock Hidden was enduring a fierce assault, retreating under the relentless onslaught from Cloud Hidden, having already suffered thousands of casualties. Just as Cloud Hidden aimed to deliver a decisive blow, Xiao Meng and the coalition forces arrived, engaging in fierce conflict with the troops of Cloud Hidden. As despair loomed over the Rock Ninjas, the sight of a substantial reinforcement invigorated their spirits, prompting an immediate and vigorous counterattack. The Dream of Dawn unleashed its formidable power, enveloping the battlefield in a shroud of black and white resonance, momentarily freezing all movements of the Nin and Genin, as if ensnared by an invisible force. The battlefield, a realm of rapid transformation, dictated that even the briefest lapse in attention could cost one their life. In those fleeting seconds, tens of thousands of Cloud Ninjas suffered nearly a third in casualties. The tide of battle shifted dramatically as the initially dominant Cloud Hidden began to retreat. Observing this dire situation, the commanding general, Karabi, personally entered the fray, yet was unable to turn the tide. In desperation, he resorted to his complete-tailed beast transformation, and in an instant, the colossal form of the eight-tail surged forth. As a perfect Jinchuriki, he could synchronize with the tailed beast, fully unleashing the power of the eight tails. Many ninjas stood in awe, for to the majority, tailed beasts epitomized an overwhelming terror, especially the eight tails, ranked second among the 9. Witnessing this spectacle, Dream of Dawn's demeanor grew markedly serious, and he promptly prepared for battle alongside Bai. Moments later, the eight tails faced a severe onslaught, reverting to its original form. Karabi, the Jinchuriki, sustained grave injuries and fell into unconsciousness, becoming a prisoner of the opposing forces. With the tailed beast no longer a barrier, the alliance launched a fierce counteroffensive, breaching the defenses of the Cloud Hidden and prompting a rout. Startled by the sudden turn of events, the deputy commander, Darui, realized that a direct confrontation was no longer viable. He swiftly ordered the troops to switch from offense to defense, while simultaneously dispatching a message to the 4th Raikage. Upon receiving this news, Raikage rallied the remaining 2,000 ninjas from the village and hastened to the battlefield, intent on rescuing Karabi. Regrettably, despite his formidable strength, found himself outmatched by Noki. After a brief clash with Wang Xiao, he was felled by a strike from the celestial power. Subsequently, In a reckless attempt to absorb a lethal blow, he suffered the tragic loss of his right arm. The battlefield lay in chaos, with a half-crouched on the ground. Gasping heavily, his complexion pale. His body trembled, several ribs fractured and caved in, blood oozing from his shoulder, and his once robust arm now vanished. Clenching his fists, he rose to face the members of the alliance, a surge of anger igniting within him, swiftly followed by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He understood that this battle had been lost, yet his stubborn spirit refused to yield. Just as he contemplated a desperate charge, Darui, equally wounded, restrained him, stating, "The Cloud Hidden has already suffered significant losses. You cannot afford to be further compromised. I must save my brother," shouted vehemently. Darui quickly interjected, "Indeed, Karabi must be rescued, but our village cannot sustain further losses. Let us not forget that Konoha is still watching us closely." Upon hearing these words, the Rakige's expression shifted dramatically as he recognized the gravity of the situation. The 5 great nations were embroiled in mutual conflict, and the discord between Konoha and Kumogakure was significant as well. In their pursuit of the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan, they had committed numerous unsavory acts, culminating in the demise of Hyuga Hayashi. Should he lead the Kumogakure shinobi into a desperate battle, it would undoubtedly result in immense casualties. If Konoha were to strike suddenly, the consequences could be dire. Contemplating this, he gradually regained his composure. He then turned to Darui and inquired, "What do you propose we do?" Darui sighed and replied, "In the face of the alliance forces, we possess no chance of victory. At this juncture, it appears our only option is," upon hearing this, he clenched his fists tightly, only to release them in resignation, stating, "You may proceed to negotiate. Do your utmost to meet their demands. However, one thing is non-negotiable. Killer Bee must return alive." Darui nodded solemnly, "Rest assured, Lord Rakige." With that, he stepped forward to address Akatsuki's members, declaring, "War only begets mutual destruction. To avert the sacrifice of innocent lives, let us cease hostilities. Kumogakure is willing to withdraw from the land of Earth and return all previously occupied territories to Awagakure. However, we require the return of Lord Killer Bee." Upon hearing this, the representative from Awagakure, known as Yellow Earth, appeared intrigued, as he was naturally inclined to agree. After all, the current plight of Awagakure was far worse than that of Kumogakure. Continuing the conflict would only lead to greater devastation. Yet, he lacked the authority to speak, for the decision lay with the alliance. Consequently, everyone turned their gaze towards Akatsuki's trio, awaiting their response. Akatsuki, typically disinterested in such matters, exchanged a glance with Bai, who understood immediately and stepped forward to say, "A truce is certainly feasible. The alliance does not relish conflict. This Jinchuriki is already our captive, and if you wish for him to return, a fair exchange is imperative. What is it that you desire?" Darui asked gravely. Bai smiled slightly, raising a finger to state, 200 million Rio, no negotiations. Upon hearing this, Darui's heart sank. Although he had braced himself for the possibility of a steep demand, he had not anticipated such a harsh figure. Momentarily, he found himself in a quandary. Observing his expression, Bai continued, "If this poses a challenge, then so be it. The alliance never forces anyone." With that, he turned to depart. "Wait." Darui hastily called him back, then sought counsel from the Rakige. Upon learning of this condition, gritted his teeth but ultimately had no choice but to acquiesce. Thus, the impending conflict was temporarily averted. Kumogakure returned the territories it had occupied to the land of Earth and paid a substantial ransom to secure Killer Bee's release. After receiving the 200 million Rio, the alliance did not pocket the entire sum, but rather allocated half to be shared with Kirigakure and Sunagakure. The shinobi dispatched from Kirigakure received a larger portion, totaling 60 million, while Sunagakure received 40 million. After all, they too had contributed to the effort and could not be left empty-handed. After receiving their payment, the Sand-Hidden village was pleasantly surprised, not expecting such an unexpected gain. This only solidified their determination to cling tightly to the Daomen as a means to escape poverty and achieve prosperity. Following the conclusion of the Great War, the allied forces of the Dao Alliance retreated to their respective territories, with the Rock-Hidden and Cloud-Hidden villages returning to their lands, nursing their wounds. At this juncture, the Akatsuki organization quietly resumed its activities, dispatching Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki to seek opportunities in the Cloud-Hidden village. However, having learned from the earlier experiences with the Rock-Hidden, the Fourth Rakige remained vigilant. Upon discovering that the Akatsuki intended to target their Jinchuriki, he promptly launched a counterattack. An inevitable fierce battle ensued. Due to the previous conflict, the Cloud Hidden was significantly weakened and unable to retain the two combatants. Nevertheless, after a desperate struggle, they managed to protect Killer Bee, preventing him from being captured. Unfortunately, the poor Eight Tails, Gyuki, lost a tail in the fray, writhing in pain. Following this chaotic encounter, the Cloud Hidden suffered considerable casualties, truly beginning to understand the plight previously faced by the rock and sand hidden villages. As the saying goes, the patterns of development often bear resemblance. Upon realizing the diminished strength of the Cloud Hidden, the neighboring Leaf Village naturally entertained thoughts of taking advantage of the situation. Discreetly, they advanced their military presence along the border, beginning to encroach upon the territory of the Land of Lightning. Upon receiving this news, the Raikage, still recuperating, was taken aback. He recognized this tactic well, having employed it against the Rock Hidden in the past. It is worth noting that the Leaf Village had always been the most powerful among the 5 great shinobi villages, even at its peak. The Cloud Hidden might not have been its match, let alone in its current state. One could easily imagine that should a conflict arise, the Cloud Hidden would be subjected to a one-sided defeat. After careful contemplation, the Cloud Hidden decided to send envoys to the Land of Water for assistance, simultaneously submitting a treaty of alliance. They understood that the previous support from the Tao Alliance to the Sand and Rock Hidden villages was due to mutual agreements. By taking this initiative, they hoped the other party would not refuse. On the other hand, upon receiving the treaty, Chikaz wore a smile. The Raikage's suspicions were correct. This series of maneuvers was intended to draw the major powers of the ninja world into his alliance. Now, with the inclusion of the Cloud Hidden village, for out of the original 5 great shinobi villages were already part of the Tao Alliance, only the Leaf Village remained. After signing the treaty, Chikaz, in his capacity as the leader of the Tao Alliance, issued an announcement. The essence of the message was that the Cloud Hidden had joined the Tao Alliance, and other factions were prohibited from unjustly invading. Otherwise, they would be considered enemies of the alliance. Subsequently, the Mist Hidden, Sand Hidden, and Rock Hidden villages issued similar declarations. Although Inoki was eager to see the Cloud Hidden falter, it was paramount at this moment to maintain unity with their allies. As the major shinobi villages expressed their positions, the previously restless Leaf Village withdrew its extended hand, refraining from any further underhanded actions. Despite the formidable strength of Konoha, it is undeniably incapable of resisting the assaults from several other factions, particularly with the enigmatic organization known as the Tao Alliance looming on the horizon. At this juncture, Shinfeng summoned Hinata, who was diligently practicing, and smiled as he inquired, "It has been quite a while since you returned home, has it not?" "Indeed. It has been over 3 years," Hinata replied, her expression tinged with melancholy. Since departing from the Land of Fire, she had not revisited the Hyuga clan. Shinfeng, with a gentle smile, suggested, "Why not return to Konoha for a visit? You could also stop by your home." "Sensei, Hinata's initial joy quickly gave way to hesitation. She deeply missed her family, but was uncertain of how to return to Konoha given her current status. Perceiving her inner turmoil, Shinfeng reassured her, "Do not overthink it. This trip is not merely for leisure. I have a task for you." "What task?" Hinata inquired, curiosity piqued. Shinfeng retrieved a letter from the desk and stated, "This is my handwritten invitation for Konoha to join the Tao Alliance. You are to deliver it to the 5th Hokage, Tsunade Senju." Hinata's expression shifted at the mention of the letter, and she asked, "Do you believe the Hokage will agree to Konoha joining the Tao Alliance? The other ninja villages joined out of necessity, seeking protection. Yet Konoha is currently stable and stands as the foremost of the 5 great ninja villages. Why would it seek to align with other powers?" Shinfeng chuckled softly. "Tsunade is an astute individual. I am confident she will acquiesce. With 4 ninja villages already aligned with us, should Konoha choose to remain an exception, it would effectively isolate itself. As the Tao Alliance continues to grow, the threat it poses will inevitably intensify. The most prudent course of action is to eliminate the threat entirely, yet Konoha evidently lacks the requisite power to do so. Thus, they have but one path left, to join us. By extending this invitation, I am affording Konoha a measure of respect. Any reasonable person would seize this opportunity." Upon hearing this, Hinata's understanding crystallized, and she declared, "I comprehend, Master. I shall make preparations and set off immediately." Shinfeng nodded and added, "Given the current unrest in the ninja world, I will have Xiao Meng accompany you. She has been rather idle of late." Hinata accepted this arrangement without protest, responding obediently, "That would be most helpful." The following day, Xiao Meng accompanied Hinata as they departed from Kirigakure, traveling on a flying beast towards Konoha. In a dimly lit secret base within the Land of Rain, a series of colorful ripples of illusion emerged, revealing members of the Akatsuki, including Pain, Itachi Uchiha, and Kakuzu. Although they had achieved considerable gains in recent endeavors, they had also suffered significant losses. Aside from the elusive Obito and Zetsu, only these three remained. At this moment, Pain spoke first. We have successfully acquired the chakra of the 1 tail, 2 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, 7 tails, and 8 tails. Only the 3 tails and 9 tails remain. Is our next target the 9 tails? Xiao Meng inquired. Pain's gaze sharpened as he responded, No, we will reserve the 9 tails for last. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Meng comprehended the intentions of his counterpart and replied, However, the 3 tails resides in the Hidden Mist village. Pain coldly remarked, Precisely because the Hidden Mist is a gathering point for the Akatsuki, I have made this decision. The Akatsuki is becoming increasingly powerful, which poses a significant threat to our plans. For ninja villages have already joined, and we must eliminate them before they fully consolidate their strength in the shinobi world. Upon hearing this, Itachi Uchiha interjected, To capture the tailed beasts, the organization has already depleted its manpower. Taking action against the Akatsuki at this juncture may not yield favorable results. Pain, remaining indifferent, stated, This time I will accompany you on the mission, allowing the Akatsuki to witness the power of the divine. 2 days later, a letter penned by Chikaz arrived in Konoha. After reading it, Tsunade immediately convened a meeting with the higher-ups of Konoha to discuss the matter and ultimately decided to accept the invitation to join the Akatsuki. They were all acutely aware that their village, though appearing strong, was fundamentally weakened and no longer the invincible Konoha of yore. Should they find themselves isolated by other forces, they would undoubtedly descend into crisis. Joining the Akatsuki might offer them a chance for better development. Meanwhile, Hinata returned to the Hyuga clan to visit her family after completing her mission. Before entering, she felt a sense of trepidation, as her impulsive departure from the village to follow her teacher and her abandonment of her ninja identity had, in a sense, severed her ties with her family. However, to her surprise, the Hyuga clan members greeted her with warmth rather than reproach, and even the usually stern clan elder wore a smile. After a series of inquiries, she came to understand the reason behind this change. Konoha had decided to join the Akatsuki, while publicly professing equality among allies. It was evident to any observant individual that the Akatsuki was the true core of this vast organization. As Chika's disciple, Hinata was regarded as one of the most formidable second-generation members within the alliance, ensuring her a prominent future position. This association would allow the Hyuga clan to access greater resources and prestige, and even the possibility of contesting for the next Hokage was not out of reach. Despite these revelations, Hinata felt little joy in her heart. The clan's change in attitude towards her was solely driven by self-interest. For reasons unknown, gazing at the smiling faces of her relatives left her feeling hollow. Even her father, Hayashi Hyuga, spoke predominantly of family interests during their conversations. Everything seemed altered. Yet it also felt as if it had always been this way. The only source of solace for Hinata was her younger sister, Hanabi. The once small girl had grown considerably, remaining vibrant and spirited, bombarding Hinata with endless questions, her large eyes brimming with curiosity and joy. After spending 2 days at home, she departed with Akatsuki, taking with her the alliance document from Konoha, hoping to join the coalition. Chikaz readily consented, signing the document with enthusiasm. Signifying the acceptance of this new ally, the news spread, causing a significant stir among various factions, as none anticipated such a swift alteration in the dynamics of the ninja world, leaving many taken aback. Consequently, all 5 great ninja villages became integral parts of the Tao Alliance, giving rise to an unprecedentedly vast organization. Although it is merely in its nascent stage, Shinfeng harbors confidence in transforming it into a true superpower. To realize this ambition, the foremost task is to establish a robust public order. Otherwise, if everyone continues to pursue their own agendas as before, the alliance will merely be a hollow shell. After contemplating, Shinfeng convened the first collective meeting since the establishment of the Tao Alliance under the banner of the Taoist Sect. He invited the Kage of each major ninja village to deliberate over specific matters concerning the alliance's next developmental steps, scheduling the meeting for mid-next month. Upon receiving this news, the 5 Kage did not decline, readily agreeing to attend. Once these matters were settled, Shinfeng stretched leisurely. At that moment, a long-forgotten voice resonated in his mind. Title unlocked. Reward: 1 permanent character card. Hearing this familiar voice, Chun Feng's expression changed, and he promptly checked his personal attribute panel. Host, Chun Feng reputation, 20. 354, renowned far and wide, cultivation, mastery level 6 technique, pure yang wuji skill, peak level, skills, taiji fist, exquisite mastery, feng ho chimen, exquisite mastery. Seeing the phrase that once indicated rising fame transform into renowned far and wide brought a smile to his face. He was indeed curious about the character card rewarded by the system, yet he did not use it immediately. Instead, he focused on the reputation value that had surpassed 20,000. During this period, as the influence of the Tao Alliance continuously expanded, the Taoist Sect's reputation had also spread thoroughly, leading to a rapid increase in corresponding reputation. To be frank, it was largely due to the assistance of the Akatsuki organization. Otherwise, achieving such a level in such a brief time would have been impossible. Now he could continue to allocate points to his skills. Reflecting on this, his gaze shifted back to the technique section, only to be surprised by what he saw. The pure yang wuji skill, which had already reached the pinnacle, now displayed a plus sign beside it. Intrigued, he instinctively tapped the symbol with his mind. Instantly, his reputation plummeted from 20,354 to 15,354, consuming a total of 5,000. Simultaneously, the system's voice echoed once more. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked Chi body source flow. As the words settled in, Chun Feng felt a stir within him, noticing that the inscription of pure yang wuji skill had vanished, replaced by Chi body source flow. In that instant, he sensed a wondrous transformation occurring within his body as his vital energy surged, continually refining and differentiating, undergoing an unknown sublimation. Although the change was not overwhelmingly intense, it was distinctly felt as a fundamental metamorphosis. This sensation was extraordinary, akin to taking a warm bath from the inside out, where every fiber from marrow to flesh and sinew felt as if it was being reborn. With a long sigh of relief, a profound sense of comfort enveloped him, and even his thoughts became remarkably clearer. He then proceeded to tap twice on the section regarding the Chi body source flow. He watched as his reputation points swiftly diminished. 10, 354, 354. At that moment, his attribute panel transformed into the following. Host, Chun Feng reputation points, 354, renowned far and wide, cultivation level, master level 6 technique, Chi body source flow, entry level, skills, Tai Chi fist, mastery, wind after Chi Men, mastery. The hard-earned reputation points had dwindled once again. Yet all of this was worth it. At this moment, Chun Feng felt as though he was undergoing a sublime metamorphosis, as if he had been reborn. The energy within him surged severalfold, each strand exceedingly pure. He finally understood why the Chi body source flow was hailed as the foremost of the 8 extraordinary techniques. Although it lacked any specific skills, it facilitated a transformation akin to that of a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. If the wind after Chi Men represented the pinnacle of skill, then the Chi body source flow was the very source of energy, the two complementing one another seamlessly. The reason the astute Bower could maintain her eternal youth was precisely due to the Chi body source flow, which birthed an energy even more advanced than true Chi. As Chun Feng engaged in meditation and breathing exercises, he meticulously experienced the profundities of the Chi body source flow. He could distinctly sense an extraordinary energy permeating through his limbs and bones, a sensation vastly different from his previous training. The pure yang wuji gong he had practiced earlier produced pure yang true Chi, whereas now he was infused with innate Chi. The disparity between the two was immense, akin to the distinction between ordinary chakra and sage chakra in the world of ninjas. Beyond merely enhancing his combat prowess, the Chi body source flow offered profound alterations to his physique. The innate Chi flowed ceaselessly, nourishing every organ and tissue within his body, imbuing his cells with heightened vitality. Over time, achieving longevity and eternal youth would not pose a challenge. Given his current state, living for another 100 or 200 years was undoubtedly feasible. And as long as he desired it, he could retain his youthful visage until the very end of his days. While he reveled in the marvels of the Chi body source flow, several uninvited guests approached the hidden mist village. 3 figures clad in red clouds and black garments ambled slowly towards the entrance of the village. Among them were the familiar duo, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame, accompanied by a rather peculiar individual devoid of expression, adorned with various black iron rods of differing lengths, his orange hair identifying him as the animal path of pain. The guarding ninjas immediately sensed a surge of wariness and shouted, "Who are you?" Pain did not respond. Instead, 2 iron rods extended from his hands, piercing through the chest of the 2 ninjas with ease, eliminating them effortlessly before entering the village without a hint of restraint. The murder of the 2 ninjas quickly alerted the surrounding guards, prompting a dozen or so ninjas to rush towards the intruding trio. Upon witnessing this, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame swiftly took action, eliminating their adversaries within mere moments. Pain then commanded, "Split up and search for the 3 tails." Itachi and Kisame acknowledged the order and proceeded in opposite directions. After receiving reports from his subordinates, Terumi Mei, who was diligently working in the Water Shadow office, felt a surge of alarm and promptly mobilized the Umbu at the fastest pace possible. Simultaneously, Chikaz learned of the situation, yet his demeanor remained notably composed. Devoid of any anxiety, he was well aware of the Akatsuki's plans and understood that they would inevitably come knocking on his door. However, this presented a fortuitous opportunity, as he had just acquired the Chi Body Source Flow and was eager to test the newly acquired character card. With this thought, he vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, Terumi Mei had arrived before Pain, her heart ablaze with fury as she surveyed the scene littered with corpses. Without uttering a word, she launched an immediate attack. Liquid Release, Dissolving Monster Technique. A torrent of highly corrosive slime erupted from her mouth, surging towards her opponent. Observing this, Pain struck the ground with force, Summoning Technique. Instantly, a thick mist enveloped the area, and 5 figures materialized around him, the remaining 5 of the 6 paths of Pain. In their quest to capture the tailed beasts, the Akatsuki had indeed laid bare their resources. As the corrosive wave approached, the hungry ghost path stepped forward, his eyes glinting as the power of the Rinnegan activated to absorb. He raised his palm, unleashing a peculiar wave that nullified the destructive liquid upon contact. The chakra within the slime was swiftly drawn into the hungry ghost path's body. Devoid of its chakra support, the once formidable liquid release was instantly rendered inert. Witnessing her bloodline technique so effortlessly neutralized, Terumi Mei felt a jolt of shock within her. At that moment, the leader, Deva Pathpain, coldly inquired, "Where is the 3 tails?" "The Mist Village is not the place for your arrogance." Terumi Mei shouted back in anger, summoning another bloodline limit, Boil Release. Yet the outcome remained unchanged, as all her chakra was absorbed and sealed by the hungry ghost path. The Rinnegan's power was not only immensely potent, but also capable of siphoning the opponent's chakra. Without chakra to support them, even the mightiest jutsu became meaningless. Faced with the ineffectiveness of her 2 most prized techniques, Terumi Mei's heart tightened, and her expression grew grave. Provoking the divine comes at a cost. With her words still lingering in the air, Deva Pathpain raised his palm, fingers slightly curled, and commanded, "Universal Pull." A tremendous force of attraction surged forth, and despite her wariness, Terumi Mei was swiftly drawn towards it. In tandem, Human Pathpain and Azura Path charged forward, their black rods thrusting with lethal intent. This is bad, Terumi Mei thought, realizing the peril she was in. Although she attempted to resist the invisible force, escape was futile. She had to adjust her stance and evade as best as she could, narrowly avoiding the strikes of the rods in their hands. With a missed strike, the human path suddenly delivered a powerful kick, striking heavily against the slender waist of Koan Mei. The pain surged through her, propelling her body backward. Before she could regain her footing, the Azura Path launched another assault. Clenching its fist slightly, its arm opened mechanically, releasing a small missile that shot forth. Koan Mei had never encountered such an enigmatic adversary. She swiftly formed hand seals and exclaimed, "Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique." Instantly, a torrent of waves erupted from her mouth, morphing into a water dragon that collided with the missile. In a thunderous explosion, the 2 forces clashed, causing the missile to detonate and the water dragon to shatter into a mist of droplets. With the attack thwarted, Koan Mei let out a sigh of relief. However, before she could fully relax, the Hell Path and the Animal Path launched a coordinated assault. Koan Mei's strengths and weaknesses were starkly apparent. Despite the formidable power bestowed by her bloodline limit, her proficiency in other areas was rather average, particularly in taijutsu. While she could manage against ordinary opponents, facing the combined onslaught of 6 pain was a daunting challenge that revealed her vulnerabilities. Struggling to fend off the attacks of the Hell Path and the Animal Path, she found herself retreating repeatedly. At that moment, the Azura Path tightened its fist, and with a surge of chakra, a colossal iron fist shot forth like a cannonball. The sound of air being torn apart heralded its violent impact against Koan Mei's form. Struck with great force, she coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. Simultaneously, the human path's assault followed relentlessly, a dark iron rod piercing toward her mercilessly. With no time to evade, she braced herself for the blow. Just then, a bolt of lightning streaked across the space like a meteor, descending rapidly. It landed forcefully upon the human path, unleashing a surge of silver lightning that obliterated it into fragments. Xiao Meng was momentarily startled as she raised her gaze. She beheld a striking figure standing before her. It was Qin Feng. Seeing him arrive brought a sense of relief to her heart. Although he rarely intervened, the ability to dispatch the human path with a single strike suggested his considerable strength. However, upon noticing the remaining 5 pain, her expression grew serious, and she spoke. "They are formidable. I can only temporarily restrain 3 of them. You must swiftly eliminate the other 2. Qin Feng glanced at her with a light chuckle, replying, "Don't overexert yourself. Rest for now. Leave this to me." Hearing this, Xiao Meng responded with utmost seriousness. "I am not jesting." Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, "Neither am I. Just step aside and do not disturb me." Infuriated by his dismissive attitude, Xiao Meng clenched her fists and retorted, "If you have the capability, then face them yourself." With that, she stepped back a few paces, yet remained prepared to unleash her ninjutsu should he falter. Qin Feng approached, surveying the group of pain, his gaze flickering with a glimmer of battle intent. The adversary before him could very well be the most formidable opponent he has encountered since his arrival in this world, possessing a strength that surpasses even that of Yuki. Nevertheless, this presents an excellent opportunity to assess the true extent of his current capabilities. At that moment, Pain of the 6 Paths spoke. "You must be the leader of the path. Surrender the 3 tails immediately, or face certain death. Enough with the idle chatter. If we are to engage, let us do so swiftly," Chenkei's replied with an air of calmness. Upon hearing this, Pain emitted a cold snort, and then summoned forth a powerful summoning technique. With a forceful strike of his palm against the ground, the summoning array was instantaneously conjured. Simultaneously, 3 terrifyingly formidable beasts materialized before him. A trio of crimson 3-headed hellhounds charged forth, while on the opposite side, an immensely robust gray rhinoceros, adorned with fearsome horns, launched itself into the fray. Above, a gigantic Yatagarasu screeched sharply, its wings flapping as it descended with lethal intent. Witnessing such a spectacle, Terumi Mei felt a surge of alarm. She could sense the immense power of these summoned creatures, each at least of elite Jonin caliber. Even a shadow-level expert would expend considerable effort to vanquish them. Moreover, the members of the Akatsuki were ever watchful, poised to strike at any moment. Were she in this situation, victory would be utterly unattainable. With this thought in mind, Terumi Mei prepared to intervene, intending to assist Chenkei's in eliminating a few of the summoned beasts, thereby allowing him to focus on the battle at hand. Just then, she noticed Chenkei's wearing a slight smile as he raised his hand. Suddenly, the ground trembled. Enormous roots erupted from the earth like a tidal wave, ensnaring the hellhounds and the giant rhinoceros, pinning them firmly to the ground, rendering them immobile. Immediately thereafter, he snapped his fingers. In an instant, the air crackled with sound as bolts of lightning, thick as barrels, descended mercilessly upon the Yatagarasu. With a mournful cry, its head was shattered by the electric assault, dark smoke billowing from its charred form as it plummeted to the ground with a heavy thud. Witnessing this scene, Terumi Mei was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that the 3 powerful summoned beasts would be dispatched with such ease. The strength of her opponent was evidently far greater than she had imagined. After effortlessly eliminating the troublesome foes, Chenkei's turned his gaze towards Pain, stating, "Cease these trivialities. Unleash whatever means you possess." Upon hearing this, Pain's gaze turned even more frigid, and he declared, "To dare challenge the majesty of a god requires a price in blood." With these words, a terrifying aura erupted forth, more formidable than that of a shadow-level ninja, signaling that a grand battle was imminent. At that moment, a series of explosive sounds erupted from a distance. Boom. Terumi Mei felt a jolt of alarm and exclaimed, "This is not good. There are other enemies." Chenkei's responded with a reassuring smile, "Fear not. There are others handling that situation." He had already made arrangements upon learning of the Akatsuki's impending assault. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame, who were searching for the 3 tails, also halted their advance at that moment. As I raised my gaze, I beheld a young maiden swiftly approaching, blocking their path. She appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years of age, with a strikingly delicate and charming visage, her figure graceful and alluring, clad in an ethereal white robe. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, flowing gracefully without the need for wind. In her hand, she wielded a sharp longsword, and atop her head rested a small blue gourd adorned with a bow, exuding an enchanting aura that was both ethereal and youthful. Sensing the formidable presence she emitted, Uchiha Itachi could not help but furrow his brow slightly and inquired, "Are you a practitioner of the Tao?" The maiden replied with a firm voice, "I am Huang Xiaoyan, a wandering immortal from the Jade Void Peak sect of the Tao." "Indeed, yet another practitioner of the Tao," Itachi murmured softly. Beside him, Kisame, seemingly indifferent, remarked, "What does it matter what sect she belongs to? She's just a little girl. If she dares to obstruct us, we shall eliminate her." With that, he tightened his grip on the Samahata and charged forward, swinging his massive blade downwards with ferocity. In response, the girl named Huang Xiaoyan's eyes glimmered with a cold light, and with a flourish of her sword, she unleashed a wave of sword energy that struck Kisame, forcing him to stagger back. Regaining his balance, Kisame swiftly formed hand seals, water release, great shark bomb technique. In an instant, a colossal surge of chakra coalesced, transforming into a gigantic shark that opened its maw wide to devour its target. Huang Xiaoyan let out a disdainful huff and waved her hand, sending forth a series of peculiar yellow talismans, heavenly explosion talismans. The two forces collided with a tremendous roar, and under the explosive might of the talismans, the giant shark was shattered into fragments. Kisame, taken aback, quickly resorted to another technique, water release, great exploding water colliding wave. Instantly, terrifying waves surged forth, coalescing into a massive, elliptical water prison that ensnared Huang Xiaoyan within its grasp. Unfazed, Huang Xiaoyan formed a hand seal and intoned water avoidance technique. An invisible force emanated from her, repelling the water within a radius of several feet. At this moment, Kisame unleashed his full power, his chakra erupting with great intensity. 1,000 feeding sharks. In an instant, 1,000 ferocious sharks launched their assault, converging upon Huang Xiaoyan's position. Her expression turned icy as she channeled her energy into her longsword, causing a blinding sword light to erupt. Celestial Slaying Sword Technique. The blade fell in a continuous arc, unleashing dozens of fearsome golden sword beams that effortlessly shredded the menacing sharks. The colossal water prison enveloping the area was torn asunder. Witnessing this spectacle, Kisame was struck with astonishment. This technique was his ultimate trump card, yet it had been so easily countered. Following this, Huang Xiaoyan leaped into the air, buoyed by a gentle breeze, hovering gracefully above the ground. With her sword pointed skyward, she softly chanted an incantation, causing the inconspicuous blue gourd atop her head to sway slightly, as if conveying an intangible message. As an enigmatic Tao rhythm surged forth, waves of refreshing energy swirled around her. The space subtly contorted, revealing a towering crimson gourd, flickering in and out of existence. In an instant, it traversed the void and materialized beside her. Huang Xiaoyan cradled the gourd in one hand while deftly uncorking it with the other, directing her voice towards the two below, dry persimmon Kisame. Upon witnessing this scene, Uchiha Itachi felt an ominous stir within, prompting him to intervene. However, Kisame retorted with a cold smirk, "What are you shouting for?" No sooner had he spoken than he felt an irresistible force acting upon him, rendering his body as weightless as a fallen leaf, and he was drawn into the air. In the blink of an eye, his form shrank and transformed into wisps of vapor, drawn into the gourd. Huang Xiaoyan sealed the lid, and with a subtle wave of her hand, the colossal gourd dissipated into ethereal mist. This extraordinary sight left Uchiha Itachi astounded. The magical artifact evoked tales of a legendary figure, revered as the progenitor of ninjutsu. Though his mind raced with astonishment, there was no time for contemplation as he observed Kisame's capture, his seriousness deepening. He promptly executed a ninjutsu, completing hand seals in an instant, unleashing torrents of searing flames. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. The crimson flames coalesced into a roaring dragon, surging towards his adversary. Huang Xiaoyan's expression remained icy as she unleashed 2 swift slashes of sword energy, shattering the fire dragon, before descending like a lightning bolt with her blade. Uchiha Itachi hastily evaded, the ground beneath him rending apart with a massive fissure, stretching dozens of meters. Yet Huang Xiaoyan's speed was remarkable, her form appearing as mere afterimages. An unyielding wave of sword energy cascading forth. After only a few exchanges, 2 deep gashes marred Itachi's body. His countenance darkened. His opponent's prowess was formidable, and if he did not unleash his true strength, he feared he could not endure much longer. At that moment, a yellow talisman shot forth, its brilliance transforming into two chains that ensnared Itachi's limbs, rendering him immobile. Sealing talismans. Spirit explosion talismans. In rapid succession, several talismans detonated with ferocity. A mere touch would obliterate an ordinary person. Yet, in the instant of the explosion, Itachi's form eerily dissipated, scattering into a flock of crows that dispersed into the distance. Huang Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow. Illusion technique? She then turned her gaze to another direction, only to find Uchiha Itachi had reappeared behind her. Their eyes met, and she was ensnared by the sight of his pupils, each adorned with 3 crimson tomo, transforming into a kaleidoscope. Tsukuyami. In that moment, Huang Xiaoyan felt an extraordinary force invade her consciousness, manipulating her senses, sight, hearing, touch, swiftly overwhelming her. Her vision blurred, and the world around her underwent a cataclysmic transformation, plunging her awareness into a peculiar realm. The space of Tsukuyami was shrouded in oppressive darkness, with a sanguine hue flowing through the air, saturated with death and desolation. At this moment, the self was ensnared upon a cross exuding a foul stench of decay, rendered immobile. To forcibly manipulate another's consciousness through illusion is indeed a sinister art. Huang Xiaoyan exclaimed sharply, yet her eyes betrayed not a flicker of fear. The figure of Uchiha Itachi materialized, declaring, "In this realm, I am the sovereign. Your life and death rest upon my whim." Upon hearing this, Huang Xiaoyan's countenance reflected disdain as she retorted, "A mere illusion. Inferior even to the inner landscapes of the strange gate, dares to challenge me? Are you not aware that all illusions are futile against the immovable immortal heart?" The immovable immortal heart? Uchiha Itachi was taken aback, an ominous feeling blossoming within him. At that moment, Huang Xiaoyan slightly lowered her gaze. A pure aura enveloped her, emanating an enigmatic essence. Suddenly, her eyes burst open, radiating streams of golden light. The immovable immortal heart. In an instant, golden beams erupted, piercing through the blood-red clouds and darkness, shattering the entire Tsukuyami space. As consciousness returned to reality, Uchiha Itachi shielded his eyes, crimson blood trickling down his face. The shattered illusion had rebounded against him. This scene evoked memories of a certain encounter 3 years prior in Konoha. He had not anticipated that this young maiden possessed such terrifying strength. Had he held back, he might have met the same fate as Kisame. With this thought, he disregarded the pain in his eyes and unleashed the Mangeki Sharingan once more. Amaterasu. A dreadful black flame materialized, instantly enveloping Huang Xiaoyan's form. Yet, she remained unfazed, aware that her opponent would not be easily vanquished. Indeed, as the black flames raged, Huang Xiaoyan's form dissipated, transforming into a talisman that was consumed by ashes. Clearly, she had utilized a substitution talisman. Million spirit talismans explode. A blinding radiance flashed, as a torrent of true essence rapidly condensed into tens of thousands of explosive spirit talismans, forming a grand array that ensnared her adversary. Explode. With a thunderous command, the formidable array detonated, unleashing a cataclysmic roar as all talismans simultaneously erupted, unleashing a terrifying energy storm that shook the very earth. Huang Xiaoyan's gaze flickered, her expression growing graver. Logically, a flesh and blood body could not withstand such a magnitude of assault. However, within her perception, the essence of her opponent not only persisted but surged with even greater ferocity. As the aftermath settled, a colossal crimson figure emerged, gradually revealing itself from the dissipating dust. A towering form, several meters high, materialized before her eyes. It was an immense skeletal frame, with colossal arms extending outward, exuding a turbulent and violent aura. Soon after, sinews and flesh began to coalesce, forming an indistinct yet recognizable shape, as the solidified chakra enveloped the being, resembling a formidable giant. This was the ultimate secret of the Mangeki Sharingan, Susanoo, the inception of divine power. Whether in defense or offense, the might displayed was formidable, rendering even shadow-level warriors unable to shake its foundation. It was this very power that withstood the explosive force of 1,000,000 spiritual talismans. Yet, this was far from the culmination of Susanoo's potential. With a resounding shout, Uchiha Itachi summoned forth a robust armor upon the Susanoo giant. Manifesting weapons in each hand, the Ten Kusanagi sword in his right and the Yada mirror in his left, a harmonious blend of attack and defense. Meanwhile, within the giant's chest cavity, Uchiha Itachi's form trembled slightly, crimson blood trickling from his eyes. The use of the Mangeki Sharingan imposed a tremendous toll on his body, and after consecutively unleashing Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi, followed by the full activation of Susanoo, he was nearing his limits. In his current state, he could endure no more than a few minutes. Nevertheless, he held confidence that with this third stage of Susanoo, he could surely vanquish his opponent, for it was the power of the divine. Upon witnessing the formidable Susanoo giant, Huang Xiaoyan's expression turned grave as she unleashed a fierce torrent of sword energy, capable of cleaving mountains and splitting stones. Uchiha Itachi raised his hand slightly, and the Yada mirror transformed instantaneously into a circular shield, deflecting the onslaught. Following this, the Ten Kusanagi sword descended with a thunderous strike. Huang Xiaoyan, however, deftly evaded the attack with her agile movements. Furrowing his brow, Uchiha Itachi realized he could not afford to linger in this stalemate. He needed to conclude the battle swiftly. In quick succession, a dozen blood-red tomo materialized from within the Susanoo giant, launching a barrage of attacks toward his adversary. Huang Xiaoyan's gaze flickered, her fingers poised like a sword as she called out, "Heavenly Gang Talisman Array." In an instant, thousands of Heavenly Gang talismans manifested, rapidly coalescing into an extraordinary hemispherical defensive shield that enveloped her entire being. With a resounding crash, the eight-span mirror struck against the talisman array. Enduring such a fierce assault, the array sustained significant damage but still held firm against the onslaught. No longer holding back, Huang Xiaoyan formed seals with her hands, her vital energy surging as over 1,000,000 peculiar talismans converged. Myriad talismans binding demon array. Countless arcane runes emerged, transforming into invisible chains that ensnared the rampaging Susanoo giant from all directions. In that moment, Uchiha Itachi felt his body immobilized, unable to manipulate Susanoo, as though an extraordinary force had frozen him in place. This was the power of the binding talismans. Even with the strength of Susanoo, escape was impossible. At that moment, a chilling glint appeared in Huang Xiaoyan's eyes. She caressed her longsword, the surging vital energy intertwining with the blade. As her mind awakened, a terrifying sword of light erupted skyward, as if to rend the very fabric of space itself. Heavenly decree, strike as commanded. In an instant, a sword light several meters long descended with tremendous force, striking the bound Susanoo giant without embellishment. The might of heaven descended, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy, creating a scene of unimaginable terror. This technique is indeed a lethal art, harnessing the overwhelming celestial might to elevate the murderous intent of the sword to its zenith, causing the very souls of malevolent entities to scatter with a single strike. As the sword aura erupted, even the formidable Susanoo found itself struggling to withstand it, as a myriad of fissures appeared upon its crimson form. With a thunderous roar, the colossal figure exploded, its chakra, as tangible as substance, shattered and dissipated amidst a conflagration of flames and mist. Huang Xiaoyan waved her sleeve, dispersing the residual waves with a gust of wind. Upon raising her gaze, she beheld a vast chasm torn open by the sword's energy, littered with debris, and in the depths of a shattered pit lay a pool of vivid crimson blood, while Uchiha Itachi had already vanished from sight. Witnessing this scene, Huang Xiaoyan let out a disdainful snort, realizing that her opponent must have employed some means of escape. However, having been struck directly by the heavenly decree, even if he survived, he would undoubtedly suffer irreparable damage, thereby rendering him incapable of posing any further threat. Yet, compared to this adversary, another matter loomed larger. With this thought, she turned her gaze towards another direction, sensing an intense battle unfolding nearby. At this moment, the fierce clash between Shinfeng and Pain had escalated to a critical stage. The ground was strewn with heaps of remnants. After a brutal skirmish, 5 of the original 6 paths of Pain had been vanquished, leaving only the most powerful, the Deva path. Shinfeng was enveloped in a tempest of lightning, surrounded by a swirling breeze. Enhanced by these two forces, his speed, strength, and agility had all seen significant augmentation. Nonetheless, his expression remained gravely serious. The reason for his remarkable achievements lay not only in his own prowess, but also largely in the possession of accurate intelligence. He was acutely aware of the weaknesses of the 6 paths of Pain, and the innate energy he had transformed into could not be absorbed or sealed by the hungry ghost path. Such advantages were entirely absent from his opponent. Although only one adversary remained, this Deva path proved to be the most formidable. In some respects, he was more challenging than the sum of the other 5 combined. On the opposing side, Deva path Pain bore a solemn countenance, his opponent's strength exceeding his expectations. Only by fully unleashing the power of the Rinnegan could he hope for a greater chance of victory. With this thought, he raised his palm, fingers fully extended, and once again invoked the universal pull. In an instant, a tremendous force surged, drawing Qinfeng's entire form closer. Be careful, Terumi, Mei urgently warned from the side, having previously fallen victim to this very technique. As Qinfeng was pulled towards him, Pain's black rod shot forth with lightning speed, aiming directly at him. Qinfeng's expression shifted, energy swirling in his palm, and a blade of wind erupted forth, severing the black rod. Seizing the momentum, he retaliated with a powerful punch. Upon witnessing this, Pain immediately spread his arms wide, unleashing a tremendous invisible force that erupted from his entire being. Shinra Tensei. Simultaneously, Qinfeng felt an overwhelming repulsive force crashing upon him like a colossal wave, as if intent on sending him flying away.